Suze traveled to the world of myriad races, where there are various cultivation methods. There are martial arts, sorcerers, and beast tamers during the awakening ceremony. Suze awakened the talent of a beast tamer and bound a god-level beast taming system, directly receiving dozens of times the return on his cultivation. Thus, a beast tamer, whose strength surpassed that of his contracted spirit beasts, was born. Are you kidding me? That beast tamer exploded a mountain with one punch? Why is this beast tamer stronger than his own spirit beasts? Who's taming whom? Someone needs to handle this madman. As a martial artist, I find my combat skills are not as strong as a beast tamer's. Chapter 1. God-level Beast Taming System. Return on Investment. Noon. Jiangnan City. The sun is shining brightly, and heat waves are rolling across the ground. In the city center, a uniquely shaped building stands alone in the square. Jiangnan City Talent Awakening Center. At this moment, inside the Awakening Center. Next, Suze. Then, a boy stepped out of the crowd. Suze felt a bit nervous as he walked to the front of the awakening platform. Looking at the huge crystal ball in front of him, he knew that the moment that would determine his fate had arrived. 16 years ago, he had traveled to this world. He soon discovered that this world was different from his previous life. He initially thought of using the information gap between the two worlds to become a literary plagiarist and achieve financial freedom, thus living a wealthy life. But not long after, Suze realized he was very wrong. This world actually had cultivation methods, meaning it was a fantasy world. When citizens reach the age of 16, they must participate in the talent awakening ceremony. Those who successfully awaken their talents become cultivators. Those who fail can only remain ordinary people. It can be said that turning 16 is a crucial crossroads in life, extraordinarily important. At this moment, the awakening ceremony officially began. A dazzling light burst forth from the crystal ball, enveloping Suze entirely. Suze immediately felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, warm all over. However, this feeling did not last long. Only a few seconds later, the colorful light disappeared. The staff present were all staring at the crystal ball, waiting for the result of the awakening ceremony. Suze was equally anxious as he awaited the outcome. After a moment, the crystal ball flickered, and a thin beam of light shone on Suze's brow, transmitting a piece of information into his mind. Awakening successful. Talent. Beast Tamer, Martial Cultivator. Seeing this result, Suze finally breathed a sigh of relief, then fell into joy. He was actually a dual talent possessor. As the name suggests, a Beast Tamer specializes in commanding spirit beasts. Most of the combat power comes from the contracted spirit beasts. Martial cultivators rely on their own strength for cultivation. They enhance their power by cultivating daily, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to purify themselves. For ordinary people, they can only awaken one talent and must develop along that path. However, dual talent possessors have an extra choice and can even cultivate both paths simultaneously. But that consumes too many resources, so generally, no one chooses that. After registering as an awakener, Suze was assigned to the exclusive high school for awakeners. Jiangnan City First High School. Report to school on time in 3 days, said the registrar. Suze nodded and then left the awakening center directly. Outside, there was a sea of people, all parents waiting there. 10 years ago, his parents went missing during an exploration of an alternate dimension, and there had been no news since that it could be said they were missing, but everyone understood what it meant to go missing in such a place. Late at night, Suze stood on the balcony, gazing at the city's night scene. He looked down at his watch. At this moment, the hands had just passed the 12 o'clock mark. "Happy birthday," he said softly, treating it as a birthday blessing for himself. At that moment, a mechanical and cold electronic synthesized voice appeared in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has turned 16, meeting the system binding conditions, now starting binding. Binding system. System binding successful. Congratulations on becoming the master of the God-level Beast Taming System. Transmitting specific system function information. Transmission successful. A vast stream of information appeared deep in Suze's mind, directly listing the functions of the Beast Taming System. Suze was momentarily stunned. After a while, he fell into ecstatic joy. A golden finger. After 16 years of crossing over, his golden finger had finally arrived. Soon, Suze figured out the functions of this God-level Beast Taming System. The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. One of its abilities was particularly terrifying. That was a return on investment. The host can directly transfer their cultivation to the demon beast, and at the same time, the demon beast will return the cultivation to the host. The return multiplier is between 2,100 times. The specific return multiplier will be randomly selected each time the transfer is made, which is left to luck. The only limitation is that this ability can only be used once a day. But that is already enough to be against the heavens. In addition, when Suze's cultivation reaches a certain level, he can use the system's transformation ability. In theory, he could even transform a pig into a true pure-blood Chelan. Of course, this is just a theoretical existence that if he really wanted to do that, Suze would need to have very high cultivation. In this world, cultivators are divided into different factions. There are martial arts, specializing in the physical body. There are sorcerers, specializing in spellcraft. There are beast tamers, specializing in the taming of demon beasts, and various other cultivation paths. But without exception, to cultivate these things, one must have corresponding talents. Relatively speaking, the beast taming talent is the hardest to cultivate, because to achieve high achievements in this path, the contracted spirit beast must be very powerful. Moreover, the spirit beast must be nurtured from a young age, otherwise, there's always the possibility of it devouring its master. During the process of nurturing the spirit beast, countless resources must be consumed. All these conditions are indispensable. Otherwise, one's achievements in life will be limited. So before, although Suze had 2 talents, he had planned to specialize in martial arts. But now it was different. With the ability of return on investment, he could cultivate both talents simultaneously. This golden finger was simply a perfect match for Suze. Now the primary goal is to find a contracted spirit beast, otherwise, the system's ability will be useless, Suze silently analyzed. After thinking for a moment, Suze decided to check out the Jiangnan City Spirit Beast Cultivation Center, a benefit. Every newly awakened beast tamer can adopt a spirit beast for free. However, these spirit beasts have very ordinary bloodlines, and their future achievements are quite limited. But this is not a problem for Suze. With the ability of return on investment, even if it's a pig, he can turn into a legendary divine pig. Not to mention, he also has the ability to transform spirit beasts. Once his cultivation improves, having a green dragon on the left, a white tiger on the right, a vermilion bird on his shoulder, and a black tortoise under his feet is not impossible. Chapter 2, Weak Green Dragon Bloodline. Start the transfer, return 20 times. The next day, early in the morning, Suze got out of bed and, after a quick wash, headed straight to the Spirit Beast Cultivation Center. Although this world has a cultivation system, technology is also quite advanced, and transportation is convenient. Half an hour later, Suze arrived at the Spirit Beast Cultivation Center smoothly. After verifying his identity as a beast master, he entered the main hall without any issues. Walking through a long corridor, a vast indoor space unfolded before Suze. Transparent glass boxes, resembling containers, were neatly stacked. Each box contained a juvenile spirit beast. The labels outside detailed the names, levels, bloodlines, and more of these spirit beasts. The information was very comprehensive. Suze glanced over briefly, and the system's ability activated instantly. Name: Crimson Flame Snake. Realm: Juvenile awaiting growth bloodline level. F special bloodline. None remarks. A common creature found in any bush, described in one word: trash. Lines of white characters appeared directly on Suze's retina, listing various information about these spirit beasts. This was a feature of the system, and Suze was very satisfied with this ability. Generally, ordinary beast masters could only discern the strength of spirit beasts, while he could see many detailed pieces of information. This way, he could sometimes get a step ahead, seize opportunities, and gain advantages. Name: Azure Wind Bull Realm. Juvenile awaiting growth bloodline level. E special bloodline. None remarks. An ordinary Azure Wind Bull, more suitable as a food source than as a contracted spirit beast. The eye meat is tender and juicy, with a chewy texture, just a little sea salt and pan-fried to medium. It's a delicacy. Name: Diamond Turtle Realm. Juvenile awaiting growth bloodline level. F special bloodline. None remarks. A worthless creature with no value other than its shell, which can be used for medicine. Suze wandered around the market for quite a while, but could not find a satisfactory spirit beast. According to the system's evaluations, these spirit beasts were either worthless or only valuable as food. Suze felt helpless. The system's standards seemed a bit too strict. He had initially set his sights on a few spirit beasts, but after seeing the system's evaluations, he decided to give up. Now, with the system's assistance, he aimed to find a good spirit beast here. After a moment, Suze arrived at the unhatched area. There were almost no people here. The newly hatched spirit beasts were still visible with clear pros and cons, at least physically without any defects. However, this unhatched area was akin to a blind box. The risks were too high, so generally, few people would choose spirit beasts from here. But with the system in hand, Suze naturally didn't have to worry about that. Once again, lines of information appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, a spirit beast egg the size of a goose egg caught his attention. Name: Azure Jiao Snake Realm. Unhatched healthy condition bloodline level. A special bloodline. A trace of extremely weak Azure Dragon bloodline. Remarks: dragons are inherently lustful, many-scaled spirit beasts carry some true dragon bloodline. This one carries the Azure Dragon bloodline, which had the hint of possibility for the future. If fortune allows, it might be possible to extract a trace of Azure Dragon bloodline and achieve a leap in life. Suze's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. Azure Dragon bloodline. In the mythologies of his previous life, that was one of the supreme 4 divine beasts. If he could extract this trace of Azure Dragon bloodline, the Azure Jiao Snake would directly transform into a real Jiao Dragon, and perhaps eventually become a true divine dragon, as his strength increased. Moreover, with the god-level beast master system he possessed, cultivating spirit beasts was incredibly simple. After confirming the information provided by the system, he did not hesitate and chose this Azure Jiao Snake egg immediately. Are you sure you want to choose a spirit beast in egg form? If it turns out to be defective or dies, you will waste this free opportunity to select a spirit beast? The elder responsible for registration confirmed repeatedly. Suze understood the unusual nature of this egg and was naturally very certain. Seeing that Suze didn't change his mind, the elder no longer insisted. Every year, there were a few impulsive youths, and he didn't want to say too much. Tick! A drop of bright red blood fell on the shell of the Azure Jiao snake egg. Remarkably, the shell seemed to have some kind of magic, absorbing the blood at a visible speed. The next moment, a mysterious feeling arose in Suze's heart. He felt as if he had established a wonderful connection with the small life inside the egg. The contract was successful. Normally, the contract ceremony for a beastmaster was quite complex, but with the system's help, it was completed almost instantaneously. Moreover, the contract established through the system seemed even more stable. Now, we just wait for the hatching to succeed, Suze murmured to himself. He then sat down on the ground, began to cultivate, and try to draw the spiritual energy from the world. In this world, foundational cultivation methods were everywhere. Almost everyone had one. Not long after, a stream of spiritual energy entered Suze's body under his guidance. He felt a warm flow appear in his meridians, nourishing his extraordinary veins and strengthening his physical body. After circulating the spiritual energy for a full cycle, it slowly settled into his dantian. Following that, Suze began to repeat the previous operation, continuously guiding the spiritual energy from the world to cleanse his body. After nearly a day of cultivation, Suze finally opened his eyes. After exhaling a long breath of turbid air, he stood up and started to stretch his muscles. Crack! Crack! A stream of pure spiritual power flowed slowly within his dantian. True energy entered his body, had officially reached the first level of body refinement. Suze was now considered a true cultivator, having officially stepped into the threshold of cultivation. After having a simple meal, Suze turned his attention to the Azure Jiao snake egg beside him. Now that I have a bit of cultivation, can I try to start infusing it with my cultivation? Since he thought of it, he decided to give it a try. Suze extended his hand, pointed at the Azure Jiao snake egg, and focused his thoughts. Ding! You have infused 1 day's worth of cultivation into the Azure Jiao snake, triggering the infusion cashback feature. Randomizing cashback multiplier. Congratulations! The cashback multiplier for this infusion is 20 times. Cashback ability activated. You have gained 20 days of cultivation. In an instant, a pure and vast stream of spiritual energy appeared in Suze's meridians. Chapter 3. The successful hatching of the green dragon snake. The spiritual energy that had been cultivated over 20 days appeared out of nowhere. This energy quickly began to circulate through Suze's meridians. Suze felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, warmth enveloping his entire body, an indescribable comfort. His strength had increased significantly, going from just entering the first level of body refinement to the perfection of the first level, almost on the verge of breaking through to the second level of body refinement. Although it seemed like a small improvement, one must remember that just a day ago, Suze was still an ordinary person with no cultivation. Achieving the perfection of the first level of body refinement in a single day was something only rare geniuses could accomplish. A common person would need at least a month to progress from the first to the second level of body refinement. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound jolted Suze out of his joyful reverie. He turned his head to see a crack appearing on the shell of the green dragon snake egg. The hatching was finally about to be completed. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking continued, and more cracks appeared on the shell. Finally, a piece of the shell fell to the ground, and a small snake, entirely green, crawled out. Hiss! The little snake let out a weak cry, looking around in confusion. Soon, it spotted Suze not far away. Although its intelligence had not fully awakened, it instinctively felt a deep sense of familiarity. At that moment, lines of information appeared in Suze's eyes. Name, green dragon snake level, juvenile bloodline level, special bloodline, a trace of weak azure dragon bloodline. Ability, 4 symbols azure dragon escape technique. Incomplete, can harness the power of wind and clouds to reach extreme speeds, covering thousands of miles in an instant. Note, when the bloodline concentration of the contracted spirit beast reaches a certain level, the hidden inheritance deep within the bloodline will be activated, automatically completing the incomplete abilities. The ability panel of the spirit beast became more detailed. Suze reached out and held the green dragon snake in his hand, examining it for a moment before saying, "From now on, I'll call you Little Ching." Little Ching seemed to understand the words and affectionately rubbed its head against Suze's palm. After crawling a few circles in his palm, it coiled around Suze's wrist. If one didn't look closely, they might think it was just a green bracelet. Feeling the cool touch on his wrist, Suze smiled slightly, sat cross-legged, and continued his cultivation. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, strength is paramount. It is always right to enhance one's power. This is especially significant in the early stages when cultivation is minimal. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. A ray of sunlight illuminated the room, adding warmth to the dim space. Suze opened his eyes and stopped his cultivation. Decades of orphan life had long instilled in him a tenacious character. Even now, with the system as his auxiliary, he still worked hard to an astonishing degree. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he hope to find the whereabouts of his parents. Even though Suze knew that after so many years, their chances of being alive were slim, he still needed closure. If he couldn't get a definite answer, he would die with regrets. A new day began, and the cooldown for the enlightenment had ended. It was now close to noon. Suze placed his hand on Little Ching and silently began the enlightenment. You have infused the green dragon snake with 210 days of cultivation, triggering the enlightenment refund function. Refund multiplier is being randomly selected. Congratulations. The refund multiplier for this enlightenment is 10 times. Refund ability activated. You have gained 2,100 days of cultivation. Whether luck was good or bad, it was neither here nor there. Just like yesterday, a massive amount of spiritual power emerged. A series of muffled sounds emanated from Suze's body as astonishing spiritual energy baptized his meridians, washing away many impurities. Almost in the blink of an eye, a thick layer of black impurities appeared on the surface of his body, washing sinews and marrow. This is a manifestation that occurs only at the 5th level of body refinement. After washing sinews and marrow, the human body's constitution will change, and strength will increase significantly. Power, speed, reaction ability, and resilience will all be greatly enhanced. In just 2 days, he went from an ordinary person to the 5th level of body refinement. A smile spread across Suze's lips, filled with joy. This speed is unparalleled in the entire world. Unless one had consumed some miraculous elixir, such an achievement would be nearly impossible. Little Ching also sensed its master's emotions and felt the change in its own strength. Not only that, but its intelligence also awakened partially. In its movements, there was more liveliness in its eyes. Suze looked at Little Ching, and once again, several lines of information appeared. Name, green dragon snake level. Initial stage, special bloodline. Weak azure dragon bloodline ability. For symbols, azure dragon escape technique. Incomplete. Little Ching's strength had increased significantly, directly advancing from juvenile to initial stage. This is a classification of levels among spirit beasts. In humans, the cultivation realms are divided into body refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, primordial infant, and so on. The level among spirit beasts corresponds to the body refinement realm. The subsequent strength classifications follow suit. However, the strength of spirit beasts places greater emphasis on talent, with bloodlines determining their upper limits. Therefore, usually, under the same realm, spirit beasts are slightly stronger than human cultivators. At this moment, a foul odor entered Suze's nostrils. Only then did he realize his own condition. He hurriedly rushed to clean himself. 10 minutes later, Suze emerged from the bathroom, surrounded by a hazy mist. Beneath the mist was a muscular physique. The most significant change at the body refinement realm is in the physical body. The bones, muscles, blood, and meridians will all undergo comprehensive enhancement. The firmer the foundation, the higher the future achievements. To have a solid foundation, one first needs a decent cultivation method. Currently, Suze was practicing the most basic air induction technique. Strictly speaking, it could hardly be considered a proper technique. At best, it was just a method to draw on the natural spiritual energy, lacking a systematic approach. For now, he could still cultivate, but if this continued for a long time, even with the system's cultivation refund, the future path would likely be very simple. Thus, after pondering for a moment, Suze decided to head to the cultivation library in Jiangnan City to test his luck. As a newcomer benefit, all who successfully awakened their cultivation talent can choose one cultivation technique for free. Although they are all quite ordinary techniques, they are still better than the air induction technique Suze was currently using. Chapter 4, Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Decision, Terrifying Cultivation Difficulty in the Early Morning. Suze woke up early. By noon, the cooldown for the enlightenment finally ended. Following the usual routine, he began today's enlightenment. You have infused the green dragon snake with 200 days of cultivation, triggering the enlightenment refund function. Refund multiplier is being randomly selected. Congratulations. The refund multiplier for this enlightenment is 2 times. Refund ability activated. You have gained 400 days of cultivation. The familiar feeling emerged once again. A massive amount of spiritual energy appeared in his meridians, further enhancing his strength significantly. Boom. A faint rumble echoed within him, his muscles bulging with explosive power. 7th level of body refinement. Hiss. Little Qing felt the sudden surge of spiritual energy within and was so comfortable it felt like it could ascend to the heavens. But it understood that this was definitely related to its master. After affectionately rubbing its head against Suze's fingers, Little Qing fell into a deep sleep. It seemed that he was about to break through, needing to sleep and digest the sudden cultivation he had gained today. Suze slightly clenched his fist, feeling the various changes within his body, but his brow furrowed. His speed of advancement seemed to have slowed down significantly. After 400 days of cultivation, he had only progressed from the 5th to the 7th level of body refinement. Such a speed was no longer considered fast. If others knew Suze's thoughts, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. After all, he had just awakened for less than 3 days. He had already transformed from an ordinary person to the 7th level of body refinement. Such speed could only be compared to taking a miraculous elixir. Otherwise, even a once-in-a-thousand-years genius would have to concede defeat. Suze shook his head, no longer entangled in this issue. The most important thing now was to find a suitable cultivation method for himself. He had already determined his goal. What he was pursuing now was not some flashy techniques, but stability. He wanted to find a cultivation method that focused on the basics, as this would also benefit his future cultivation. Only by solidifying a strong foundation could he hope to go further and become stronger in the future. However, just at that moment, the familiar voice of the system reappeared in Suze's mind. Ding. Detected that the host's accumulated cultivation years have exceeded 1 full year, qualifying for the issuance of the beginner's gift pack, now beginning to distribute. Suze raised his eyebrows. A beginner's gift pack? He hadn't expected there would be such a thing. Immediately, the space in front of him seemed to twist slightly, and a book with a black cover appeared in his hand. It looked like a secret technique. Suze felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had been troubled about finding a cultivation method. Now the system had delivered it so considerately. He lowered his head to take a closer look. This cultivation method appeared plain and unadorned, with only a few small words on the cover. Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. Suze's eyebrows raised. He immediately felt that this cultivation method was not simple. Just hearing the name gave off an inexplicable momentum. At the same time, lines of information appeared in front of him. Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique, a cultivation method from another realm, level unknown. Note, due to the difference in the quality of spiritual energy between the 2 worlds, the ratio of spiritual energy in the host's world to that in the other realm is 1001. Suze frowned, doubting whether he had read it wrong. Such a huge gap? What kind of cultivation method could have such a significant difference in spiritual energy? No. What exactly is that so-called other realm? Could it be the legendary immortal realm? He felt a bit puzzled and began to flip through the book. Upon looking, he was startled. After quickly flipping through the cultivation method, he discovered a problem. This cultivation method was actually incomplete. The Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique only contained cultivation methods for the body refinement and foundation establishment stages, while the subsequent methods were missing. Suze looked at the incomplete version of the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique in his hand, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Indeed, although the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique was merely an incomplete version without methods for the Golden Core stage and subsequent realms, Suze knew how solid the foundation laid by the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique was. This was a cultivation method from another world. And considering the gap in spiritual energy between this world and the other realm, it was very likely a higher-level world far beyond this one. Given that he already had the system as an external aid, if he continued to cultivate using the powerful methods from the higher world, wouldn't that be like adding another layer of enhancement, directly soaring to the heavens? Soon, Su Zhe's gaze sharpened, and he no longer hesitated. Moreover, he suddenly had a feeling that this cultivation method was specially selected by the system for him. Otherwise, the beginner's gift pack wouldn't contain only this one method. Since the system had provided him with a cultivation method, it certainly wouldn't deliberately give him an incomplete version. It was likely that the system still had the subsequent methods, just not yet provided to him. Thinking of this, he decided to take a gamble. Therefore, Su Zhe did not head to the Jiangnan City Library, but eagerly began cultivating the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. The cultivation philosophy of the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique was very different from ordinary methods. According to its records, the cultivator needed to view the body as 48 million particles, with each particle representing a dragon elephant seed. And these dragon elephant seeds together formed a true dragon elephant. Since this cultivation method did not belong to this world, the quality and level of spiritual energy were different. Therefore, each dragon elephant seed required a large amount of spiritual energy to activate. Once a cultivator activated a dragon elephant seed, they would gain the power of a dragon elephant. As a legendary creature, how immense was the power of a dragon elephant? Su Zhe did not know, but he was sure that it must surpass the power of all existing beasts in the world. One could say that this cultivation method was terrifying. However, if one wanted to cultivate this method in this world, without a fortuitous encounter, it would be a useless technique. According to Su Zhe's calculations, if someone with poor talent were to cultivate this method, they might struggle for years without being able to activate even a single dragon elephant seed, let alone activating more. In fact, before activating enough dragon elephant seeds to promote a breakthrough, the cultivator might have already exhausted their lifespan and died. But for Su Zhe, none of this was a major issue. With the ability to receive enlightenment returns, even if the quality of spiritual energy was lacking, the quantity was sufficient. If a few years of cultivation were not enough, then what about decades? Hundreds of years? Don't tell me that even with hundreds of years of cultivation, one couldn't activate a single dragon elephant seed. Su Zhe murmured to himself. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began cultivating the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. Chapter 5. Switching cultivation methods is painful. Following the methods recorded in the technique, Su Zhe began meditating. He viewed himself as 48 million particles, with each particle representing a dragon elephant seed. Next, he began to circulate his energy. Originally, the entry into the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique was extremely difficult. Generally, when people first started cultivating this method, it could take them 6 months or more than a year to barely get started. However, Su Zhe was different. Although he had just awakened a few days ago, with the help of the system, he already had over a year of cultivation. With this pure cultivation assisting him, Su Zhe's cultivation speed was extraordinarily fast. Boom. In the midst of the void, a series of thunderous sounds seemed to resonate from within his body. Waves of pure spiritual power were mobilized, fully pouring into a dragon elephant seed, attempting to activate it. Very soon, Su Zhe's expression changed. He realized that about a third of his spiritual power had been poured in, yet the dragon elephant seed showed no signs of activation. This was outrageous. Just to activate a single seed required so much spiritual energy. Su Zhe finally understood why this cultivation method was so difficult to cultivate. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he began to fully infuse spiritual energy into that dragon elephant seed. Finally, when Su Zhe sent the last trace of spiritual energy into that dragon elephant seed, crack, a crisp cracking sound echoed. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the crack, piercing through Su Zhe's body and directly illuminating the outside world. Amidst the flickering light, a massive divine elephant appeared, its body towering for countless miles, standing tall and mighty, its feet treading on the underworld, its head reaching into the depths of the universe. With a swirl of its long trunk, it gathered a river of stars. With a great roar, the sound reverberated through the universe. Dragon Elephant, the legendary ultimate being. That dragon elephant seed had been fully activated. An immense power appeared out of thin air. Su Zhe was bathed in golden light, his clothes fluttering without wind, making a rustling sound. Every muscle in his body was bulging, filled with explosive power. In his limbs and bones, pure golden energy emerged, replacing the previous white energy, and began to circulate through his meridians. It was a completely different way of operation. He didn't even need to use his own energy. The energy started to perform a great circulation on its own. Within a radius of several hundred meters, streams of spiritual energy gathered and surged towards Su Zhe's room. At this moment, Suze seemed to have transformed into a black hole of spiritual energy, frantically devouring the spiritual energy from the outside world. But what shocked him was that, under the infusion of so much spiritual energy, his realm actually decreased instead of increasing. 6th level of body refinement. 5th level of body refinement. In almost no time, Suze found himself back to the 1st level of body refinement. He suddenly opened his eyes, a trace of horror flashing in the depths of his gaze. What was going on? It was one thing for this cultivation method to be difficult, but now that he had successfully cultivated it, not only did his realm not improve, but he actually fell drastically. Suze's mindset was about to collapse. He hurriedly looked inward, trying to find out the reason. However, after a thorough inspection, he found no abnormalities. But he soon discovered the current difference. Why has my true energy turned golden? Not only that, but Suze also clearly felt that this golden true energy far exceeded the previous white true energy in every aspect. If he had to give a specific number, then now a strand of golden true energy was worth 100 strands of white true energy. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Suze slightly clenched his fist and threw a punch at the air. Bang! A dull sound erupted. It was the sound of the air being compressed. Without using any true energy, relying solely on his physical strength. Is this the power of a giant elephant? He muttered to himself in disbelief. Although his realm had decreased, his strength had actually increased significantly. He had a feeling that the previous him, before cultivating the dragon elephant body refinement technique, would have been easily defeated. Even without using true energy, his physical strength alone could directly crush his former self. If he added true energy to it, defeating him would be far from simple. Suze then tried to throw a few more punches. This time he used a bit of strength. Boom, boom, boom. Until finally, Suze used a trace of golden true energy. Suddenly, the figure of a golden giant elephant appeared behind him, letting out a loud roar. With a bang, the window shattered, and the broken glass fell to the ground. An invisible gust of wind rushed out of the house, hitting a large tree in the yard. Crack! A tree big enough to be embraced by a person let out a mournful cry, a huge crack appearing in its trunk, then it snapped in half. Its massive crown crashing to the ground. So fierce. Suze looked at the result in front of him, somewhat incredulous. Can a 1st level of body refinement break a big tree with just a punch? Obviously, that was impossible. But Suze did it, and he did it very easily. Hiss! On his wrist, Xiaoqing shrank back, already startled by the scene just now. Is my master a monster? It had always stayed on Suze's body, so it could more intuitively feel the terrifying power within him. That was simply not the kind of power a human should possess. Compared to itself, it was more willing to believe that Suze was the real monster. After multiple confirmations, Suze finally felt at ease. Although his realm had decreased, his strength had not diminished. In fact, it had greatly increased. This was a good thing. The recent experiment had already proven the power of the dragon elephant body refinement technique. This cultivation method was definitely not just that simple. Suze faintly felt that if he could continue cultivating this technique, then his future achievements would be unimaginable. Perhaps by then, even if a celestial being descended, he could defeat it with a single punch. Of course, all of this was based on Suze's ability to continue cultivating. The current dragon elephant body refinement technique was only a flawed version. The subsequent cultivation methods were not found anywhere. If given the chance, he must complete the dragon elephant body refinement technique. Suze murmured to himself. The night was deep, and it was getting late. He had to report to school tomorrow. Suze felt quite excited about the upcoming new life. After contemplating for a moment, he decided not to cultivate tonight. One reason was to have good spirits when going to school tomorrow. The second, and most critical reason, was that after activating a dragon elephant seed, Suze had already discovered that relying solely on cultivation was extremely difficult to activate a dragon elephant seed. The only solution was to use the ability of the ding top return technique. Only in this way could he quickly activate more dragon elephant seeds. And the ability of ding top return could only be used once a day. So Suze stretched, washed up, and lay down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 6. Lin Miaoyi the next morning. You have imparted 1 year of cultivation to the Qing Jiao snake, triggering the ding top return ability. Your current return multiplier is 3 times. You have gained 3 years of cultivation. The familiar feeling reappeared, the massive golden true energy roaring through his meridians, and finally slowly settling down in his dantian. Suze shook his head, somewhat regretful. The ability of ding top return has its limitations. Before unlocking, the maximum cultivation limit for each importation is 1 year. Moreover, this time the luck wasn't great. The return multiplier was only 3 times. Quite unfortunate. Crack. Suddenly, a tiny crack appeared on a dragon elephant seed, gradually expanding. Suze was not surprised by this result. 3 years of cultivation was enough to activate a dragon elephant seed. However, he also clearly felt the difficulty of future cultivation. Each subsequent dragon elephant seed activation would be much harder. Despairingly, there were a total of 48 million such seeds. Just thinking about this number made Suze feel a bit dizzy. However, he didn't dwell on this issue for too long. After all, he had a system in hand. So he didn't need to worry about this problem for now. He clenched his fist slightly, the air between his fingers being compressed, producing bursts of explosive sounds. Now he possessed the strength of 2 giant elephants. After a slight adjustment, Suze set off for school. Half an hour later, Jiangnan City First High School. As a school for cultivators, the high school actually did not have many classes. The total number of cultivators in the entire school was only a few hundred. After all, not many people successfully awaken each year. Following the map's guidance, Suze found his class. Class 1, Year 3. He stepped into the classroom, but found that there were not many people inside. Only 5 or 6 people were scattered around the classroom. Among them, one exceptionally beautiful girl stood out. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating her face and making her complexion even more fair and flawless. However, Suze only took a glance. Having lived 2 lives, he had seen countless beauties. Naturally, he could not act like a teenager who couldn't move at the sight of a beautiful girl. Moreover, Suze always believed that women only slowed down his speed in drawing his sword. On the first page of the sword manual, with no women in mind, drawing the sword naturally becomes divine. Lin Miaoi, you come and tell this new classmate some precautions. I have other matters to attend to. The teacher leading the way said to the beautiful girl. Lin Miaoi nodded and said, Okay, teacher. The teacher then left the classroom, leaving Suze behind. Lin Miaoi walked up to Suze and smiled. Hello, I am Lin Miaoi. I thought nobody was left, but I didn't expect you to come back. Lin Miaoi said. Suze asked in confusion, What do you mean? Has our class always been this small? But it didn't matter, as our school follows a credit system. And all courses are chosen by the students themselves, so classmates may not necessarily attend classes in the same room. At this point, Lin Miaoi pointed to herself and playfully smiled. A hint of confidence spread across her face. Clearly, she enjoyed her identity as an alchemist. Suze was somewhat surprised. An alchemist? Such a talent is rare. Generally speaking, among those who successfully awaken their talents, most awaken martial arts skills. Beast tamers, sorcerers, and so on are much less common. And alchemists are even rarer compared to these talents. Among 10,000 successful awakeners, there might not even be one who awakens the alchemist talent. Not to mention, in such a world, the identity of an alchemist is highly sought after. After all, even the strongest individuals will face injuries at times. Additionally, martial artists encounter many bottlenecks on their cultivation path. At these moments, the role of an alchemist becomes apparent. Suze's thoughts shifted. It wasn't because of romantic feelings. Having a profound alchemist friend in the future would be very convenient in many situations. Lin Miaoi was very enthusiastic and shared with Suze many things he didn't know. For example, there are many martial arts books in the school library. And as long as certain conditions are met, students can borrow a few. Then she introduced Suze to several other classmates one by one. Soon, Suze began to converse with these individuals. During their conversations, Suze gathered a lot of information. For instance, Lin Miaoi, this vibrant girl who seemed like the girl next door, was recognized as a genius among this batch of awakeners. She lacked nothing in terms of looks, family background, strength, and talent. Almost no flaws at all. Lin Jie comes from a large family and started training from a young age, plus she is exceptionally diligent. So she is naturally not someone we can compare to. Yes, I expect Lin Jie to qualify for entry into the Demon Suppression Tower in the assessment 3 months from now. Suze keenly caught a keyword and asked, Assessment? Demon Suppression Tower? Lin Miaoi's face flushed with embarrassment as the others praised her. Upon hearing Suze shift the topic for her, she felt a surge of joy. This assessment is to select those eligible to enter the Demon Suppression Tower, and all cultivators from schools across Jiangnan province will participate. It can be said to be a grand event. At this moment, a chubby boy added, Not only that, but the winners of the assessment will receive many valuable rewards, such as magical tools and elixirs. Just one of them would fetch a sky-high price outside. Right? Those rewards are still very precious for newcomers. Of course, the most valuable thing is actually the qualification to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. The gains there are priceless. Suze responded with an and then began to inquire about the specific details of the assessment, including the eligibility requirements, time, and location. To facilitate communication, they established a chat group through a social app. What was the number again? I didn't catch it just now. A girl read out the numbers from the screen, her voice clear and pleasant. And the number is Chapter 7. Little Qing's Advancement. First action. Although Lin Miaoi came from a wealthy family, was beautiful, and had a high cultivation talent, she did not have the arrogance typical of a genius. Instead, she was very easy to get along with. Under her guidance, Suze became familiar with the campus. Except for those with special talents like us, martial artists generally do not come to school. Most are practicing in the outskirts of the wild forest outside the city, Lin Miaoi said. Suze nodded. He was aware of the wild forest. It is a paradise for magical beasts and a trial ground for human cultivators. However, to survive there, one must at least have the strength of the body refining stage 5th level. Otherwise, venturing in recklessly could only lead to becoming food for magical beasts. Half an hour later, thank you for your hard work, Lin classmate, Suze said to Lin Miaoi. With her help, he had completed all the procedures and was now officially a student of Jiangnan City's first high school. After finishing these matters, Suze nodded and said, got it. Thank you. After bidding farewell to Lin Miaoi, Suze left the school. Upon returning home, he immediately opened his computer and logged into the Jiangnan City Cultivator official website. After registering an account, he purchased a ticket to the wild forest. After cultivating for so long, he needed to test his own strength. Although on the surface, he only had the strength of the body refining stage 1st level. This was not an ordinary 1st level, with golden true energy and the power of 2 giant elephants. Even a fully realized body refining stage cultivator would not intimidate Suze at all. The next day, you have imparted a year of cultivation to the Qing Jiao snake. Triggered the Enlightenment Cashback ability. Cashback multiplier is being randomly drawn. Your cashback multiplier this time is 10 times. You have gained 10 years of cultivation. The true energy within Suze's body began to surge violently. He felt crackling sounds within him, his muscles bulging. And all pores on his body were inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. Body refining stage 2nd level. His strength finally began to rise. 10 years of cultivation, and I still can't activate a dragon elephant seed? Suze furrowed his brow slightly. Is it already this difficult at the very beginning? But at this moment, little Qing caught his attention. Name, Qing Jiao snake level. Intermediate special bloodline. Weak Azure Dragon bloodline skill. For symbols Azure Dragon escape technique. Incomplete. After accepting Suze's numerous importations, little Qing finally leveled up. Its spiritual intelligence further awakened. Its eyes became more lively, and the emotions contained within them increased. Suze patted its head and smiled. It seems your talent isn't that great. It took over 2 years of imparted cultivation to reach intermediate level. Little Qing seemed to understand his words and immediately became angry. It raised its head and turned away, as if it no longer intended to pay attention to its master. What a temper. It's like dealing with a woman. Suze couldn't help but laugh and cry. Now even spiritual beasts are hard to please. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Suze set off on his journey. A blue shadow rushed over at high speed, wrapping around Suze's wrist. Little Qing was also eager to try, as it, being a magical beast, naturally yearned for the wild forests. There were direct buses from the city to the outskirts of the forest. After confirming Suze's identity as a cultivator, he was allowed to board. The bus was mostly filled with young people. Their strengths were around the body refining stage 4th level, with only 2 reaching the 5th level. Such strength could only barely allow them to wander around the outskirts of the forest. To venture deeper, one would need at least the strength of the body refining stage 8th level. The transportation in this world is very developed. Just half an hour later, the vehicle slowly came to a stop. As soon as Suze stepped off, a scent of earthy freshness filled with the essence of nature wafted towards him. In front of him lay an endless expanse of forest, with trees towering dozens to hundreds of meters high everywhere. At this moment, the parking spot was bustling with people coming and going. Here is a temporary stop outside the city. It is also a marketplace for trading goods. From time to time, cultivators returned from deep within the forest, selling things they obtained in the woods. Suze didn't linger here for long. After choosing a direction, he plunged into the vast forest. As soon as they entered the forest, Xiaoqing let out an excited hiss. It climbed down from Suze's wrist and happily crawled along the ground. Its speed increased rapidly, soon turning into a blue shadow darting through the forest. Suze did not restrain Xiaoqing and followed closely behind. For spiritual beasts, they are the true masters of the forest. The various laws of the forest are already imprinted deep within their bloodlines. Therefore, letting Xiaoqing search for prey on its own is far more efficient than Suze relying on luck in the forest. The pair, one person and one snake, moved through the forest as if they were in water, without encountering any obstacles. Soon, they gradually ventured deeper into the wild forest. After a while, Xiaoqing suddenly stopped. Its vertical pupils fixed intently on something ahead, letting out a hiss to alert Suze. Something is happening. Suze circulated his true energy, adjusting his state to the best. This is not a game. It's the real wilderness. A moment of carelessness could lead to injury or even death. Following Xiaoqing's gaze, he saw a large tree not far away, where a dark creature was vigorously rubbing against the bark. Name, Bloodthirsty Wild Boar level. Mid-level special bloodline. None skills. Unknown until contracted mid-level, the same level as Xiaoqing. but it's unclear if there's a difference in strength. At this moment, the bloodthirsty wild boar also noticed Suze and Xiaoqing. They did not hide their presence. And the sense of smell of boar-type demon beasts is exceptionally sharp, so it's not surprising that it discovered them. Roar. The bloodthirsty wild boar, enraged by the intrusion of strangers into its territory, charged towards them. Its long tusks were exposed to the air, exuding a strong smell of blood. If hit by those tusks, Suze would surely end up with 2 bloody holes. However, this beast was not worth Suze's attention. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoqing, understanding his intent, rushed out. Chapter 8. So you're called the Wild Boar King? Although both Xiaoqing and the bloodthirsty wild boar are mid-level demon beasts, there is a significant gap between them. Every time Suze infused Xiaoqing with the purest golden true energy. This quality is top-notch true energy with magical effects. It has helped Xiaoqing improve its physique, making its body comparable to steel, coupled with the tiny trace of the Azure Dragon bloodline within Xiaoqing. Although it's just a minuscule hint, it's enough to give it strength far surpassing ordinary demon beasts. Suze stepped forward, took out a dagger, and removed the 2 long tusks. Xiaoqing's scales shimmered, not a drop of blood touching it. It was excited, continuously darting among the trees. Suze looked at the boar's corpse and was momentarily unsure how to handle it. The most valuable parts of this demon beast are the 2 tusks. While other parts are worth some money, carrying them would weigh Suze down. Suddenly, Suze remembered the earlier prompt from the system. Glancing at the time, it was just about mealtime. It was a good time to take a break. He removed a few of the finest pieces from the boar's body and then, with Xiaoqing, found a small creek. The water source was clean and sweet. Suze also found a beehive on a nearby rock wall. Inside were a group of low-level honeybee demon beasts. He was delighted, and with a single palm strike, the powerful gust dispersed the swarm, allowing him to gather a lot of honey from the hive. Not long after, he had made honey-glazed pork chops. Suze sat on a piece of blue stone by the riverbank, feasting and getting grease all over his mouth. After taking a bite, Xiaoqing spat it out in disdain and then, with a whoosh, dove into the stream to entertain itself. Suze's appetite was substantial. Especially now that he had become a cultivator, his food intake had increased significantly. Before long, several pounds of wild boar meat were all consumed. He wiped his mouth, stretched, and prepared to continue. Xiaoqing, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing roar echoed from the distant jungle. Suze looked in the direction of the sound and realized it seemed to come from where he had just arrived. A hint of blue appeared on Suze's shoulder. Xiaoqing seemed to sense something, its demeanor becoming much more alert. There was a contract connecting Suze and it, allowing him to vaguely sense its thoughts. Is that creature over there tough to deal with? Xiaoqing nodded, letting out a hiss, its body tensing up, ready for battle. Roar. The roar sounded again, this time louder, causing the surrounding leaves to shake. It seemed to be coming toward them. Suze frowned, keenly sensing this. The next moment, a massive black shadow suddenly charged out from the dark forest in front of him. The shadow rushed towards Suze at an incredible speed. Unfazed, Suze sidestepped to avoid it, simultaneously getting a clear look at what it was. It turned out to be a bloodthirsty wild boar as large as a bull. Name, Bloodthirsty Wild Boar King level. High-level special bloodline. None skills. Frenzy, bloodthirst. Note, the bloodthirsty wild boar king's muscles, when overblooded during a frenzy, will taste even more flavorful. The bloodthirsty wild boar king was fast and powerful, crashing through 3 large trees before finally stopping. It panted heavily, its red eyes fixated on Suze not far away. A familiar scent emanated from this human. It was the smell of its beloved little wife. But now, this human had killed her. Watching Suze and Xiaoqing, one human and one snake, the boar king was driven mad with rage. It wanted revenge, to kill these 2 creatures before it. That human was no threat, his aura weak, completely lacking combat power. Only that blue little worm had some strength, but there was still a significant gap between them. Such a traitor to the demon race, willingly becoming a pet to humans, was even more detestable. They must die? Roar. The bloodthirsty wild boar king roared, opening its massive mouth and charging towards Suze. High-level demon beasts possess strength equivalent to cultivators at the 8th level of body refinement. Coupled with the natural advantage of the demon beast's body strength, the boar king's power was formidable, especially in its current state of extreme fury. Even typical peak body refinement experts would have to avoid its might. However, Suze was different. He possessed the strength of 2 giant elephants, as strong as a monster. Now that he encountered a strength-type demon beast, he naturally wanted to test just how strong he was. Suze was very excited and signaled to Xiaoqing not to intervene. He couldn't always let Xiaoqing do the fighting. He needed to step up when it was time to act. Whoosh! The fierce wind generated by the boar king's charge reached him, mixed with a nauseating stench. Seeing that this human didn't even attempt to dodge, the boar king felt humiliated, its eyes bloodshot. entering a frenzy mode. Its speed and power surged. A pair of nearly half-meter-long tusks emerged, aiming to skewer Suze. However, just as the Boar King thought it would succeed, it suddenly felt as if it had crashed into a wall, its body freezing in place, unable to move at all. The Wild Boar King was startled and raised its eyes, only to find that its pair of tusks was firmly grasped in the hands of that human. Wild Boar King. Its muscles bulged as it tried to break free, but it found that those hands were like iron pincers, trapping it firmly in place. You really call yourself the Wild Boar King? Suze squinted and said with a smile. The Wild Boar King was very strong. However, no matter how strong it couldn't compare to the strength of two giant elephants. Therefore, the Wild Boar King in Suze's hands was like a chick, easily controlled. Suze held the Wild Boar King's tusks with one hand and frowned, saying, "Too weak." Xiaoqing beside him was wide-eyed. The Wild Boar King's strength was among the top in its level of demon beasts. Yet now, the master had subdued it with just one hand? For a moment, Xiaoqing's reverence for Suze deepened. The Wild Boar King began to struggle desperately, its eyes bloodshot, completely driven mad. Its forehooves clawed at the ground, kicking up a large amount of dirt, but it was of no use. Suze stood there like a pillar, his stance unwavering from start to finish. This was a bit too easy. He hadn't even tested his true strength. Suze shook his head, feeling quite bored. He didn't think it was remarkable at all that a person at the second level of body refinement could easily subdue a high-level demon beast. Xiaoqing rolled its eyes. If it could speak, it would definitely want to retort. Are you speaking human language? Chapter 9. Blood Dragon grasped the Wild Boar King, was completely enraged. It activated its innate skill, and its strength began to surge. But Suze remained unmoved, as if he were a great wall. This was really boring. Suze shook his head in disappointment, casually lifting the bull-like Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar King's body twisted wildly in midair, letting out furious roars. Noisy. Suze waved his hand and slammed the Wild Boar King heavily onto the ground. Then he lifted it again and tossed it to the side. After repeating this several times, the Wild Boar King's voice abruptly stopped. Suze was taken aback. Is it that fragile? Aren't wild boars known for their tough skin and thick meat? How could it die after just a couple of slams? Xiaoqing was already stunned. A 600 or 700-pound wild boar was tossed around like a chick and killed. Who's the demon and who's the human here? Suze didn't linger here. Took down the two tusks that were half a meter long and turned to leave. Xiaoqing hurriedly followed Suze's pace, not daring to lag behind. Who knew if there were other demon beasts attracted by the commotion? It was better to run away quickly. Soon, Suze completely blended into the forest, his speed increasing. The man and the snake began a scavenging expedition around the forest's edge. Along the way, they encountered several demon beasts, including some high-level ones. However, none were a match for them. Under Suze's divine power, almost no demon beast could withstand the force of his punch. After 5 hours, Suze was already loaded with items. Even Xiaoqing had a bare paw dragging behind it. By now, the sky was darkening, and the sun was about to set. The forest at night was the most dangerous, as many powerful demon beasts would appear. There might even be high-level demon beasts present, equivalent to human foundation-building experts. The gap between body refinement and foundation building was significant and could not be compensated for by mere numbers. Therefore, Suze decided to leave early to avoid any unexpected events. He called out, and Xiaoqing immediately climbed onto his wrist, transforming back into a bracelet. The next moment, Suze's figure instantly disappeared. After a while, Suze suddenly stopped and listened carefully for a moment before confirming that he hadn't misheard. In the far side, someone was calling for help. He thought, let's go take a look. If I can help easily, I'll save them. If the demon beast is too strong, then they'll have to fend for themselves, and Suze wouldn't hesitate to leave. His speed was quick. Soon he reached the source of the sound. In a marsh, 3 men and 2 women were struggling. Surrounding them were several 3-meter-long crocodiles, constantly attacking them. 3 of the people were already injured, and 1 seemed to have fallen into unconsciousness. Blood flowed down their arms, falling into the marsh. This scent of blood further excited the crocodiles, making their attacks even more frequent. Suze glanced over, and lines of text appeared before his eyes. Name: Black Water Crocodile Level. Mid-level Special Bloodline. None skills. Bite remarks: social creatures. Individually weak, but if 3 black water crocodiles work together, they can hunt high-level demon beasts. Suze scanned briefly and found there were at least 10 black water crocodiles. No wonder those 5 were trapped here. It seemed that if this dragged on, they would become the crocodiles' dinner. The 5 were still fighting desperately, constantly dodging the black water crocodiles' attacks. Just as one of them turned sideways, a flash of red light appeared. Suze focused and saw that behind the 5, a bright red plant was growing, surrounded by dots of red light, looking extraordinary. Blood dragon grass. Suze recognized what it was at a glance. This was a rare and precious herb, one of the main ingredients for certain elixirs. He recognized it because Lin Miaoi had mentioned it to him yesterday. During their conversation, Lin Miaoi revealed that she was trying to refine a certain elixir, and one of the main ingredients was blood dragon grass. Therefore, Suze was well aware of the efficacy and rarity of blood dragon grass. This was a good thing. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that just one blood dragon grass was worth as much as all of Suze's gains for the day. Those 5 people probably discovered this blood dragon grass and took the risk to enter the marsh, not expecting to attract the surrounding black water crocodiles. Suze weighed the situation in his heart. After confirming that the black water crocodiles posed no threat to him, he finally made up his mind to take action. Golden true energy surged and flowed, filling his muscles with powerful strength. He exerted force with his legs, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. Chunwei was almost in despair. After finally finding this blood dragon grass, he was so overjoyed that he lost focus and didn't notice the nearby group of black water crocodiles. If he died, it was one thing. But if anything happened to the lady, how could he explain it to the family head? He desperately blocked an attack from a black water crocodile. Glancing at the unconscious figure behind him, his heart raced with anxiety. What to do? If this drags on, they'll definitely die. Just as Chunwei was about to fall into despair, bang. A dull sound came from afar. A dark figure appeared at the edge of the swamp. In the blink of an eye, that person had already arrived at the battlefield. Before the 5 could react, plop. One black water crocodile suddenly stopped moving. Its head and body slowly separating, its body weakly collapsing into the marsh, releasing a large burst of blood red. Chunwei was stunned. A look of shock appearing in his eyes. The strength of the black water crocodile was not very strong, but its tough skin and thick flesh gave it astonishing defense. Ordinary attacks were completely ineffective. Moreover, if they focused on dealing with one, they would be attacked by the other black water crocodiles. This made the 5 very troubled, slowly exhausting their stamina and even getting injured. And it wasn't over yet. Plop, plop. A large spurt of blood sprayed out, and the heads of the black water crocodiles dropped to the ground. Suze seemed like the Grim Reaper, quickly reaping the lives of the black water crocodiles. He used his hand as a knife, swinging down to sever a massive head. Xiaoqing was also busy, her figure darting around as she directly pierced through the head of a black water crocodile. Moments later, all 10 black water crocodiles were dead. Suze clapped his hands, turned around, and saw 4 pairs of wide, round eyes staring at him. Chunwei looked at the young man in front of him, filled with shock, unable to say a word for a long time. How could a few experienced old warriors be outdone by a young person? Chapter 10. Saved your lives. Is it too much to ask for a reward? Just as Chunwei and the others were still in shock, Suze ignored him and walked straight past him to their back. He bent down carefully, pulled out the blood dragon grass, wrapped it up carefully, and put it into his backpack. Chunwei and the others watched Suze take the blood dragon grass with their eyes wide open. But they didn't dare to voice any objections. They didn't know what kind of person Suze was. He looked like a ruthless character who didn't talk much. Who knew if he would casually eliminate them too? Moreover, regardless of the purpose, he was their savior, the one who had slaughtered all the black water crocodiles. So the blood dragon grass rightfully belonged to him. Finally, Chunwei spoke up. This friend, your life-saving grace is invaluable. Before he could finish, Suze raised his hand to interrupt him. Oh, I can be repaid. Who says I can't be repaid? Suze smiled slightly. Chunwei was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Suze cleared his throat and said, well, looking at you all in the forest, you wouldn't have come without any other gains, right? One of Chunwei's companions suddenly exclaimed, what do you mean? Are you robbing us? Uft, what are you talking about? Suze frowned and said sternly, what do you mean by robbing? Using force to threaten you to hand over your belongings is called robbery. But me? I'm just collecting my legal reward. Can that be called robbery? What reward? The man asked. Suze spread his hands and stared at them. I saved your lives. Is it too much to ask for a reward? Suddenly, the man didn't know what to say. Chunwei signaled him to stop talking and then said to Suze, what this friend said is correct. A person's life is priceless, and asking for a reward is reasonable. After saying that, he began to take out items from his backpack. What are you all still dawdling for? Hurry up and take out your things, he said to the others. In no time, a large pile of items was piled up in front of Suze. What puzzled Suze was that most of these items were medicinal herbs. Chunwei carried the unconscious person on his back and said to Suze, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Suze nodded. However, after thinking for a moment, he picked out 2 hemostatic pills from the pile of medicinal herbs and casually tossed them to Chunwei. Give them to that person, otherwise, it might be dangerous. Suze still felt a bit embarrassed after casually robbing these people. Chunwei was taken aback, thanked him, and then hurriedly ran out of the forest with the other 3. At the moment they turned around, the hair of the person on Chunwei's back fluttered, revealing a small part of their face. Suze caught a glimpse and suddenly felt it looked somewhat familiar. However, the face was smeared with dirt. making it difficult to recognize. He shook his head and packed away the pile of medicinal herbs. After tidying up, half an hour later, at the temporary item trading point, Suze selected a few useful items from his loot and disposed of the rest on the spot. Although the price would be lower than in the city, it was convenient. Ding. Wealthy treasure received. 80,000 yuan. Suze looked at the suddenly increased balance on his phone, feeling a surge of emotion. This is the life of a cultivator. Money is easily attainable for them. Even if they can't possess a lot of wealth, they can still earn a sum that ordinary people can't earn in several lifetimes. Therefore, Suze began to wander around. Suddenly, he overheard some people's discussions. Have you heard? The bloodthirsty wild boar king in Forest Zone 12 was killed. What? I remember that wild boar king was at the upper level, and when it went berserk, even peak body refining warriors had to run away. Could it be that a Foundation establishment cultivator came? That's impossible. Those Foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't come to that kind of area. Not only that, but the killer bee swarm in Zone 8 and the barbarian bears in Zone 9 have also been wiped out. What's going on? How did all those troublesome creatures die? In such a short period, being able to kill so many beast monsters? Only a Foundation establishment expert could possibly do that. Is it that leading merchant family? The Lin family? Yeah, I also heard that the injured person seems to have quite a status, probably an important figure. What I want to know is, how did they escape from the black water crocodile swarm? That's even more absurd. It seems like one person directly slaughtered all the black water crocodiles to save them. Damn, there's someone with such strength who is also kind-hearted? Kind-hearted? If you knew what that person did next, you wouldn't be saying that. What did he do? After slaughtering the black water crocodiles, he directly took the blood dragon grass discovered by the Lin family. What's the big deal? That thing was originally their loot. Indeed. But after taking the blood dragon grass, this gentleman also casually made the Lin family members hand over a reward. That is not too much to ask. The reward was that he took all their gains from this trip in the forest. Upon hearing this, the crowd that was discussing suddenly had nothing more to say. But no matter what, he ultimately saved their lives, so even if he charged a high reward, it shouldn't be a problem. Many cultivators began discussing again. However, this time, their topic mainly focused on the mysterious expert who had slain several troublesome beast monsters. Soon, the entire temporary item trading market was aware of these two matters. Therefore, not long after, a topic rapidly gained traction on the Jiangnan City Cultivator Forum. Who is the mysterious expert who killed 5 upper-level beasts? Shocking. Eyewitnesses say the mysterious expert seems to be a young person. Urgent. The Lin family urgently seeks a blood dragon grass. As these topics continued to ferment. Chapter 11. 50 times critical hit. Body refining 5th layer. Foundation establishment tracker? Suze had not registered an account on this forum. Therefore, he was unaware of these discussions. Knowledge about martial arts, sorcery, alchemy, beast taming, and other areas. 30 kilometers away, in front of a large manor, several luxury cars slowly stopped, and the doors opened, with several silver-haired, old men stepping out. They quickly arrived outside a room under the guidance of the servants. A middle-aged man had been waiting for a long time and eagerly greeted them upon seeing them. Elder Wang, you have finally arrived. The elder referred to as Elder Wang said nothing more, changed into a white lab coat, and directly entered the room. Moments later, rest assured, there's nothing serious. It's just a significant mental shock. A few days of rest will be fine. The middle-aged man looked at the girl lying on the bed and finally breathed a sigh of relief, awkwardly saying, I'm sorry, Elder Wang. She's my only precious daughter, and I can't let her suffer any harm. Elder Wang snorted coldly, no harm? Then why did you let her go to the wilderness forest? Middle-aged people hold a high status, yet this elderly man reprimanded him fiercely, and he did not dare to retort. Was it really necessary for just a blood dragon grass, which is not particularly precious? The old man continued without stopping, until finally, a sound came from the room. Everyone was delighted, and the middle-aged man rushed in. Meowie, you've woken up. In the early morning, Suze had just awakened when he saw a pair of eager eyes. After several rounds of enlightenment, Xiaoqing had figured out the pattern and was waiting for Suze's guidance early in the morning. Suze extended a finger and tapped it on Xiaoqing's head. You have imparted 1 year of cultivation to the Qing Jiao snake. The enlightenment cashback function has been triggered. Your cashback multiplier for this time is 50 times. You have gained 50 years of cultivation. In the next moment, a massive amount of spiritual energy appeared within Suze's meridians. 50 times cashback? Suze was taken aback, and then felt as if his whole body was wrapped in a warm sensation. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of breaking echoed. 3 giant elephant seeds were instantly activated. A tremendous power filled his body, and streams of golden true energy emerged, nourishing his physical body and strengthening his bones and muscles. With a slight exertion, the muscles in his arm tightened, their fibers as resilient as steel. With a gentle wave of his hand, A series of explosive sounds rang out in the air. His physical strength had once again increased. At the same time, his cultivation level had risen to the 5th level of body forging. After a long while, everything calmed down. Suze returned from his meditative state. His eyes filled with joy. Today's luck was simply overwhelming. 50 times cashback, directly gaining 50 years of cultivation. The golden true energy roared like a giant dragon, constantly enhancing his strength. Suze flicked his fingers lightly, and an invisible force burst forth, shattering a distant vase. This was merely the power of his physical body. The dragon elephant body cultivation technique was truly monstrous. Suze couldn't help but sigh. After the enlightenment, he didn't cultivate further. After all, for the dragon elephant body cultivation technique, activating a giant elephant seed was no longer something that could be done in a day or two. In comparison, relying on the cashback ability from enlightenment seemed more reliable. So, Suze called out and took Xiaoqing out for a stroll. Community Park. With the advancement of technology and the emergence of cultivation systems, humanity has increasingly emphasized environmental protection. The park is large, and there are many visitors. Most of them are residents from nearby, and since it is the weekend, they brought their families and children to the park for leisure. Xiaoqing coiled around Suze's wrist, quietly opening its 2 eyes, and most people would not notice the unusualness of this green bracelet. Since its hatching, it was the first time seeing so many new things. With the increase in cultivation, the bond between the person and the snake became tighter. Therefore, Suze could clearly feel its anxious and nervous emotions. He gently stroked Xiaoqing's scales, and after a long time of soothing, Xiaoqing finally returned to normal. However, at that moment, Xiaoqing suddenly sent a vague message. Suze pondered for a moment and finally reached a conclusion. His eyes narrowed, and his body involuntarily tensed up. Someone was tracking him. As a beast, Xiaoqing was particularly sensitive to such things. The person lurking in the shadows was very strong and skilled at concealing their presence, but they wouldn't expect that Xiaoqing could instinctively sense them. Being able to easily evade Suze at this moment indicated that the person was at least a foundation-building expert. Why would such a powerful person be stalking him? Suze was contemplating this question while also considering countermeasures. Regardless of the situation, he should think in the worst possible direction. Did he have any enemies at home? Over the past few years, he had been living an honest life as an ordinary student and couldn't have provoked any cultivators. What could it be? Suddenly, Suze thought of something. Could it be those 5 people? He recalled the 5 unfortunate souls he had robbed yesterday. It couldn't be. He had at least saved their lives. Was it really necessary to send a foundation-building expert to deal with him just for a small reward? Xiaoqing sent another message. Master, that person's footsteps have quickened. It seems they are preparing to strike. Suze was startled. They planned to make a move directly in a crowded area? Did they not fear harming these innocent ordinary people? There are clear regulations among cultivators. They are not allowed to harm ordinary people indiscriminately. Did that person not fear facing punishment? But now he couldn't think too much about that. Suze took a deep breath, maintaining a calm expression, even smiling and greeting a nearby volunteer. But in reality, within him, the golden true energy roared like a giant dragon, surging forth from his dantian. And a terrifying energy was constantly gathering. His muscles remained relaxed, but were primed to unleash the most terrifying power. The dragon elephant body cultivation technique was operating frantically. Deep in Suze's eyes, 2 points of golden light gradually brightened. He was preparing to fight. No matter if the stalker was a foundation-building expert or something else, Suze would never surrender. Even if it was a foundation-building expert, he would still take a piece of flesh from that person. Chapter 12, Research Institute of Alternate Dimensions. Special Authority Saturday, 9 a.m. Many people were walking in the park. Suze walked among the crowd but felt as if there was a world separating him from them. Subconsciously, he began to move toward less populated areas. In the upcoming battle, he could not hold back even a little. He had to go all out to have a slim chance of survival. Therefore, he would minimize the casualties of ordinary people as much as possible. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps behind him grew clearer. Now, even Suze could feel that person's presence. Moments later, the mysterious foundation-building expert who had been following Suze had arrived behind him. Suze's mind was highly focused, his body poised between tension and relaxation, ready to deliver his strongest blow at any moment. However, to Suze's surprise, the foundation-building expert did not continue forward. Instead, they maintained a distance of about 5 meters. Following him closely, Suze frowned, feeling confused about the situation. Wang Xiong was a researcher, and he was a foundation-building researcher. He had just joined the Research Institute of Alternate Dimensions 5 years ago, becoming a grassroots worker responsible for testing data from newly discovered alternate dimensions. This was a very sought-after profession. Every newly discovered alternate dimension was a massive treasure trove, containing countless materials and substances not found in the main world. Just mining a little could be worth a fortune, more than an ordinary person could spend in 10 lifetimes. Of course, this job was also filled with danger. Newly appearing alternate dimensions were often very unstable, and spatial rifts could occur at any time. Moreover, there could be native creatures living in these alternate dimensions, and these creatures were often powerful and extremely brutal. As a result, many exploration personnel had lost their lives during explorations. Among these people were Su Zhe's parents. Wang Xiong vaguely heard some old employees mention that something seemed to have gone wrong during that mission back then. After the incident, all files related to the task were sealed. Wang Xiong was once very curious and wanted to learn more about it, but he couldn't find a single clue. However, just a few days ago, new leads emerged. The Research Institute suddenly assigned him a task to go to Jiangnan City, find Su Zhe, and recruit Su Zhe as a member of the Research Institute. The higher-ups issued a strict order that even if Su Zhe disagreed, they still needed to establish a stable means of contact. After receiving the order, Wang Xiong immediately set off on the road to find Su Zhe. When he found Su Zhe, he happened to see him taking a stroll in the park. To ensure the smooth completion of this task, he did not approach rashly but followed Su Zhe quietly while contemplating his opening line. However, he did not expect that Su Zhe seemed to have noticed him. After all, he was a foundation-building cultivator, and that little guy seemed to be only at the 5th level of body refinement, right? He had deliberately concealed his aura. So how did Su Zhe discover him? Wang Xiong worried that he might cause a misunderstanding, quickened his pace, and decided to explain everything to Su Zhe directly. Surely, with his sincere approach, he wouldn't mess things up. However, just as Wang Xiong quickened his pace, he suddenly sensed something was off. The young man ahead seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation in an instant. Although there was no substantial change, that feeling of ominousness was unmistakable. As Wang Xiong got closer to Su Zhe, that eerie sensation intensified. The Su Zhe ahead seemed like a beast about to pounce. A suffocating sense of pressure slowly radiated from him. This was simply unbelievable. After all, he was a foundation-building cultivator. The gap between that and the 5th level of body refinement was like heaven and earth, with no comparability at all. Yet that young man not far away could give him such a feeling. Was it an illusion? But when Wang Xiong got within 5 meters of Su Zhe, that dangerous feeling re-emerged and intensified to the extreme. He could not move forward any longer. Was this guy a monster? He exclaimed in his heart. Wang Xiong knew that it must have been his previous actions that led to Su Zhe's misunderstanding. To avoid things escalating further, he tried to soften his tone and said gently, "Su Zhe, don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I am a colleague of your parents." To ensure Su Zhe believed him, he took out a work ID from his pocket. "See, this is my ID card from the Alternate Space Research Institute. Level 3 Researcher Wang Xiong. My employee number is 000529. Alternate Space Research Institute." In the CAF, Su Zhe looked at the man in front of him and said. Wang Xiong nodded, looking at the handsome young man before him, and said, "Yes, didn't you hear about it before? Your parents are both special researchers in our institute. Your father is even considered likely to take over as the director in the future." This was the first time Su Zhe had heard such news, and he couldn't help but be stunned. When his parents were still around, they rarely stayed at home. He only knew they were researchers, but didn't know their specific positions. He had thought they were just ordinary employees, but he didn't expect their status to be so high. He knew about the Alternate Space Research Institute. It was the most prestigious and powerful place. A special researcher, and someone who might become the director. What kind of status was that? One could say he was the most promising, influential, and dazzling rising star among the youth of the entire Jiuzhou. Yet he had been completely unaware of all this. For so many years, his parents had kept this from him. Why was that? Su Zhe suddenly felt that some things were not so simple. There were many things he needed to uncover. So, how about joining our research institute? Once you come in, we can provide you with any resources you need. Although it won't be entirely free, Wang Xiong said. Su Zhe had to admit that if he didn't have the system, he might have agreed to him. After all, the resources needed for cultivating the dragon-elephant body refinement technique were immense. But now things were different. Not only did he have the ability for a return on investment during enlightenment, but he also had a gut feeling that joining the Alternate Space Research Institute so early might not be a good thing. Thus, he directly refused. "I'm sorry, but I don't plan to join the Research Institute for now. However, I will definitely consider it in the future." Wang Xiong was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't see it as a bad outcome. He could accept it. He took out a metal card and handed it to Su Zhe, saying solemnly, "This is your father's exclusive identity card. With this card, you can obtain special permissions at any research institute." Wang Xiong looked at the card in his hand. His eyes filled with deep envy. Special permissions. How many people dreamed of that, yet worked their entire lives without ever touching it? Chapter 13. What the hell? Which demon dares to impersonate Su Zhe? After handing the identity card to Su Zhe, Wang Xiong left. He opened his computer, typed in a few keywords, but couldn't find any relevant information at all. What happened back then? Suze had no idea and decided to stop dwelling on it. He then immersed himself in a sea of knowledge, frantically learning various things. However, at the same time, his belief in uncovering the truth grew much stronger. A few days later, you have imparted 1 year of cultivation to the Qing Jiao snake, triggering the return on investment feature. Your return multiple for this time is 3. You have gained 3 years of cultivation. His luck had been somewhat poor these past few days. The return multiple was always in single digits. This level of cultivation was just a drop in the bucket for the dragon elephant body refinement technique. Therefore, the 6th dragon elephant seed had yet to be activated. However, Suze didn't dwell on this issue. After tidying up, he set off for school. Today was the day of the opening ceremony. The school would also help register the identities of cultivators, so he couldn't miss it. An hour later, Suze arrived at Jiangnan City's first senior high school again. Unlike last time, the entrance was now packed with people, all parents sending their children off. There were many cultivators around, some of whom were quite powerful. Suze struggled through the crowd and entered the campus. Inside the large auditorium, he followed the instructions to find his class position. There were many new faces in the seats. He scanned the room, but suddenly felt that something was missing. After a moment, he realized he hadn't seen Lin Miao Yi. He had a deep impression of this kind-hearted girl. Now suddenly not seeing her made him feel a bit puzzled. Lin Miao Yi didn't come? He found someone he had spoken to that day and asked. Sister Lin seems to have been injured and is currently taking leave to recuperate at home, which is why she didn't come to the opening ceremony. Suze responded with an "oh" and didn't inquire further. It was common for cultivators to be injured. He just wondered how Lin Miao Yi, a pill refiner, got hurt. The crowd in the auditorium grew larger. Soon, most of the new students had arrived. Several teachers came to each class to start counting and verifying the numbers. Wang Beichen, here. Huang Yiming, here. Suze, here. The teacher responsible for counting paused, suddenly turning to look at Suze. After examining Suze closely, he spoke again. Suze? He quickly walked up to Suze and asked coldly, "Are you Suze?" Suze was a bit confused. "Yes, I am Suze." What puzzled Suze was that after hearing his affirmative answer, the teacher in front of him completely changed his expression, clearly showing some anger. What was going on? Was it illegal to call him Suze? Just as Suze was confused, the teacher shouted angrily, "Nonsense." Upon hearing this, Suze frowned, thinking that this teacher might be a bit problematic. The teacher sneered. "The information clearly states that you just awakened not long ago. So what? And then what?" Suze's voice also turned cold. "And then what? You dare to ask me, and then what?" The teacher's voice gradually rose, sarcastically saying, "A person who just awakened for more than 10 days can be considered good if they can stabilize their realm at the 2nd level of body refining. And if they can advance to the 3rd level, that's already a small talent. To reach the 4th level is considered a rare genius. And you? What level of cultivation do you have now?" "The 5th level of body refining." The people around were attracted by the situation and gathered around. After hearing the teacher's words, they looked at Suze in astonishment. More than 10 days to reach the 5th level of body refining? Is that possible? It can't be. Since it couldn't be, then there was only one possibility left. That is, this person in front of them was an imposter. Many people figured this out. In an instant, the people around Suze seemed to see a ghost and distanced themselves from him. After hearing the teacher's words, Suze was instantly speechless. He thought this teacher was deliberately causing trouble, but he didn't expect it was because of this. Suze felt very helpless. It wasn't his fault. However, before Suze could think of how to explain, the teacher spoke again. "I have asked you repeatedly, yet you still refuse to repent and insist you are Suze. I even have reason to suspect you are a spy transformed from a demon beast. Suze, speak. Which demon dares to impersonate Suze?" The teacher shouted, his whole body radiating a faint light, and a suffocating aura spread out. A foundation establishment expert. This teacher turned out to be a foundation establishment cultivator. At that moment, a few more people heard the commotion and rushed to the teacher's side. "Mr. Tan, what happened?" A middle-aged man with graying hair asked. Upon hearing this, the principal was immediately shocked and looked at Suze, realizing he was indeed at the 5th level of body refining. A glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes as he scanned Suze up and down. Moments later, a trace of surprise and shock emerged in the principal's eyes as he murmured, "He is not an imposter. He really is Suze." Mr. Tan, who was closest, naturally heard clearly and was stunned. What? Then she reacted and exclaimed, "He really is Suze." Her voice echoed throughout the auditorium. In an instant, the entire auditorium fell into dead silence, with hundreds of eyes focused on Suze. Many people looked at him as if he were a monster, staring at him in shock. Moments later, the crowd erupted into chaos, the noise rising. This guy used just over 10 days to advance from an ordinary person to the 5th level of body refining? Quick, tell me this isn't true. Has anyone done this before? Certainly, there have been, but those people seem to be the heirs of top families, cultivated since childhood. Could it be that Suze is also one of those people? It shouldn't be. How could such a person come to our school? The discussion continued as the principal walked up to Suze. He wore a kind smile and asked, Suze, can I help you confirm your identity? Suze knew that if he disagreed, he might not be able to fully prove his identity. Therefore, he nodded. Seeing that Suze agreed, the principal extended a finger and pointed at Suze's forehead. In the next second, Suze felt an extremely powerful true energy appear in his meridians. However, when this unfamiliar energy emerged, the golden true energy within Suze immediately became agitated, like a fierce beast that had its territory invaded, roaring loudly. Roar. In the depths of his mind, it seemed that a roar filled with killing intent echoed. The golden true energy burst out of the Dantian and followed the meridians to confront the unexpected guest from the outside. With a loud slap, the principal suddenly felt a sharp pain at his fingertip, and then his finger was violently bounced away. The astonished expression on his face vanished in an instant. In that moment of contact, he sensed the true energy within Suze. It was an indescribable feeling. When his true energy came into contact with Suze's true energy, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, directly frightened and fleeing in all directions. This was simply unbelievable. He was a golden core expert who had surpassed foundation establishment. How could true energy possibly lose to the true energy of a body refining practitioner? He looked deeply at Suze. More than 10 days to reach the 5th level of body refining, with the domineering true energy within him. These factors combined made Suze full of mysteries. However, one thing he could be sure of was that Suze was not an imposter. As long as this point was confirmed, it would be enough. Everyone has their own secrets, and it wasn't appropriate for him to dig too deeply. However, out of curiosity, he still asked, Suze, how did you manage to cultivate to the 5th level of body refining in just over 10 days? Did you use some kind of elixir? Moments later, Suze lifted his head, looked at the people around him seriously, and said, I didn't take any miraculous elixirs, nor did I have any fortunate encounters, and of course, I didn't have any masters directly passing down their skills to me. He paused for a moment. Everyone perked up their ears, not wanting to miss what Suze would say next. Suze smiled and said, I'm just a bit more diligent. Crack, crack, crack. It was as if a petrifying sound appeared invisibly. The principal's smile instantly froze on his face. Everyone looked at Suze, their expressions very wonderful. They had just listened with 100 concentration, not daring to slack off. And in the end, they heard a piece of nonsense. This is like listening to a speech and hearing a speech. After a long while, the principal finally reacted. His face turned green and white. And after a few violent coughs, he felt much better. Suze asked with concern, Principal, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. The principal waved his hand and said, This kid is really mischievous. If he doesn't want to say it, then just let him be. Why play this game with me? An old man? Really disrespectful. Suze's expression was very serious. What I said is true. I'm really not a genius, just a bit more diligent. Every morning at 7 o'clock, I get up on time to practice, and I don't dare to delay even for a day. Besides that, all my time is spent studying, learning various knowledge. As the crowd listened to Suze's words and looked at his serious expression, they suddenly felt that Suze seemed to be telling the truth. However, this thought was quickly overturned. Even if you are diligent, advancing to the 5th level of body refining in such a short time is already extremely ridiculous. While Suze was speaking, the little green on his wrist couldn't help but roll its eyes. Others might not know, but it certainly did. You get up on time every morning to practice? You really dare to say that? What you did was to casually point your finger at my head, infuse me with spiritual power, and then go back to sleep. When have I seen you get up to practice? In contrast, it seems that my tool, the snake, is a bit more hardworking, right? However, the snake has to bow its head under the eaves. After rolling her eyes, Xiaoqing transformed back into a bracelet. The principal listened to Suze's narration, moved. No matter how Suze described it, the fact that he was a genius was undeniable. After all, no amount of effort could achieve what Suze has accomplished now. What truly touched the principal was the sweat behind Suze's talent. They often regarded cultivation as a job or a task. Completing a certain amount each day was enough. But look at Suze. Despite having such astonishing talent, he is still so diligent. This realization, this perseverance, this talent. The principal looked at Suze, feeling a surge of emotion. If Suze could grow normally, he would surely be a future star of the human race. He thought to himself, not just the principal. Many people found themselves thinking along the same lines after hearing Suze's words. Firstly, Suze spoke with such emotion, it was simply too real. Secondly, they couldn't imagine how great a person's talent must be to rise to the 5th level of body refinement in just 10 days without much cultivation. They couldn't fathom it. Therefore, they chose to believe the first. Suddenly, many people's expressions changed. They looked at Suze with a hint of respect and admiration in their eyes. Such a person is destined to be the brightest star in the crowd. As Suze continued speaking, he suddenly noticed the change in the people around him. He glanced around, his mouth twitching slightly. He was just improvising. Did these people really believe him? Looking at those pairs of adoring eyes, Suze suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, regretting that he had exaggerated a bit too much. If this group of people knew that he only practiced for the first 2 days and then relied on his ability to gain insights to increase his cultivation, eventually reaching decades of cultivation to rise to the 5th level of body refinement, they would probably beat him to death. Suze carefully considered for a moment and decided to maintain the persona of a hard-working, diligent genius. Chapter 15. As long as you stay, I can make you the principal. To avoid later complications, Suze decisively chose to stop the topic and said, in summary, while I may indeed have a bit of talent, my effort and diligence are also indispensable. Talent alone is not enough without hard work. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Suze was absolutely right. Without hard work, even a peerless genius would have limited achievements in the future. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze towards Suze changed. The teacher who had initially shown regret apologized to Suze, saying, Suze, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. After hearing Suze's words, he felt quite ashamed. Just because he had built his foundation a little earlier, he had become complacent and had made little progress until now. Fortunately, Suze's speech had awakened him. He immediately decided that from today onward, all his spare time would be dedicated to cultivation. This idea didn't just appear in his mind. It also emerged in the minds of all the new students. Suze's diligence deeply inspired them. If even a genius works this hard, why shouldn't someone with average aptitude like them put in the effort? The principal clearly felt the change in the crowd and was instantly filled with joy. He looked at Suze, more and more satisfied. Suze, your spirit is truly worth learning from, he said with a smile. With someone like Suze in the school, the Jiangnan city's first high school would surely shine in the upcoming academy competition. The academy competition is equivalent to the college entrance examination for cultivation schools. Its importance is self-evident. If Suze could achieve a ranking in the competition, the high school would certainly gain more resources. Suddenly, the principal thought of something, and his expression changed. If news about Suze were to reach other cultivation schools, he could already imagine what would happen. Those schools would definitely go to great lengths to poach Suze from the high school. A genius like Suze is as sought after as a top scorer in the college entrance exam. No matter where he goes, he is a hot commodity. The principal pondered for a moment and decided to have a serious talk with Suze after the opening ceremony. Soon, the opening ceremony was held as scheduled. However, almost everyone was absent-minded, their thoughts not focused on the ceremony. The new students began to leave the venue. Before leaving, almost everyone took one last look at Suze, the hardworking genius. Suze wanted to leave directly, but the principal appeared again. Suze, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. In the office, the principal asked, Suze, do you have any requests for the school? Or is there any area in life where you need assistance? As soon as he entered, the principal spoke. Suze was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized the situation. The principal was worried about him being poached by other schools and wanted to keep him here. The principal got straight to the point. How about this? We can arrange a house for you in the city, provide you with chi-nourishing pills monthly, and when you need to break through, we can also provide you with foundation-building pills. He listed a series of conditions. Suze listened but wasn't particularly moved. At most, he could only marvel at the school's financial resources. After all, he was a chosen one, becoming stronger every day through insights. Items like pills for increasing cultivation weren't very significant for him. Of course, Suze had lived in Jiangnan City for over a decade and had long adapted to everything here, so he naturally wanted to stay here for school. Therefore, in his view, the principal was indeed overthinking. But the principal didn't know that Suze didn't need pills for cultivation at all. Seeing that Suze didn't speak, he thought his conditions weren't sufficient. This kid must be looking to take advantage. The principal gritted his teeth and decided to raise the stakes again, doubling the previous offer. Suze was stunned. He didn't expect the principal to be so generous. Suddenly, a sense of mischief arose in him, wanting to know just what kind of offer the principal could make. Thus, Suze furrowed his brows, falling into deep thought, as if he was slightly swayed. The principal noticed this and was overjoyed, raising the offer again to ensure success. However, Suze's expression only shifted slightly. He still appeared to be pondering. Finally, after several rounds of increasing the offer, the principal could no longer hold back. Let me be clear, as long as you stay at our school, I can make you the principal. The moment those words were spoken, even the principal was taken aback. He didn't expect himself to say something so outrageous. Seeing that the principal was about to collapse, Suze quickly said, Principal, you misunderstood. It's not that your conditions aren't generous enough, but that it's unnecessary. Unnecessary? What do you mean? The principal was taken aback and asked. Suze explained, it's like this. I've lived in Jiangnan City since I was born and have never left. I've developed feelings for this place, so it's impossible for me to go to a school in another city. After hearing Suze's words, the principal took a long time to react. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and a rush of blood surged to his head. However, he started to comfort himself. At least Suze had confirmed that he would stay at the school, right? He awkwardly said, since that's the case, those previous conditions, like the elixirs, were of little help to Suze, so he naturally didn't want them. Therefore, Suze waved his hand and said, then I definitely don't want them. The principal sighed in relief and suddenly felt that Suze looked particularly mature. This kid really understands. Aside from being a bit mischievous, he has almost no flaws. However, Suze hadn't finished speaking. He didn't want the items, but they could be converted to cash. In an instant, the smile that had just appeared on the principal's face froze. After a long while, he took a deep breath, and his smile became a bit stiff. Of course, I keep my word. I'll have the finance department convert it for you. When will that be? I suggest we do it today, Suze said. The principal's previously suppressed anger almost flared up again, but he held it in. All right, if you say that day, then that day it is. Suze smiled and said, Principal, you can rest assured. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive to become a foundation establishment practitioner as soon as possible to bring glory to our school. Upon hearing this, the principal's heart felt a little better. You better double your efforts. He thought to himself, then said, by the way, the Demon Suppression Tower will open in 3 months. You won't need to participate in the assessment. We've decided to give you one of the participation spots. You must put in some effort then. Chapter 16 Challenger Chain Foam. Peerless Genius? I refuse to accept. Suze, is it appropriate to give me a spot in the Demon Suppression Tower without an assessment? This is indeed an unexpected joy. When he first heard about the Demon Suppression Tower, he became interested. He originally planned to participate in the assessment to obtain a spot. He didn't expect to receive it directly now. The principal shook his head and said, there's nothing inappropriate about it. This thing is basically akin to being predetermined. Originally, only those students with good talent and strong abilities would have spots, and you naturally fall into that category, and you're among the exceptionally outstanding ones. Since that's the case, what's wrong with us giving you a spot directly? Moreover, the spot we are giving you belongs to the upper grades and won't affect this year's freshmen. After discussing these matters, Suze left the principal's office. The Beastmaster talent can be said to be one of the hardest talents to cultivate. As a Beastmaster, to become a revered powerhouse, one must contract a powerful spirit beast. On the podium, a professor was speaking eloquently about the knowledge of Beastmasters. Suze sat in the classroom, listening very intently. However, he quickly realized that what was being discussed was all very basic knowledge, not particularly useful for him. An hour later, the class bell rang on time. As soon as class was over, everyone in the classroom rushed to Suze's side. Hello, Suze. I'm Guan Zihan, a warrior. Can I have your contact information? Me too. I want your contact information. There was a cacophony around him. The crowd surrounding Suze was mainly female classmates, and many male classmates wanted to come over too. However, with those girls clustered together, if they tried to squeeze in, they might be treated as a pervert. Therefore, most of the boys could only watch from the outside. Suze felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He had never felt this way even in battle. For many years, he had lived alone and had gotten used to it, really not wanting to engage in such useless socializing. But seeing the current situation, if he didn't give out his contact information, he might not be able to escape. Suze had a flash of inspiration. He casually took a piece of white paper, wrote down a contact number, and handed it to a girl in front of him. In an instant, many classmates rushed to jot down the contact information. In the chaos, Suze took the opportunity to slip out of the classroom. In the principal's office, Principal Tang Yi was reading some materials. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, his phone rang urgently, and a series of verification messages popped up. Tang Yi was quite puzzled. Did something happen? Why was it so urgent with so many messages coming in? He picked up his phone and looked. Brother, I'm Su Xianwan. Nice to meet you. If you have time, we can go out for dinner this weekend. Brother, you're so handsome. Do I have a chance? Picture, 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 brother. Tang Yi. Upon seeing these pictures, he couldn't help but blush. Today's young people are too open. What is going on? Tang Yi's expression was quite interesting as his finger kept swiping, but he still couldn't figure out what was happening. Until he saw one person's name, he suddenly realized what was going on. Suze. That day, a loud shout echoed in the principal's office, shaking the entire building 3 times. Many professors and teachers curiously walked out of their offices, wondering what had happened. The next day, the alarm clock rang. Suze began his usual ritual of imparting his cultivation. You have imparted 1 year's worth of cultivation to the Qingjiao snake. Triggered the impartation cashback ability. Your cashback multiplier this time is 2x. You have gained 2 years of cultivation. The true qi in Suze's body surged slightly, increasing a little. After complaining about his bad luck, Suze washed up and then set off for school. The materials in the school library were richer and of much higher quality than those on public networks. At the high school, as soon as Suze arrived at school, he heard a commotion coming from the school gate. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. As soon as Suze got out of the car, those people recognized him. Brother Chin, that person is Suze? Suze frowned. It seemed they were looking for him, but it was clear that their intentions were not good. At the front of the crowd, a person stepped forward. Some of Suze's classmates were already there, having arrived before him. Suze, be careful, that is Senior Chin Feng from the previous grade. He lost his qualification to enter the Demon Suppression Tower due to a penalty. Originally, after the penalty was lifted, that spot was still his. But the principal directly gave that spot to you. He must be here to cause trouble after losing his spot to you. You can expect him to threaten you to give up the spot. In an instant, Suze felt less guilty about his actions yesterday. Chin Feng quickly approached Suze, coldly saying, "Are you Suze?" Suze nodded, "I am. What do you want?" As Suze expected, Chin Feng directly demanded that Suze give up his qualification to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. "That's impossible. I advise you to give up on this idea," Suze said calmly. The commotion at the school gate attracted many people. Soon, Tang Yi led a large group of teachers to the scene. When Tang Yi saw Suze, he immediately recalled what happened yesterday, and his expression darkened. Seeing Tang Yi arrive, Chin Feng straightened his neck and said, "I refuse to accept." Tang Yi frowned and said, "Refuse to accept what? You made a mistake first by using your abilities in public, almost causing a disaster. It's already good that you weren't expelled, and now you dare to cause trouble?" However, Chin Feng seemed to ignore him and continued, "I just refuse to accept it. Why can a freshman directly obtain a spot without participating in the assessment? Even if he advances to the 5th level of body refinement in 10 days, so what? Who knows what his actual combat power is? A peerless genius? I refuse to accept it. Whether he is a genius or not can only be known after actual combat." He spoke rapidly, firing off many words in one breath. Tang Yi was so furious that blood rushed to his head. Just then, Suze spoke up. "By your logic, shouldn't we have a fight to see who is qualified?" Everyone was taken aback by this statement. The classmates around him changed their expressions and hurriedly advised, "Suze, don't be impulsive. Senior Chin Feng has already reached the 7th level of body forging. The training period at the Cultivation School is half a year per academic year. Therefore, according to the time, Chin Feng has at least trained for half a year longer than Suze. Moreover, Suze is only at the 5th level of body forging now. How can he compete with the 7th level Chin Feng?" Chapter 17. You say you're a beast master? Nonsense. Hearing Suze's words, Chin Feng was momentarily stunned. The reason he blocked Suze at the school gate was merely to express his dissatisfaction. He had never thought of challenging Suze to a duel. After all, as a senior student, his training time was inherently longer than Suze's, and his cultivation and combat experience were quite good. Besides, Suze was at the 5th level of body forging, while he was at the 7th level. There was a 2-level gap between them. Therefore, even if Chin Feng was dissatisfied, he wouldn't have the face to suggest deciding qualifications through a duel. But now, Suze took the initiative to bring it up. When he realized this, his heart suddenly filled with joy. This was an opportunity delivered to him. Without waiting for others to react, Chin Feng said to Suze, "You brought this up yourself. Don't blame me for bullying the weak." Suze calmly replied, "Yes, I said that." The onlooking students erupted in a commotion, discussing fervently. Some who knew Suze became anxious. In their view, no matter how talented Suze was, his chances against Chin Feng were slim. After all, Chin Feng's strength and talent were quite impressive. He was not just any ordinary 7th level body forger. Tang Yi's expression also changed, feeling that Suze was too impulsive. He looked at Suze, only to suddenly find him unusually calm, with not even a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Although Tang Yi had not interacted much with Suze, based on his decades of experience in reading people, he felt that Suze was not the type to act impulsively without considering the consequences. Thinking of this, Tang Yi suddenly calmed down and looked at Suze with some anticipation. Could this kid really have confidence in this fight? Soon, news of Suze's duel with Chin Feng spread throughout the campus. In no time, many people gathered under the martial arts platform, including many teachers who also wanted to see the outcome of the battle. On the martial arts platform, Suze and Chin Feng each took their places. Tang Yi stood between them and asked Suze one last time, "Suze, are you sure you want to duel with Chin Feng?" After receiving a positive answer, Tang Yi no longer asked further and said, "This duel will be stopped at the point of decision. Neither side is allowed to harm the other's life, nor can they use any moves that could potentially disable their opponent." While saying this, Tang Yi kept his gaze fixed on Chin Feng. Chin Feng nodded, "Don't worry, principal. I'll only make Su Jr. lie in bed for a few days." He looked at Suze and added, "Just a heads up, I'm a martial cultivator, best at close combat." Suze nodded lightly, "Got it. Can we start now?" Chin Feng frowned. deeply dissatisfied with Su Zhe's attitude. However, he merely sneered and resolved to teach Su Zhe a lesson. Tang Yi stepped back, creating space, and solemnly announced, "Then, the duel begins." Below, discussions were incessant. "By the way, do you guys know what talent Su Zhe awakened? I heard he's a beast master." "What? Then where's his contracted spirit beast?" "I haven't seen it." "Maybe he hasn't had time to contract it yet. After all, he just awakened not long ago. Contracting a spirit beast is a big deal and can't be decided lightly." "But how can Su Zhe fight with Qin Feng, who is a martial cultivator?" "That's a problem. The 5 senses of cultivators are extremely sharp. Therefore, the discussions below reached Qin Feng's ears. When he heard that Su Zhe's talent was that of a beast master, he was momentarily stunned and then burst into laughter. "You're actually a beast master? Where's your contracted spirit beast?" "I don't see it. If you still don't have a contracted spirit beast, then Su Jr., I advise you to get checked into a hospital for your brain." Su Zhe replied calmly, "Not much cultivation, but your verbal skills are quite good. I suggest you consider a career as a stand-up comedian." Qin Feng's expression grew cold. His fists clenched as he charged at Su Zhe. He was furious, and the consequences would be serious. Therefore, he decided to teach Su Zhe a lesson. His speed was quick, radiating killing intent, and in the blink of an eye, he reached Su Zhe, throwing a punch. However, just as Qin Feng's fist was about to hit Su Zhe's figure suddenly disappeared. Qin Feng's punch missed, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. What is going on? Why is he so fast? A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Wasn't he that guy a beastmaster? How could he possess such speed? In the next moment, an extreme sense of danger surged in Qin Feng's heart. His combat experience was rich. He often trained in the wild forests, slaying many beasts, and his sense of danger was naturally very sharp. The sense of crisis coming from behind him was far stronger than any he had felt before. A voice echoed in his ears, "Your footwork is weak. Your movement technique is poor. Your cultivation is weak. You're arrogant and conceited. And you think you're worthy to compete with me? Get lost." With a loud bang, Qin Feng felt a tremendous force hit his back, sending him uncontrollably flying. He crashed down from the martial arts platform, lying flat on the ground in a star shape. Confusion, humiliation, anger, and other emotions surged within him. However, he quickly lost interest in those feelings. A sharp pain radiated from his back, nearly causing him to faint. A teacher rushed over, checked him, and said to Tang Yi, "It's nothing serious, just a bone fracture. He'll be fine after lying down for half a month." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt utterly humiliated. He couldn't understand why Su Zhe, at the 5th level of body forging, could defeat him, especially as a beast master. The surrounding students fell silent, some staring in disbelief. Su Zhe, as a 5th level body forging beast master, had defeated a 7th level martial cultivator head-on? And he hadn't even used his contracted spirit beast? What was going on? What kind of monster was this guy? Qin Feng laboriously turned his head, gritting his teeth and asking, "You say you're a beast master?" Su Zhe naturally replied, "Of course, I am a genuine beast master." Qin Feng's face turned crimson with anger. "You're talking nonsense." He wanted to say more, but the pain in his back flared up again. The teacher quickly took him away for treatment without delay. Tang Yi's eyes sparkled as he waved his hand, signaling the onlooking students to leave. No one dared disobey the principal's order and quickly dispersed. However, before they left, they all took a deep look at Su Zhe. After this battle, Su Zhe's legendary status had risen another notch. It wasn't uncommon for a beast master to defeat a martial cultivator. But the key was that this beast master had a lower cultivation than the martial cultivator. Even more absurdly, this beast master hadn't even used his contracted spirit beast. Many students harbored a thought in their hearts. "Su Zhe, are you sure you're a beast master?" Chapter 18. The 6th seed, 6th level of body forging. Regarding Su Zhe's achievement, Tang Yi did not ask much. He simply remarked, "You really are hiding your talents." Before leaving, just like before, most of the class's attention was not on the lesson content, but on Su Zhe. However, after the previous incident with the fake contact information, everyone knew that Su Zhe didn't like socializing. Coupled with his astonishing combat power, naturally, not many dared to disturb him. Nonetheless, the way they looked at Su Zhe was even more fervent than before. 3 days later, you have instilled 1 year of cultivation into the Qing Jiao snake, triggering the rebate function. The rebate multiplier is randomly drawn, and your rebate this time is 10 times. You gain 10 years of cultivation. A vast amount of spiritual energy appears, radiating endless vitality. Under Su Zhe's guidance, all this spiritual energy is infused into the dragon elephant seed. Crack. A familiar cracking sound comes. A strong surprise appears on Su Zhe's face. The 6th giant elephant seed has finally been activated. Brilliant golden light bursts forth from the new giant elephant seed. An immense force emerges, helping Su Zhe refine his body. Boom, boom, boom. With the help of this power, Su Zhe successfully breaks through to the 6th level of body forging. and it has only been a little over 20 days since his awakening success. Suze stands up, carefully adapting to the power within him. However, he ultimately fails. With a loud bang, the floor beneath him shatters, shards of porcelain scatter everywhere. Suze feels a bit of pain in his heart. By his estimation, he has lost at least more than 10,000 pieces. A child from a poor family learns to take charge early. Over the years, Suze has lived alone and knows well how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. Although he has now become a cultivator and no longer has to worry about making a living, it is still important not to waste what can be saved. After all, 10,000 pieces is already several months' worth of living expenses for him. After a moment, Suze finally adapts to his current power and sets off for school. As soon as he enters the classroom, he sees a familiar face he hasn't seen in a long time. Lin Miaoyi. She also sees Suze and greets him with a smile. Unlike before, Lin Miaoyi now looks a bit pale, appearing somewhat weak, and when she smiles, she looks pitiful, evoking a sense of compassion. Suze asks in confusion, "What happened to you? Why do you look so bad?" Suze is surprised. "Is it that dangerous?" "Yes, but the only pity is that the spiritual herb was taken away by the person who acted. It was one of the main herbs for Sister Lin's alchemy." Lin Miaoyi interrupts a classmate next to her. "Don't say any more, Xiaosu. That person saved my life, so taking that main herb was justified." She turns her head to look at Suze with curiosity. "I heard you defeated Qin Feng from the second year?" Upon hearing this topic, the entire class gathers around, eager to hear if Suze has any experiences to share. "Don't you have a contracted spirit beast yet?" Lin Miaoyi asks. "If you need help, you can find me. I know a few people in the spirit beast market, and their spirit beasts are quite good." Suze feels warm in his heart. It's the first time in many years that someone cares for him like this. He doesn't hide it and smiles. "I have already contracted my life spirit beast." Hiss. At this moment, the little Qing finally stops hiding, raises its head, and lets out a hiss. The crowd instinctively takes several steps back upon seeing a snake appear. However, when they see what the little Qing looks like, they immediately gather around again. "Wow, this little snake is so cute." For the first time, they find a creature like a snake not so scary. "So cute. What spirit beast is this?" "If I'm not mistaken, it should be a Qing Jiao snake." Qing Jiao snake. This kind of spirit beast seems. Several classmates who understand spirit beast types exchange glances. Qing Jiao snake. That is an extremely ordinary demon beast. Suze actually contracted such a spirit beast? It should be known that for beast tamers, their combat power mainly comes from their spirit beasts. If the contracted spirit beast has poor qualifications, then no matter how good the owner's qualifications are, future achievements will be quite limited, unless they change their contracted spirit beast. Lin Miaoyi obviously knows about these matters. She furrows her brow, feeling that Suze contracted too hastily. "Suze, your cultivation talent is excellent. How can you contract a spirit beast like the Qing Jiao snake?" She has heard about Suze's recent exploits and knows he is a gifted young genius, so she feels it is a pity for him. However, it is not a big problem to change the contracted spirit beast later, just a bit troublesome, she continues. Su knows her good intentions and just smiles without speaking. The little Qing, however, understands their conversation. Now that it has been promoted to the mid-level, equivalent to a human at the 6th level of body forging, its intelligence has opened up a lot. It immediately feels insulted and starts to hiss angrily. However, although its strength has increased, its body length has not changed much. Therefore, it poses a fierce look, but to everyone, it seems extremely cute. Instantly, the girls at the scene can't help themselves and directly reach out to it. The little Qing feels quite aggrieved. As a demon beast equivalent to the 6th level of body forging, it is now being toyed with by a group of humans at the 2nd or 3rd level of body forging. This is simply a great humiliation. If it weren't for the master not allowing it to fight back, it would have taught these little brats a lesson. It endures the humiliation and suppresses its anger. However, its anger quickly dissipates when a series of meat snacks appear. The little Qing immediately changes its face, shedding its previous aloofness and throwing itself into the arms of the group of girls. Meanwhile, Suze and Lin Miaoyi begin to chat. The conversation revolves around the battle with Qin Feng and matters related to the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower holds many demon beasts, and at least foundation-building cultivators can enter. Although there is a certain level of danger, the potential for cultivation improvement is also immense, so this is a rare opportunity. Lin Miaoyi shares all the information about the Demon Suppression Tower with Suze, including many insider details. Chapter 19, This world is full of coincidences. The classmates are all of the same age, with many common topics to discuss, and the subjects are quite varied. Unlike the usual Suze, they spend a lot of time browsing various websites or forums, thus knowing many fresh things. Have you heard? Several powerful demon beasts have been killed in the outer area of the wild forest, a chubby boy says. He takes out a tablet that records various information. Suze looks up and instantly sees a familiar figure. The information contains a photo. In the photo is a lush jungle, and a figure flashes through the depths of the jungle. Although it is blurry, it can still be seen that the person is not very old, probably around 18 or 19. The experts on those forums analyze that this person must be the one who killed those demon beasts. Several people nearby also speak up. I've heard about this too. Those demon beasts are considered the strongest in the outer forest. Some even foundation building cultivators would have to put in some effort. Yet this person managed to slay them all in a very short time. That's the most astonishing point. Being able to slay those demon beasts so effortlessly shows that this matter must have been very easy for him. I even suspect that he is a foundation building expert. A foundation building expert at such a young age? Impossible. What is impossible about it? The classmates discuss animatedly. Suze casually agrees a few times. Others may not know who that is, but as the person involved, Suze is certainly aware. He was actually caught on camera at that time. It seems he needs to be more careful in the future. Fame can be dangerous. Once one becomes truly powerful, being famous is not necessarily a good thing. Lin Miao is also very curious about this matter. Suze, who do you think this young expert might be? She asks, turning her head. Suze shakes his head. Who knows? Maybe someone from a big family. Lin Miao nods thoughtfully. For the next while, Suze stays in the library. With nothing to do, he suddenly remembers the cultivator forum that his classmates use, which has a lot of information about cultivators in Jiangnan City. He immediately searched for the website and registered an account. As soon as he entered the forum, he saw a pinned post, urgently seeking a blood dragon grass. Blood dragon grass. Suze's eyes narrowed. He happened to have one himself. It was useless to keep it, so he might as well sell it. He clicked into the post and saw an address and contact information. After thinking for a moment, Suze dialed the contact number. Beep. The phone rang once before being answered, and a deep voice came through. Hello? After Suze mentioned he had a blood dragon grass. The voice on the other end suddenly became excited. The two quickly confirmed the transaction location and price. After hanging up, Suze felt a bit excited. The initial offer was too high, far exceeding the market price for blood dragon grass. 3 high-quality healing pills, which had significant medicinal effects for foundation-building cultivators. Such healing medicines were extremely precious, often costing several times more than those that increased cultivation. The next day, Suze's luck worsened again. The cashback multiplier was only 2 times. The 7th dragon elephant seed showed almost no reaction. However, Suze just complained a little and then headed to the agreed transaction location. As the vehicle moved, the surrounding buildings became fewer, replaced by one manor after another. This was the wealthy area of Jiangnan City. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford even a gate here after a lifetime of hard work. After a long time, the vehicle stopped in front of a villa. As soon as he got out of the car, someone came out to greet him, clearly having waited for a long time. The person then led Suze to a villa. Not far away, several security personnel were patrolling the estate. Suddenly, Suze felt that one of them looked particularly familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, he couldn't see clearly as the person walked away. This is it. The master is waiting for you inside. Suze nodded in thanks and then pushed the door open. In the living room, 2 people were discussing something, and there was another person standing beside them. When Suze walked in, all 3 looked up at him. It's you. He was very surprised, but quickly calmed down. After all, in Jiangnan City, the only person who could immediately produce blood dragon grass was him. Suze also recognized him and was momentarily stunned. Why are you here? The person standing was actually Chen Wei, whom he had saved a few days ago. Chen Wei hurriedly explained in his ear. After hearing what Chen Wei said, the expressions of the 2 others were quite interesting. They looked at Suze, feeling that this world was truly full of coincidences. Suze felt a bit awkward. Although he had saved them, asking for a reward afterward did seem a bit unscrupulous. Would these people seek revenge on him? Suze felt this possibility was quite high. After all, he had walked into the wolf's den voluntarily. However, to Suze's surprise, the old man spoke first. Young brother, there's no need to be nervous. Our Lin family is not that kind of people. The blood dragon grass is something you earned through your own abilities. You saved their lives. So it's only reasonable to receive some compensation. After so many days, these people had not come to trouble him. He relaxed but didn't want to linger. Taking out the blood dragon grass, he said, here's the blood dragon grass you wanted. Chen Wei stepped forward to examine it and confirmed there were no issues, nodding. A bottle of pills was handed to Suze. As soon as he opened it, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Just inhaling it made him feel relaxed, and his fatigue instantly vanished. After confirming everything was fine, Suze turned to leave. However, at that moment, the old man spoke again. Wait a minute, young man. He took out a business card and handed it to Suze. You're young and already exceptionally powerful. Considering your age, you should still be studying at a cultivation school, right? If you're interested in the future, you might consider our Tianyuan Academy. Suze was taken aback. Tianyuan Academy. In this world, Newly awakened cultivators generally studied at schools similar to high schools. After studying, they would have to go through a major examination. This exam was similar to the college entrance examination in his previous life. Those who passed could enter higher educational institutions. For example, Tianyuan Academy. Such institutions were completely different from high schools, with extremely stringent entry requirements, and could even be understood as sects. Chapter 20. Shaoqing. Why aren't you working harder with such poor talent? The resources and strong practitioners possessed by these higher educational institutions far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Many academies had already established their own factions, with names that could easily be understood as sections. However, for some reason, no school had ever done this. Suze looked at the business card in his hand and found that this old man was actually a professor at Tianyuan Academy. This was equivalent to an elder of a prestigious sect in fantasy novels. Such a figure was already considered a big shot. How could he appear here? For blood dragon grass. That was impossible. With this professor's status, he could easily obtain hundreds or thousands of blood dragon grasses. Suze nodded and said, I will consider it at that time. Although they had only met once, Old Wong had left a good impression on Suze. It wasn't out of the question to consider it later. He didn't stay there for long and turned to leave the villa. After Suze left, the middle-aged man who had been silent asked curiously, Old Wong, what makes that kid so special that you personally invited him to Tianyuan Academy? Old Wong said, I was just struck by inspiration. I suddenly felt this young man has a promising future. He paused and said, not to mention anything else. Just based on his ability to slay the Blackwater Crocodile group and save Miao Yi and the others. Such combat power and kindness mean that it wouldn't be a problem to recruit him into our academy now. Lin Hai, the head of the Lin family and Miao Yi's father, nodded. Indeed, this kid saved Miao Yi's life. I will remember this gratitude. But asking for a reward afterward does seem a bit shameless. Chen Wei beside him nodded in agreement. Old Wong waved his hand and said, what does this matter? No one is perfect. Have you ever seen a flawless person? Not long after Suze left, a graceful figure walked in. Upon seeing Old Wong, she exclaimed in surprise. Grandpa Wong, what brings you here? Lin Miao Yi, looking charming, ran to Old Wong's side. Old Wong was even happier to see Lin Miao Yi, his every wrinkle trembling with joy, and his smile resembled a blooming old chrysanthemum. Miao Yi, look at this. He took out the blood dragon grass. Lin Miao Yi was immediately taken aback and said, blood dragon grass? Didn't they say there hasn't been any blood dragon grass in Jiangnan City and the nearby markets recently? Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened. Why does this blood dragon grass look so familiar? Chen Wei said, this is the blood dragon grass we encountered that day. What? How did it appear here again? Lin Miao Yi was very surprised and puzzled. After Chen Wei explained what had happened, she finally understood. Old Wong suddenly became serious and said, now that all the materials for the foundation building pill are ready, I will refine the foundation building pill for you tomorrow. I will ensure you reach the peak of foundation building before the academy competition. Lin Hai immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. I leave everything to you, Old Wong. Lin Miao Yi followed suit and said, thank you for your hard work, Grandpa Wong. The academy competition, the entrance examination for cultivators. The next day, you have infused 1 year of cultivation into the Qing Jiao snake, triggering the cashback function. Your cashback multiplier for this time is 30. You have gained 30 years of cultivation. With a click, the 7th dragon elephant seed activated. A massive power filled his body, which, although not muscular, contained an extremely terrifying strength. Meanwhile, Suze's cultivation level once again broke through and reached the 7th level of body refining. Ding! It detected that the host's accumulated cultivation exceeded 100 years, and the system automatically upgraded. System upgrade complete. New function begins. Starting from the next day, you can freely allocate the cultivation you gain each time. Suze called up the system panel, and indeed, there was an extra line of small text on the original basis. Name, Suze age, 16 technique, dragon elephant body refining technique martial arts cultivation, 7th level of body refining other cultivation, none, to be developed, remaining cultivation, 0 soon. Suze understood the purpose of this new function and felt a surge of joy in his heart. Does this mean I can develop other abilities in the future? Even without the corresponding talent, the host can use the remaining cultivation freely, but if used for abilities without corresponding talent, the effect of the cultivation years will be greatly reduced. Note, when the host's accumulated cultivation reaches 5,000 years, the amount of cultivation gained per enlightenment will increase to 100 years. Suze nodded. As his strength increased, the system's capabilities were gradually developed as well. He was very curious about the newly emerged function, but there was nothing he could do. Today's enlightenment opportunity had already been used up. He could only wait for tomorrow. He was a bit bored and played with Shaoqing. Shaoqing's strength had also stagnated. It remained at the mid-level without any improvement. Shaoqing, You can't just rely on me for enlightenment every day. Can't you work a little harder instead of sleeping on my wrist all day? Look at other spirit beasts. They are either fighting or cultivating every day, not daring to waste a moment. And then look at you? Don't you feel ashamed? Xiaoqing rolled its eyes, pretending not to hear Suzai's words. However, Suzai did not stop there and continued speaking. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but haven't you felt your cultivation stagnating these days? Look at those spirit beasts with good talent. They work so hard despite their great talent, but you, with such poor talent, are so lazy. This makes me, as your master, very heartbroken. I hope that starting today, you can correct those bad habits and become a diligent and hardworking spirit beast, activating your Azure Dragon bloodline as soon as possible. Xiaoqing now had quite a bit of intelligence and could understand Suzai's words. Listening to Suzai, it really wanted to complain. Master, your talent seems to be just as mediocre as mine. I haven't heard of any body refining expert with 100 years of cultivation. However, it dared not voice this thought and could only keep it to itself. There was no other way. A snake under the eaves had to bow its head. It still had to rely on its master for food, so it could only endure. Chapter 21. Re-entering the Savage Forest, Level 5 Monster Beast under Suzai's urging. Xiaoqing eventually compromised. It sent out a vague thought, suggesting they go to the Savage Forest for training again. And they could also collect a lot of things to help with expenses. Suzai thought this proposal was good and praised it. Not bad, although your talent is lacking. Your intelligence is still fine. Then, the man and the snake took the carriage to the Savage Forest again. This time, there were noticeably more cultivators on the vehicle. And among them, there were many young people, mostly at the 4th or 5th level of body refining. Recently, several troublesome monster beasts had been dealt with, making the outer areas relatively safer. Therefore, they dared to enter the forest. An hour later, the vehicle slowly stopped at a temporary trading location. After getting off, Suzai did not rush into the forest, but instead wandered around the trading area. Finally, after buying 2 large bags and some instant food products, he entered the forest. The few capable monster beasts he had encountered before had already been dealt with by him. Those that were too weak had no combat significance. Therefore, he chose a direction opposite to the last time. Xiaoqing jumped down from Suzai's wrist, transforming into a green light as it darted through the jungle. They moved quickly and soon delved deep into the forest. Along the way, they encountered quite a few monster beasts. However, they were all too weak, and there was no economic value in dealing with them. It would just be a waste of time. The man and the snake began to explore the jungle. During this time, Suzai found several good medicinal herbs. He carefully dug them out and stored them in his bag. Xiaoqing, it seems you're not very effective today. I've been searching for a long time and still haven't found a stronger monster beast. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing immediately became displeased. It was very confident in this regard, and being denied by Suzai made it feel as if it had been injected with adrenaline, speeding up its search. Finally, in a valley, a gigantic rat appeared. Name, Giant Tooth Rat Level. Level 5 Special Bloodline. None skills. Gnawing remarks. An extremely filthy creature, covered in germs, simply a moving source of pollution. The giant tooth rat carries the plague. Be careful not to be bitten by its teeth. Level 5. Suzai's eyes brightened. This monster beast was quite strong, at least equivalent to a human at the 8th level of body refining. After wandering in the forest for so long, he finally encountered a monster beast worth looking at. The giant tooth rat also noticed Suzai. It immediately recognized Suzai's cultivation level. 7th level of body refining. Not worth a single blow. I am at the peak of level 5, equivalent to the peak of body refining, just one step away from leveling up. What surprised the giant tooth rat was that the human not far away, upon seeing it, showed no intention of fleeing at all. In fact, there wasn't even a hint of fear on his face. Instead, he looked excited, as if he were looking at a pet. Such humiliation was unbearable for it. The giant tooth rat had already fully awakened its intelligence. Aside from not being able to speak, it had no difference from an ordinary human's intelligence. Since you want to run, then die? It shouted loudly and charged at Suzai. Originally, Suzai was a bit happy to see the giant tooth rat, but after reading the remarks about it, he thought differently. The giant tooth rat was covered in germs. If he came into contact with it, he might get sick. Therefore, Suzai dodged to the side to avoid the giant tooth rat's attack. Afterwards, he took a few steps back to distance himself from the giant tooth rat. The giant tooth rat missed its attack and naturally was unwilling to give up, turning around to charge at Suzai again. It was too late to regret now. It roared in its heart. However, whoosh. A sharp whistling sound rang out. The giant tooth rat vaguely saw a black dot rapidly flying towards it, which then instantly enlarged. At the moment its head exploded, it finally saw what it was. A stone. Bang. A burst of blood mist erupted from the giant tooth rat's neck. Thud. A headless corpse fell to the ground, rolling several times due to inertia before slowly coming to a stop. Its blood was not red but tainted with a bit of black. The flowers and grass, stained by the blood, gradually wilted, indicating that there were quite a few toxic substances in this blood. Suze, with a look of disgust, clapped his hands and hurriedly took Xiaoqing away from the area. In the distance, in a cave, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The giant tooth rat is dead? Soon, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the cave. In the darkness, a massive figure slowly appeared. Finally, under the sunlight, a gigantic black bear emerged. It spoke in human language, muttering. The breath disappeared 10 kilometers away. Bastard, don't you know this is my territory? How dare you kill my subordinate? You're seeking death. After a loud bang, the figure of the black bear vanished, leaving a large pit on the ground. Moments later, Xiaoqing's body suddenly tensed up, sending out a dangerous signal. A powerful beast was approaching us. A powerful beast? Suze was taken aback. This was the first time Xiaoqing had issued such a warning. The next moment, bang! A massive shadow broke through the nearby jungle, crashing through countless trees, and finally appeared in front of Suze. So it was you two who killed the giant-toothed rat. The black bear king growled lowly, speaking coldly. Suze raised an eyebrow. It could speak human language. That meant it had to be a high-grade beast. Sure enough, the information provided by the system confirmed Suze's suspicion. Name: Iron Paw Bear level, low intermediate special bloodline, none skills. Iron Paw note, equivalent to a human in the Foundation establishment stage. With a full force strike capable of reaching several tons. It is advised that the host flee quickly. A high-grade beast. Suze was first shocked, then excited. In fact, if it weren't for his cultivation of the dragon elephant body refinement technique, he would have long since advanced to the Foundation establishment stage. Each dragon elephant seed required too much cultivation. Otherwise, how could he have 100 years of cultivation and still only be at the 7th level of body refinement? Although his realm hadn't improved, his strength had been continuously increasing. At this moment, activating 7 seeds, he possessed the strength of 7 giant elephants, with one arm strength reaching several dozen tons, far surpassing the Iron Paw Bear's several tons. Therefore, in terms of real strength, Suze actually far exceeded the Iron Paw Bear. Seeing that Suze ignored him, the black bear thought he was stunned with fear and sneered, turning its gaze to Xiaoqing. Low intermediate, 7th level of body refinement. How did you two kill the giant-toothed rat? On the contrary, the next scene made it furious. Chapter 22. Which one do you choose, 30 full or 80 full? Facing a Foundation establishment powerhouse like itself, that human kid was actually warming up? What did that mean? Did he want to fight with it? Was he out of his mind? It was a high-grade beast. He was merely at the 7th level of body refinement, and it seemed he was a beast master, with weak combat power. The contracted spirit beast was also not impressive, merely at the low intermediate level. Just this wanted to fight with it? Like the giant-toothed rat, the black bear felt insulted. In extreme anger, it mocked. No matter what, you killed the giant-toothed rat, so you must pay for it. With a loud bang, the black bear leapt up and pounced towards Suze, a massive iron paw raised high, aiming to smash Suze into a pulp. Its body was immense, blocking a significant portion of the light in the air, casting a shadow on the ground. But despite its heavy body, it moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, the black bear was in front of Suze. Die! The massive bear paw struck down violently towards Suze. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Under the violent collision, a white ripple appeared in the air, quickly spreading out and shaking off countless leaves. The black bear felt a sharp pain in its paw, as if it had struck steel. Crack! More terrifyingly, faint cracking sounds could be heard from its bones. That was the sound of bones breaking. The black bear looked at the unharmed Suze, and shock filled its eyes. This human of the body refinement realm actually took its blow. It found it hard to believe this outcome. It wanted to raise its paw for another strike at Suze, but suddenly realized it couldn't move its hand. The black bear looked down and saw Suze's hand firmly gripping its paw. It was that seemingly frail hand, tightly controlling it. Its expression shifted from shock to horror. Was this the kind of strength a body refinement human should have? What had this human been eating to grow up? Roar! It roared, using all its might. But in despair, it found it still couldn't budge Suze an inch. The black bear began to panic, suddenly feeling that this human was incredibly terrifying. Like a humanoid beast, exuding a chilling aura. After multiple attempts, the result remained unchanged. It was completely anxious, filled with overwhelming fear. This human was a monster. The black bear began to struggle desperately, but it was all in vain. Suze looked at the black bear, feeling quite disappointed. Is this the level of a high-grade beast? When the battle first started, Suze was worried about Xiaoqing being caught in the fight, so he had her hide aside. However, it seemed there was no need for that now. Xiaoqing stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at the scene before her, feeling that this world was incredibly magical. A giant bear standing 3 meters tall was actually struggling in front of a human teenager, completely unable to resist. The contrast was too stark. Looking at Suze, Xiaoqing suddenly had the same thought as the black bear. Just what kind of monster was her master? Xiaoqing knew Suze was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. Roar! The black bear was still struggling, having completely lost its rationality due to fear. Why are you roaring so loudly? Suze frowned and said. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted a little force and lifted the black bear off the ground. The bear's roar stopped abruptly, its eyes wide with terror as it stared at Suze. Big brother, spare my life. I didn't recognize the mountain. I offended you. Please let me go. I can be your servant. Its voice trembled, completely lacking the initial bravado. Suze had originally thought about killing the black bear directly, since its paws were thick and would taste good. But then he had a sudden flash of inspiration and changed his mind. He casually tossed the black bear down and smiled. Spare your life is not impossible. But there are conditions. The black bear hurriedly lay at Suze's feet, not daring to say a word. It had just felt the threat of death. So now it lowered its posture. How many years have you lived around here? Suze asked. Suze nodded. If it's more than 3 years. You should know this area well. The black bear nodded repeatedly. I know. I'm very familiar with this area. That's right. Then you should know where the lairs of those high-grade beasts are. Take me there now, Suze said. The black bear was momentarily stunned, not reacting right away. Huh. The next moment, it realized what was happening and immediately trembled in fear. This human intended to wipe out the nearby beasts all at once. The key point was not just that. If it led this human to slaughter the beasts, wouldn't it become a traitor? How would it survive here afterward? If the powerful beasts deep in the forest heard about this, they would definitely come to kill it. No. At that point, it would be better to die? The black bear raised its head to look at Suze, wanting to speak, but suddenly met Suze's gaze. It instinctively shrank its head and swallowed its words. Now, choosing between dying now or dying later, the answer was obvious. Living a little longer was better. It gritted its teeth and respectfully said, I know where all the lairs of the high-grade beasts around here are. I'll take you there right now. The black bear's mind raced, and it suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. The tiger to the south is incredibly fierce, and its strength is significantly greater than its own. Soon to reach the intermediate level, it is much stronger than itself, which has just recently entered the high-grade level. Take this human over there and let them fight to the death. Then I can make my escape. I might even be able to reap the benefits. After thinking of this, the black bear's spirit lifted again. It excitedly stood up and said to Suze, Big brother, follow me. There's an old tiger to the south, majestic in its tiger skin. I think it's perfect for your temperament. I'll take you there right now. Whoosh. The figures of Suze and the black bear instantly disappeared, turning into two shadows racing southward. Watching the black bear's figure ahead, Suze suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Did it think he didn't know its little schemes? Would he make such a decision without absolute confidence? Even if he couldn't win, wouldn't he still be able to escape? Even if he couldn't outrun that tiger, wouldn't he be faster than this stupid bear? Eating until 30 full is different from eating until 80 full. Which one would the tiger choose? Chapter 23. Spare me, big brother. Their speed was quick. They covered several dozen kilometers in just a few minutes. Soon, the black bear stopped in front of a hill and turned to say, Big brother. The old tiger's lair is right on top of this hill. Suze nodded, focusing his mind as the golden true energy in his body began to flow. Ready for battle at any moment. He noticed the black bear was hesitating and frowned, saying, What are you waiting for? Lead the way. The black bear's expression stiffened, awkwardly saying, Big brother, I shouldn't go up there. That tiger is very strong, and I would just be dragging you down. Suze coldly laughed in his heart, knowing what the black bear was thinking. However, he wouldn't let the black bear have its way. His gaze turned icy. If I let you go, then just go. Why all the nonsense? The black bear shivered in fear. Reluctantly, it steeled itself and walked up the hill. As it walked, it constantly observed the nearby terrain. If things looked bad, it would run immediately. It had made up its mind. Even if it couldn't outrun the tiger demon, how could it not outrun this human? As long as it ran faster than the human, that would be enough. After thinking this, the black bear's mood lightened considerably, and it even quickened its pace a bit. Moments later, they slowed their movements. Not far ahead on the hillside was a water pool, from which the sound of splashing water could be heard. Suze focused his gaze and saw a colorful figure swimming. Name: Crimson Flame Tiger. Level: Intermediate. Special Bloodline. None. Skills: Fury. Crimson Flame. Remarks: In a state of fury. The Crimson Flame Tiger's strength increases significantly and can spew crimson flames with temperatures reaching 3,000 degrees Celsius, and once touched by the flames, it is difficult to extinguish. Suze looked at the information provided by the system, pondering the strength comparison between both sides. Although his realm was only at the 7th level of body refinement, he possessed the power of 7 giant elephants, making him extraordinarily strong, far surpassing the average Foundation establishment cultivator. The power of 7 giant elephants grants him an arm strength of tens of thousands of pounds. Under normal circumstances, the maximum strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator is only 10,000 pounds. It can be said that in terms of strength, Suze had already surpassed the vast majority of Foundation-level beings. However, battles among cultivators are not solely reliant on strength. There are also techniques and martial skills to consider. Therefore, Suze was cautious and did not rush to attack. Crack! At that moment, a crisp sound rang out. The black bear froze, looking down at the branch it had just stepped on and snapped. The next moment, roar! The tiger's roar shook the forest, even from a distance. The crimson flame tiger playing in the water immediately sensed the commotion. Suze had no time to consider whether the black bear had done it on purpose. His body tensed, fully focused on the nearby crimson flame tiger. Who? The crimson flame tiger growled. It too became tense, knowing that this was its lair. Any creature that dared to intrude must have some confidence. Either its strength was comparable to its own, or it surpassed it. In an instant, several guesses appeared in its mind. Could it be an old enemy coming for revenge? The more it thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. And it became highly alert, ready for battle at any moment. Rustle. From the distant jungle, branches and leaves parted, and two figures slowly emerged. The crimson flame tiger instantly locked its gaze on the one with a stronger aura. When it saw who it was, it immediately froze. Isn't that the blind bear from the north? Has it come to challenge me after leveling up? It focused and noticed that the black bear was still at the lower level. Suddenly, it spotted Suze beside the black bear. A human? And a body refinement human at that? How did these two come together? Confusion filled its mind. However, these doubts did not prevent the crimson flame tiger from becoming angry. After realizing the strength of Suze and the black bear, it fell into a rage. Two mere wastes actually startled me. The more the crimson flame tiger thought about it, the angrier it became. Without saying much, it let out a low roar and pounced forward. Since these fools have delivered themselves right to my door, they shall die? The black bear turned pale. The crimson flame tiger completely ignored Suze and charged at it. There was no time to dodge. It could only take the hit. Boom. A violent impact occurred, a fierce wind swept through, and the fallen leaves on the ground were instantly blown away. The black bear let out a miserable cry as its massive body was sent flying. The crimson flame tiger sneered. Is that all you've got? However, the next moment, its words were abruptly cut off. Bang! A tremendous force hit it from behind. The crimson flame tiger's body was sent flying. Crack, crack, crack. It crashed through several large trees before finally coming to a stop. Who? It gasped, taking a sharp breath. A bone-chilling pain shot through its back, instantly enveloping its entire body, rendering it unable to speak. Its blood surged, and its internal organs were displaced. This level of pain was unbearable. The crimson flame tiger collapsed to the ground, its eyes wide open, staring at Suze. That hit just now was delivered by him? What kind of power could a body refinement cultivator possess? Suze gave a thumbs up to the black bear lying on the ground, howling in pain. You really did a great job just now. The black bear, however, was too concerned about its own condition. It felt like its bones were about to fall apart. If it weren't for its tough skin and thick flesh, it might have been killed by that tiger with one slap. Suze laughed, pleasantly surprised. He had originally thought he would have to go through a tough battle, but he didn't expect such an outcome. Without hesitation, he gathered his strength, instantly appearing in front of the crimson flame tiger. Taking advantage of the tiger's unsteady state, he quickly resolved it. He clenched his fist. The dragon elephant body refinement technique activated, and a glimmer of golden light appeared deep in his eyes. Terrifying power accumulated in his arms, ready to be unleashed at any moment. The crimson flame tiger's pupils constricted sharply. Now it couldn't afford to be shocked. From that raised fist, it sensed the threat of death. Given its current condition, there was no way it could escape. If it took the hit, recalling that previous blow's power, the crimson flame tiger shivered, filled with fear. Almost instinctively, it shouted, "Big brother, spare me." Suze paused for a moment, but didn't withdraw his strength. A fatal blow could be delivered at any time. Feeling the fist hovering over its forehead, the crimson flame tiger hurriedly said, "Big brother, as long as you spare my life, I will serve you like a horse." Suze found this statement quite familiar. Upon reflection, isn't this what the black bear is saying to itself? He smiled slightly and said, "Is that all? I can't feel your sincerity." Chapter 24, Big Bear and Second Tiger. The flame bird egg. The red flame tiger's eyes flickered. Although it felt quite pained, it was willing to risk everything to save its life. There is a blood transformation fruit on this hill, just recently matured. I am willing to give it to you, big brother. Oh, Suze immediately became interested. He knew that the blood transformation fruit was a type of medicinal material that only worked on demon beasts, helping them refine their bloodlines and increase their cultivation. Little Ching perked up. This was perfect for it. Suze put down his fist and said, "All right, this is a good bargaining chip, but to be safe, I need you to sign a temporary contract." The red flame tiger was taken aback, then nodded repeatedly. It had heard of temporary contracts before. It was a special ability of human beast tamers that allowed them to sign agreements with demon beasts for a short time. However, the binding power of such temporary contracts was weak, and one could almost break free from the constraints at any time. After that, it felt relieved and lowered its head, ready to accept the contract. Suze recited the contract while pointing at the red flame tiger's head. He looked at the obedient red flame tiger, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. His temporary contract was not the same as an ordinary temporary contract. This was a temporary contract issued by the Beast Taming system, with effects and binding power even greater than that of other Beast Tamers' formal contracts. Once the contract was signed, unless Suze himself agreed to dissolve it, the red flame tiger would forever be Suze's little brother. The red flame tiger had no idea about this at all. A flash of silver light. A temporary contract was signed between Suze and the red flame tiger. Suddenly, the red flame tiger found that it could no longer harbor any rebellious thoughts towards Suze. Even when it thought of something that would harm Suze, a sharp pain would come from deep within its soul. It let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. After a while, the red flame tiger finally recovered. This time, it no longer cared about wild thoughts, its eyes filled with fear. Meanwhile, Suze also signed a temporary contract with the black bear. He looked at the two huge creatures in front of him and thought for a moment. Let's call you Big Bear and Second Tiger for now. It's much easier to call. Upon hearing this name, Big Bear and Second Tiger twitched their lips but did not dare to object, honestly accepting their new names. Shortly after, under Second Tiger's lead, they arrived at the mountain's peak. Here, there was a flat clearing, and in the center of the clearing stood a pure white plant. A pure white fruit hung among the branches, emitting a faint glow. Suze picked the fruit and, under the envious gazes of Big Bear and Second Tiger, directly handed it to Little Ching. Little Ching was very excited and swallowed the blood transformation fruit in one bite. The blood transformation fruit immediately exhibited its effects, and the vast spiritual energy needed time to digest. After rubbing against Suze's fingers, Little Ching fell into a deep sleep. After doing all this, Suze asked, Big Bear, Second Tiger, are there any powerful demon beasts nearby? Big Bear shook his head and said, I only know a few, but their strength is about the same as mine, definitely not a match for you, big brother. Under the influence of the temporary contract, both of them did not dare to have any ulterior thoughts. Second Tiger pondered, there is indeed a powerful one, a flame bird deep inside the nearby forest. However, I haven't heard any news about it these past few days. It might be dead or retreated deeper into the forest, which is a place we cannot tread. He continued, let's go, we can check if it's still around. Second Tiger actually did not want to go because the flame bird was too powerful, but it did not dare to disobey Suze's order and could only lead the way. Roar. Along the way, no demon beast dared to appear before Suze. There was no other reason. The two creatures beside him were simply too intimidating. Many demon beasts sensed their ferocity from afar and fled in fear, not daring to approach, let alone block the way. They moved quickly, speeding deep into the forest. After a long while, a vast valley appeared before Suze. The valley was scorched red, with no plants able to survive. This is it, Second Tiger whispered. 3 years ago, I saw it from afar. It seemed to be at the upper tier then. Big Bear was shocked and said, at the upper tier? With that kind of strength, the three of us wouldn't be able to defeat it. Suze frowned and said, look at you, scared before even seeing the real thing. Can't you act a bit like a top-tier demon beast? Big Bear lowered its head awkwardly, feeling frustrated. It wasn't that it lacked courage, but it realized that its strength was the weakest. Not only that, but it was also the slowest. If they encountered the flame bird later, once it started to run away, it would definitely be left behind. You guys don't have to worry. With me in the back. Even if I die, I'll be the first to go. Second Tiger also thought of this and looked at Big Bear with sympathy. But suddenly, it realized that if Big Bear got eliminated, then it would become the one left behind. With the temporary contract in place, even if it was the fastest, what difference would it make? Once Suze gave an order, it would still have to slow down. For a moment, both Big Bear and Second Tiger fell into contemplation. However, at this moment, Suze had already quietly entered the valley. There was no way around it. They could only brace themselves and enter the valley together. As soon as they stepped inside, Suze felt the temperature around him rise significantly, and the air became scorching hot. He also became cautious, ready to escape at any moment. He could still contend with lower-tier demon beasts, but when it came to upper-tier ones, the only option was to flee. After a long time, they slowly arrived at the deepest part of the valley, but found nothing unusual. The entire valley was very quiet, and one could hear a pin drop. At that moment, a large, withered tree appeared not far away, its trunk thick enough for 3 people to hug, and a bird's nest quietly built on its crown. Suze's gaze locked onto the nest. He could faintly sense a life force coming from above. That thing is still here, Big Bear whispered, almost ready to turn and run. Suze raised his hand and said, "No, that aura is too weak. It can't be an upper-tier demon beast." After saying this, he suddenly thought of something and accelerated towards it. Big Bear and Second Tiger were startled by Suze's sudden action, but seeing that they had already been exposed, they had no choice but to follow. Suze leaped up and quickly climbed to the nest, peering over the edge. As he expected, inside the 2-meter-wide nest, there was no sign of the flame bird. Only a large bird egg quietly lying in the nest. Name: Flame Bird Realm. Unhatched, on the brink of death, bloodline level. Special bloodline. Ancient Divine Beast Vermilion Bird Bloodline. Extremely weak. Chapter 25. Big Bear, Big Brother. I am male. Ancient Divine Beast Vermilion Bird Bloodline? Suze's eyes narrowed, locking onto the flame bird egg. How powerful the Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, was, need not be mentioned. Just looking at little Ching, one could see that merely possessing a trace of the weak Azure Dragon bloodline made it far stronger than other demon beasts. If that was the case, then the upper-tier flame bird must also be incredibly strong, certainly far exceeding that of an ordinary upper tier. It might even be able to contend with top-tier demon beasts. Moreover, it was a flame bird that laid an egg, making its offensive capabilities several times stronger. If they encountered it, the 3 of them would surely have no chance to escape. Suze was startled, a chill rising from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. He hurried to run. His internal golden true chi began to operate wildly, ready to flee for his life. But suddenly, Suze noticed something unusual. That was the health status of the creature inside the firebird egg. On the verge of death? What was going on? Suze was a bit confused. Moreover, not only that, but the nest also felt somewhat strange to him. 2 massive heads appeared behind him. It was Xiongda and Erhu. They stared at the firebird's nest and the eggs inside, both stunned, then frowned. "What's wrong? Did you 2 discover something?" Suze asked. Suze was taken aback. Then he realized, although demon beasts were different from humans, one point was quite similar. That was, their homes often maintained basic hygiene. This was especially evident in stronger demon beasts. Suze had even heard that the demon race had its own cities, and their various developments were quite good. Not much worse than human cities. But the nest in front of him was very strange. It was covered in dust, and the firebird egg was coated with a thick layer. The original color of the eggshell was even unrecognizable. This was simply impossible. The firebird that laid the egg must have been hatching it daily, so it shouldn't have dust on it. Yet this egg had such a thick layer of dust, which could only mean one thing. The firebird had left this valley, abandoning its own child? Xiongda wondered. Erhu said, something must have happened, otherwise the firebird wouldn't have abandoned its egg. Suze nodded and took out the firebird egg. In any case, the firebird was definitely missing. The crisis was averted. Suze relaxed again, wiped the firebird egg clean, revealing its original appearance. The pristine white eggshell was entwined with a few fiery red patterns, and under the sunlight, one could vaguely see a tiny creature inside the shell. That little guy seemed to be on the brink of death. Xiongda leaned closer. Probably because it hadn't been incubated for too long, it failed to reach the temperature necessary for growth. Suze glanced at it and said, "Hey, Xiongda, you seem to know a lot, huh?" Xiongda chuckled awkwardly. "I know a little. The beast in my previous territory was a bird-type demon beast, and I wanted to figure out her weaknesses, so I lurked outside her nest for quite a while, which is how I learned a bit. So you know how to save it, right?" Suze smirked and asked. Suze nodded. "Oh, I see." Xiongda continued. "Brother, if you want to hatch the firebird, I know there's a peacock to the west. We can ask it to help with the incubation." Suze glanced at the time. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. The sun was about to set. He didn't want to spend the night in the forest. Besides, there was no need to be that troublesome. Wasn't there a ready-made incubator right in front of him? He smiled wider, looking up and down at Xiongda, feeling it was more and more suitable. The thick fur proves excellent insulation, maintaining a constant temperature. Well-fed and strong, proving high fat content, ensuring heat dissipation. The most critical point is, with a temporary contract in place, there's no need to worry about irresponsibility. From any angle, Xiongda was the best choice for incubation. Suze shook his head with a smile. "That's not necessary. Isn't there a ready-made one right here?" Xiongda was taken aback, confused. "Ready-made? Where?" Erhu immediately reacted, looking at Xiongda with sympathy, relieved that he was all muscle. Finally, Xiongda noticed that Suze had been staring at him and suddenly understood. His expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Brother, this professional matter should be handled by a professional. I clearly am not a professional." Suze waved his hand. "No need to say more, it's you." Under the effect of the temporary contract, Xiongda simply couldn't resist Suze's orders. But he still held on to a glimmer of hope in his heart. "Brother, I'm a male. This definitely isn't appropriate." However, Suze didn't listen to his explanation and directly stuffed the firebird egg into Xiongda's arms. "Take good care of it. If you mess it up, the consequences are on you." After saying that, Suze turned and left, moving at an astonishing speed. Xiongda, holding the firebird egg in confusion, looked towards the direction Suze had left, but Suze's figure was already out of sight. Erhu turned his head. I have things to do. You can continue. Erhu said, then turned and disappeared into the jungle. Xiongda wanted to cry without tears, staring blankly at the firebird egg in his hands. He wanted to just let go and let the firebird egg fall freely, but he didn't dare. With the temporary contract in place, Suze could easily find him. If that happened, he would definitely be in trouble. Escape? That was impossible. Once such thoughts appeared in his mind, a sharp pain would come from deep within his soul, as if it were about to explode. He was certain that if he insisted on doing such things, the final outcome would definitely be death. Therefore, the only choice before Xiongda now was to obediently follow Suze's orders and incubate the firebird egg. After a long time, he finally resigned himself to fate, standing upright and cautiously carrying the firebird egg into the depths of the forest. Thus, in the outer area of the wild forest, a bizarre scene appeared. A giant bear over 3 meters tall was carefully walking while holding a white bird egg with red patterns. Finally, he cautiously laid a thick layer of straw. Placing the firebird egg on top, he stared at the egg, sighed with grief and indignation, and carefully lay down. Chapter 26. Lin Miaoi's request while running at full speed. Suze successfully caught the last return bus. Xiaoqing was still sleeping, showing no signs of waking up. The cultivators on the bus were excitedly discussing today's harvest. Suze listened to a few sentences, found it uninteresting, and began to close his eyes to rest. After a long time, the next day, in his dream, Suze suddenly felt something cold rubbing against his face. He opened his eyes and saw Xiaoqing. It had awakened from its slumber. A line of information appeared. Name: Qing Jiao Snake. Xiaoqing. Level: Low-tier special bloodline. Qinglong bloodline 01. Xiaoqing leveled up. Moreover, it directly crossed the threshold from mid-tier to low-tier. Now, Xiaoqing's apparent strength was much higher than Suze's. Suze suddenly noticed something different. Xiaoqing's special bloodline had changed from extremely weak to now 01. Although still very rare, it was at least much denser than before. This was a good phenomenon. With the enhancement of Xiaoqing's strength, the bloodline density would definitely continue to rise, until one day, it would revert to become a true divine beast. After leveling up, Xiaoqing's mood was obviously much better. Seeing Suze awake, it became even more lively, circling around Suze nonstop. Soon, it came to Suze's palm, looking at him with anticipation. Suze reached out and placed his hand on it. You have imparted 1 year of cultivation to the Qing Jiao snake. Triggered the return gift function. Your current return gift multiplier is 30. You have gained 30 years of cultivation. This time, luck was good, obtaining 30 years of cultivation. However, unlike before, this cultivation was not directly transformed into golden true qi, but was stored in the system. On the system panel, the remaining cultivation display no longer showed 0. Remaining cultivation, 30 years. For the past 30 years, Suze has been able to use his cultivation freely, without any time limitations. He estimated that his 30 years of cultivation might not even activate the next dragon elephant seed. So he decided to keep it for now instead of directly adding it to his martial arts cultivation. At Jiangnan City's first senior high school, Suze arrived in the familiar classroom and found that there were quite a few people today. In the past, many students would skip classes to train. The school's curriculum is quite comprehensive, so many courses are not useful for some students. But today's class seemed particularly unsuitable for students with martial arts talent. So why were there so many people here? Confused, Suze walked into the classroom. Upon seeing Suze, those classmates looked pleasantly surprised. Lin Miaoi stepped out from the crowd, her pretty face slightly flushed. After a long pause, she said, Suze, we would like to ask you for a favor. Suze asked, oh, what happened? Lin Miaoi explained, considering safety issues, we would like to invite you to join us. She suddenly remembered something and quickly added, of course. It's not for free. We will offer a reward. Suze found it amusing. Was such a fuss made just for this? Nevertheless, he asked, what reward? Tell me about it. Lin Miaoi said seriously, 3 bottles of spirit essence pills specifically for spirit beasts. They can help level up spirit beasts quickly and also aid in awakening their intelligence. Suze immediately understood that these were meant for Xiaoqing. However, what Lin Miaoi didn't know was that Xiaoqing was no longer just a level spirit beast. Nonetheless, the spirit essence pills would also be useful for Suze. After pondering for a moment, he agreed to Lin Miaoi's request. That works. When do you plan to go? I'll prepare. Lin Miaoi exclaimed in delight. Really? We plan to go in 5 days. We will gather at the temporary trading point outside the forest. Suze nodded. 5 days later, he just happened to check on the hatching progress of the flame bird egg in the wild forest. He hoped that Bearda could set aside outdated thoughts and focus on hatching the flame bird. Otherwise, he might just have to try the taste of braised bear paws. Upon hearing Suze's agreement, the classmates were very happy. They excitedly gathered together to discuss their plans for the expedition. Everyone knew Suze's combat power. With his joining, they decided to be bolder and explore deeper areas. Soon, the class bell rang. The old professor appeared and, seeing so many students, doubted whether he had entered the correct classroom. After confirming several times, the old professor finally entered the classroom. Lin Miaoi sat next to Suze and smiled playfully. Usually, Lin Professor's classes had very few attendees, but now that everyone was present, he seemed unaccustomed to it. The girl covered her mouth and giggled, looking very cute. These people are really something. These courses are still very useful. She turned to Suze and said, they should really learn from you. Suze, you have great talent and high combat power, yet you come to class almost every day. I rarely see you skip classes. Indeed. What you said back then was not wrong. Your diligence is something we can never match. Suze held back his laughter. He really wanted to tell this naive girl that his strength was not due to hard work. He came to class every day not out of diligence, but simply because he was bored at home. He chose to come to school to pass the time and to use the school library to look up some confidential information. Of course, he wouldn't tell Lin Miaoi this. Even if he did, she would probably think he was joking and might just say, "You're really funny." Ding ding ding. The class bell rang, and the students gathered again to discuss. Suze walked out of the classroom alone and headed to the library. He found a computer and entered a term in the search bar, Dimensional Space Research Institute. Pages appeared, with thousands of pieces of information about the institute. Suze clicked on a page and began to read carefully. He learned a lot, but most of it was public information readily available. Some were just guesses by netizens, significantly discounting their authenticity, and some were even fabricated to attract attention. However, amidst all this information, Suze keenly noticed an anomaly. Chapter 27, Alchemy. 30 years of alchemy cultivation among the numerous materials about the Dimensional Space Research Institute. Every year's activities of the institute were documented or had related news reports. Yet, 10 years ago, the year before Suze's parents went missing, the information about the Dimensional Space Research Institute suddenly decreased dramatically, to the point of being almost non-existent. This was impossible. Suze vaguely remembered that the year the Dimensional Space Research Institute made significant technological breakthroughs, and such events had no news coverage or official announcements. This was highly unusual. Suze suddenly recalled that his parents seemed to have become very busy that year, which left a strong impression on him. And after that year, his parents went missing on a mission. Something must have happened that year. However, Suze did not seek out information from that year. Firstly, he was sure he wouldn't find anything. Secondly, if he explored that area, it could attract unwanted attention. Until his strength grew stronger, it was best not to show too much curiosity. He exited the relevant web pages and began browsing books in the library. The school library housed many books covering various subjects, including some cultivation manuals. However, the levels were not very high, and Suze didn't need any more manuals at the moment. The dragon-elephant cultivation technique was already powerful enough. Unknowingly, Suze arrived at the area dedicated to knowledge about elixirs. Countless alchemy books lined the shelves, with various basic formulas neatly arranged. After glancing at them, a thought suddenly struck Suze. Didn't he still have 30 years of cultivation left unused? What would happen if he applied it to alchemy? The system explained that the effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Just how much of a discount would that be? The idea in Suze's mind grew stronger. The profession of an alchemist was incredibly lucrative. The value of a moderately successful alchemist was immeasurable. Let us give it a try. Suze no longer hesitated. He found a beginner's alchemy book from the shelf and started reading. The initial content was manageable, containing pharmacological knowledge that ordinary people could understand. But as he read further, it became increasingly difficult. Many concepts were hard to grasp. By the time he reached the end, he found that he recognized the words, but the meanings eluded him. He rubbed his temples to relieve the headache. Then, a thought struck him, and he poured all of his remaining 30 years of cultivation into alchemy. Alchemy Master Cultivation. 30 years after completing this, Suze started reading from the first page again. This time, everything changed. He read with remarkable fluency. All the knowledge was instantly comprehensible, and he could even apply it skillfully. In just half an hour, he finished reading the thick foundational alchemy book. For the first time, he experienced the joy of learning. Without wasting any time, Suze found that introductory alchemy book and continued reading. At first, things went relatively smoothly, but his reading speed gradually slowed down. Finally, halfway through, Suze stopped. He could no longer understand the content of the book. It really is impossible without talent. After 30 years of cultivation, I can only reach this level? Suze was somewhat at a loss for words. Logically speaking, his IQ shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, with the improvement of his cultivation, his brain should become more agile and his thinking clearer. This is also why most scientists are cultivators. But now, Suze simply couldn't understand the basics of alchemy. For someone without talent, the content was like something from another world. The reason Suze could smoothly learn the basics of alchemy was still due to his 30 years of cultivation. It's like an ordinary person who struggles for 30 years and finally learns some fundamental knowledge. It's too difficult, Suze sighed. However, he wasn't discouraged. The dragon-elephant cultivation technique he practiced was even harder. What does alchemy count for? If 30 years of cultivation isn't enough, then use 50 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years of cultivation to make up for it. Even a pig could become a top student after studying hard for 1,000 years, right? After that, Suze picked several books from the shelf and left the library. Just as he stepped out, he bumped into Lin Miao-yi. Lin Miao-yi also noticed Suze and bounced over to greet him. Suze, what are you doing here? She asked while smiling and looking down to greet the little Qing on Suze's wrist. Since little Qing's promotion, many changes had occurred. Not only had its bloodline concentration of the Azure Dragon increased, but its personality had also changed quite a bit. It was nowhere near as lively and active as before. Instead, it had become much more composed, displaying some characteristics of a divine beast. I went to the library to borrow some books, Suze said, raising the 3 books in his hand. Huh, an introduction to alchemy? Lin Miao-yi finally noticed and exclaimed, Suze, aren't you a beast master? Why are you looking at books on alchemy? Suze smiled and dodged the question. It's nothing, just interested in this area, casually browsing. Lin Miao-yi didn't think much of it, and said cutely, if you're interested, you should start with the basics instead of the introduction. You need to solidify your foundation before you can look at the more advanced introductory material. She earnestly suggested taking Suze to exchange for another book. However, to her surprise, Suze refused. I just finished reading that introduction, Suze replied. Lin Miao-yi was taken aback and asked, you just finished reading it? Like, just now? Suze nodded, yeah, just finished. Lin Miao-yi frowned and put her hands on her hips, reminding him, Suze, as someone who has been through it, I have to give you a piece of advice. The knowledge involved in alchemy is vast. If any step goes wrong, a life-saving pill can turn into a deadly poison. So you can't be careless in this area. Just having read the basics once is absolutely not enough. You need to memorize and understand the content before moving on to the introduction. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. Suze helplessly said, I understand all that. But I really did finish reading the basics of alchemy. Humph. Lin Miao-yi acted like a little teacher. Just reading it isn't enough. You need to master and understand it to pass. Suze was at a loss, seeing that Lin Miao-yi was serious and it was hard to brush it off. How about this? You can test me casually to see my level, and then you'll know. Chapter 28. Lin Miao-yi. Suze. You must be an extraordinary genius. Lin Miao-yi was stunned by this remark. After a long while, she finally reacted. She shook her head and sighed. Suze, we all see your talent in cultivation, but alchemy is my specialty. However, seeing that Suze didn't seem to be joking, Lin Miao-yi became serious. All right, I'll test you. How do you remove the cold poison from the fruit of the ice-cold silver snow fruit? Huh, you remember such a niche topic? Lin Miao-yi was surprised. Then let me ask you again. 10 minutes later, Lin Miao-yi. She looked at Suze, who was answering fluently, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Did you really just read it once? This is probably even more proficient than what I memorized. What is going on with Suze? Lin Miao-yi couldn't understand. In the questions she had just posed, the initial ones were relatively simple memorization questions. But when she realized that simple questions didn't stump Suze, she increased the difficulty, turning memorization questions into ones that required understanding. However, what Lin Miao-yi found unbelievable was that Suze still answered fluently, facing any question without the slightest pause, almost as if he spoke without thinking. And there were no mistakes at all. Could she do that? Lin Miao-yi asked herself. Perhaps she could, but could she be the same as Suze? As a child of the Lin family, she had access to the best resources since birth. Not to mention, her grandfather Wang Lin was a master alchemist at Tianyuan Academy. Almost since she learned to read, she had been learning alchemy knowledge by her grandfather's side. So, it was nothing for her to memorize this knowledge. In contrast, what about Suze? The most crucial point was that Lin Miao-yi remembered it took her a full half-month to finish memorizing the basics of alchemy. How long did Suze take? According to what he just said, it seemed like it was only a few hours since he entered the library. Lin Miao-yi stared at Suze and asked, Suze, are you sure you awakened the talent of a beast master? You really didn't awaken the talent of an alchemist? Suze nodded, of course. Otherwise, how could I sign a contract with little Qing? He wasn't lying. Although he had indeed awakened dual talents, the other talent was martial arts, not alchemy. The only reason he was able to do this was because of the system, which he naturally couldn't disclose. Lin Miao-yi suddenly felt that the world had become strange. This was no longer the world she knew. A person without the talent of an alchemist could actually master that knowledge so proficiently? Suddenly, Lin Miao-yi had a thought. Perhaps Suze had already started researching these things. She just didn't know about it. Right, it must be this reason. She thought to herself. So she cautiously asked, Suze, how long did it take you to learn this knowledge? Lin Miaoyi's movements froze, and she was dumbfounded. 3 or 4 hours. Are you kidding me? She stared at Suze, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. He wasn't lying. He really had only spent 3 or 4 hours in the library. He just didn't count the 30 years of the system. Lin Miaoyi doubted if she had heard wrong. Various thoughts flashed through her mind as she tried to explain Suze's words. But she failed. Suddenly, she had a brilliant idea. Come with me. Lin Miaoyi said as she directly pulled Suze away. Suze felt a soft and smooth grip, like holding a piece of soft jade, which was quite comfortable. It's quite soft, he mumbled. Moments later, the two arrived at an alchemy room. Talk is cheap. Let's see if you can refine a body-strengthening liquid. Lin Miaoyi pointed at the alchemy furnace. Suze felt helpless. It seemed that unless he impressed this girl today, he wouldn't be able to escape. Since it looked like she was going to pester him, he had to show some real skills. He didn't say much and directly asked, all right, what about the medicinal materials? With a whoosh, Lin Miaoyi waved her hand, and the bracelet on her wrist flashed with a faint light, revealing 3 portions of medicinal materials on the table. A spatial artifact. Suze couldn't help but glance at Lin Miaoyi. Such items are frighteningly expensive. It's rare for even cultivators to afford one, let alone ordinary people. As a body refinement cultivator, Lin Miaoyi certainly couldn't have obtained it through strength alone. It must be due to money. Suze thought to himself that Lin Miaoyi's family must be quite wealthy. However, he didn't have any other thoughts. He would also have a spatial artifact in the future. He approached the alchemy furnace, and a recipe appeared in his mind. The body refining liquid, a common liquid that helps cultivators refine their bodies, is nothing special. The process of refining it isn't particularly difficult, but it's definitely not simple either. After taking a deep breath, Suze started the refinement of the body refining liquid. One by one, the standard steps appeared, and Suze executed them meticulously, leaving no room for criticism. His movements were fluid, revealing that he was a skilled veteran. Lin Miaoyi stood beside him, watching clearly. She was taken aback, unable to believe how proficient Suze was. Refining the body refining liquid requires more than just skilled movements. It also requires control over the fire during the refining process. This is something that needs to be honed through practice, not something that can be learned just by reading books. Lin Miaoyi comforted herself, feeling much better. Half an hour later, look, this should count as a success, right? Suze handed 3 bottles of body refining liquid to Lin Miaoyi. Lin Miaoyi's movements were somewhat sluggish as she mechanically opened the bottles, examined the color of the body refining liquid, and then fell into silence. After waiting for a long time, Suze finally said, so, how is it? At least give some feedback. After all, it's my first time refining, and I'm a bit rusty. Lin Miaoyi trembled slightly and finally reacted. She looked at Suze as if he were a monster. Rusty on the first try? I didn't see it. If Lin Miaoyi were to evaluate, Suze's steps were perfect. The method was perfect. The control of the fire was perfect. The speed was perfect. There was simply no fault to be found. Looking at Suze's calm face, she suddenly felt a bit ashamed. What genius, what future star of the alchemy field, compared to Suze, it was all just clouds. Hey. A hand waved in front of her eyes, waking her up. Huh. Lin Miaoyi looked at Suze seriously and said, Suze, if you really just started learning this today, you must be a genius. No, an unparalleled genius. Chapter 29. Re-entering the wild forest, Suze saw Lin Miaoyi's shocked expression and suppressed a smile, saying, then I can leave now, right? Lin Miaoyi felt that her behavior was somewhat inappropriate. Her face turned red as she said, why yeah, you can go. Suze nodded, turned, and was about to leave when he paused at the door of the alchemy room. By the way, you can't tell anyone about my alchemy research. I don't want to be too high profile. Lin Miaoyi nodded seriously, saying Suze smiled slightly and left. Whether Lin Miaoyi could keep this secret didn't matter much to him. If it got out, he could just play the part of a hidden talent and conceal his alchemy abilities. If it didn't leak, that would be even better. Although he hadn't spent much time with Lin Miaoyi, Suze speculated that she was unlikely to let this secret slip. 5 days later, Xiaoqing waited by the bed as usual. As soon as Suze opened his eyes, he saw those expectant eyes. You have imparted 1 year of cultivation to the Qing Jiao snake, triggering the return of the importation function. Your return multiplier for this time is 10. You have gained 10 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation, 10 years. Suze wasn't surprised by this return multiplier. He had been quite unlucky recently, so today was considered good. He pulled up the system panel to check his current data. Name, Suze. Age, 16. Cultivation method, Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique Martial Arts Cultivation. Body Refinement Level 7. 150 years, Spirit Beast Cultivation. 20 years Alchemist Cultivation. 50 years Other Cultivation. None remaining cultivation. 10 years he had allocated his recent cultivation to alchemy. Over 10 years of martial arts cultivation was of little use, so it was better to invest it in alchemy. Glancing at the watch, He realized it was almost time to meet with Lin Miaoi and the others. After hastily washing up, he headed out to catch the bus to the wild forest. At the temporary trading point, a group of youthful faces gathered, chattering excitedly. These were Suzei's classmates. Many of them were visiting the wild forest for the first time. Facing real monsters for the first time, they were somewhat excited. A few of them had been there before and were sharing some precautions with those next to them. Lin Miaoi was among them. With the most experience, she was doing most of the talking. However, her gaze often darted towards the road, as if waiting for something. Finally, at the end of the road, a vehicle slowly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before them. As soon as Suzei got off the bus, he saw his familiar classmates. After greeting them, they moved to an open area where Lin Miaoi began earnestly explaining the precautions in the forest to Suzei. She warned him not to consume unknown plants, not to provoke high-level monsters, not to venture too deep into the wild forest, and to keep quiet to avoid startling dangerous beasts. 9 don'ts and 5 major prohibitions. Lin Miaoi had already mentioned these earlier and was now repeating them for Suzei. Hearing so many rules for the first time made Suzei chuckle. In his impression, the beasts in the outer areas should be weak. There was no need to be so cautious, right? When he first came, he didn't know any rules and ran around the forest. And he was just fine in the end. Seeing Suzei's nonchalant attitude, Lin Miaoi immediately placed her hands on her hips and stomped her foot, saying, "Suzei, these are matters of life and death. Take it seriously." Suzei waved his hand and said, I know. Do you believe I can recite everything you just said?" Lin Miaoi was finally satisfied and continued her explanation. After a while, everything was ready, and they prepared to set off. Since there were many incidents in the previous area, and the situation inside is unclear, let's choose the opposite direction, Lin Miaoi said. Suzei raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing on his lips. He had been worried about how to justify going to that area. He didn't know how seriously Baird worked. It was just the right time to check. The classmates had no objections and nodded in agreement. Following that, with Suzei and Lin Miaoi leading the way, a group of 10 entered the forest. The classmates who were entering the forest for the first time were in the middle of the group, while those who had been there before took positions at the front and back. Their movements were very cautious, strictly adhering to the rules Lin Miaoi had laid out. Suzei walked beside Lin Miaoi, chatting casually. Many of their conversations revolved around alchemy. However, during their QA, she could clearly feel that Suzei's skills had improved significantly. "Suzei, what stage are you at now?" She couldn't help but ask. "Lin Miaoi, it's only been a few days? Just 5 days, right? In 5 days, you finished a beginner's guide that's several times harder than the basics? And there are still some parts you haven't fully understood? You can't believe you managed to read through it in such a short time. You even thought about understanding it thoroughly? And judging by this, apart from certain places, you've understood everything else, right?" Lin Miaoi really wanted to have another QA session with Suzei. However, she thought of the last scene and looked at Suzei, deciding to give up on that idea. Just then, a strange sound came from the grass ahead. Lin Miaoi's expression immediately tensed up, and she made a gesture. Instantly, everyone stopped in their tracks, nervously looking ahead. A shadow broke through the bushes and rushed out. A series of information appeared before Suzei's eyes. Name: Earth Vein Mouse level. Intermediate tier skill. Na special bloodline. None. Suzei raised his eyes and found that this beast was barely equivalent to the 5th level of body refinement. Weaker than most people present. It posed no threat at all. Therefore, he did not take action but prepared to let the classmates behind him experience the joy of battling a beast. The people behind also noticed this. The tension on their faces diminished significantly, replaced by excitement, each eager to take action. Chapter 30 Danger? Earth Vein Mouse Swarm PFFF. Blood sprayed out. A hole appeared in the Earth Vein Mouse's body, and it slowly fell to the ground, struggling for a while before going still. A male classmate gasped for breath, his hand gripping the knife, trembling violently. The classmates beside him had never seen such a bloody scene since birth. Their faces turned pale, completely losing the initial excitement. "It's always like this the first time. You'll get used to it," said an experienced classmate. The Earth Vein Mouse had nothing valuable on it. Therefore, everyone quickly moved on. Over the next few hours, they encountered quite a few beasts. However, most of them were low-tier beasts, posing no threat to the group. The few intermediate-tier beasts were also dealt with one by one. Everyone's backpacks gradually bulged, filled with various items. Suzei's bag was the same. Time flew by, and the sky began to darken. No one had any objections. Suzei had none either. All along the way, he had never taken action, basically just watching the show. Much like going on a spring outing. In the end, he even gained 3 bottles of spirit essence pills. It was a huge profit. Patting the packed herbs in his backpack, Suzei felt even more satisfied. Everyone was familiar with the way they came, so their pace noticeably quickened. Before long, they had covered more than half the distance and were about to exit the forest. However, suddenly, a sharp, furious scream came from a distance. Apart from Suzei, everyone else's expressions changed. Rumble. The ground began to tremble. It was as if thousands of troops were rushing toward them. What is going on? Before everyone could react, a loud bang echoed. A small tree was directly knocked down, and shadows surged out like a tide. Zizi, Zizi, Zizi. One earth vein mouse after another rushed out, surrounding Suze and the others. Where did so many earth vein mice come from? Lin Miaoi also tensed up, but hadn't lost her composure. Don't just stand there. We can't let them surround us. Let us move quickly. But it was too late. There were too many earth vein mice. Thousands of them formed a black ocean, covering the forest within hundreds of meters. A classmate wielding a sharp sword tried to break through the mouse swarm. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed. The sword had just thrust out, unable to inflict any damage on the swarm. Before being bitten into pieces by the earth vein mice's gnawing skill. My sword is made of high-strength alloy. How could they bite it apart so easily? That person turned pale, looking at the sea of mice, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. Other classmates also tried, but none had any effect. What is going on? Where did this swarm of earth vein mice come from? Are we going to die here today? Stop with the defeatist talk. At times like this, we need to work together for hope. Many of them were feeling a bit desperate. The only thing that allowed them to relax slightly was that the mouse swarm had not yet launched an attack. Lin Miaoi's face was also a bit pale, but she remained basically calm. She focused her gaze on Suze, the strongest among them. Suze, what should we do? In truth, she did not expect Suze to provide any substantial advice. Suze was indeed strong enough to defeat Qin Feng, who was at the 7th level of body refinement, surpassing everyone else present. However, even if he was strong, he was still a body refinement practitioner. When facing such a large number of beasts, the only outcome would be to be instantly devoured, unless Suze was a foundation-building expert. But could that be possible? Lin Miaoi shook her head, letting out a bitter laugh. Her luck had truly been terrible lately. This wilderness forest was simply her nemesis. Last time she came, she was severely injured and nearly died, having to recuperate at home for a long time before she could walk again. This time, as she was leaving, she was surrounded by thousands of earth vein mice. Falling into a situation of certain death, could she be as lucky as last time? Would there be a miraculous savior to rescue her from this predicament? The more Lin Miaoi thought, the more impossible it seemed. Her mood gradually sank. Dad, I'm an unfilial daughter. I can't fulfill my duty to you. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I didn't listen to your advice to study alchemy at home. Just then, what else could she do? Of course, they had to break out. So many mice were triggering her claustrophobia. Suze's voice entered her ears, bringing her back from her frustration. She looked up in shock and said, You have a way to escape? The classmates beside her brightened up at this, instantly gathering around Suze, waiting for his next words. Suze had no other thoughts from the beginning. Most of the earth vein mice in front of him were low tier, and the weakest kind at that. A small number were intermediate tier, only a few dozen. Although there were many, in the face of absolute strength disparity, numbers didn't matter. He wouldn't even need to take action. Just his little Qing on his wrist could wipe them out. Little Qing was also awakened at this time. However, when it saw the earth vein mice in front of it, a hint of disdain flashed in its eyes, perhaps due to its bloodline. Although little Qing had advanced to a level, it still couldn't speak. Suze, stop keeping us in suspense. What is the method? Some classmates were on the verge of tears. Suze shrugged and said, What else could it be? Of course, we fight our way out. Instantly, disappointment surged on almost everyone's faces. They clearly thought this method was unfeasible. Lin Miaoi composed herself and forced a smile, saying, Everyone, don't panic. There must be a way. Zizi. An angry cry rang out. The earth vein mouse swarm suddenly fell silent, no longer making a sound. A path slowly opened in the swarm, and a mouse the size of a wild boar appeared. The Mouse King? The Mouse King must at least be at the peak of the upper tier level, right? Someone exclaimed, already in despair. The Mouse King slowly walked to the front of the swarm, sniffed, and then locked its gaze on the classmate with the knife. Zizi. Chapter 31. Is the divine weapon a bear? The Rat King fixes its gaze. At the same time, thousands of earth vein rats seemed to sense something and turned their heads in unison, locking their eyes on that classmate. Under the gaze of so many eyes, the classmate holding the long knife felt a rush of fear. His legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Suze understood. So these guys are here for revenge. Just after entering the forest, he had encountered an earth vein rat. It must be the smell of blood on him that attracted this group of earth vein rats. Squeak. The Rat King let out a sharp cry again. Upon hearing this sound, the rat swarm immediately stirred, the squeaks ringing out nonstop. The sound was not loud, but with thousands of earth vein rats, it became somewhat deafening. A few sharp-eyed classmates followed the Rat King's gaze and realized what it was focusing on. In an instant, they understood why they would be surrounded by the rat swarm. It was because of the earth vein rat that Huang Tao had killed earlier. He had blood on him, so these earth vein rats came for revenge. One person shouted excitedly. Huang Tao, holding the long knife, turned pale. He understood this reasoning as well. At this moment, he regretted it immensely. He shouldn't have killed that earth vein rat. Everyone present was clever and immediately grasped the reason. Their expressions became inexplicably serious. Squeak. The rat swarm began to move slowly, gradually tightening the encirclement, constantly compressing the space for everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. Are the earth vein rats about to attack? Am I going to die in this desolate wilderness? This thought appeared in everyone's minds. Two people's expressions changed continuously, and finally, gritting their teeth. It seemed they had made a decision. The earth vein rat was killed by Huang Tao, only he had blood on him. Logically, these earth vein rats should be coming for him to take revenge. Someone nearby immediately agreed. Yeah, did you notice the Rat King's gaze? It's staring directly at Huang Tao, which means they are only here to find Huang Tao for revenge. It has nothing to do with us. Upon hearing this, Huang Tao's face darkened. Tang Jie, Gonshiyu, what do you two mean? The other classmates immediately understood, their gazes becoming quite complex. At this moment, Tang Jie no longer cared about anything else and said to the others, I have a way, that is to hand over the culprit. In that case, we still have a chance to live. He made it clear. As soon as he said this, someone immediately opposed. Are you crazy? Huang Tao is our classmate. How can you have such an idea? To hand over a fellow to a beast to exchange for your life? Bah, shameful. However, some people remained silent, their eyes flickering, occasionally glancing at Su Zhe and Lin Miao Yi, wanting to see their attitude. As the two strongest individuals, Su Zhe and Lin Miao Yi had significant influence, especially Su Zhe. Therefore, everyone's gaze fell on Su Zhe. Before Su Zhe could speak, Lin Miao Yi shouted, absolutely not. I will never allow such a thing to happen. Her pretty face flushed with anger as she glared at Tang Jie and Gonshiyu. If we do this, what is the difference from beasts? She suddenly turned to Su Zhe, her expression extremely serious. Su Zhe, you think the same way, right? Huang Tao was extremely tense, his fingers trembling slightly. Su Zhe smiled noncommittally. He asked himself, if it was truly a situation where death was certain, then he might consider it. But that is not the case now. The deadlock that Lin Miao Yi and the others saw was merely child's play in his eyes. It was nothing serious. However, what he didn't expect was to witness a grand play about humanity here, which was quite interesting. He looked at Tang Jie and Gonshiyu, then at the few who opposed and those who were silent. Finally, he glanced at Lin Miao Yi. Su Zhe smiled slightly and said, of course, I think that way. Huang Tao's body suddenly relaxed, and he let out a long breath. Tang Jie and Gonshiyu's eyes filled with deep disappointment, their faces looking extremely grim. And others also showed some disappointment to varying degrees. Lin Miao Yi's eyes sparkled with light, staring unblinkingly at Su Zhe. Then, she turned her head, her lips pressed together. After gaining Su Zhe's support, she suddenly felt a surge of power within her, her belief becoming even more resolute. Her bracelet flickered, and 2 pills appeared in her hand. These are Qi blood pills, a type of healing medicine that works wonders for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage, as long as it's not a fatal injury. They can recover in the shortest time. Remember to hold it in your mouth and be ready to take it at any time. Lin Miao Yi said seriously, shoving the crimson pills into Su Zhe's hand. We are the 2 strongest. Although I am not good at combat, I still have basic combat power. If we work together, we might be able to carve a path out. Su Zhe was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this usually innocent and adorable girl, who was somewhat naive, to be so calm at this critical moment and choose the most correct answer. The others also understood that it was time to fight for their lives. They no longer cared about what had just happened, gathering together behind Su Zhe and Lin Miao Yi, ready to fight to the death. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Among the earth vein rats, a few could no longer hold back and charge forward. However, a single earth vein rat posed no threat. Uft. Several cold flashes appeared. The earth vein rat's body was split in half, a large amount of blood splattered, dyeing the ground red. The smell of blood spread, making one feel nauseous. Upon smelling the blood of their kind, the earth vein rats instantly became agitated. Pairs of eyes the size of peanuts lit up with red light. These beasts, which were only good at digging, now showed a hint of madness. Squeak. The Rat King roared in anger, letting out a furious howl. In the next moment, thousands of earth vein rats surged forward like a tide towards Su Zhe and the others. The Rat King did not hesitate either. After a roar, it charged forward. The one killed earlier by Huang Tao was its offspring. This was also the reason for its fury. Now, it wanted to make this group of weak humans pay the price with blood. Except for Su Zhe, everyone else's eyes showed a hint of despair. Lin Miao Yi suppressed her emotions, forcing herself to calm down and enter a combat state. Looking at the sea of rats and the aggressive Rat King, a glimmer of despair flashed in her eyes. They said it was a fight to the death to carve out a path for survival. But what is the actual probability of success? Almost zero. Just dealing with the thousands of Earth Vein rats was already difficult enough. Not to mention the even stronger Rat King. The others felt the same. Feeling the ferocious aura of the rat swarm, their hearts trembled involuntarily, fear rising within them. However, when everyone's spirits were stretched to the limit, boom, from the depths of the dark jungle, a huge shadow suddenly burst forth. The shadow leaped into the air, its body blocking out the sunlight, casting a large shadow on the ground. It directly leaped over the entire rat swarm, landing in the center of the encirclement. Boom. The massive shadow crashed heavily to the ground, creating a loud noise. Lin Miaoyi was stunned, looking at the enormous figure before her. Is this truly a divine weapon descending from the heavens? But this time, the divine weapon is a bear? Chapter 32. Is the Foundation Establishment Beast Su Zhe's little brother? When this enormous creature appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the charging Earth Vein rat swarm stopped in its tracks. Looking at this massive being with suspicion, Xiongda did not reveal his presence. Therefore, the Earth Vein mice had no idea of his strength. However, an instinctive intuition from their biological nature told them that this big guy in front of them was not to be trifled with. The Earth Vein Mouse King suddenly stopped in its tracks, staring blankly at Xiongda. As a high-level demonic beast, its intelligence had fully awakened, and its memory was naturally quite good. The more it looked at Xiongda, the more familiar he seemed, as if it had seen him somewhere before. Finally, upon closer inspection, the Earth Vein Mouse King realized that this was none other than the legendary ferocious beast. This was bad. A chill rose in its heart. How did this guy suddenly appear here? Roar. At that moment, Xiongda let out a roar that shook the mountains, and the aura of a high-level demonic beast suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping the area. The pressure equivalent to that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator descended upon every creature present. In an instant, apart from Su Zhe and Xiao Qing, everyone and the Earth Vein mice felt a pause in their breathing. Their bodies felt heavier, as if weighed down by lead. A high-level demonic beast? Tang Jia was horrified. Originally, it was already unfortunate to encounter a group of Earth Vein mice. But now he unexpectedly faced a high-level demonic beast directly. His face was filled with despair, pale as death. Facing the group of Earth Vein mice was one thing. At least there was a chance to resist and struggle. But facing a high-level demonic beast? There wasn't even a chance to struggle. How could a high-level demonic beast appear in such a peripheral area? Lin Miaoyi was uncertain. Squeak, squeak. The Earth Vein mouse group became chaotic again. But this time the sounds were filled with fear. The Earth Vein Mouse King felt the most intense oppression, as Xiongda had been staring at it the whole time. A question also arose in its mind. Why would a high-level demonic beast appear here? However, it no longer had time to think about this. Although the mouse group was strong, in the face of a Foundation Establishment expert, numbers meant nothing. Under the intense pressure, the Mouse King's limbs trembled, filled with fear. Although it did not know the reason, it knew it had been targeted. The only option now was to flee. The next moment, the Earth Vein Mouse King twisted its body and was about to turn to escape. Whoosh! A gust of wind rose. Xiongda's massive figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already beside the Earth Vein Mouse King. Squeak! In the terrified gaze of the Mouse King, Xiongda slowly raised his heavy paw and slammed it down. With a bang, flesh and blood exploded, blood splattered, and white fragments of bone flew out rapidly, piercing through dozens of nearby Earth Vein mice. In just one strike, the high-level Earth Vein Mouse King had no chance to fight back and was directly killed by Xiongda's paw. Seeing this scene, thousands of Earth Vein mice screamed in terror. They no longer cared about Su Zhe and the others, turning to flee without hesitation. Xiongda waved his hand, slapping down a few Earth Vein mice that foolishly ran towards him. As for the others, he couldn't be bothered to pursue them one by one. Moments later, the dark mass of mice disappeared, leaving behind a scene of devastation and several pools of blood and mangled flesh. From the moment Xiongda made his move to the escape of the Earth Vein mice, it took less than 10 seconds. In the face of absolute overpowering strength, everything else was insignificant. On the other side, Lin Miaoyi and the others stood rigidly, frozen in place, not daring to move. The pressure brought by this black bear was simply terrifying. However, the good thing was that it seemed to bear no malice towards them. Moreover, it had taken action to deal with the Earth Vein Mouse King, in a sense, saving them. However, demonic beasts were ultimately demonic beasts, and there was a natural antagonism with humans. Therefore, it was best to leave this place quickly. Everyone, don't be too agitated. Let us slowly back away. Don't startle this demonic beast. Under her guidance, the students began to retreat slowly. But after just a few steps, the black bear turned around and fixed its gaze on them. In that instant, Lin Miaoyi and the others could almost see the eagerness in its black eyes. This was bad. Everyone's hearts sank. Did it see them as food? Tang Jie and Gan Shiyu could no longer withstand the pressure. The fear inside them overcame their last bit of rationality. Run. They shouted and turned to flee. With them leading the way, the psychological defenses of the others finally crumbled. And they immediately turned to run, each one dashing into the forest like headless flies. Lin Miaoi also had a moment where she wanted to turn and escape. But she found that Suze hadn't moved at all, as if he was stunned. At this critical moment, how could he be like this? She hurriedly tugged at Suze's sleeve. Suze, you're dazed, hurry up and go. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Miaoi felt a shadow fall in front of her, blocking the sunlight. Her pupils contracted, and she turned to look, only to see Xiongda's broad chest. It was over. Just delaying for this 1 second. Was it already too late? She glanced at Suze, filled with confusion. Suze didn't seem like the kind of person who would be stunned by fear. How could he be like this time? However, dying alongside someone like Suze wasn't too bad. It was just a pity that a brilliant new star would be lost among future cultivators. And she would no longer have the chance to become a master alchemist. She thought to herself, the gap between body refining and foundation establishment was too great. They were completely different levels of existence. However, she still did not give up and assumed a fighting stance. When encountering a fierce beast, do not play dead, or you will die even worse, and do not run away, because you absolutely cannot outrun them. At this moment, stand up straight, clench your fists, glare fiercely, and let out a roar like a beast. At least that way, you die with dignity. But now she felt it wasn't unreasonable. She glared fiercely at the giant bear in front of her, making sounds as if to growl, trying to use the fiercest expression possible, but for some reason, it came off as more cute. Xiongda looked at this tiny human in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Is this human a bit off in the head? I should keep my distance from her, otherwise I might get infected. Then, its next action left Lin Miaoi dumbfounded. Xiongda rubbed its hands together, like a person, leaned in front of Suze, and said with a flattering expression, Big brother, you've finally come. Lin Miaoi. What is going on? This foundation establishment giant bear is calling Suze big brother? A foundation establishment demonic beast is Suze's little brother? Chapter 33, Forest Anomaly. Beast tide appears she couldn't have heard wrong, right? A foundation establishment demonic beast calling a body refining human big brother? Look at that face full of flattery, the lewdness while rubbing its hands. There is not a hint of the demeanor of a high-level demonic beast. Lin Miaoi suddenly felt that she might not really understand this world. Ever since Suze appeared, it seemed that everything in the past had turned magical. First, he advanced to the 5th level of body refining in just a few days, then memorized the basics of alchemy in a few hours and fully understood it. Even able to operate it. Now he could even make a high-level demonic beast call him Big Brother. Lin Miaoi was in deep shock, confusion, disbelief. One question after another arose in her mind. While she was filled with questions, Suze frowned and asked Xiongda, why aren't you behaving and running around outside? Did the egg hatch successfully? Upon hearing this, Xiongda immediately looked aggrieved and said, Big brother, it's not my fault for running around. It's that egg that had a problem. What problem? Suze asked, thinking something went wrong. Did you crush it? How is that possible? It suddenly became so hot that I couldn't even touch it with my body. Later, it got even hotter, almost burning the hair off me. Xiongda shook his head in distress. Eventually, I couldn't stay in the cave anymore, so I had no choice but to run out. Suze frowned tightly. With the temporary contract in place, Xiongda couldn't deceive him, so what it said was true. Lin Miaoi, who was beside them, listened to their conversation in shock. Her heart already stirred up like a storm. It was actually true. Looking at the way this level of monster spoke and behaved, wasn't it just a classic sycophant image? But the key was how Suze managed to do it. Even for a beastmaster. Establishing a harmonious relationship with a monster requires nurturing feelings from a young age and signing a contract. Even then, there could be risks of backlash. And if it were an adult monster, the difficulty would increase by hundreds or thousands of times. Unless one used overwhelming force to compel the other party to submit and forcibly sign a contract. But which of those conditions did Suze meet? The giant bear was definitely older than Suze. When it was still young, Suze probably didn't even know where he was. Forcing the other party to submit with brute force? Lin Miaoi felt that it was more likely that the giant bear would force Suze to submit. Logic told her that this was impossible, but reality hit her like a bolt from the blue. Seeing Suze frown, Xiongda immediately explained, Brother, you really don't know how terrifying that temperature was. Even I could barely withstand it, and as soon as I moved away, I sensed your presence, which is why I came over. At that moment, Lin Miaoi finally couldn't hold back and asked, Suze, what is your relationship with this one? Only then did Suze remember that Lin Miaoi was still beside him. The situation was urgent, so he casually said, Oh, this one is a friend from another race I met in the forest. After some in-depth and intimate exchanges, we became good friends. Big brother is just a playful nickname. Hearing this, Xiongda's mouth twitched. In-depth and intimate exchanges? You mean you beat me up good, right? If I hadn't reacted quickly and submitted, my bare paw would probably have been inside your stomach. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his soul. Xiongda shook himself awake, quickly stopping the thoughts in his mind. Lin Miao nodded thoughtfully. She was feeling a bit numb now, her brain short-circuited. Even with such an absurd explanation, she forced herself to believe it. With a cute expression, she said, "Hello, I'm Lin Miao, Suzai's classmate." This was the first time Xiongda encountered such a situation, and he was a bit at a loss. However, after Suzai glanced at him, he immediately reacted. Hello, you can call me Xiongda." He bent down with effort and shook hands with Lin Miao's small hand using his heavy bear paw. The towering giant bear, over 3 meters tall, formed a stark contrast with the petite girl. Suzai stifled a laugh, just about to speak when, rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and strange muffled sounds emerged from deep within the forest. This commotion was very similar to the previous ground rat swarm, but was many times louder. Bang bang bang. A fox suddenly dashed out from the thicket, its strength reaching the upper level. Its eyes were filled with greed as it ran in one direction. Following that, the second, third, one monster after another burst out from the jungle, not even glancing at Suzai and the others, just rushing toward the direction where the fox had disappeared. What was going on? Lin Miao wondered. Just then, her eyes widened, pointing at the distant sky. Look. Suzai looked up and was immediately shocked. The sky had turned fiery red at some point, with countless spiritual energies surging and flowing in that direction. Red clouds appeared, looking quite spectacular. That direction wasn't where your cave is, was it? Suzai suddenly asked. Xiongda was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to realize something and quickly nodded. Yes, it should be my cave. Suzai immediately realized that the anomaly in the sky was likely caused by the flame bird egg. Could it be about to hatch? Rumble. In the distance, large trees crashed down, as if a massive creature was running through the forest. Xiongda's expression tightened, looking in that direction, shocked. Beast tide? Hearing this term, Lin Miao's expression changed. We need to hurry. If we get caught by the beast tide, we'll be trampled into mush. Xiongda didn't speak, but looked at Suzai. Behind them was the surging beast tide, and ahead was a fiery anomaly. No one knew what was happening. Logically, Suzai was reluctant to move forward. Although the flame bird had a trace of phoenix blood, even denser than the dragon blood in Shaoqing, he didn't know if he should risk his life for it. After all, the anomaly ahead was too astonishing. The red clouds covered the entire sky, and even from a distance, Suzai felt the temperature around him rise significantly. The more astonishing the scene, the greater the hidden danger. But if he gave up now, he would feel quite unwilling. Ultimately, he made up his mind. Let's go. Let's see what the situation is. He immediately reached out and hugged Lin Miao before she could react, and a terrifying power erupted from beneath his feet. The next moment, Suzai and Xiongda vanished, turning into 2 black shadows rushing toward the location of the anomaly. Chapter 34, Level 9 Monster. Golden Core Stage Flame Bird Lin Miao felt a flash before her eyes, and she was pulled into a warm embrace. The scenery on both sides flickered rapidly, and it felt like she moved an unknown distance in no time. After a while, she finally realized that she was being held in Suzai's arms. In an instant, a blush spread from her cheeks to her neck. She froze, not daring to move. The scent from Suzai enveloped her, making her body tremble. And she was extremely nervous. Suzai, what are you doing? Lin Miao tried to struggle a bit, but found that the strength in Suzai's arms firmly held her in place. Her mind short-circuited at this moment, unable to think of any reasons. Suzai then realized that their current position was a bit inappropriate. I was going to check out that direction, but I can't let you go alone. That would be too dangerous, so this is the only way, he said somewhat bashfully. After all, the flame bird egg had nothing to do with Lin Miao, yet he was bringing her to such a place, which was indeed a bit unreasonable. However, if he didn't do this, Lin Miao would definitely not escape the beast tide. So, this seemed to be the best solution. While speaking, Suzai's speed didn't slow down at all. Instead, it increased a bit. But just then, he felt Lin Miao's softness, and a refreshing fragrance entered his nostrils, making his spirit tremble. As if sensing Suzai's unusualness, Lin Miao's face reddened even more. Once we get there, I'll put you down, Suzai hurriedly said. Lin Miao timidly nodded, burying her head in his clothes, her ears turning red. Growing up, it was the first time she had such close contact with a man. Finally, Suzai and Xiongda slowed down. Lin Miao blushed as she jumped down from Suzai's arms, turned around, and didn't dare to look at him. She was extremely nervous, even able to hear her own heartbeat. However, at that moment, Suzai had no time to worry about these things anymore. Stay close. If something goes wrong, we need to run, he reminded Lin Miao. Lin Miao responded and obediently followed Suzai closely, not leaving his side. The two of them cautiously advanced. The air temperature was rising, and if they weren't both cultivators, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it any longer. After a moment, they climbed over a small hill. Xiongda saw the scene ahead, and his eyes widened in shock. Where's the original mountain? My home is gone. Suze was also somewhat shocked, looking at the sea of fire. Where was the previous landscape? If he remembered correctly, this was supposed to be a lush forest. But now it had turned into a sea of flames, with fire everywhere, and the ground was parched from the heat. Moreover, Xiongda's cave had completely disappeared. The entire mountain peak was gone, as if it had been blown apart, with debris scattered everywhere. Semi-solid lava flowed, emitting terrifying high temperatures, as if it had just experienced a volcanic eruption. In the central area, there was a brilliant sea of fire. Amidst the flickering flames, a figure could be seen moving inside. What kind of creature was that? How could it survive in such high temperatures? Xiongda exclaimed in shock. Just then, a rumbling sound came from behind, the noise approaching rapidly, and in an instant, it reached behind Suze and the others. They saw a group of demon beasts appearing at the edge of the sea of fire. They were blocked by the high temperatures and halted in their tracks. Gradually, more and more demon beasts appeared, totaling nearly 100,000. This was a terrifying force. Even foundation-building cultivators would turn and flee at such a sight. Suze was equally puzzled. Suddenly, a loud cry came from deep within the sea of fire. A gigantic bird, engulfed in flames, suddenly burst out from the fire. At the same time, a series of information appeared. Name, Flame Bird, severely injured and dying. Level, lower grade special bloodline. Vermilion Bird bloodline 5 skills. Blazing Flame, Fireball technique. Bathing in fire. Suze was taken aback. It was a level demon beast, equivalent to a human's golden core stage cultivator. A flash of insight struck him as he recalled the origin of this demon beast. Wasn't this the flame bird that laid the flame bird egg? He initially thought it had met with misfortune, but unexpectedly it appeared here. Severely injured and dying, he focused his gaze. The flame bird circled in the air, stirring the clouds in the sky. Under the reflection of its flames, the entire sky seemed to be burning, a sea of red. As it flew, the aura of this level demon beast spread like a tide. In an instant, many of the demon beasts in the tide collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. Despite its fierce might, Suze still keenly noticed its awkward movements. One of its wings seemed to have a gruesome wound. Moreover, the flames on its body were slowly dimming. Clearly, it had gone through a fierce battle and was severely injured, now on the brink of death. But since it was already severely wounded, why was it wasting its strength like this? Suze was puzzled, shifting his gaze towards the depths of the fire. Amidst the flickering flames, a bird egg revealed itself. Unlike last time, the fiery red patterns on the eggshell were now more intricate and dense. Xiongda also saw the flame bird egg. It wasn't he stupid. Upon seeing the flame bird, it understood why its home had suffered. It looked at Suze with a resentful gaze, mourning for its bare den for 3 seconds. Fortunately, it was a poor creature with nothing valuable at home. Otherwise, it would have been heartbroken. Just as Suze felt strange, Lin Miaoi's voice reached his ears. Bathing in fire great array. Suze's heart stirred upon hearing this. In the information just provided by the system, the flame bird indeed possessed a skill called bathing in fire. He turned and asked, "Bathing in fire great array?" Lin Miaoi explained, "That flame bird should have a trace of vermilion bird bloodline. Any demon beast with this bloodline, upon reaching a certain strength, will master this skill. What it is using now is the bathing in fire great array, but it's not about rebirth through fire. Instead, it transfers part of its power to its offspring. This is a form of inheritance, but the caster will die after using it." Suze nodded, looking at the demon beast in the sky that was still struggling to cast the bathing in fire great array. Was it trying to leave some of its power for its children before it died? He silently thought, exhausting oneself for the offspring. How pitiful is the heart of all parents. Even demon beasts, when facing their offspring, were not much different from humans. Chapter 35. The flame bird's final entrustment in the sky. The flame bird's movements had noticeably slowed, its flames dimming, and it no longer looked as majestic as it had at the beginning. It let out a cry that was no longer resounding and slowly descended. At this moment, the flame bird's body had reached its limit. The wound on its wing burst open, but not much blood flowed out. The flesh beneath the wound was no longer red, but a pale white. Its blood had long since drained, and it was now sustained solely by willpower. It slowly landed on the ground, gazing gently at the bird egg in front of it. As a level demon beast, it was no less intelligent and emotional than humans. Suddenly, streams of brilliant red energy appeared, all pouring into the egg. To the naked eye, the red patterns on the bird egg seemed to come alive, gradually moving and becoming more intricate. The bathing in fire great array had reached its final step. It was going to leave the last bit of its original power to its child. As time passed, Suze could clearly feel the temperature dropping. The sea of fire was gradually receding, seemingly indicating that the flame bird's life was coming to an end. What was going on with these demon beasts? Why were they rushing over like mad? Suze wondered. Lin Miaoyi explained. This is a crucial step of the bathing in fire great array. Shionda was also curious. Turning to look at Lin Miaoyi. My brother's friend really knows a lot. The legend says that the phoenix is reborn through fire in a blood pool. So the bathing in fire great array also has a similar step, which requires a large amount of blood to complete the final step of the array. Lin Miaoyi glanced at the demon beasts, her eyes flashing with a trace of sympathy. So the flame bird attracted these demon beasts to obtain the blood in their bodies. However, it could only affect those below level, having no effect on level demon beasts. Suze scanned the area, dense information appearing. The facts matched Lin Miaoyi's explanation. In the sea of demon beasts, all were below level. At this moment, the tide of beasts moved. One by one, demon beasts began to run, charging towards the deepest part of the sea of fire. The temperature on the ground was very high, with some places still burning with flames. The heat scorched their bodies, igniting their fur. However, these demon beasts seemed oblivious, charging forward blindly. Soon, one demon beast reached the edge of the deepest sea of fire, without a hint of hesitation. It leaped directly into the flames. Crackle! The sound of flesh burning filled the air. In the blink of an eye, that demon beast's body turned to ash, leaving behind only a pool of crystal-clear blood. Following closely was the second, then the third. The tide of beasts surged forward. Countless demon beasts plunging into the sea of fire. This scene was truly horrifying. Xiongda watched, his fur standing on end, his body trembling. Lin Miaoyi could no longer bear to watch, and hid behind Suze. Moments later, the ocean of demonic beasts vanished, replaced by a sea of blood. The firebird and its offspring were in the midst of it, beginning the final steps. A mournful cry resounded. The firebird spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto the egg. The blood was absorbed by the egg at a visibly rapid pace. The flames surged, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. The previously solidified magma flowed again, the dazzling light obscuring the scene within. Can't see it anymore, Berta said. Suze remained silent, patiently waiting. 5 minutes later, the flames shooting into the sky suddenly began to shrink. In an instant, the flames dissipated. The original mount was completely gone, and the lake-like blood pool also vanished, leaving only the firebird and the egg beneath it. The fiery formation had ended. The firebird had reached the end of its life, barely hanging on by a thread. That kid over there, you must be the one who took my child from the nest, right? Suddenly, the firebird turned its head towards Suze. Lin Miaoyi was startled, a cold sweat breaking out on her body. Berta was so scared he nearly turned to run. However, Suze remained calm. Name: Firebird, Burnout, Level, Lower Tier, has declined to Lower Tier. The fiery formation had dealt too much damage to the firebird, causing its strength to rapidly decline. It could no longer pose a threat to Suze. The firebird sensed Suze's calmness and was momentarily taken aback. But it had no time to dwell on that now. It realized that Suze was extraordinary, with merely the strength of the 7th level of body refinement. He had a foundation-building demonic beast protecting him. And most importantly, it felt that he was even stronger than that foundation-building beast. If such a person were to grow smoothly, he would surely become the brightest star among the myriad of races in the future. And it was about to die. Its child could not be left unprotected. It was just right to entrust it to this human. Kid, I am about to die. This child has even greater potential than I do. As soon as it started to speak, Suze understood its intention. It wanted to entrust the little firebird to him. He naturally had no objections and nodded earnestly. The firebird nodded in agreement. Then with a flap of its wings, it sent the egg into Suze's hands. Suze caught it steadily and immediately felt a warmth emanating from it. Name: Unhatched Firebird, Healthy State, Special Bloodline. Vermilion Bird Bloodline 1 remarks. After the baptism of the fiery formation, its future achievements may break through limits. The firebird had reached its limit, struggling to say, help me take good care of it. Its strength won't be weak. It can help you and protect it well. By the end, it was almost begging. After saying this, the firebird took one last look at the egg, and then its head slowly drooped. Name: Firebird, Deceased. The little firebird seemed to sense something. The patterns on the eggshell dimmed significantly. Lin Miaoyi looked at this scene in disbelief. She suddenly felt a bit dizzy. She had been overwhelmed by too much today. Did Suze just obtain the offspring of a level demonic beast in just a couple of sentences? Was that a bit hasty? With a whoosh, the firebird's body in the distance suddenly ignited. Its flesh melted away like ice and snow, its form gradually shrinking. It entrusted its child to you just like that? Lin Miaoyi's big eyes were filled with confusion. Besides, follow me, and it won't suffer. He touched the egg and said lightly, his tone firm and confident. Lin Miaoyi was taken aback and then nodded. Indeed, with such a genius, the little firebird would not be wronged. Chapter 36. The terrifying power of a level demonic beast. Little Qing looked at the firebird egg, listening to the conversations of those around. It suddenly felt that it had missed a lot during its last slumber. Although the little firebird was still in an unhatched state, Little Qing already sensed a threat from it. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged in Little Qing's heart. This feeling was far stronger than before, a true life-and-death crisis. It tightened its heart and immediately transmitted a message to Suze. Master, quickly leave this place. A very dangerous creature is coming. Suze was taken aback, immediately sensing Little Qing's tension. Little Qing was very sensitive to danger and rarely made mistakes. Without any hesitation, he directly reached out and hugged Lin Miaoyi, shouting to Bear Da, run. Suze's legs exerted tremendous force, and the golden true essence within him operated at full speed, bringing his strength to the utmost. Ah! Lin Miaoyi exclaimed, not expecting Suze to pull this stunt again. With a loud bang, her voice was abruptly cut off, the powerful impact rendering her speechless. A deep pit appeared on the ground as Suze's figure vanished in an instant. Berta was first stunned, then quickly reacted and started to run after Suze. However, it soon panicked because it realized it couldn't keep up with Suze's pace. Big brother, wait for me. Although it didn't know what was going on, seeing Suze so anxious made Berta anxious too. It used all its strength, but still fell further behind Suze. The more it struggled, the colder Bear Da's heart became. Suze's desperate appearance made it even more frantic. What kind of danger could make Suze so nervous? Soon, it found out what it was. Boom. A huge explosion came from behind. The sound originated from where the firebird had just fallen. Seconds later, a terrifying shockwave swept through, destroying a large area of the forest. Berta was caught off guard and was directly blown away by the wave. In midair, its body flipped continuously. It was precisely because of this that Berta saw the scene behind it. In the distance, a pair of blood-red pupils emerged from the clouds, like two blood moons. The wind and clouds stirred, revealing the massive body behind the clouds. It was a gigantic hawk. Roar! The hawk let out a screech and spread its wings, scattering half of the clouds in the sky. Name: Azure Cloud Hawk level, upper tier, extremely dangerous. Special bloodline, unknown skills, unknown remarks, top predator. If you encounter such a creature while lacking strength, the only word is flee. Of course, generally, those lacking strength 1T be able to escape. Upper tier, peak golden core. Suze gazed in shock at the hawk. How could a demonic beast of this level appear on the outskirts of the wild forest? With a thud, Bear Da's body crashed heavily to the ground. But it didn't care about the pain. It quickly flipped over and fled for its life. It finally understood why Suze was running so fast. If it hadn't left just now, that shockwave alone could have killed it. Meanwhile, in the distance, the hawk hovered high in the sky, its sharp gaze scanning below, ultimately locking onto a pile of black ashes. Its eyes suddenly turned icy cold. A familiar aura emanated from the ashes. Firebird, you actually died here. The hawk's eyes nearly ignited with flames, filled with extreme rage. Damn Firebird. You didn't even leave me the chance for revenge. It let out a roar that echoed throughout the forest. Suze naturally heard its voice and was taken aback. The firebird was heavily injured because it had provoked this creature, and it appeared that there was enmity between them. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud explosions came from afar. The power was astonishing. Clouds of dust rose, and huge, deep pits appeared on the ground, as if it had just been carpet bombed. It was unclear how the flame bird had provoked the Azure Cloud Eagle to make such a crazy move. Suddenly, the Azure Cloud Eagle's action stopped. It had just been venting its anger by bombarding the ground because it couldn't take revenge personally. But now it sensed something was wrong. It shouldn't die this quickly. A green light flashed in the Azure Cloud Eagle's eyes. As a high-level demon beast, it naturally understood the abilities of various demon beasts. The Fiery Bath Formation. It suddenly remembered that the flame bird must have activated the Fiery Bath Formation, which accelerated its death. And to activate the formation, there must be a beneficiary. Without a doubt, that beneficiary must be the offspring of the flame bird. Where is that little bastard? The Azure Cloud Eagle suddenly spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its sharp eyes scanned the surrounding forest. In the next moment, it directly locked onto Suze, who was running. As he ran, the large bundle on Suze's back emitted wisps of red light. It was that little bastard. It had actually been taken away by a human. The Azure Cloud Eagle roared in anger and transformed into a streak of green light, flying towards Suze. Its speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, it arrived behind Suze and the others. Xiongda shivered, horrified. It's over. A chill surged in Suze's heart as he sensed the cold, killing intent from behind him. However, just at that critical moment, in the distance, in Jiangnan City, at Jiangnan First High School, the principal's office, Tang Yi, who had been dozing off in his chair, suddenly vanished. Just as the azure cloud eagle was about to strike and annihilate the two humans along with the flame bird's egg, a brilliant and dazzling light soared from afar, cutting through the sky and arriving in an instant. A figure steadily hovered in midair, staring at the azure cloud eagle not far away, and said, "You furry beast. It's one thing to bully in the forest, but now you want to kill my student? You're asking for death." Hearing that familiar voice, Suze and Lin Miao-yi were both taken aback and looked in the direction of the voice. "Principal," Lin Miao-yi exclaimed. She saw the azure cloud eagle staring at Tang-yi, its body trembling involuntarily, a hint of fear growing in its heart. "Hurry and get lost," Tang-yi said coldly. Frowning, the azure cloud eagle, as if granted amnesty, quickly turned and fled. This time, its speed was much faster, instantly disappearing at the horizon. Suze was also a bit shocked. It was actually the principal. He was so strong. That was a high-level demon beast, equivalent to the peak of the human golden core stage. Being able to directly scare off the azure cloud eagle, what kind of strength did the principal have? Chapter 37, Wang Lao's shock. Is this what that master refined? Suze finally breathed a sigh of relief. For a brief moment, he really thought he was going to meet his end here. He regained his composure and looked at Principal Tang-yi, suddenly feeling a bit ashamed for previously sending out the principal's contact information to cover for himself. However, what surprised Suze was that the principal didn't seem angry at all for him doing that. He shouted at the hovering Tang-yi principal. Suze's face darkened. The words of gratitude he wanted to say were swallowed back down. What does it mean to be unable to say good words? He genuinely wanted to be sentimental just now. And where was there any sign of early romance? Lin Miao-yi had just regained her senses when she heard Tang-yi's words, and her face suddenly turned red. She recalled the two intimate encounters with Suze today and instantly lowered her head, as if caught in the act, not daring to meet Tang-yi's gaze. Her behavior, in Tang-yi's eyes, was solid evidence. Good boy, at such a young age, you're not learning well. He shook his head, but seeing that Lin Miao-yi was already shy to the point of being unable to speak, he stopped. Suze noticed that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding and wanted to explain. Tang-yi didn't give him the chance to explain. Suze felt a rush of blood to his head, his face turning red with anger. Lin Miao-yi naturally understood what it meant, gasping as her ears turned red with embarrassment. However, Suze's reaction, in Tang-yi's eyes, meant something entirely different. So this kid knows how to feel shy too? Look at how awkward he is. Tang-yi saw Suze's flushed face and completely misunderstood. It took Suze a long time to calm down. His expression gradually returned to normal. Xiongda cautiously approached and asked, "Big brother?" Xiongda hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. It turned and left, disappearing into the depths of the forest. "Shall we go?" Lin Miao-yi was slightly better, but her face was still flushed. In the end, the two parted ways at the temporary trading place. A warm sensation emanated from the flame bird's egg in the bundle, a powerful life quietly developing within. In Jiangnan City, in a large estate, the living room, simply decorated, exuded an air of luxury. Wang Lao suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in. "I heard Miao-yi encountered danger in the forest again." Lin Miao-yi's father, Lin Fan, approached and said, "Yes, she encountered danger, but Miao-yi wasn't harmed." Wang Lao's anger flared, and he scolded his son-in-law. "What are you doing as a father? Time and again putting your woman in danger?" After a while, Lin Miao-yi came down from upstairs, and only then did Wang Lao stop scolding, pulling Lin Miao-yi close to him. Looking her over to confirm she wasn't injured before he felt relieved. However, he still didn't give Lin Fan a good expression, frowning as he said, "Next time Miao-yi goes out, have the experts from the family follow her closely, understood?" Lin Fan nodded repeatedly, not daring to say another word. It was Lin Miao-yi who rescued him, wrinkling her nose and saying, "Grandpa, it's not Dad's fault, it's just my bad luck. Besides, I'm fine now, right? Also, I think having bodyguards is unnecessary, it would be too ostentatious." In the end, both sides made concessions. Lin Miao-yi agreed to let the family experts protect her, but they couldn't appear easily, they had to hide in the shadows. Wang Lao pondered for a moment before agreeing. Then, he took out a jade bottle from his spatial ring and handed it to Lin Miao-yi. "The Foundation Establishment pill has been refined. Take it when you want to break through to Foundation Establishment. The effect will be more significant." However, his actions didn't stop there. One by one, things appeared out of thin air. There were all kinds of items, including pills, weapons, protective gear, and various medicinal materials. They all had one thing in common. They were expensive. Each item taken out was far more precious than blood dragon grass. Yet now, Wang Lao pulled out a whole pile. Lin Miao-yi looked at the heap of items and said helplessly, "Grandpa, so many things won't fit in my spatial bracelet." Wang Lao immediately replied, "Oh, in that case, it's easy. Let's switch, you can use my ring." Lin Fan couldn't help but interject, "Dad, how can such precious things be used by Miao-yi? You should keep them for yourself." "What are you saying?" Wang Lao frowned. If not for Miao Yi, then who? Are you saying for yourself? I haven't settled the score with you from earlier. I'm not confused enough to let you make decisions now. After another round of scolding, the dignified giant of Jiangnan City, a golden core powerhouse, Lin Fan, hung his head, cold sweat pouring down, no longer daring to say a word. Lin Miao Yi couldn't go against Wang Lao, so she could only take out everything from her spatial bracelet, preparing to store it in the spatial ring. Old Wang suddenly discovered 3 small bottles and, feeling curious, picked them up. After realizing they contained body refining liquid, he laughed and said, Miao Yi, why are you interested in refining body refining liquid? Although this stuff is simple, it tests a person's alchemy level and understanding the most. Saying this, he opened the jade bottle and checked the quality of the body refining liquid inside. As soon as he looked, Old Wang's expression changed. He carefully sniffed it and then took a small taste. Lin Miao Yi, feeling curious, asked, Grandpa, what's wrong? Old Wang, holding the body refining liquid, seriously asked, Miao Yi, where did you acquire this body refining liquid from? What? Old Wang suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. Chapter 38, Behind Su Zhe. There must be a master alchemist. Lin Miao Yi was startled by her grandfather Wang Lin's reaction and asked in confusion, Grandpa, what's wrong? Wang Lin's expression grew serious as he said, Miao Yi, don't joke with me. Is this body refining liquid really made by your classmate? Lin Miao Yi nodded and said, yes, it's absolutely true. I watched him refine it myself. Wang Lin's hand trembled slightly. However, he quickly thought of another possibility. Which family does your classmate belong to? Or does he have any family members or teachers who are master alchemists? Only this could explain it. Wang Lin was curious about who this remarkable person was that could refine body refining liquid to such a degree. In his understanding, the potency conversion of body refining liquid was at most 50. Yet, the bottle of body refining liquid in his hand had a conversion rate of 55. It wasn't just an increase of 1, but 5. In fact, as the most basic medicinal liquid, the recipe for body refining liquid had already been improved to the extreme. Countless master alchemists had once tried to increase the potency conversion rate of body refining liquid, even by just 1, which would significantly help the overall strength of humanity. After all, most people were cultivators in the body refining stage. However, these renowned masters in the alchemy world had all failed in this endeavor. Everyone tried, and then announced they were giving up. But today, Wang Lin had actually seen a body refining liquid with a potency conversion of 55. This increase was no ordinary terror. His first reaction was that a master alchemist must have made a significant breakthrough to achieve this feat. But Lin Miao Yi's answer was that it was refined by her classmate. However, he quickly thought of a second possibility. That is, Miao Yi's classmate must be a disciple of that master, which is how he knew the latest recipe for body refining liquid and successfully refined it. He believed it had to be this way. The only thing that puzzled him was why that master didn't make the new recipe public immediately after researching it. Such an achievement, once announced, would shake the entire alchemy world. Lin Miao Yi pondered for a moment and uncertainly said, from what I know, his parents went missing in an accident many years ago, and he has been living alone all these years. I haven't heard him mention having a master. A hint of shock flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Yes, that master must be an extremely low-key big shot, who wouldn't easily expose his existence after accomplishing something so astonishing. Miao Yi's classmate must have known this beforehand, so he never revealed any information about it. The more Wang Lin thought about it, the more he felt it was true. His heart was on fire, and he wanted to find that master to communicate. However, he thought again, such a low-key person would not like to be easily disturbed. Right, he couldn't be so impulsive. He had to take it step by step. Wang Lin's mind flashed with thoughts, understanding many things. Since that master was so low-key, he must have reminded Miao Yi's classmate not to refine pills easily. And now, not only had he refined it, but he also handed it directly to Miao Yi. What did this indicate? It indicated that for that master, the new body refining liquid was no longer something to be kept strictly confidential. He must be planning to announce his earth-shattering achievement in the near future. By then, with his identity, status, and ability, he would definitely be able to meet that master. The more Wang Lin thought about it, the more excited he became. For someone like him, who was immersed in the world of alchemy, being able to communicate with high-level peers was an incredibly precious opportunity. Lin Miao Yi, seeing her grandfather like this, became even more curious. Wang Lin slightly suppressed his excitement and patiently explained, "Do you know what this is?" Looking at the small bottle, Lin Miao Yi was even more puzzled. "Of course I know. This is body refining liquid, right?" Wang Lin nodded and said, "Yes, this is indeed body refining liquid. But it's not just any ordinary body refining liquid." Lin Fan, who couldn't help but ask, what could be so special about body refining liquid? Lin Fan was a martial artist and knew nothing about alchemy, so he was quite confused. Wang Lin turned his head, his expression shifting from kind to angry. What do you know, you fool? We're having a conversation, and you, an outsider, are butting in. However, he didn't continue to scold Lin Fan, and continued to explain to Lin Miao-yi. Miao-yi, do you know the conversion rate of the potency in a bottle of body refining liquid? Wang Lin nodded and continued. Do you know what the conversion rate of this body refining liquid is? Lin Miao-yi shook her head. 55. Wang Lin said. Lin Miao-yi was taken aback and then quickly reacted, her pretty face filled with shock. 55. Lin Fan was even more shocked. As a martial artist, he naturally knew how significant this would be. Once this recipe spreads, all grassroots cultivators of humanity might elevate their strength to a new level. Wang Lin nodded seriously. That's why I asked you if this body refining liquid was refined by that master. This achievement is truly astonishing. The difficulty of achieving this step is even greater than creating a high-level medicinal formula by many times. But you said this was refined by your classmate, so I believe there must be a top master alchemist hidden behind him. However, that master was obviously a person who was indifferent to fame and fortune. So he hid his identity and did not announce his results immediately. Lin Miao-yi's eyes were filled with shock. After hearing Wang Lin's words, the image of Su Zhe suddenly appeared in her mind. With outstanding martial arts talent, strong strength, a powerful contract spirit beast, and now he also had a mysterious master alchemist behind him. All these characteristics converged on one person. This was simply incredible, making her doubt Su Zhe's true identity even more. She felt that Su Zhe was increasingly filled with mysterious colors. At this moment, Wang Lin asked, "What is your classmate's name? If he has time, let me meet him." Wang Lin was somewhat excited and said with a smile, "It's okay, no rush. If he doesn't have time, we can meet later." Lin Miao-yi nodded in agreement. Then, Wang Lin hurriedly left with the 3 bottles of body refining liquid. He needed to go to his alchemy room to personally examine this unique body refining liquid. Chapter 39. The Firebird Egg, 70 times cashback in the morning. A cool breeze brushed across Su Zhe's cheeks. As he slowly woke up, he saw those familiar vertical pupils. Xiaoqing was ready, waiting for that familiar warm energy to appear. However, after a long time, Xiaoqing still did not sense the emergence of the warm energy, and it became somewhat puzzled. Did it fall asleep again? It opened its eyes in confusion, but did not see Su Zhe's figure. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Xiaoqing suddenly felt something. Its body stiffened, and it struggled to turn its head. When it saw what Su Zhe was doing, its eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. At that moment, Su Zhe had already arrived in front of the flame bird egg, checking on the situation of the little flame bird. Name, flame bird about to hatch. Only then did he feel relieved, though he still didn't know when exactly it would hatch. Su Zhe could clearly sense the vigorous life force of the little flame bird. Waves of vitality radiating out. Suddenly, a bold thought appeared in Su Zhe's mind. Could he bestow enlightenment on the little flame bird that had not yet hatched? If possible, would it accelerate the hatching speed of the little flame bird? However, to prevent any accidents, he still used his thoughts to inquire the system. What would happen if I bestowed enlightenment on the flame bird that hasn't hatched yet? Ding! The little flame bird has a strong life force, having already reached the lower tier of power before birth, and can accept enlightenment. Seeing the system provide a clear answer, Su Zhe was overjoyed. He didn't hesitate and directly placed his hand on the eggshell, focusing his thoughts, and began the enlightenment process. You have imparted 1 year of cultivation to the flame bird, triggering the enlightenment cashback feature. Cashback multiplier selection in progress. Your current cashback multiplier is 70 times. You have gained 70 years of cultivation. 70 times cashback. After hearing this number, Su Zhe was taken aback. His luck today was simply through the roof. In the next moment, an immense energy appeared within him. Crack. A crack finally appeared on the surface of the 8th dragon elephant seed, and a dazzling golden light burst forth, revealing terrifying power. A new dragon elephant seed has been activated. Body refinement level 8. From entering level 8 to minor success, and then to major success. Finally, body refinement level 8 is perfected. However, Su Zhe's speed of advancement did not stop. His strength was still increasing. Finally, with a loud rumble, Su Zhe's clothes billowed without wind, making a whistling sound, his muscles bulging and well-defined, as if carved from stone. Body refinement level 9. A faint golden light enveloped Su Zhe, incredibly sacred. His aura gradually stabilized, ultimately settling at the strength of body refinement level 9. Su Zhe opened his eyes, and 2 beams of golden light flashed in the depths of his gaze. At that moment, Xiaoqing had just finished witnessing this scene. It was stunned. It could not understand. Confusion appeared in its eyes. Why? In such a short time, had the master abandoned it? Was he bored? Had the novelty worn off? Did he not cherish it after getting it? Men. Indeed, there isn't a good man in the world. Xiaoqing's little head was filled with questions. What exactly happened while it was sleeping? It had only been a day of sleep, right? Just 1 day, and the master found a new favorite? This scumbag. Seamless transition. No, there wasn't even a gap yet. This is cheating. What on earth is the reason? Xiaoqing couldn't figure it out. Was it because it was too lazy? Xiaoqing looked at the fiery red bird egg, its expression quite complicated. Its current strength was impressive, and it could naturally sense how great the potential of the little flame bird was. With such good talent, the master would definitely like it more, right? Xiaoqing fell silent. It then crawled over to the phone, its slender tail like a jade finger skillfully tapping on the screen. Tap, 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 tap. After skillfully unlocking the screen, Xiaoqing clicked on a red icon in the lower left corner. Then, it opened a dedicated playlist and found a song to start playing. Since it couldn't wear headphones, Xiaoqing turned the volume up very high. The song began to play. Pretending love hasn't left, pretending you still care for me. Pretending the love I gave you is still needed. Traveling through the time tunnel, helping you wipe away tears. This time, I won't let love become torment. When all expectations are shattered, holding back tears and pretending to be silent, you turn and leave, telling me to live well. The music was astonishingly loud, and Suze naturally noticed it immediately. He looked at Xiaoqing, only to find it alone in the corner, staring blankly at the screen. Seemingly lost in the world of music. They had signed a life contract, and as the dominant party, Suze could feel Xiaoqing's emotions. You little guy, why are you acting like a woman? It's just been a day without enlightenment. Is it really that serious? Suze said helplessly. Besides, your strength has already reached the lower tier, and you've awakened a trace of the Azure Dragon bloodline. This level of enlightenment is practically useless to you. However, at the same time, Xiaoqing secretly made a resolution. It must start working hard to cultivate from today onward, striving to always keep that little third party at bay. Xiaoqing felt a strong sense of urgency in its heart. Its talent wasn't as good as that little third party, so it had to work twice as hard. At this moment, Suze had just finished tidying up and was ready to go out. Little did he know that in just a few minutes, Xiaoqing's heart had already staged a palace drama. He left home and headed back to school. The principal had sent him a message the night before, asking him to come to his office the next day. Suze didn't know what it was about, but seeing the principal's serious tone, he agreed. Jiangnan City's first high school. The vehicle slowly came to a stop. After Suze got out, he headed straight to the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Obviously, Tang Yi already knew who had come. Suze pushed the door open and asked in confusion, Principal, what do you need me for? Tang Yi's expression was very serious as he took out a small box and said, It's about the upcoming Demon Suppression Tower trial. Take this. Suze took the box, opened it, and saw a round pill inside. Foundation Establishment Pill. Chapter 40. The principal's instructions. The round pill emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, pleasant to the nose. Suze recognized it at a glance. This was a Foundation Establishment Pill. Although named a Foundation Establishment Pill, it was specifically designed for body refinement practitioners. Transitioning from body refinement to Foundation Establishment is a hurdle where many practitioners stumble, unable to make any progress. Even many exceptionally talented individuals would spend a lot of time at this stage. The Foundation Establishment Pill was created to address this situation. It could help practitioners quickly convert their true qi into spiritual power, greatly reducing the difficulty of advancing to Foundation Establishment. However, precisely because of its effectiveness, it has become a rare item. Ordinary people hardly ever come into contact with Foundation Establishment pills and can only remain at the level of body refinement level 9 for their entire lives. The one the principal gave to Suze, judging by its color and fragrance, was a top-quality Foundation Establishment pill with remarkable effects. Principal, what is this? Suze asked in confusion. Tang Yi waved his hand and said, You keep this for yourself. Use it when you want to break through to Foundation Establishment. He looked a bit pained as he said, You're lucky. A master alchemist recently came to Jiangnan City and happened to refine a batch of Foundation Establishment pills. I had to go through a lot of trouble to obtain this top-quality Foundation Establishment pill. Suze was even more puzzled. He and Tang Yi were not related. So why go to such lengths? Seeing his confused expression, Tang Yi explained. The reason I'm doing this is that I've recently learned some news about the Demon Suppression Tower trial. Suze immediately perked up, listening intently. Hearing this news, Suze didn't feel much. Defeating Foundation Establishment with body refinement? Recalling the encounters with Xiongda and Air Hu, Suze suddenly felt it wasn't that impressive after all. Tang Yi frowned at Suze's indifferent demeanor. You shouldn't be too proud and complacent. Although your talent is frighteningly high and your strength is impressive, if you encounter equally extraordinary geniuses, a little carelessness could lead to significant losses. These guys will definitely enter the Demon Suppression Tower for trials. And this year new rules have been set. Those who perform exceptionally well in the tower can be directly promoted to various higher academies. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not to mention, if you can make it onto the leaderboard of the Demon Suppression Tower, there will be many rewards. Whether our school can gain face depends entirely on you. I've already boasted about you, so if you don't perform well, it will be my face that gets lost. Just think about it. Is this appropriate? After all, I am your lifesaver. After a lengthy speech from Tang Yi, Suze roughly understood. It was just that the competition in the demon suppression tower was getting fiercer, so he needed to improve his strength quickly. However, the foundation establishment pill didn't have much effect on Suze. To be precise, most pills for improving cultivation were not very effective for him, unless they were pills meant for Yuanying stage or even higher level cultivators. But the potency of the pills is different from the energy returned by the system. If Suze took pills of that level, the only possibility would be to explode and die. However, Suze couldn't just discard this foundation establishment pill. That would be too unreasonable. He put away the foundation establishment pill and asked, "Principal, is there anything else?" Tang Yi replied, "No, nothing else." Suddenly, he noticed something was off, and a look of shock appeared on his face. From the moment Suze entered the office, he felt something was wrong. Now he finally realized what it was. Suze's cultivation level. It was actually at the 9th level of body refinement. What was his cultivation level the last time they met? It seemed to be when he ambushed the Qingyun eagle in the wild forest, right? At that time, Suze was only at the 7th level of body refinement, wasn't he? Just a few days had passed. It seemed only 2 or 3 days. And he had jumped straight to the 9th level of body refinement? Tang Yi, with his high cultivation level, could see Suze's true cultivation level at a glance. "You reached the 9th level of body refinement?" he exclaimed in shock. Suze nodded and said, "Yes, I just advanced yesterday." Tang Yi's hand trembled. Then he asked, "When did you advance to the 8th level of body refinement?" Suze replied, "Also yesterday." "What?" Tang Yi was completely stunned. He stood up abruptly and approached Suze. "You went from the 7th level of body refinement to the 9th level in one day?" Tang Yi asked urgently. Suze nodded. He was very clear about his situation. There was definitely no issue of an unstable foundation. So he calmly said, "It's fine, Principal. I'm different from those people. I'm accumulating strength before releasing it." Tang Yi's face darkened, nearly infuriated by this statement. "What do you mean accumulating strength? How long have you even been cultivating?" He reached out and placed his hand on Suze's shoulder. An extremely pure strand of spiritual energy appeared, beginning to probe Suze's physical condition. However, to his surprise, Suze's true energy was frighteningly pure, and his foundation was exceptionally solid. What is going on? This is unreasonable. Tang Yi suddenly felt confused. Since he discovered Suze's talent, many common sense notions had been shattered. After a long while, Suze's voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Principal, are you okay?" This guy, he would even believe a top-tier genius from a prominent family. But despite his shock, he still advised Suze to stay grounded and not be too impatient, as this would lead to even greater achievements in the future. Suze nodded, behaving like a model student. Although it was not particularly useful, he knew that Tang Yi meant well, so he listened earnestly. After a while, Tang Yi finally finished his advice. Suze asked, "Principal, really nothing else?" Tang Yi waved his hand. Go, go, go. It's nothing to do with you." However, just as Suze was about to leave, Tang Yi thought of something else and called Suze back, his expression becoming serious. Seeing the principal so serious, Suze also became serious. "At your age?" Tang Yi said slowly. Suze listened carefully. "You should focus on cultivation and try to avoid early romantic relationships." Suze's face darkened. He genuinely did not expect the principal to say this. Seeing the principal's expression, he knew there was no way to explain this misunderstanding. Without waiting for Tang Yi to continue speaking, Suze hurriedly left the principal's office. In fact, to avoid hearing what was said next, he even used the golden true energy within him, vanishing in a flash of golden light. Chapter 41. What is Suze's true identity? Tang Yi's voice abruptly stopped. He shook his head helplessly. He could only hope that Suze would take his words to heart and focus on cultivation. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his talent. If only he had such talent. He shook his head. Such things are innate and cannot be envied. Tang Yi suddenly thought of a question. Even if Suze is exceptionally talented, achieving such results in such a short time must require pills and various medicinal materials, right? In his impression, Suze seemed to come from an ordinary family. So how did he achieve this? It doesn't quite make sense. Tang Yi was very curious. Sitting in front of the computer and starting to operate, he entered a URL to access a non-public website and began searching for information about Suze. He input keywords and clicked the search button. A powerful search engine started looking for information related to Suze in the database. Moments later, entries began to appear. Tang Yi clicked on each one to check. However, he soon frowned. Why was there not a single piece of critical information? The screen displayed a lot of trivial data, mostly the most basic information. Over the past decade, Suze's life had been no different from an ordinary person's. He had no standout achievements, entirely just an ordinary child. This formed a stark contrast with the current Suze. What about his parents? Tang Yi thought to himself, then began searching for related data. But the search results surprised Tang Yi. The screen was blank, with only a line of small text appearing. This information is classified. You do not have the relevant permissions and cannot access it. Classified information? A look of surprise appeared in Tang Yi's eyes. He knew that his permission level was not low. He was able to know many things. But now he didn't even have the qualification to view Su Zhe's parents' information. What does this indicate? Su Zhe's parents must have an extraordinary identity. But the more it was like this, the more curious he became. Tang Yi's gaze flickered, as if he was considering something. Finally, he made up his mind, logged out of his account, and then re-entered a different username and password. After successfully logging in, the browsing interface was entirely different from before. He entered the original keywords again and began searching. However, the search results remained unchanged. He still did not have the qualifications to view the relevant information. With a loud crash, the cup in Tang Yi's hand shattered into powder, scattering everywhere. Still unable to view it, shock turned to horror. This account had level 2 permissions. Basically, he could access most confidential files. Yet he still could not view Su Zhe's parents' information. What is going on? Thoughts raced through Tang Yi's mind, various speculations emerging. If his guesses were correct, Su Zhe's parents are either incredibly powerful heavyweights or leading figures in key departments, or they could be heirs of top families. However, this possibility is smaller, as he basically knows all the prominent families and none of them fit the criteria. Regardless of which type, Su Zhe's identity is definitely not simple. Tang Yi closed the screen and fell into deep thought. What exactly is Su Zhe's identity? Why would such a genius appear in Jiangnan City? And what reason made him so low-key before? One question after another arose. Suddenly, a thought crossed Tang Yi's mind. Looking at it this way, it seems the Lin family has elevated themselves. He smiled and stopped thinking about this issue. No matter what Su Zhe's true identity is, all he needs to know is that he is a student of his school. As for those hidden secrets, why should he care? On the other side, in the classroom, Lin Miao Yi looked up and saw Su Zhe just walking in. She instantly recalled what happened in the wilderness forest, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. However, she still remembered what Wang Lin had instructed her. Su Zhe, Lin Miao Yi said softly. What's wrong? Su Zhe asked. Lin Miao Yi said, it's like this. My grandfather wants to meet you. Su Zhe was taken aback, almost thinking he heard it wrong. Meet me? What does your grandfather want to see me for? Lin Miao Yi remembered Wang Lin had said that when Su Zhe didn't take the initiative to talk about the new medicine formula, she mustn't take the initiative to speak. So she said, my grandfather heard about what happened in the forest and wants to thank you personally. After listening to Lin Miao Yi's explanation, Su Zhe thought for a moment and agreed. Lin Miao Yi's grandfather seemed to have a lot of research in alchemy, which Su Zhe had heard about before. And he had recently been researching this area, feeling somewhat puzzled, so it was just right to see if he could ask a question. Having someone to guide him would save him from taking detours and allow him to focus more on martial arts. So, they agreed on a time, 3 days later. On the weekend. By the way, Lin Miao Yi suddenly remembered something. Last time we were in the forest, didn't Tang Jie and the others leave? Then the beast tide appeared, and they just happened to encounter it. Su Zhe asked what? Were they injured? Lin Miao Yi shook her head and said, no, they died. He felt a bit complicated. People he was familiar with had just died like that, making it hard to accept at the moment. Although those two had somewhat skewed values, it wasn't enough to lead to death. But the world of cultivators is that cruel. Death and injury are the most common occurrences. Friends nearby could very likely be seriously injured or die in a battle. Even he could be in such a situation. If one cannot prepare mentally to face all this, then sooner or later, they will suffer a great loss. Lin Miao Yi, being an alchemist, was not very outstanding in combat. And being a girl made her sensitive to such matters. Su Zhe noticed her discomfort and comforted her. You shouldn't blame yourself for this. Such things are unavoidable. And the reason doesn't lie with you. Since they chose to become cultivators, they should have that awareness. Lin Miao Yi nodded and forced a smile, saying, thank you. Su Zhe waved his hand, signaling her not to be so polite. Chapter 42. The little flame bird hatches one morning, under the resentful gaze of Shaoqing. Su Zhe placed his hand on the flame bird egg. You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the flame bird. Triggered the topping up cashback feature. Cashback multiplier selection in progress. Your current cashback multiplier is 60 times. You have gained 60 years of cultivation. Su Zhe was delighted. His luck had been quite good these past few days, with each cashback multiplier being high. A huge amount of energy appeared, under his guidance. All this energy was infused into the 9th dragon elephant seed. However, what surprised Su Zhe was that, under such a massive infusion of energy, this dragon elephant seed showed no reaction at all. At that moment, the system's voice appeared again. The cultivation method you are practicing has encountered a bottleneck. This is an obstacle caused by the changes in the rules of heaven and earth. In the current world, the difficulty of cultivating the dragon elephant body refinement technique will continue to increase. The barrier you are facing requires 3,000 years of cultivation to break. After hearing the system's explanation, the joy in Su Zhe's heart vanished without a trace. 3,000 years of cultivation. How many years of cultivation does he have now? He opened the system panel to check. Name, Su Zhe. Age, 16. Cultivation method, dragon elephant body refinement technique. Incomplete version, martial arts cultivation. Body refinement level 9, 390 years. Alchemical cultivation, 50 years. Beastmaster, Qing Jiao Snake. Lower level, other cultivation, none. Remaining cultivation, 0 with 390 years of martial arts cultivation. To reach 3,000 years, even if he had the maximum 100 times cashback every time, it would still take at least 26 days. Is it even possible to get 100 times cashback every time? Therefore, time would inevitably be extended, definitely not just 26 days. Su Zhe felt quite helpless, but had no other choice. According to the system, the dragon elephant body refinement technique was already difficult to cultivate. And now with the changes in heaven and earth, it was even more challenging. No wonder no one had been able to complete this cultivation method before. Not to mention the 3,000-year threshold, who could live for 390 years in the body refinement stage. It took 390 years of cultivation just to unlock 8 dragon elephant seeds and reach body refinement level 9. Although the combat power was indeed astonishing, the disparity between effort and result was clearly too great. However, for Su Zhe, this wasn't a big problem. At most, it would just take more time. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Xiaoqing also sensed it and transformed into a green light. Under the gaze of 2 pairs of eyes, a crack appeared on the flame bird egg. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, the cracks multiplied and grew larger. Ribbons of red light spilled from the eggshell, and the scorching energy surged, causing the temperature in the room to rise rapidly. Being a cold-blooded animal, Xiaoqing instinctively disliked high temperatures. However, it still insisted on staying in place. It wanted to see what this little third party looked like. Moments later, with a pop, a piece of eggshell fell to the ground, revealing the scene inside the bird egg. A fiery red, fluffy ball rolled out. Then, thick fur revealed 4 limbs and a head. A pair of red eyes slowly opened, and it immediately saw Su Zhe in front of it. Su Zhe was also looking at this newly born little creature. Name, Flame Bird. Young, level, lower level skills. Blaze, Fireball technique. Fire Bath special bloodline. Vermilion Bird bloodline 1 remarks. A naturally powerful monster. After undergoing the baptism of the Fire Bath array, it is likely to break through the limits of its race in the future. Cheap. The little flame bird chirped, feeling an extraordinary sense of intimacy towards the giant in front of it. It flapped its wings and dove into Su Zhe's arms, rolling around nonstop. Seeing this scene, Xiaoqing's body stiffened, unable to believe what it was seeing. This shameless little third party, didn't it see that it was still here? It had never seen a little third party who dared to be so arrogant in front of the original partner. Oh, it seemed that this little third party hadn't even looked at it properly. Xiaoqing suddenly realized this problem. A surge of anger rushed to its heart. It absolutely could not lose. The next moment, Xiaoqing swiftly climbed up Su Zhe's arm. It stared intently at the flame bird, wanting to draw the little flame bird's attention. However, its fierce appearance made the newly born little firebird mistakenly think it was playing with it. The little firebird let out a series of crisp chirps, as if it were laughing. Little Qing's face turned green with anger, but there was nothing it could do. Its master seemed to value this little third party, and being a dignified beast, it naturally couldn't bully a newly born little creature. Su Zhe smiled as he stroked the little firebird's soft fluff, saying, "From now on, I'll call you Little Hua." Little Hua, having developed some intelligence, happily nodded. Meanwhile, Little Qing's heart trembled. Little Hua, what an intimate name. Soon after, Su Zhe extended his finger and tapped Little Hua. A flash of silver light flickered, and the contract was officially established. Instantly, a wonderful connection was established between him and Little Hua. Su Zhe had looked up information before, but he couldn't find any related records. However, as long as it posed no harm to him or the spirit beast, it was not a big deal. After completing all this, Su Zhe pulled out a ring from his pocket. With a swirl of golden true energy, the ring was activated. A beam of light shot out from the ring, enveloping the little firebird. Little Hua did not resist, and its figure instantly disappeared. The next moment, it found itself in a void of colorful space. It felt warm all over, which was quite comfortable. Tweet. Little Hua was filled with curiosity about this place, flapping its wings and joyfully flying around. The Beastmaster Ring. This was something Su Zhe had purchased for a high price a couple of days ago, an exclusive tool for Beastmasters to contain contracted spirit beasts. After all, some spirit beasts are large and not always convenient to carry around, hence the need for the Beastmaster Ring. The space inside was incredibly useful, not only allowing spirit beasts to rest, but also helping them quickly recover their strength and even treat minor injuries. After putting Little Hua inside, Suze turned his attention to Little Qing. Little Qing certainly understood what it was and shook its head desperately, refusing to go in. Suze thought for a moment. Little Qing was small and usually inactive, so it wasn't inconvenient to stay on his wrist. Therefore, he smiled and did not insist. Little Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling a surge of joy, its status was ultimately higher than that of the little third party. There was still hope, as long as it worked hard to perform well. That little third party could never take its place. Didn't it see that it was directly sent into that cold ring? To it. That was no different from being sent to the cold palace. Chapter 43. This world is full of coincidences. Sunday. This poor guy, sleeping outside every day. Unable to enter the Beastmaster ring to rest, truly pitiful. In Little Hua's eyes, the Beastmaster space was simply paradise. And every day spent outside. Little Qing naturally looked quite pitiful. Conversely, Little Qing had similar thoughts. While the two spirit beasts each had their own thoughts, Suze had already prepared everything. Today was the day he had agreed upon with Lin Miaoyi. He had heard that her grandfather had specially invited several chefs from the largest restaurant in Jiangnan City to thank him. Out of courtesy, Suze certainly wouldn't delay. An hour later, after checking the address on his phone and looking at the massive mansion in front of him, Suze couldn't help but exclaim. It's great to be rich. He knew that Lin Miaoyi's family was wealthy, but he didn't expect them to be this rich. This mansion, based on Jiangnan City's prices, would cost at least several billion to acquire. The key point was that this was not something that could simply be owned with money. One must also have a very high status and connections. Servants had been waiting at the mansion's entrance and approached immediately upon seeing Suze. Excuse me, are you Suze? Suze nodded and replied, Yes, I am Suze. The servant smiled standardly and said, Please follow me. Then, a vehicle appeared. After Suze got in, the servant quickly drove into the mansion's interior. Moments later, the vehicle stopped in front of a small building. Although it was called a small building, it could actually be considered a villa. Under the servant's guidance, Suze entered the incredibly luxurious house. Just before he stepped into the villa, a figure flashed by in the distance. Suze caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and was momentarily stunned. He felt as if he had seen that person somewhere before. Just then, the servant's voice interrupted his thoughts. Suze, you can go straight in. The dining room is ahead. As he walked along, the walls of the corridor were lined with various artworks. Although he didn't understand much, Suze could still sense the rich aura of money emanating from them. Finally, a dining room came into view. A huge round table was already being served. A slender and graceful figure was sitting neatly at the dining table. It was Lin Miaoyi. Beside her, there were two people sitting upright. Suze shifted his gaze from Lin Miaoyi to the two people beside her. He suddenly felt that these two individuals seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, his body stiffened as he remembered when he had seen them. Weren't these the two people who had bought the blood dragon grass last time? Why are they here? Suze was a bit confused, and countless speculations flooded his mind. Finally, a very clear guess emerged. They couldn't be Lin Miaoyi's family, could they? If so, then that old man must be her grandfather? The people from the Lin family were the ones he had extorted last time? He suddenly recalled something. Thinking about it, the timing seemed to coincide perfectly with when he first entered the wild forest. The person who was unconscious back then was Lin Miaoyi. In an instant, everything connected into a single line. Everything could now be explained. Why Lin Miaoyi sought the blood dragon grass. Why those two had purchased it at a high price, and why Lin Miaoyi had so many pills. All of it was now clear. However, this seemed a bit too coincidental. Wang Lin and Lin Fan also spotted Suze. They were both momentarily stunned, instantly recognizing Suze. What is this guy doing here? Wang Lin was very happy today, even excited. That master must know his identity, and he was willing to let his disciple meet him. What does that imply? It indicates that the master must be considering stepping back into the world. This also means that he might not have to wait long to see this master and discuss alchemy with him. Therefore, Wang Lin had prepared early that morning. Young people, after all, love to eat. Hence, he specifically sent Lin Fan to invite the best chefs from Jiangnan City, selecting the freshest and finest ingredients to meticulously prepare this lunch. He had just heard from the servant that Suze had arrived at the mansion's entrance. He thought that the young man might not have had breakfast and would be hungry, so he kindly had the servant start serving dishes, allowing Suze to eat immediately upon arrival. This would also help build rapport and make it easier to gather information. But when Suze appeared, he was stunned. Isn't this the kid who sold me the blood dragon grass? Moreover, that blood dragon grass was obtained from his family. What was this kid here for? Did he come directly to Tianyuan Academy? That would be against the rules. However, he quickly dismissed that guess. He then realized, could it be that this kid is Suze? For a moment, the atmosphere became quite awkward. At this time, Lin Miaoyi also saw Suze, smiled brightly, and happily stood up to greet him. She skipped over to Suze, laughing, Suze, you're here? Suze nodded and said, "Yes, I came. I hope I didn't waste any time." Lin Miaoi shook her head like a rattle drum, her expression cute and innocent, saying, "No, not at all." Seeing his daughter like this, Lin Fan's eyelids twitched. Although he knew his precious daughter's character was innocent, lively, and kind-hearted, her current demeanor was clearly a bit off. Lin Fan's gaze changed, and he began to scrutinize Suze from head to toe. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. This kid looked quite good. A proper handsome boy. More dangerously, if their speculation was true, this kid not only had exceptional martial arts talent, but also remarkable skills in alchemy. And he had a master alchemist behind him whom even his own father admired. This kid was too dangerous. Lin Fan became extremely vigilant. This was a natural instinct arising from his identity as a father, regardless of how outstanding the other party was. Their first reaction was that this kid was not a good thing. Lin Fan was no exception. Watching his precious daughter smile so happily, a great sense of crisis arose in his heart. Chapter 44. Suze really knows how to joke. Lin Miaoi's words eased the awkward atmosphere in the restaurant. Through her words, Wang Lin and Lin Fan confirmed that the kid was indeed the real Suze. Faced with this fact, they couldn't help but exclaim that this world was truly full of coincidences. However, both of them were high-ranking individuals and had the ability to adapt. "Suze, what a coincidence. We meet again," Wang Lin said with a smile. Lin Miaoi's bright eyes were filled with confusion as she asked, "You two have met before?" "Not just met," Lin Fan said quietly. "The main ingredient for the foundation-building elixir I made for you before, blood dragon herb, was bought from Suze." Lin Miaoi was taken aback. She had heard Chenwei mention that the blood dragon herb was bought from that opportunistic person. If that was the case, then Suze was that person back then. Suze smiled awkwardly and said, "If I had known it was you guys, I would never have done that." He felt a bit embarrassed. However, to his surprise, Lin Miaoi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, "So, you were the one who saved us back then?" Suze nodded and said, "Yes." Lin Miaoi counted on her fingers, looking very cute, including this time. "You've saved me 3 times." In fact, whether that person was Suze or not, she had never cared about the actions afterward. After all, someone saved her, and that kindness could never be repaid. Then, she enthusiastically pulled Suze to the table and even served him food. This scene made Lin Fan's eyelids twitch. Dangerous. This kid was too dangerous. He had deliberately revealed the truth from back then, and Miaoi had no appropriate reaction at all. Moreover, now she was even serving that kid food. He looked down at his own empty bowl and dishes. He, as a father, didn't he even have that treatment? What was going on? When did they start this? How come he knew nothing about it? In an instant, countless thoughts and speculations flooded Lin Fan's mind. Wang Lin, on the other hand, did not have such thoughts. He was instead happily watching the scene. Although he loved his granddaughter, he also knew that many things were beyond his control, especially when it came to feelings. Moreover, this Suze was a very good kid in every aspect. He just needed to remind them later that they were still too young, and some things should never be crossed. Seeing his father-in-law's expression, Lin Fan felt even more anxious. "Dad, this is your own granddaughter. How can you just watch like this?" It must be said that the chef at the big restaurant had exceptional skills. Every dish was delicious. Suze was not polite and started eating directly. Just then, Wang Lin suddenly said, "Xiao Su, I heard you also study alchemy?" Suze put down his utensils and said, "Yes, I just started studying alchemy recently." "Oh, just started recently?" A smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips. This kid didn't think carefully before lying. He just blurted it out without any precision. "Just started researching alchemy? I don't believe it." He laughed heartily and continued to probe. "Last time, Miaoi insisted you make the body-tempering liquid. It didn't delay your work, did it?" "This girl is just too straightforward." Lin Miaoi pouted, looking aggrieved. Suze shook his head and said, "Not at all, and thanks to Miaoi, I was able to try making elixirs for the first time. Fortunately, I had good luck, and it all succeeded." Wang Lin smiled even more. This kid was really full of bluster. It seemed he was aware of his purpose and was probably dodging the issue here. The first time trying to make elixirs? No one would believe that. While serving food, he said, "Come on, keep eating, don't stop. I'm an old bone and can't eat much anymore. I just love watching you young people eat." Suze felt warm inside. Ever since his parents went missing, he had never experienced this feeling of being cared for. Wang Lin continued, "I've seen the few bottles of body-tempering liquid you made. They were quite good, just." He paused, observing Suze's reaction. This was too rash. It directly involved the issue of new prescriptions. He was worried this might provoke dissatisfaction from Suze and the master behind him. But he couldn't help it. He just had to probe. Suze's heart stirred, and he stopped his movements. Wang Lin was a professor of alchemy at Tianyuan Academy, an authority on the subject. From his words, it seemed he had discovered something about the body-tempering liquid Suze made. So he asked, "What is it?" Wang Lin, seeing that Suze didn't seem to dislike the topic, was suddenly very happy and quickly said, I found that the body-tempering liquid you made seems a bit different from the usual ones. Suze suddenly recalled a slight change he had made back then and asked, could it be that the potency has decreased? Wang Lin quickly shook his head and said, how could that be? It has increased a lot. Suze breathed a sigh of relief. Then he felt reassured. Wang Lin cautiously asked, I just want to know, was the method of modification taught to you by your master? Suze was taken aback, unsure of what Wang Lin was talking about. What master? His own master? He didn't have any master. He had purely relied on his own hard work. He shook his head and said, I don't have a master. It's all from my own trial and error. Other than that reason being a bit absurd, there was nothing else. You figured it out on your own? If there weren't juniors present, Wang Lin would have laughed out loud. This kid actually came up with such an absurd reason. Trial and error? You think you can come up with a new prescription for body-tempering liquid just by messing around? If that were possible, which master couldn't he figure it out? Do you take us for 3-year-olds? However, Wang Lin wasn't angry. But this also revealed a piece of information, which was that the master really needed to show up. Having obtained this key information, Wang Lin felt satisfied. He smiled and said, Suze, you really know how to joke. Come. Try this sea cucumber that was air freighted over. Suze was quite baffled, feeling that things were becoming increasingly strange. He had finally felt a hint of warmth from the Lin family due to their enthusiasm, and in his heartfelt gratitude, he had always spoken the truth. What was the result now? It seems like they don't believe what they are saying. Chapter 45. Miao Yi, what kind of love potion did that kid give you? Lin Miao Yi, with her big eyes curved like crescent moons, looked at Suze's profile and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. She also thought that what Suze said was too fake. At first, she actually believed that it was Suze's first time dealing with alchemy. But now that she knew Suze had a master who was a grandmaster in alchemy, how could she still believe it? That was someone even her grandfather admired. Such a person would never take a disciple who started practicing halfway. They would definitely have been cultivating since childhood. Therefore, Suze must have started studying alchemy at a young age to achieve his current accomplishments. Their family had guessed all this. Yet Suze dared to brazenly spout such nonsense. Lin Miao Yi blinked her big eyes and suddenly discovered a cute side of Suze. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the window into the dining room, perfectly illuminating Suze. His already handsome face appeared even more chiseled under the sunlight. For a moment, Lin Miao Yi's cheeks flushed, and her heart raced like a little deer. She quickly turned her head, not daring to look directly at Suze anymore. This scene was completely captured by Lin Fan. He gasped, unable to believe what he was seeing with his precious daughter. What was this all about? My daughter. You can't really have fallen for this kid, can you? He couldn't accept it. It wasn't because Suze wasn't outstanding. It was purely his hostility towards all boys of his daughter's age. After raising his little girl for over 10 years, was she now going to run off with someone else? No man could tolerate that. Moreover, Miao Yi was only 16, the age of blossoming youth. How could she be in a relationship at such a young age? Suze was indeed excellent, but early romance was out of the question. This was the stubbornness of a protective father. Therefore, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and decided to take action. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and one plan after another appeared. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he said, by the way, do you know the news that just came out this morning? The 3 people at the table turned their attention to him. Lin Fan continued, it's probably already spreading that He Shui from the Kyoto-affiliated middle school defeated a golden core stage monster with her foundation establishment stage cultivation. She was exceptionally admitted by Zhang Muji, the dean of the True Dragon Academy, and was awarded the title of Tianjiao. Tianjiao title? Lin Miao Yi's eyes widened in shock. Even Wang Lin was taken aback. Tianjiao title? Suze asked in confusion. He had never paid attention to such things before and was not clear about the meaning of this title. Lin Miao Yi explained. The Tianjiao title is the highest honor awarded by the human race to young cultivators. Those who can obtain this title are all unparalleled geniuses, with extraordinary combat power and frightening strength. Suddenly, she stopped speaking and stared intently at Suze. The more she spoke, the more she felt she was describing Suze. Unparalleled genius? Suze clearly fit this description, having advanced his cultivation at a terrifying speed in just a month. Extraordinary combat power? This was also true. According to the bear's account, it was after being beaten up by Suze that it surrendered. Frightening strength? You would never know Suze's true strength. He almost never used his full power, yet his opponents would be defeated instantly. From any angle, Suze seemed to be no less than He Shui. The only difference between them was that one was in the body refining stage and the other in the foundation establishment stage. And this was only because He Shui awakened earlier and had been cultivating longer. Lin Miao Yi believed that as long as Suze was given enough time, he would surpass He Shui. At that moment, realizing all this, Lin Miao Yi's eyes sparkled as she looked at Suze with admiration. Lin Fan sensed something was wrong. Why did Meowie stop explaining and instead look at that kid like that? Wait, why did it feel like things were getting worse? He deliberately mentioned this news to suppress this kid's arrogance. He also wanted his daughter to know that there are people better than this kid. And now was the time to focus on cultivation, not waste time on romantic feelings. But what was happening? Meowie not only didn't he think that way, but seemed to admire that kid even more. Meowie, what kind of love potion did that kid give you? Lin Fan shouted inwardly. But on the surface, he still maintained his composure. He cleared his throat and said, the Tianjiao title hasn't been awarded for 35 years. And every person who received this title has become one of the pillars of our human race. Wang Lin thought of something and added, however, the last person to receive the Tianjiao title 35 years ago met with an accident. It is said that he went missing during an incident, and since then, no one has received the Tianjiao title. Suze raised an eyebrow and asked, what was that person's name? Wang Lin frowned in thought for a moment and said, I think it was Su Changqing. Suze's body shook, and a deep shock appeared in his eyes as his body instantly stiffened. Lin Miaoyi noticed his abnormality and asked, what's wrong, Suze? Do you know this person? Not just knowing. A tremendous wave surged in Suze's heart. He not only knew this so-called Su Changqing, but had lived with this person for several years. That was his father's name. The last human to receive the Tianjiao title over 30 years ago, and he went missing during an accident. Adding to what Suze knew about his father's status as a senior researcher at the Special Research Institute of Alternate Space. All the information combined. Suze could almost confirm that Su Changqing was his father. After many days, information about his parents had surfaced again. Suze was very excited but forced himself to regain his composure. It's nothing, just sounds familiar. I might have seen it somewhere before, he explained. Lin Miaoyi nodded, not asking further. Naturally, Wang Lin and Lin Fan had no suspicions either, even if they thought about it until their heads hurt. They would never connect Suze with the Tianjiao of over 30 years ago. A person like that, no matter how poorly they were doing, would still not let their child stay in Jiangnan City. That was completely impossible. Tianjiao Hixue had an expression full of longing. That was a title every young cultivator dreamed of. Unfortunately, she probably had no chance of ever obtaining this title in her lifetime. After all, alchemists were not good at combat, and it was impossible to defeat a golden core with just foundation establishment. However, she thought to herself that her classmate and friend Suze very well might have the potential to obtain this title. For a moment, she felt a sense of shared glory. Chapter 46. Despairing Lin Fan was not worried for any other reason. It was purely a protective father's wariness of unfamiliar men. Moreover, Suze's various qualities were too outstanding. He couldn't find any flaws no matter how hard he tried. This filled him with a sense of crisis. His precious daughter seemed to be on the verge of falling, and judging by the current situation, his daughter held Suze in very high regard. This was serious. When a woman starts to admire a man, it inevitably leads to a deep liking. Fortunately, he suddenly remembered the matter of Tianjiao Hixue. His intention was purely to suppress Suze a little, to let him feel the world's disparities and to vent his inner grievances. He saw Suze lost in thought, and thought he had succeeded, immediately laughing. Hixue had been a genius since childhood, with countless expectations placed on her and abundant resources. Her current achievements were to be expected. You are not bad either. As long as you work hard, although it may be impossible to achieve the title of outstanding talent, you won't be far off. However, what he didn't expect was that his precious daughter would speak first. Lin Miaoyi said, why is it impossible? Although it is impossible for me, I think Suze may not be worse than Hixue. Lin Fan was speechless and shook his head. Miaoyi, don't you understand Hixue? She has been a headline news figure since childhood. He shook his head, reciting her achievements like a treasure. Awakening at 10 years old, she reached the peak of body refinement in half a year, successfully established her foundation 3 years later, and now at 16, she has reached the peak of foundation establishment, even slaying golden elixir monsters beyond her level. Such achievements can earn the title of outstanding talent. You can imagine how difficult that is. Excluding this guy with a cheat, Hixue's talent is indeed the best in the world. It's just a pity that I have a cheat. Invincible at the same level? Who isn't like that? Lin Miaoyi shook her head and silently pointed at Suze. Peak of body refinement in half a year? Do you know how many days it took Suze to reach the 7th level of body refinement? Wang Lin and Lin Fan curiously asked, how long? Lin Miaoyi replied casually, less than 20 days. What? The two were shocked. They quickly looked at Suze. However, Lin Fan soon shook his head. This time is indeed fast, but Hixue was about the same back then, and besides, after the 6th level of body refinement, the time required for each improvement increases. Just then, Suze said softly, actually, I have already reached the peak of body refinement. The principal already knows my strength, and there is no need to hide it. Lin Fan paused. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, turning to look at Suze. Lin Miaoyi was stunned and then exclaimed, Suze, You are at the 9th level of body refinement? Wasn't it just the 7th level a few days ago? Suze nodded. I broke through from the 7th to the 9th level just a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, extending his consciousness to take a look. Practitioners rarely do such things, as it can easily be seen as a provocation if the relationship is not close. But Lin Fan had already taken hold and used his consciousness, instantly seeing Suze's true strength. It was indeed the peak of body refinement. What was this kid's strength not long ago? It seemed to be the 5th level of body refinement, right? How long has it been? How did he go directly to the peak of body refinement? Wang Lin's eyes were also filled with shock. He was indeed an alchemist, but his strength was still strong, and he could naturally see Suze's true cultivation level. In just a few days, from the 5th level to the 9th level? Is this even possible? Normally, he would definitely not believe it. But now, the living example was right in front of him. He had to believe it. How did Suze do it? This question arose in the minds of the 3 Lin family members. Soon, a flash of inspiration struck Wang Lin's mind. Thinking of the only possibility. That is, Suze must have taken some kind of elixir, which is why his strength increased so terrifyingly. Otherwise, it would definitely be impossible to advance so quickly. Where did the elixir come from? Naturally, it goes without saying that it must have come from the alchemist master behind Suze. Why would he do this? Using elixirs to rapidly increase strength. Isn't that pulling up seedlings to help them grow? That master cannot be unaware of this principle. What could be the reason? Suddenly, Wang Lin guessed a possibility. That mysterious alchemist must have refined a new elixir. An elixir that can rapidly increase cultivation during the body refinement stage without affecting the practitioner's foundation. This guess was too astonishing. An elixir that can allow someone to go directly from the 5th level of body refinement to the peak in just a few days. Even if Wang Lin racked his brains, he couldn't figure out how this could be achieved. That master is truly a genius. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Suze, feeling extremely excited. Such a master's disciple was right in front of him. Moreover, Suze had a good relationship with his granddaughter Miaoi and was chatting and laughing with them. The key point was that Miaoi seemed to like Suze a bit, and Suze did not seem to dislike Miaoi. Those involved are often confused, while bystanders see clearly. Lin Miaoi had not yet realized this, but as bystanders, Wang Lin and Lin Fan could naturally sense it. If this continues to develop smoothly, Wang Lin revealed a broad smile, signaling Lin Miaoi not to ask any more questions. Miaoi, matters of cultivation are everyone's secret, so let's not ask too much. Lin Miaoi also realized it was inappropriate. Her pretty face slightly flushed as she said, Sorry, Suze, I was too excited just now. Suze smiled. It's okay, it's not a secret. Just keep practicing every day. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan rolled his eyes so hard they almost hit the ceiling. This kid really knows how to show off. Keep practicing. If persistence in cultivation could bring such achievements, he would have become the #1 among humans long ago. He looked at the laughing Suze and Lin Miaoi, feeling a surge of frustration. Why doesn't the old man take care of this? This is your own granddaughter. He turned to Wang Lin for help, only to suddenly find Wang Lin watching Suze and Lin Miaoi with a smile. Especially the way he looked at Suze was as if he were looking at his own granddaughter-in-law. Lin Fan's heart sank, a wave of despair rising within him. What commercial giant in Jiangnan City? What martial arts powerhouse identity? Now Lin Fan was entirely in the role of a father. A deep sense of powerlessness struck him, and the delicious food in front of him suddenly lost its flavor. Chapter 47, 3 Talents in One Family. Finally, after bidding farewell to the smiling Wang Lin and his grandson, and the gloomy Lin Fan, Suze left the manor. He was very satisfied with this meal. The food was indeed good, but most importantly, Suze felt a long-lost warmth during this meal. Since his parents went missing, he had been eating alone all this time. This feeling of being like home touched a corner of Suze's heart that had been sealed for a long time. Remembering the warmth of Wang Lin and Lin Miaoi at the dining table made him feel a warmth in his heart. Back home, Suze opened his computer and began searching for information about the title of Outstanding Talent. After a while, a long list appeared on the screen. In the year 2011, the first year of the Awakening era, martial arts awakener Zhou Yuan emerged, slaying golden elixir monsters during the Foundation establishment stage, and earned the title of Outstanding Talent. In the third year of the Awakening era, Beast Tamer awakener Li Jing, also slaying golden elixir monsters during the Foundation establishment stage, earned the title of Outstanding Talent. One by one, famous figures in human history appeared. They all had achievements of slaying golden elixir monsters during the Foundation establishment stage. Some even stronger individuals had slain nascent soul experts during the golden elixir stage. It is important to note that the gap between the golden elixir stage and the nascent soul stage is much greater than that between the Foundation establishment stage and the golden elixir stage. Those who can achieve such feats are truly prodigies. Suze quickly scrolled down the list until he reached the end and finally saw a familiar name. In the year 529 of the Awakening era, martial arts awakener Su Changqing fought against two golden elixir monsters simultaneously during the Foundation establishment stage and successfully killed them, earning the title of Outstanding Talent. Two golden elixir monsters. Suze couldn't help but click his tongue. Was his father that fierce? While others were slaying one golden elixir monster, he directly fought against two at once and successfully killed them both. In his impression, Su Changqing was an image of a thin scholar. Although it didn't seem like he was completely powerless, he definitely didn't look like a strong man capable of battling two golden core demon beasts. Suze suddenly felt that he still knew too little about his parents. Suddenly, a strong look of astonishment appeared in Suze's eyes. The cursor on the screen moved up, resting on the previous record. Year 528 of the Awakening era. Beast Tamer Awakener Bai Ling, in the Foundation establishment stage, slayed a golden core demon beast, and in the same year, won first place in the 10,000 Races Conference, earning the title of Genius. Bai Ling. Suze felt a wave of dizziness. Isn't this name his mother? Not only was his father a genius of the human race, but his mother was also a genius of the human race. Even more astonishing, she won first place in the 10,000 Races Conference. The 10,000 Races Conference is a gathering of all races elders held to allow young, strong individuals from various races to compete and promote exchanges among the races. Everyone qualified to participate in the 10,000 Races Conference is a genius. Each one is an extraordinary talent with exceptional combat power. To win first place among such individuals? That is an extraordinary achievement. Thinking of his parents' status as special researchers at the Interdimensional Research Institute, Suze suddenly felt relieved. It's no wonder they could achieve such high status at such a young age. As geniuses of the human race, regardless of the field they entered, their status would be frighteningly high. Just thinking about both of his parents being geniuses of the human race made a smile appear on Suze's face. Filled with immense pride, the appearance of a genius could make the entirety of the human race rejoice, spreading the news of their emergence throughout the streets. And what about his family? A household of dual geniuses. No, soon it would be a household of triple geniuses. Suze's eye sparkled. Isn't it just slaying a golden core in the Foundation establishment stage? It doesn't sound too difficult. Then, Suze clicked on the entry belonging to his father, wanting to learn more. However, the screen only displayed a mass of garbled text, with no useful information. Suze was already not surprised by this result. It seemed that any information related to his parents had disappeared from the internet. What exactly happened back then? As geniuses of the human race, his parents should have been very powerful at that age. Ordinary dangers shouldn't be able to affect them, yet they still went missing. Suze lay back in his chair, his mind racing. It seemed that he must pay a visit to the Interdimensional Research Institute. Time flew by. Suze maintained a 2.1-line life. He was either at home or at school. During this time, he visited the wild forest again and discovered that the forest, which had been burned by fierce fire, had regained life, with green grass covering the ground. According to his memory, he hurried to the territory of Eru. As soon as he arrived, he saw Xiongda and Eru fighting fiercely. When they saw Suze, they rushed up to complain. Suze frowned and asked what was going on. Xiongda immediately blurted out a bunch of things. Upon hearing this, Suze looked at Eru. So Eru was into this? Interspecies communication? Isn't there reproductive isolation? Eru's face turned red, and he cursed loudly. What the hell? When I was talking to that Monkey King's wife, who was the one who drank 3 big jars of monkey brew, making me dizzy and knocking over half of their stock. If it weren't for that, would that old monkey be so angry? The bear and tiger argued until their faces turned red, nearly ready to fight again. Fortunately, with Suze there, they didn't come to blows. A burst of flame shot out. Xiaohua joyfully danced in the air. Xiao Qing coiled around Suze's wrist, looking down on Xiaohua. Sure enough, still a little brat, hyperactive and unable to change. Xiongda and Eru looked at Xiaohua, exchanged glances, and felt a familiar aura from it. Was this the previous bird egg? How did it level down so quickly? They were a bit surprised, but quickly came to terms with it. It seemed reasonable for a demon beast that could follow their big brother to achieve such results. After all, their big brother could easily subdue them. 2 Foundation establishment stage demon beasts, with just his refining body stage cultivation. After checking on Xiongda and Eru, Suze didn't stay in the forest any longer. It's worth mentioning that Wang Lin often invited Suze to dinner. At first, he felt a bit shy, but after going a few times, he became familiar with the Lin family. So, Suze started visiting even more frequently. Every time, Wang Lin and Lin Miaoyi were very happy. However, for some reason, Lin Miaoyi's father, Lin Fan, looked worse and worse each time. When Suze went a few days ago, he even noticed that Lin Fan's face was pale, devoid of color, looking as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Could it be that he was sick? It seemed he should ask about it next time he visited. As a junior, it was the least he could do. Should he bring some supplements with him? Suze fell into deep thought. Chapter 48. 3,000 years of cultivation, promoted to foundation establishment. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. You have infused the Firebird with 1 year of cultivation. Triggered the return of the topping function. Return multiple selection. Your return multiple this time is 80 times. You have gained 80 years of cultivation. Suze raised his eyebrows in surprise. Today was indeed a lucky day, having gained a full 80 years of cultivation. To be precise, his recent luck had been quite good. Almost every time, the return multiple was high. He brought up the system panel to check. Name, Suze. Age, 16. Cultivation method, Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. Incomplete version, Martial Arts Cultivation, Refining Body 9th level, 2,100 years. Alchemy Cultivation, 50 years. Beast Tamer, Green Jiao Snake. Intermediate level, Firebird. Intermediate level, Other Cultivation, none remaining cultivation. 80 years. Suze didn't hesitate and added all 80 years of cultivation to his martial arts cultivation. A familiar warm current appeared, finally all pouring into the 9th dragon elephant seed. Although this seed still showed no change, Suze could already sense that the day it would open was not far off. There was still a month left until the trial at the Demon Suppression Tower began. In this month, it would be enough for Suze to break the 3,000-year shackles of heaven and earth and activate the 9th dragon elephant seed. Xiaohua chirped joyfully a few times and then dove into the beast taming space to sleep. One lazy one disappeared, and a bigger lazy one appeared next. Suze patted Xiaoqing's head, feeling gratified. Xiaoqing, I was wrong about you back then. You are a hard-working good child. Xiaoqing squinted, looking content. It wasn't he just physically, but also psychologically. That little third party was still too immature. Just pretending to work hard for a few days resulted in such an effect. It must continue to strive. It secretly made up its mind to firmly hold on to its position as the main consort. When noon arrived, a luxury car appeared downstairs at Suze's building. Seeing the message, Suze immediately went downstairs. The car window rolled down, revealing a pair of bright big eyes. Upon seeing Suze, the eyes immediately transformed into crescent shapes. Soon after, a beautiful face with a radiant smile appeared. Lin Miaoi said, Suze, you finally came down. I've been waiting for you for half a day. As she spoke, she wrinkled her cute little nose. Although she complained, her smile was even brighter. Suze helplessly said, Didn't I say I could go by myself? Why go through the trouble of coming all the way here? Lin Miaoi stuck out her tongue and said, Isn't it on the way? Hurry and get in the car. Chen Wei, who was driving in front, couldn't help but sigh as he glanced at the scene in the rearview mirror. Before setting off, Lin Fan specifically instructed him to pay attention to the situation between the two and report to him if anything seemed off. Lin Fan was well known for being protective of his daughter. Lin Miao, he was his lifeline. Now, with the sudden appearance of Suze, Chen Wei understood Lin Fan's thoughts. However, judging by the current situation, he was unaware that his young lady had almost completely turned into a little fangirl. Initially, due to an unpleasant encounter, Chen Wei had no good feelings towards Suze, but after these days of contact, his perception had changed. Such a talented person, whether in martial arts, alchemy, or background, was a top-tier existence. Yet this kind of person had no arrogance or superiority complex. When facing someone like him, the head of security, he still greeted him politely. After several interactions, Chen Wei had developed a strong liking for this young man. In fact, seeing his young lady so close to Suze made him quite happy. However, he dared not share this thought with Lin Fan. Otherwise, the furious Lin Fan would surely strangle him to death. In the car, Lin Miao, he was chattering away about various things. Suze remained silent, just listening quietly. This time, Old Wang had called him for what seemed to be an important matter, though he didn't know what it was. After a while, the car slowly stopped in front of a familiar villa. He no longer needed someone to guide him. Suze had already become familiar with the layout here. When they entered the living room, they saw two familiar figures, Grandpa Wang and Uncle Lin. Suze stepped forward to greet them. Grandpa Wang waved with a smile, saying, Little Sue is here. Sit down and try this tea. I heard it costs tens of thousands per pound. Lin Fan's mouth twitched beside him. This Dahong Pao from the ancestral tree was something he had managed to obtain with great difficulty, yet he had used up almost half of it this time. Suze was not polite and took a cup to taste. Lin Fan's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. This kid, so young, knew nothing about tea. Letting him drink, it was simply a waste. Seeing Lin Fan's poor expression, Suze suddenly remembered to ask, Uncle Lin, I noticed your complexion has been getting worse lately. Are you unwell? Lin Fan's brows twitched violently, nearly jumping up. Didn't you know why my complexion was bad? If it weren't for you, would my complexion be this terrible? I'm furious. Just as he was about to speak, Grandpa Wang interrupted him. What health problems could he have? He was as strong as an ox. Besides, with me around, even if he had issues, they would be solved. After a while, Suze put down his teacup and asked curiously, Old Wang, did you call me here today for something specific? What do you mean? Can't we just catch up? Wang Lin replied, but there is indeed something. Then, with a flash of light in his hand, he produced a jade bottle and a small cloth bag. This is a foundation establishment pill and a breeding pill. This bag is a replica of the Chinkoan bag, which has a larger capacity than ordinary spatial artifacts. I noticed you didn't seem to have anything like this, so I found one for you. Suze was taken aback and instinctively wanted to refuse. But Wang Lin had already shoved it into his hands. You know, these little things are nothing to me. It's just a small gift for my beloved junior. Just accept it. Suze hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it, looking at the pills and the Chinkoan bag in his hands. He felt a warmth in his heart. Being cared for and valued felt quite nice. When Lin Miao saw the Chinkoan bag, her little mouth immediately pouted high, saying, Chinkoan bag? Grandpa, this thing is way better than my spatial ring. Even your own granddaughter doesn't have one. She clung to Wang Lin's arm, acting cute. Wang Lin smiled and said, Grandpa thought of that early on, so I picked one for you too. He produced another Chinkoan bag from his hand and handed it to Lin Miao. Lin Miao exclaimed in delight, sweetly saying, Thank you, Grandpa. You're the best. After that, she grabbed Suze and began to study the usage of the Chinkoan bag together. Wang Lin took a sip of tea and looked at the young couple in front of him, feeling a myriad of emotions. Initially, his purpose in getting close to Suze was because of the mysterious alchemist behind him. However, now he genuinely liked the young man before him, with exceptional strength. Two powerful contracted spirit beasts, outstanding alchemical talent, a deep background, yet extremely low-key, and being kind and respectful to the elderly and young. Wang Lin could list a whole bunch of advantages. After these days of contact, he felt as though he had gained an additional grandson. Therefore, sending some pills or Chinkoan bags was, in his view, just a small gift for his cherished junior. As for the price of these items, for an alchemist, wealth was the least of their concerns. Half a month later, another clear morning arrived. Suze woke up early. Name, Suze. Age, 16. Cultivation technique, Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique. Incomplete version, Martial Arts level, Body Refinement 9th layer, 2,960 years, only 40 years away from breaking through the 3,000-year barrier. If today went well, he would break the 3,000-year shackles of heaven and earth and activate the 9th Dragon Elephant Seed. Little Qing was already prepared and looked at Suze with anticipation. Suze took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on Little Qing. You are instilling 1 year of cultivation into the Qing Jiao snake, triggering the enlightenment return function, selecting the return multiple for this time. Your return multiple this time is 40. You gain 40 years of cultivation. A strong sense of surprise appeared on Suze's face. Just right. Without hesitation, he added those 40 years of cultivation to his martial arts level. The next moment, with a thunderous boom, a muffled sound erupted from within Suze, resonating like thunder. A pure and extreme spiritual power surged into the 9th Dragon Elephant Seed. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed as a fine fissure appeared on the 9th Dragon Elephant Seed. Immediately, dazzling golden light exploded from the crack, and a surge of power erupted from the Dragon Elephant Seed, transforming into streams of golden energy that instantly flowed into Suze's limbs and bones. The golden true energy in his dantian grew increasingly dense, radiating ever brighter golden light. Soon, the true energy reached its peak and began to undergo some transformation. A drop of golden liquid appeared, followed by a second drop, third drop, and more golden spiritual liquid emerged. These spiritual liquids gathered together, forming a small pond. Golden light shimmered, and surging vitality erupted. An unprecedented powerful force emerged. Suze erupted with an astonishing aura, golden light radiating from his body, turning the entire room into a golden hue. In the hazy golden light, a towering giant elephant faintly appeared, trampling the underworld and reaching for the heavens. The giant elephant's body was enormous, surrounded by a galaxy. And with a flick of its long trunk, it gathered countless shining stars, causing numerous large stars to explode with a shake of its body. Roar! It raised its head and let out a silent roar. In the depths of the void, this sound seemed to transcend endless time and entered Suze's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a dazzling golden light erupted from the depths of his eyes. Invisible waves emanated from his body, covering an area of nearly 1,000 meters. Divine consciousness. Suze looked into his dantian and saw a shimmering golden pond. True energy transformed into liquid. Foundation establishment stage. Chapter 49. System upgrade. Mal opened. Suze called up the system panel and began to check his data. Name, Suze. Age, 16. Cultivation method, Dragon Elephant Body Cultivation Technique. Incomplete version, Martial Arts level. Initial foundation establishment, 3,000 years. Initial foundation establishment. Power of the 9-headed giant elephant. After more than a month, I have finally advanced from the 9th level of body refinement to the foundation establishment stage. Suze let out a breath. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the system reappeared in his mind. Detected that the host cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage. Unlocking new system features. System mall activation complete. Daily enlightenment limit increased to 100 years. The number of enlightenment targets increased to 2 demon beasts. The system's voice disappeared again, and Suze sensed the new features. System mall. Daily enlightenment limit increased to 100 years. The number of targets also increased to 2. A wave of ecstasy surged in Suze's heart. He carefully examined the new features and found that it could only be used starting tomorrow, so he dismissed the idea of enlightenment for now. He then activated the system mall function. In an instant, a glowing white screen appeared out of nowhere, filled with a dense array of items. Suze glanced over and found it divided into 5 categories. Ice Spear, 10 years of cultivation. Frost Talisman, 50 years of cultivation. Godly Speed, 100 years of cultivation. Top Quality Foundation Establishment Pill, 100 years of cultivation. Among the dazzling array of products, the prices increased as he scrolled down. By the end, most items were priced in thousands of years of cultivation. As for the more expensive items, Suze scrolled to the bottom and found a black space with a line of small text. You have not fully unlocked them all. This item cannot be viewed. Suze was not surprised by this result. After all, even if he could unlock it, he definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. There were many types of products, but most had little use for Suze. Pills. Unless they were high-level or healing pills, their effects might not be as significant as daily enlightenment. Techniques. The dragon elephant body cultivation technique was already powerful enough. He didn't need any other techniques. Weapons were even less necessary. Suze's physical body was comparable to a fierce beast, making him the most formidable humanoid weapon, so his demand for weapons was minimal. Among the special materials, there were some useful items. There were many strange things inside, such as refining materials, formation materials, and medicinal herbs, etc. After clicking on them, all the items related to his cultivation appeared. Each item was clearly priced. After some operations, he gained a total of 300 years of cultivation. Suze thought for a moment, estimating that this amount of cultivation would have little effect on martial arts, so he decided to add it all to his alchemy cultivation. Alchemist, 350 years. In an instant, his mind became clear, and his thoughts became accessible. Previously difficult knowledge became simple, and long-standing questions were resolved. However, he wondered if these new ideas were correct. When he goes to the Lin family for a meal in a couple of days, he might ask Old Wong about it. Then, he turned his attention to the repair feature. Repair? Suze was puzzled and clicked on the option. Top Quality Foundation Establishment Pill can be repaired to the best quality. Requires 100 years of cultivation. Top Quality Spirit Source Pill can be repaired to the best quality. Requires 50 years of cultivation. Dragon Elephant Body Cultivation Technique can be repaired to the complete version. Requires 100 billion years of cultivation. Suze, upon learning the specific meaning of the repair feature, he was delighted and thought of many uses. However, when he saw the number of years of cultivation required to repair the Dragon Elephant Body Cultivation Technique, he was stunned. 100 billion years. This is ridiculous. Suze's face darkened slightly. So many years of cultivation would only restore the Dragon Elephant Body Cultivation Technique to completeness? How many years of hard training would he need to accumulate 100 billion years of cultivation? By then, he wouldn't even know how many times his ashes would have cycled in the sun. However, upon closer inspection, he saw a line of small text after the 100 billion years. Repair to level 10 requires 100,000 years of cultivation. Repair to level 20 requires 10 million years of cultivation. The first repair didn't require particularly many years of cultivation. Suze estimated that reaching the later stages of the Dragon Elephant Body Cultivation Technique would require a massive amount of cultivation for each activation of a Dragon Elephant seed. Therefore, compared to that, 100,000 years of cultivation wasn't too much. However, the current primary goal was still the trial of the Demon Suppression Tower. Increase strength. Elevate his status. Only then could he come into contact with more powerful beings and learn more about the secrets of that year. This issue had become a knot in Suze's heart. Originally, he had no power, so he was helpless. But now, he must uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. Suze closed them all and opened a document on his computer. This was the information Lin Miao had sent him regarding the trial of the Demon Suppression Tower. It contained experiences summarized by those who had previously participated in the trial. The Demon Suppression Tower is said to be a tower, but in reality, it is an independent space outside the main dimension. In the 29th year of the Awakening era, a human exploration team accidentally discovered this space. After paying a painful price, humanity finally fully controlled this space and transformed it into a trial ground for human cultivators. However, the creatures in the dimensional space are inherently powerful and fierce. Therefore, one of the primary conditions for entering the Demon Suppression Tower is to reach the foundation establishment stage. The Demon Suppression Tower opens once a year for a month. During this time, almost all young powerful individuals of humanity enter to undergo trials. At the same time, many human powerhouses can observe the battles. This adds another special meaning to the trials. It serves as a selection for disciples by the strong and a test for outstanding students by advanced academies. Chapter 50. Great supplement. You have infused 100 years of cultivation into the Qing Jiao snake. Triggered the Enlightenment cashback feature. Your cashback multiplier for this time is 5 times. You have gained 500 years of cultivation. The little green-scaled armor flickered with a faint light, its eyes squinting, feeling as if it were soaking in a hot spring. Extremely comfortable. This time, the feeling seemed to be much more intense than before. A massive amount of spiritual power appeared within the little green, helping it enhance its strength. Suze stared at the little green, his eyes fixed on the display showing its strength. Unfortunately, the bloodline level of the Qing Jiao snake is only level 1. This means that the strength limit of this demon beast is level 1. Although the little green possesses the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, it is still too thin. Therefore, it would be much more difficult to continue to enhance its strength now. Even 100 years of cultivation couldn't help the little green much, only barely thickening the spiritual power within it. Suze was not discouraged. After all, with the system in place, even if the little green were a pig, he could still turn it into the most powerful pig in the world. A flash of fire appeared. The little fire joyfully rushed out from the beast control space, flying around the room before landing on Suze's shoulder. It affectionately rubbed against Suze's face, its feathers smooth and fluffy, providing warmth. Suze patted it, and then placed his hand on its body. However, just as he intended to infuse the firebird with 100 years of cultivation, the system issued a warning. Beep. Attention, the firebird is still in the juvenile stage, its strength is insufficient, and its meridians are weak, unable to withstand excessive cultivation power. It is recommended that you infuse 10 years of cultivation. Suze was taken aback, but quickly understood. The little fire was currently at the middle stage of level 1, equivalent to a body refinement cultivator. If he were to infuse it with 100 years of cultivation all at once, it might explode on the spot. Shaking his head, he began the enlightenment. You have infused 10 years of cultivation into the firebird. Trigger the crown-bestowing cashback function. Your cashback multiplier for this time is 30 times. You have gained 300 years of cultivation. Not bad. The base of the input is low, but the multiplier is indeed large. Bring up the system panel. Remaining cultivation, 800 years. He tentatively added 500 years of cultivation to martial arts. Suddenly, a warm current appeared in his body, and the pure energy was completely infused into the 10th dragon elephant seed. Unsurprisingly, this dragon elephant seed showed not a trace of reaction. Suze's heart had a rough idea. In the days to come, activating each dragon elephant seed would likely require cultivation in the thousands of years. He did not continue to infuse the remaining 300 years of cultivation, but temporarily set it aside. After tidying up, he left home with 2 jars of wine. This was a monkey brew made by a group of monkeys in the wild forest, with a rich flavor and strong aroma, truly a fine wine. Suze also received it as a gift from Xiongda, an heir who when he visited the forest a couple of days ago. After being beaten up several times by the Monkey King, the two of them did not give up. Instead, they became more determined and often sneaked into the monkey group's territory. Xiongda was purely after the monkey brew. As for heir whose true purpose, it was unknown. When Suze was leaving, he specifically tossed a biology textbook to heir who, advising him to study it well. However, judging by heir whose demeanor, it seemed he hadn't absorbed any of it. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. After Suze's persistent hard training over several days, he finally successfully activated 2 dragon elephant seeds. Up to now, he had activated 11 dragon elephant seeds, possessing the strength of 11 giant elephants. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, after several days of crown bestowing, finally raised her cultivation to the upper tier. Her foundational strength had reached the limit for her species. Xiaohua's power was also rapidly increasing. With her excellent talent, and with Suze's help, the power sealed within her by her mother was gradually being activated. Therefore, in just half a month's time, she had advanced to the upper tier, just a step away from breaking through to the next level. Their strength improvements were terrifying. Xiaoqing was even able to contend with golden core demon beasts. Her newly awakened ability, water manipulation, was incredibly powerful. When facing opponents weaker than herself, she could directly extract all the moisture from their bodies. Even when facing golden core demon beasts, she could still have a significant impact on them. Xiaohua was the same, effortlessly battling across realms. General upper-tier demon beasts had no power to fight back before her. After a fireball was thrown, nothing remained. This move was simply wasteful. Good materials were all burned to ash. Suze felt quite pained. That was all cultivation, although it wasn't much. Just 10 or 20 years of cultivation Little by little it added up, and the total would be quite a significant amount. Therefore, before encountering a real opponent, Suze strictly prohibited Xiaohua from using fireball techniques. Afterward, they entered the true depths of the forest. There, upper-tier demon beasts were the real strong ones. And upper-tier demon beasts were not uncommon. To be safe, Suze did not delve too deeply, just strolled around the relatively outer areas. Soon, he reaped a large haul of materials from upper-tier demon beasts. Under her terrifying pure power, even upper-tier demon beasts could not withstand it. A great supplement? Suze looked at the item that could directly wrap around his waist as a belt, lost in thought. He was young and strong, and his body was still in a developmental phase, yet he already had such a majestic posture. Clearly, he did not need such a thing. However, Uncle Lin had recently noticed that his complexion wasn't good, and last time he didn't get to the bottom of it. But a bad complexion surely indicated some bodily issues. And since he wouldn't speak up, after thinking it over, it seemed to be related to that aspect, which made it hard for Uncle Lin to bring up. Sigh. For men, isn't it normal that as they age, they aren't as good as they used to be? Suze guessed that Lin Fan was too embarrassed to talk to his father-in-law, which was why the situation had gotten worse. Just in time. He had obtained this great supplement, and he could quietly give it to him. The Lin family had been treating Suze quite well these days. Chapter 51. This kid Suze seems not bad. Little Sue is here. Come in quickly. The old man has been waiting for you for half a day. Chun Wei was strolling around the manor early in the morning when he saw Suze at the gate. Uncle Chun. Suze greeted him with a smile. He got into the small car and soon arrived in front of the familiar villa. Hearing the news, Old Wang came out with a beaming smile. Today, the Lin family was quite lively, and it seemed there were many people in the room. Suze asked in confusion, Old Wang, why is it so lively today? Wang Lin smiled and said, You little rascal, you don't know what you've been doing these days, nor did you come to see me. Miao Yi just passed the assessment and successfully obtained the qualification to enter the Demon Suppression Tower for trials, so these people are here to congratulate her. Oh, he had already had the trial qualification for a while, so he hadn't paid attention to the assessment at all. Suze entered the house with Wang Lin and saw over a dozen people in the living room. Suddenly, Suze's gaze paused, and he spotted a familiar figure. Principal, what brings you here? He asked. Tang Yi, seeing Suze, had a smile that suddenly froze. What do you mean, I can't come? Wang Lin laughed and said, Principal Tang and I are old acquaintances. We met in Kyoto before. Suze nodded, thoughts flashing in his mind. The principal was powerful and was an old acquaintance of Old Wang, and they seemed to have met in Kyoto before. It seemed the principal also had a story. At that moment, a clear and sweet voice reached his ears. Suze, you're here? In the next moment, a tall and slender figure appeared before him, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. Lin Miao Yi smiled happily, her bright eyes crescent-shaped. Suze smiled and said, Miao Yi, congratulations on obtaining the trial qualification for the Demon Suppression Tower. Hearing this, Lin Miao Yi smiled even more happily. She entered chatterbox mode, pulling Suze to start talking nonstop about the opponents she encountered during her assessment. Don't underestimate me just because I'm an alchemist. My strength is not bad. Those few opponents actually dared to look down on me because I'm an alchemist. How outrageous. The last classmate, however, was very strong, but I still won. Oh, by the way, you remember that Qin Feng from the last class, right? That guy actually participated in the assessment too and passed successfully. His strength has increased a lot. I heard he has been training hard and eating a lot of foundation-building pills these days, just to find you for revenge. Lin Miao Yi laughed at this. Unfortunately, Qin Feng's wish will probably be in vain. No one knew better than her about Suze's strength. A few days ago, at her request, she had a spar with Suze. Without any surprises, she was subdued almost instantly without even having time to react. Suze's strength far surpassed her, unfathomable. Qin Feng had just barely advanced to foundation establishment and wanted to challenge Suze? That was indeed a bit overestimating himself. Lin Miao Yi suddenly felt a tinge of pity for Qin Feng, because if things continued to develop like this, Qin Feng would definitely never catch up with Suze in his lifetime. Revenge? That might have to wait until the next life. She was chatting happily with Suze, but at the same time, a face in the distance was as dark as a bottom of a pot, filled with gloom, not a trace of light visible. Lin Fan looked at the two young figures, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. These days, he has been paying close attention to Lin Miao Yi and Suze almost all the time, when he couldn't be present. He even asked Chun Wei to help observe the situation. However, things have gradually been developing in a bad direction. Watching his precious daughter get closer to Suze, he felt tormented inside. Just then, Suze's voice came, startling him out of his thoughts. He coughed lightly and said, Nothing, just considering some matters. A trace of sympathy flashed in Suze's eyes. Sigh, middle-aged men. They always find it hard to let go of their pride when facing such situations. Looking at Lin Fan's gloomy face, his vacant eyes, and his dazed expression just now, wasn't that a clear sign of impotence? Suzei's pharmacological knowledge had already reached a high level, and he understood such things quite well. He whispered, "Uncle Lin, come with me. I have something good to give you." Lin Fan was taken aback and laughed. "I've used more good things than you have. What can you possibly give me?" Suzei's face darkened, almost wanting to turn and leave. What kind of strange comparison was that? Besides, he was wholeheartedly focused on improving his strength and uncovering the truth from back then, and had never engaged in traditional crafts. After a moment, Suzei held back his frustration. He pulled Lin Fan to another side of the living room, and with a flicker of light in his hand, he took out something tightly wrapped from his spatial bag. "Soak this thing in wine, and after 30 days it can be used, 1 cup in the morning, noon, and evening. If you're in a hurry, you can apply it externally." After saying that, Suzei turned to leave. "What is this?" Lin Fan was somewhat puzzled. What good thing could this kid possibly be sneakily giving him? Curiously, he tore open a corner of the wrapping, revealing a gigantic object. Holy crap. Even though Lin Fan held a high position, usually serious and imposing, he couldn't help but curse. It was a treasure from a tiger-type demon beast in the Golden Core stage. This was a man's holy relic. In an instant, he reacted and quickly stored the item in his spatial artifact like lightning. Then, he cautiously looked around and, finding no one, finally breathed a sigh of relief. A smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips, and he suddenly found Suzei much more likable. This kid seemed pretty good. Although he didn't have any issues in that area yet, he had indeed felt less energetic in recent years compared to his youth. It was time to replenish. Soaking it in wine, 1 cup in the morning, noon, and evening. Well, it wasn't too much trouble. He would just find a good barrel of wine from the cellar. However, would the type and vintage of the wine affect the efficacy? Should he ask someone? Ask his father-in-law? No way. Lin Fan shivered at the thought. If he asked that question, he might get his legs broken. Not only that, but he might even sever ties with him. Ask Meowie? That was even more out of the question. It seemed he could only ask Suzei that kid. This kid really was something. Why didn't he explain clearly? Still young. Even gifting was done so awkwardly. Chapter 52, Demon Suppression Tower Trial in the Living Room. Wang Lin introduced the guests to Suzei one by one. "Little Su, this is our Jiangnan City Cultivators Association President, Xiong Sheng. This is our City Lord, Su Jing. This is the Principal of Experimental Middle School, Liang Han. This is the Principal of Second High, Li Liang. This is..." Suzei followed Wang Lin, greeting everyone present. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Many of them had heard Suzei's name. After all, it was indeed astonishing that he had broken through to the 5th level of body refinement in such a short time. They originally couldn't understand how Suzei had done it. But now, seeing Suzei's close relationship with old Wang, they suddenly realized that having a professor of alchemy from Tianyuan Academy around made rapid progress seem possible. However, the question remained, how much of that strength acquired through pills was of real quality? They had heard that this kid was going to participate in the Demon Suppression Tower trial. At that time, whether he was a dragon or a bug would be clear at a glance. Therefore, their enthusiasm was largely due to Wang Lin's reputation. After a while, the banquet began. At the dining table, Wang Lin frequently served dishes to Suzei, both the old and the young smiling broadly. Upon seeing this scene, those who were unaware of the situation were taken aback. Tang Yi's thoughts raced, and he suddenly had a guess. This kid Suzei couldn't be old Wang's illegitimate son. Could he? But he only dared to speculate and certainly wouldn't inquire about such matters. Lin Fan sat aside, noticing his precious daughter chatting with Suzei. Although his expression was still not pleasant, it was evidently much more relaxed than before. Suzei caught a glimpse of Lin Fan from the corner of his eye and raised an eyebrow. Just a little while apart, and Uncle Lin's expression improved so much. Could it be that he couldn't wait to use that great supplement just now? In such a short time, it was impossible to digest it. Did Uncle Lin eat it raw? Suzei felt a chill run down his spine. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Middle-aged men were indeed willing to do anything to enhance their abilities. 3 hours later, the banquet finally ended. After sending off the guests, Suzei also bid farewell to old Wang and the others. "Suzei, the trial at the Demon Suppression Tower officially starts in 3 days. You mustn't forget." Lin Meowie wrinkled her cute little nose and reminded him seriously. Old Wang laughed. "Little Su, we will also go to watch the match at that time. I've already boasted to others, so my old face will depend on you." 3 days later, you have infused 100 years of cultivation into the Qing Jiao snake. Triggered the return top-up function. Return multiplier selection in progress. Your return multiplier for this time is 10 times. You have gained 1,000 years of cultivation. A large base for infusion is indeed great. Even if the return multiplier isn't high, the cultivation gained won't be low. Without any hesitation, Suzei immediately added this 1,000 years of cultivation to his martial arts cultivation. A massive and pure spiritual power appeared out of nowhere, washing through his meridians, strengthening his body. After circulating it through a big cycle, all this spiritual power was infused into the 12th dragon elephant seed. Crack! The familiar sound of cracking echoed. Golden light erupted. The 12th dragon elephant seed was activated. In an instant, Suze's physical strength surged, and his power increased significantly. However, his cultivation subtly advanced further. A hint of joy flashed between his brows. Then, a flame appeared. Xiaohua flew out from the beast control space and landed on Suze's shoulder, chirping joyfully. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat proud. This little third wheel, so talented, what does it matter? Every morning. The master still infuses that magical warm current into me first, right? In the end, they are still young, still too naive. Suze reached out to infuse cultivation into Xiaohua. This time, luck wasn't very good. The return multiplier was only 8 times, which meant 80 years of cultivation. This amount of cultivation added to martial arts was useless, so he added it to alchemy instead. Alchemy cultivation, 430 years. Before entering the beast control space, it looked at Xiaoqing with pity. Sigh, this guy is really too miserable, living outdoors every day, never experiencing that warm place. I must work hard. I can't just sleep all day at home. I must perform well and become the master's capable assistant to maintain my treatment. That green snake is a lesson learned. I must take it as a warning. After doing all this, Suze had breakfast and came downstairs to wait. After a moment, at the end of the road, a car drove over. Suze opened the door skillfully and got in. Good morning, Uncle Chun. He greeted Chenwei. An hour later, in the center of Jiangnan City, a towering building appeared. The Cultivator Association building. Inside, there was a teleportation array. To enter the demon suppression tower, one must go through this teleportation array. After verifying his identity, Suze smoothly entered the building. Following the directions, he arrived at a large hall. At this time, many people were already waiting here. Everyone he met at the Lin family was present, along with a few unfamiliar faces. However, it seemed that their status was not low either. The 3 members of the Lin family had been waiting for a long time. Wang Lin waved his hand and said with a kind smile, Xiao Su, come over here. Lin Miao Yi also wore a smile, looking somewhat excited. Even Lin Fan rarely showed a hint of a smile, nodding at Suze. Suze stepped forward to greet them one by one. Wang Lin nodded, and his expression suddenly became serious as he said to Suze and Lin Miao Yi, you two must remember that the beasts in the alternate dimension where the demon suppression tower is located are very strong. Many of them possess very special abilities. So you must not underestimate them. Although each of you will have a jade talisman for help, it does not mean you are 100 safe. In previous years, there have always been cases of injuries and even deaths. So, you must be careful. Lin Fan advised, act according to your abilities, don't be reckless. If you can't win, just run. Wang Lin nodded, unusually not quarreling with his son-in-law, then took out 2 jade bottles from a spatial artifact. Chapter 53. Entering the Demon Suppression Tower world, Wang Lin handed the jade bottles containing medicinal pills to Suze and Lin Miaoyi. Suze opened the bottle and looked at the pills inside, but found he didn't recognize them. Old Wang, what is this? He asked in confusion. Lin Miaoyi recognized what it was and exclaimed, Black Jade Continuity Pill. Grandpa, have you been refining this pill these past few days? Wang Lin nodded with a smile. Jiangnan City has everything, but sometimes it's hard to find medicinal materials, which delayed me for several days. Fortunately, I managed to refine it before you entered the Demon Suppression Tower. Suze sniffed and was greeted by a strange fragrance. In an instant, he felt a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body, making him feel much lighter. This was a rare, healing treasure. No wonder old Wang looked a bit tired today. It turned out he had been refining pills these past few days. A warm current surged in Suze's heart. He silently put the pills away, then saw Lin Fan gesture to him. Following Lin Fan to the side, he saw Lin Fan's expression was serious and extremely grave as he said, Suze, you'll have to take care of Miao Yi inside. She is a pill refiner, and her combat power is ultimately somewhat weaker. Suze nodded in agreement, saying, Uncle Lin, don't worry, I've got everything covered. Regardless of his relationship with Lin Miao Yi. Just considering the care that the Lin family had shown him these days, along with the various pills given by old Wang, made him feel a sense of long-lost warmth of home. This bond was not to be taken lightly. Suze appreciated this feeling. Therefore, no matter the situation, Suze could not just stand by and watch the only descendant of old Wang fall into danger. After spending time together, Lin Fan also understood Suze's character. Although he had previously looked down on Suze, he could not deny Suze's good character. The two did not say much. This kind of thing was clear in their hearts. Lin Miaoyi curiously asked, what were you two whispering about just now? Why won't you let us listen? Lin Miaoyi huffed, if you don't want to say, then don't. At this moment, more people began to appear in the hall. Soon, Principal Tang Yi also arrived. He was followed by more than 10 students, all excited yet nervous, some anxiously looking at the people in the hall. Tang Yi saw Suze. His eyes lit up, and he walked over. Suze, how is it going? Are you ready? Wang Lin waved his hand. Go away. Don't put so much pressure on the kids. It's better to relax at this time. Suze looked at those classmates and indeed saw a familiar figure. Qin Feng also happened to turn his gaze this way and locked eyes with Suze. His face darkened as he snorted. Don't let me run into you in the demon suppression tower, otherwise, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Qin Feng was very confident now. 3 days apart. And I must show my strength in this trial in the demon suppression tower, so everyone can see how strong I am. Suze sensed the hostility coming from Qin Feng. However, he didn't care, just shook his head. Qin Feng's strength posed no threat to him. In fact, he might not even be a match for a small fire. As time passed, soon all participants in this trial of the demon suppression tower had arrived. Beep beep beep. A gentle prompt sound rang out. Buzz. A dull sound echoed from beneath the floor. In the center of the hall, a crack appeared in the floor, which quickly opened. And an ancient stone platform rose from below. The surface of the stone platform was carved with intricate patterns, with luminous crystals embedded in it. The teleportation array. Then, 2 middle-aged men in robes appeared and began operating on the stone platform. Array masters. This was an even rarer profession. It involved the 2 most profound principles of the universe, space and time. Unlike other knowledge that could be described through tangible objects, space and time were completely abstract concepts. If one wished to study this, it would take at least a decade of learning to even enter the door. The 2 array masters were busy on the stone platform for a long time, finally confirming that the spatial coordinates were correct before stepping down. The president of the Cultivator Association, Xiongsheng, came out. I won't waste any more words. I hope you will act within your abilities and bring glory to the cultivators of Jiangnan City. He waved his hand, and many trial participants began to step onto the stone platform according to their numbers. When the first batch of people stepped onto the platform, Xiongsheng shouted, and a tremendous momentum suddenly erupted from him, pouring vigorous spiritual power into the stone platform. Buzz. An unusual sound echoed in the void. The patterns on the stone platform suddenly lit up with dazzling brilliance. The space began to twist, and beams of colorful light appeared out of nowhere. Crack. A massive crack suddenly appeared above the stone platform. Through the crack, a small world could be faintly seen floating in the darkness. Whoosh. The trial participants on the stone platform instantly disappeared. The second batch, hurry up, the teleportation array won't last long, Xiongsheng said in a deep voice. Even as a nascent soul expert, he felt exhausted at this moment. The people in front were becoming fewer, and soon it would be Suze and the others' turn. Wang Lin called Suze and Lin Miao Yi, giving them a word of caution. Inside, you will encounter cultivators from other cities. If conflicts arise, his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Then he continued, don't hold back. Suze was taken aback, understanding Wang Lin's meaning. He nodded and said, got it. The third batch, hurry up, the teleportation array is about to close. Xiongsheng's voice came. Suze did not hesitate. Said goodbye to Wang Lin and Lin Fan, then turned and stepped onto the teleportation array. Lin Miaoyi stood beside him, slightly nervous, saying, Suze, what did Grandpa mean just now? She could roughly understand, but she didn't dare to be sure. Suze said softly, Miaoyi, no matter when. Our own lives are always the most important. As for others. He didn't continue, but Lin Miaoyi could probably understand. Lin Miaoyi paused for a moment and then nodded. A powerful pulling force came. Suze felt a flash of light, and the scene before him instantly became blurry. After a moment of dizziness, the image in front of him became clear again. The sky was bright, and the azure sky was as clear as washed. Suze squinted to adapt to the sunlight, and clearly saw everything around him. An endless expanse of desert appeared, with heat waves rolling and no hint of green in sight. The Demon Suppression Tower world had arrived. Chapter 54. Who is this guy named Suze? As soon as Suze arrived here, he felt the temperature around him suddenly rise, with scorching heat waves constantly rising. Above him, a dazzling fireball illuminated the ground. The light blinding. He looked around and found that Lin Miaoyi was already nowhere to be seen. He scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense, and the scenes within 1,000 meters unfolded in his mind. Not far away in the desert, there were 2 or 3 other people present. But Lin Miaoyi was still missing, and these people didn't seem to be practitioners from Jiangnan City. It seemed that the rules of the Demon Suppression Tower had changed again, and everyone's arrival location was random. Suze murmured to himself. At that moment, a grand voice echoed from the sky, instantly spreading throughout the entire Demon Suppression Tower world. All trial participants, I am the world spirit of the 1098th dimensional space. Welcome to my world. Here, there are powerful demon beasts, long-buried treasures, and places where yin and yang reverse. This place contains endless wealth and treasures, but it also hides deadly dangers. Therefore, to ensure your safety, please keep this jade talisman for rescue. Immediately, countless beams of light lit up in the sky, precisely landing in the hands of each trial participant. Suze extended his hand, and a small jade talisman landed in his palm. When you encounter life-threatening situations or are trapped and unable to escape, you can use the jade talisman, and I will send you out of this world. At the same time, to motivate all trial participants, the elders of the human race will set up a leaderboard. And points can be earned by slaying demon beasts and through other hidden means. The final ranking on the leaderboard will determine the final results of this trial. Meanwhile, the sky flickered with faint light as a transparent light curtain slowly unfolded in the sky. Countless names were listed within it. All of them the names of participants in this trial. Behind each name, there was a score and a ranking. However, at this moment, everyone's score was 0. But the rankings seemed to be quite significant. Soon, someone discovered a clue from the rankings. It seemed that the current rankings were arranged according to strength. At the top of the leaderboard, there were many familiar genius figures. They all had impressive records in the main plane, extraordinary combat power, and high talent, being favored by many. If they continued to grow smoothly, they would undoubtedly become the backbone of the human race in the future. The top 10 names on the leaderboard were particularly eye-catching, surrounded by golden frames. Many people looked towards the top 10. The 10th place on the leaderboard was Tong Lan. Many had heard of this name. She was a genius girl from the northern giant city, Black Dragon City, and her strength was quite formidable. What was rare was that she was a sorceress. Unlike warriors who were better at single combat, sorceresses were more suited for the battlefield. A powerful sorceress could cause great area damage with just one skill. Therefore, sorceresses were often favorites of the army. The 9th place on the leaderboard was a man named Xiao Ding. This individual was also quite famous, being a rare formation master. As they looked up the rankings, one genius after another appeared. The 3rd place on the leaderboard was Sun Xiu. This name was well known among most young practitioners. Although he hadn't slain a golden core demon beast, he could hold his own against one. This achievement was already remarkable. Therefore, many saw him as a genius second only to He Shuer. No. Suddenly, someone realized something was wrong. With Sun Xiu's strength, he should be in 2nd place. How did he fall to 3rd now? They quickly continued looking up. The 2nd place on the leaderboard was He Shuer. Almost everyone was stunned. How could He Shuer be 2nd? She should be the undisputed 1st. Who was in 1st place? Looking up, a golden name appeared. 1st place on the leaderboard was Suze. Suze? Who is this guy? Everyone except the practitioners from Jiangnan City had this question in their hearts. Where did this Suze come from, that he could surpass the talents of the human race and rank 1st on the leaderboard? In every corner of the Demon Suppression Tower world, there were those who were confused, shocked, angry, and those who were delighted. The students of Jiangnan City's first high school were all excited. Suze, isn't he from their school? Lin Miao was even more excited. Her big eyes fixed on that dazzling name flashing in gold. Her little fists clenched as she secretly made up her mind. She must work hard. She couldn't let Suze pull too far ahead. There was only one exception. That was Qin Feng. He looked at the leaderboard with disbelief, his face changing colors. His mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Was there something wrong with this leaderboard? Otherwise, why would Suze be ranked 1st? He Shuer and Sun Xiu were both fierce individuals who could fight against golden core demon beasts. Can you, Suze, do that? Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly. But he also knew that the probability of a problem arising with the leaderboard, established by the strong of the human race, was smaller than the chance of him being straight. He stared blankly at that name, lost in thought for a long time. On a mountaintop, a graceful figure stood at the summit, silently gazing at the leaderboard in the sky. Suze? Who is he? A light and pleasant voice rang out, filled with a hint of curiosity and fighting spirit. The cold wind howled, almost knocking one off balance. But this slender figure stood firm as if rooted to the spot. Interesting. The girl chuckled lightly, suddenly feeling that this trial in the Demon Suppression Tower wouldn't be so boring. On the other side, outside a dense jungle, there was a huge lake. The water was clear, with several fish swimming in the shallow water. A boy with a delicate face stood by the lake, coldly watching the leaderboard above. Looking at the 2 names overshadowing him, a hint of darkness flashed in his eyes. He Shuer, it's always He Shuer. No matter what I do, this woman always manages to overshadow me. And that Suze, who exactly is he? I've never heard of him. Why does he occupy the 1st position on the leaderboard? Sun Xiu's expression gradually darkened, and he suddenly waved his hand. Several bursts of energy shot out. Bang, bang, bang. The lake water exploded, with splashes of blood mixing in. Sun Xiu coldly muttered to himself, no matter who you are, you'd better not let me run into you here. And He Shuer, this time, I will definitely not lose to you again. Chapter 55. The trial officially begins. Desert marching ants. The surface of the lake was calm, but it was now dotted with several glaring blood-red spots, with broken scales and flesh mixed in. Meanwhile, the world spirit finally spoke again. All trial participants, good luck. Suddenly, the sound vanished, leaving only the enormous transparent light screen in the sky. Suze fiddled with the rescue jade talisman in his hand, looking at his golden name. Feeling a bit surprised, the leaderboard actually ranked him first. This was indeed a bit too ostentatious. Among those talented young men and women, there must be many aggressive individuals, and seeing his unfamiliar name at the top, they would surely feel dissatisfied. Perhaps when they encounter him, they would want to challenge him spontaneously. Although Suze was not afraid at all, it would indeed be troublesome if those guys kept looking for him to spar. Moreover, winning would bring him no benefits. It might even excite certain individuals even more. It would be a loss without gain. Fortunately, the leaderboard only displayed names and not images. Aside from the cultivators from Jiangnan City, probably not many people would recognize him. Suze's heart stirred, and he made up his mind. From now on, I'll temporarily change my name to Qin Feng. He murmured to himself, feeling that this idea was very good. Whoosh! A strong wind swept through the desert, and the rolling yellow sand began to flow like a river. Before the naked eye, the sand dunes in front started to shift. Soon, in just a few minutes, the landscape of the desert changed drastically. Suze was taken aback. If that's the case, then it would be nearly impossible to remember the route in the desert. Once lost, it would be difficult to find the original position. However, this was not a problem for Suze. A sharp cry rang out. A fiery red glow shot up into the sky. Xiaohua had just emerged from the beast control space and felt the terrifying high temperature around. It felt warm all over, almost letting out a cry of comfort. In fact, it had already started to chirp. Xiaohua flew continuously in the air, sometimes rolling in the high altitude, sometimes diving into the heat waves above the ground. As a fire attribute beast, this place was its paradise. On the contrary, Xiaoqing felt a bit uncomfortable, unconsciously emanating a chill. Suze suddenly felt a coolness on his body, as if he had stepped into an air-conditioned room on a hot summer day. He looked at Xiaoqing and exclaimed, "Xiaoqing, I didn't expect you to have this function. Why didn't you come out earlier? If you had used it sooner, we could have saved so much on air conditioning bills." Xiaoqing rolled its eyes, perhaps due to its Azure Dragon bloodline. Xiaoqing had advanced to a level, but still couldn't speak. However, Suze estimated that by the time Xiaoqing reached the next level, it should be able to lift this restriction. Looking up, he noticed that the leaderboard had changed. Several unfamiliar names appeared. Clearly, someone had already started to take action and had slain some beasts. "Xiaohua, stop playing around and get to work," Suze shouted. He couldn't afford to waste time either. In the distance, upon hearing Suze's command, Xiaohua let out a cry and soared into the sky. Its speed was quick, circling in the air a few times before soon spotting a hint of green in the distance. It transmitted a vague message to Suze with its mind and gestured with its wings. Suze nodded and gave it a thumbs up. Then, he moved his feet and headed in the direction Xiaohua indicated. After a while, as Suze just climbed over a sand dune, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something. The texture was hard, like a stone, but its shape seemed quite irregular. He curiously used his foot to brush away the yellow sand on top of the stone, revealing the stone below. Suze raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be a skull. Moreover, it looked like a human skull. He was startled, a chill rising from his feet. Suddenly, a rustling sound. As if a chain reaction had been triggered, black holes appeared in the surrounding sand. Following that, black ants crawled out from the holes. Name, Desert Army Ant Level, Upper Level Special Bloodline, None Skills, Gnawing, Acid. Remarks, one of the deadly threats in the desert, often acting in swarms, with each group consisting of at least 1,000. For weaker cultivators, being surrounded by them is almost equivalent to death. However, these things taste quite good when fried. If you throw them in hot oil, take them out and sprinkle some salt, cumin, and pepper, the texture is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, making it a delicacy. Suze glanced around and found that the area was densely packed with army ants, numbering about 1,000. Most of them were at the level, but there were also quite a few at the level, nearly 30. Such a force, no matter which foundation establishment cultivator was surrounded, would only have to resign themselves to death. However, this was not a problem for Suze. He gently lifted his foot and stepped on the army ant that had crawled to his side, preparing to attack him. With a snap, the mid-level army ant instantly shattered, its hard shell seeming as fragile as paper, unable to resist at all. At the same time, his points on the leaderboard increased by 200. Suze nodded secretly. A mid-level beast was worth 200 points, which was not bad. Looking at the mass of army ants before him, he smiled slightly. "Xiaohua, here is your chance to show off." Suze called to Xiaohua in the sky. Xiaohua's combat experience was insufficient, so this was a good opportunity for it to train. Xiaohua let out an excited cry and transformed into a streak of fire diving down. As soon as it opened its mouth, a massive fireball appeared out of thin air and slammed into the army ant swarm on the ground. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, flames shooting out and instantly turning the army ants to ashes. Xiaohua became even more excited, shooting out one fireball after another. For a moment, a sea of fire appeared in the desert. The army ants, terrified and realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent, immediately began to retreat. They all dived into the sand dunes, desperately burrowing down. Although their response was swift, some army ants still couldn't escape. The flames melted the sand into streams of lava, leaving no place to step. The remaining army ants were in despair, with a few level army ants attempting to resist. However, lacking the ability to fly, they couldn't reach the flaming bird in the sky. Streams of green acid sprayed out. However, before they could fly far, they were completely evaporated by the high temperature. Suze looked up at the leaderboard. He saw that his points were rapidly increasing. Chapter 56. Suze farming points. The shame of cultivators? Although the army ants were small, their intelligence was not low. When Xiaohua shot out the first fireball, the leader of the army ants immediately sensed something was wrong. When that fire exploded, the terrifying energy swept through, instantly incinerating several mid-level army ants. And it immediately issued a retreat order. The army ants, terrifyingly disciplined, immediately obeyed the command and began to retreat. However, even so, many army ants still couldn't escape. In the sky, Xiaohua was like a pea shooter with maximum attack speed, its mouth slightly open, shooting fireballs one after another. Even Suze was somewhat surprised watching. This was Xiaohua's first attack, and it was unexpectedly fierce. Truly the bloodline of the vermilion bird. This skill seemed to be instantaneous. Xiaoqing, who was originally comfortably coiled around Suze's wrist sleeping, suddenly felt the temperature around it rise sharply, making it very uncomfortable. When it opened its eyes, it happened to see Xiaohua displaying its might, instantly waking it up. This little third wheel is quite powerful. Xiaoqing quietly turned her head to sneak a glance at Suze, her heart tightening even more. She saw Suze beaming with a smile, frequently giving a thumbs up to Xiaohua. This is bad. Xiaoqing felt a bit regretful. She had unknowingly relaxed over the past few days, and just now, she had even been too lazy to take action, allowing that little third party to seize the opportunity. No way. Xiaoqing's eyes became determined. She decided that from now on, she must focus entirely on clearing all obstacles for her master and absolutely not give that little third party any chance to show off. On the ground, streams of lava flowed slowly, emitting deadly high temperatures. Those unfortunate enough to be directly hit by fireballs basically turned to ash. Others on the edge of the sea of fire were mostly burned to death by the high temperature. After Xiaohua unleashed a series of uninterrupted fireballs, the number of army ants in the group decreased by nearly half. Suze suddenly thought of the system prompt. He casually picked up a roasted army ant from the edge of the fire sea. The originally black shell had now turned bright red and emitted a unique aroma. He lifted the shell, revealing the tender white meat beneath. Suddenly, a fragrance similar to that of a hairy crab wafted over. The faint meat aroma spread. The texture was tender and crystal clear. Suze pinched off a piece and put it in his mouth. The tender meat melted in his mouth, and a fresh fragrance spread. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It tastes really good." At the same time, a pure energy appeared. It was the energy contained in the flesh of the demon beast. However, for Suze, its effect was not significant, far less than its taste. Xiaohua chirped proudly and landed on Suze's shoulder, raising its head to look at him, like a student waiting for praise. Suze smiled and patted its soft feathers. "Good job, Xiaohua. Your fireball technique is like a rapid-fire cannon. Keep it up. The future is yours." Xiaoqing heard this and suddenly felt it was a bit familiar. Hadn't the master said this to her before? A strong sense of crisis surged in her heart. Her body tensed up, and her eyes constantly scanned the surroundings. She hoped that some demon beasts would appear nearby, preferably fierce ones, so her master could see her strength. Xiaohua was very happy, excitedly flying into the air again, taking on the role of a scout. Suze looked up at the leaderboard. First place, Suze. Points, 6,300. His gaze moved down to look at second place. Second place, Tong Lan. Points, 1,500. As for the subsequent scores, none exceeded 1,000. After all, the trial had just begun, and many people hadn't even encountered any demon beasts. For someone as lucky as Suze, who directly encountered a group of army ants, there were even fewer. Of course, for the vast majority, when they encountered army ants, the outcome might not be a surge in points. Suze nodded in satisfaction, tossing away the shell of the army ant in his hand and casually picking up a few new ones. He then continued to move forward. He strolled as if taking a walk, tasting the delicious ant meat while quickly advancing. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sorceress Tong Lan recited spells and killed the last mid-level demon beast in front of her. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, nodding excitedly. Now she had 1,700 points. She should be able to maintain the first position. Her luck was quite good. The demon beasts in front of her were also social creatures. As a sorceress, Tong Lan was best at dealing with large numbers of enemies. Moreover, the strongest in this group of demon beasts was only mid-level. Therefore, Tong Lan effortlessly eliminated this demon beast nest. She confidently looked up, but her expression froze. 6,300 points. She stared blankly at the name above her. How did this guy do it? She had gained nearly 2,000 points in such a short time due to luck in encountering a group of demon beasts. But what about that guy named Suze? Did he also encounter a group of demon beasts? But over 6,000 points. How many demon beasts did he have to kill? After killing 3 mid-level demon beasts in one go, she already felt a bit strained. But what about Suze? How many mid-level demon beasts did he kill? Exchanging 5,300 points for mid-level demon beasts would require at least 30 or more, right? Impossible. Tong Lan shook her head. For someone to kill 30 mid-level demon beasts in such a short time, unless that person was a golden core stage cultivator, or had the combat power of a golden core stage, that was even more impossible. Such figures are all geniuses granted the title of human race's prodigy. There can't be that many. Didn't it take over 10 years to see someone like Yishuer appear? Excluding this possibility, there was only one possibility left. That is, Suze must have been slaughtering low-level demon beasts, relying on the numerical advantage of low-level demon beasts to farm points. This guy is really shameless, although the trial rules didn't say it was not allowed. In other corners of the dimensional space, one by one, trial participants looked at the sky, and their minds reached the same conclusion as Tong Lan. This Suze? Bah. One by one, the trial participants showed disdain. For a moment, Suze was labeled as the shame of cultivators. In a certain jungle, a graceful figure pointed casually and killed a high-level demon beast in front of her. Her deep and beautiful eyes glanced at the leaderboard, murmuring, farming points with low-level beasts? But to kill so many demon beasts in such a short time, this guy's stamina is indeed impressive. Chapter 57. Is this kid Suze cheating? In the 1098th dimensional space, the sky was clear, and there wasn't a cloud in sight. A huge transparent light curtain flickered with dim light, with the names of cultivators arranged neatly. Among them, the names of the top 10 were the most dazzling. However, every time a cultivator looked up to see the name in first place, their faces showed deep resentment. The points behind that name deeply pierced their hearts. The shame of cultivators. They absolutely could not let this shameless guy stay in first place. For a moment, nearly all trial participants were filled with motivation. Their figures flitted through jungles, deserts, lakes, valleys, and other places. Wherever there were demon beasts, there were their figures. More and more people started to hunt. On the leaderboard, the points of one trial participant after another began to change. Their names were continuously climbing. However, even so, that more than 6,000 points was still something they couldn't reach in a short time. Some were angry, some anxious. But there were also those who began to entertain crooked thoughts, intentionally looking for weaker demon beast groups. However, after trying this method, they discovered the difficulties involved. Even low-level demon beasts were stronger than the beasts outside, and in large numbers. Even Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't withstand it. Suddenly, several unfortunate participants found themselves surrounded by demon beasts due to exhaustion. In desperation, they could only use rescue talismans. At the moment the rescue talismans were activated, a ripple appeared in the dome above. Then, several dazzling beams of light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping those who used the rescue talismans. At the same time, the names of these few individuals on the leaderboard dimmed, and their points were completely frozen. All trial participants witnessed this scene and felt a sense of emotion. Suze tossed away the shell of the army ant in his hand, wiped his hands, and looked towards the patch of green in the distance. A smile appeared on his lips. After walking for half a day, he was finally about to exit this desert. Suddenly, a sound was heard. A lizard demon beast, lurking beneath the sand dunes, was pierced by a streak of blue light. On the leaderboard, Suze's points increased again, reaching a total of 7,000. He glanced at Xiaohua in the sky and snorted in his heart. Just a few times. Xiaohua had just discovered the monster beast when a blue light suddenly appeared, instantly slashing that monster beast. Xiaohua had several times failed to make a move. So much so that the feathers on his head stood on end in anger. This guy, after being cast into the cold palace, still won't give up. Trying to make a comeback? A guess suddenly emerged in Xiaohua's mind, startling him. Could it be that he has his eyes on his own family? Suze patted Xiaoqing and praised him a few times. Then he called out to Xiaohua and quickened his pace towards the oasis ahead. Meanwhile, in the outside world, in various cultivation associations, array masters were busy sweating profusely, finally completing the array layout. The array diagram lit up, and one energy crystal after another transformed into pure spiritual power, infusing into the array diagram. Moments later, a huge holographic image appeared before everyone's eyes. Various terrains such as jungles, seas, lakes, and deserts were all present. It was clearly a scene from the Demon Suppression Tower world. One figure after another was seen appearing in various places, battling monster beasts. A voice of surprise emerged from the crowd. Today's demon suppression tower seems a bit different. Everyone has been randomly placed. But that's fine. With the difficulty increased, we can see their true abilities. Lin Fan's face showed a hint of worry as he said, Miao Yi, she won't. Wang Lin frowned. What won't she do? Although Miao Yi is an alchemist, her strength is not weak. Besides, she has a rescue jade talisman. What could go wrong? Lin Fan felt a bit more at ease after hearing this. However, although Wang Lin said so, the worry in his eyes couldn't be concealed. They began to search for Miao Yi and Su Zhe in that enormous image. However, another exclamation suddenly rang out. Su Zhe? The principal of the second high school, Li Liang, widened his eyes. Seeing everyone looking at him, he immediately said, Don't look at me. I don't have flowers on my face. Look at the leaderboard. Su Zhe is in first place. Su Zhe 7,000 points. What about the second place? Is it that genius sorcerer Tong Lan, with 2,600 points? What? I didn't read it wrong. Su Zhe's points are more than double hers. Instantly, the hall was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked, confused, and puzzled. They had heard of Su Zhe and knew that he was a student from a senior high school with an astonishing cultivation speed. Moreover, many thought that Su Zhe's strength was built on Wang Lin's pills. His combat power should be below normal levels. But now, that shining name on the leaderboard slapped them hard. Although this was just the initial data, it was still not something an ordinary person could achieve. Tang Yi's eyes sparkled, and he unconsciously raised his head. Su Zhe, that's a student from the senior high school. Wang Lin and Lin Fan were also surprised. They knew Su Zhe was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. He outperformed many talented young men and women from the capital, becoming the first on the leaderboard. However, despite their shock, they all had a question in their hearts. How did this kid do it? Everyone present was well aware of the rules of the Demon Suppression Tower trial. They knew the difficulty of having so many points right from the start. This kid couldn't be cheating, could he? This thought crossed their minds. Not just them. Throughout the territory of the Human Alliance, all qualified observers of the projection had many questions in their hearts. Who is Su Zhe? How come we've never heard of this character before? This kid must be cheating. Otherwise, how could he achieve all of this? In an instant, countless human powerhouses were eager to find out what was going on. Damn the Other Dimensional Space Research Institute. The issue of the projection's delayed activation hasn't been solved yet. With so much funding every year, has it all gone to waste? At this time, in the Other Dimensional Space Research Institute, in an office, there was an elderly man with white hair. Suddenly, he frowned, sensing something, and after calculating with his fingers, his expression changed. Which bastard is cursing me behind my back? Just then, the space in front of him distorted, and a document appeared out of thin air on his desk. He looked down, and his expression became serious as he picked up the document. The cover of the document had a large red seal, top secret. Below it, there was a line of small print. The 0529 Other Dimensional Space is about to open again. The old man's eyes were deep and flickering, muttering to himself. Has it finally appeared again after 10 years? In the Demon Suppression Tower world, Su Zhe looked at the oasis in front of him and finally breathed in a breath of warm air. Behind him, the desert was vast and hot. In front of him, the bamboo forest was deep and peaceful. He smiled slightly and stepped into the oasis. However, in the next moment, the world changed, and a mysterious feeling emerged. Chapter 58. Is Su Zhe about to be eliminated? As soon as Su Zhe entered the bamboo forest, his brows furrowed. An indescribable feeling arose, as if he had suddenly been isolated from the outside world, arriving in another realm. In place of that was a lush bamboo forest. This place has a problem. Su Zhe was startled, but then he calmed down. According to the rules of the Demon Suppression Tower trial, the top threat in his area was the Golden Core stage. It would never exceed this limit. Otherwise, a Foundation Establishment cultivator facing a nascent soul would probably not even have time to use a Rescue Jade Talisman. He took out the Rescue Jade Talisman from his pocket and checked it. A trace of golden true energy infused into the Jade Talisman. The talisman immediately emitted a soft glow, establishing a connection with the heavens. It can still be used. Su Zhe nodded. Now he felt at ease. No matter how strange this bamboo forest is, he wouldn't be in life-threatening danger, and he could use the Rescue Jade Talisman to escape at any time. A firelight ignited. Xiaohua descended from the sky and landed on Su Zhe's shoulder, chirping and conveying a vague thought to Su Zhe. Su Zhe frowned. Xiaohua had been suppressed in the high sky, forcing him to descend. He gently stroked Xiaohua's soft feathers and said with a smile, "It's okay. Come down if you want. There's no need to blame yourself." Xiaohua's aggrieved chirp rubbed his head against Su Zhe's hand. This made Xiaoqing furious. This little third will has been growing in power lately, truly inserting itself into the gap. Su Zhe then put Xiaohua into the beast control space. This bamboo forest is not ordinary. It might harbor high-level monster beasts. Although Xiaohua is strong, he is still no match for high-level monster beasts. Therefore, it is safer to let him stay in the beast control space. Next, he patted Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing let out a roar, knowing it was time for him to take action. With a whoosh, he turned into a green light and dove into the bamboo forest. Suze followed Xiaoqing, not moving too fast, his body slightly tensed, always ready to act with full strength. As one person and one snake advanced, the bamboo forest gradually became denser, and wisps of hazy mist emanated from the depths of the bamboo forest. Suddenly, Suze stopped, carefully sensing the spiritual energy in the air. Although he never cultivated himself, he still knew the basic techniques of cultivation. The spiritual energy in this bamboo forest was astonishingly rich. Those white mists were not simple water vapor, but spiritual energy concentrated to a certain degree. He attempted to operate the dragon-elephant body refining technique. Instantly, Suze's body seemed to turn into a black hole, crazily beginning to absorb the spiritual energy in the bamboo forest. In the next moment, a massive vortex of spiritual energy centered around Suze appeared. The spiritual energy surged like a river, pouring into Suze's body. After a moment, Suze shook his head. If a normal cultivator were to practice here, their progress would be doubled, and their speed would increase by at least 3 times. But he was different. Right now, just activating a dragon-elephant seed required at least 1,000 years of cultivation. If he wanted to cultivate by himself, he still had to rely on the system. He raised his head and looked deep into the bamboo forest, his eyes filled with curiosity. What kind of place was this? How could it have such rich spiritual energy? A lot of doubts arose in Suze's heart, and he smiled as he called out to Xiaoqing. It seems we've stumbled upon an incredible place. Let's go check it out. Meanwhile, in the main plane, Kyoto, at the Research Institute for Alternate Dimensions, an alert suddenly flashed on a monitor in the surveillance hall. Warning: information source of cultivator in alternate dimension 1098 has been cut off. Soon, the alarm startled many researchers. They gathered in front of the screen, discussing after glancing at the data. Oh, so it's the world of the Demon Suppression Tower trial. I thought something had happened to our exploration personnel. Another unlucky fellow must have stumbled into the grave of a high-level demon beast, right? It seems to be the case, but with the rescue Jade Talisman, there shouldn't be any issues, at most just elimination. Everyone disperse. At the same time, explanations regarding this matter quickly spread to various cultivator associations. In Jiangnan City, many people in the cultivator building were paying attention to Suze's figure. However, when Suze entered the bamboo forest, his holographic projection suddenly disappeared. Could he be dead? Elder Wang heard this and frowned, angrily retorting, "What nonsense. Even if Suze dies, he won't." In recent days, he had regarded Suze, this junior, as his own grandson. Hearing such words naturally made him furious. At this time, a staff member from the Cultivator Association stepped forward to explain. "Elder Wang, please remain calm. The Kyoto Research Institute for Alternate Dimensions has sent news that Suze must have entered the burial ground of demon beasts, where the special energy has blocked the Institute's observation devices. However, the rescue Jade Talisman from the spirit of the world can still be used, so you don't need to worry about Suze's safety." Hearing this explanation, Wang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan and Tang Yi felt the same, their anxious hearts finally at ease. However, those nearby also heard this explanation and began to discuss once more. With that said, in past trials, there have indeed been cultivators who ventured into similar places. Generally speaking, it's very difficult to escape with foundational level strength, so they can only use the rescue Jade Talisman? Doesn't that mean they're eliminated? That's right. What a pity. If Suze hadn't entered that place, he would likely have performed well. And now he is going to be eliminated for such a reason. There's nothing to be done. Sometimes, luck is also part of strength. Wang Lin sighed, saying, "Well, as long as he's safe, those things are just empty titles. Life is more important." Tang Yi forced a smile. Although he said this, the top 10 of the Demon Suppression Tower trial held more than just empty titles. Invitations from various prestigious institutions, the favor of powerful figures, and those generous rewards. All these things could even entice nascent soul and above powerhouses. If he were eliminated for such a reason, it would be too regrettable. Chapter 59. The infected treant in the depths of the bamboo forest in the world of the Demon Suppression Tower, within the green bamboo forest in the desert. Suze walked slowly through the bamboo grove, extending his consciousness to observe his surroundings. However, the mist swirling around the bamboo forest seemed to exert some kind of suppression on his consciousness, compressing his probing range to about 100 meters. Gradually, the surrounding spiritual energy became even denser. In the sky, the sunlight was brilliant, spilling through the gaps in the bamboo leaves and illuminating Suze's face. Suze slightly squinted, always remaining vigilant about his surroundings. No one knew if a high-level demon beast was lurking in the shadows. His current consciousness could only probe a distance of 100 meters, which was merely a moment for a high-level demon beast. Therefore, Suze was very cautious. As the scene of a person and a snake unfolded, the bamboo forest grew taller and denser. Eventually, even bamboo as thick as grinding wheels appeared. Suze looked up and estimated that these bamboos must be at least dozens of meters high. This was simply unbelievable. In his memory, the tallest bamboo in the main plain was only about 10 meters tall. How could there be such outrageous bamboo, resembling giant trees? Not only that, Suze noticed that the surface of these bamboos had fine red patterns. Upon closer inspection, they resembled blood vessels. Could these bamboos have grown by drinking blood? Suze murmured to himself, a series of doubts emerging. Xiaoqing, be careful, he softly reminded. Xiaoqing nodded seriously, looking very cautious. It had a very special ability to sense danger. At this moment, a faint aura of danger emanated from the front of the bamboo forest. However, this aura felt somewhat different from before. It transmitted a thread of thought to Suze through the contract. Suze contemplated, his mind swirling with thoughts, and ultimately decided to go take a look. If I can't beat it, I'll run. After saying this, he stepped forward. Xiaoqing quickly followed in Suze's footsteps. He turned his head to the side, took out a dagger from his chinkoan bag, and pushed aside the dense underbrush, revealing a glimpse of pale white below. Upon seeing the full appearance of that object, Suze's pupils constricted. It was actually the skeleton of a demon beast. At this time, a series of information appeared. Name, Desert Giant Lizard, deceased, level, lower rank. A lower rank demon beast had died here. It seemed it had accidentally wandered in from the desert. Suze crouched down and began to examine the skeleton of the desert giant lizard. Finally, his movements halted, and his gaze locked onto the chest of the desert giant lizard. Its ribs were shattered, looking horrifying. Although the flesh had already decayed, leaving only white bones, it could still be seen that this desert giant lizard had been struck heavily in the chest, causing its bones to break and leading to its death. Suze looked at other places and did not find other injuries. He slowly stood up, his eyes flickering as he fell into deep thought. A lower-rank demon beast, comparable to a human golden core powerhouse, was so easily killed? There must be danger in this bamboo forest. Moreover, that danger itself was at least at the intermediate level. If that was the case, he had to be cautious. Such a creature, once it launched a surprise attack, would catch him off guard and could injure him as well. Suze did not linger here and continued to move forward. After walking about 100 meters, he came across another demon beast skeleton. The system's information appeared once again. Also a lower-ranked demon beast, with the same cause of death, also killed by a heavy blow. However, the wound was not on the chest but on the back. The entire spine had been shattered, and half of its body was nearly broken. After taking a glance, Suze did not stay but quickened his pace. Sure enough, in the bamboo forest ahead, the corpses of demonic beasts kept appearing, mostly of the level. They all seemed to have died from severe blows. Some even had their bones shattered, with fragments scattered all over the ground, making it particularly horrifying. As Suze delved deeper, the red patterns on the tall bamboo nearby became increasingly dense and vibrant. Eventually, they even began to flicker with a red glow, resembling flowing blood vessels. Crack! Suze experimentally scratched the bamboo with his dagger. Splash! Suddenly, a stream of bright red liquid flowed down from the bamboo. A faint smell of blood quickly spread. Suze frowned. Can bamboo really bleed? It's normal for water to flow, but this is clearly a bit strange. Creak! The bamboo that Suze had scratched shook, emitting a piercing sound, as if it were screaming in pain. Suddenly, whoosh! A sharp whistling sound came from behind. Suze sensed something and instinctively dropped down. Crack! 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 A series of loud noises erupted. A red shadow rushed past Suze's back, directly breaking dozens of nearby bamboo stalks in half. Creak! In an instant, eerie screams echoed continuously. At the same time, with a splash, countless red liquids gushed out, releasing a heavy stench. Suze pressed his palm to the ground, twisting his wrist, and his body deftly turned around. His figure flickered continuously, dodging the spilled red liquid. Xiaoqing let out a roar, tensing up, with fierce eyes fixed ahead. How dare someone attack its master? Moreover, they had almost succeeded just now. Suze focused his gaze and immediately saw the thing that had attacked him. Name, Tree Person Clan, Qing Bamboo Clan, level, low level. Special bloodline, none skills, blood rage. Heavy strike. Remarks, an extremely rare race, with a small population, strong power, gentle temperament, and will not actively attack other species. However, it seems to have been contaminated by something, becoming violent. Roar. A hoarse growl came from not far away. The bamboo forest shook as several bamboo stalks were pushed aside, revealing a tall figure. A pair of crimson eyes stared directly at Suze, filled with a frenzied, killing intent. Tree Person. Suze turned to glance, and the bamboo forest behind him was in ruins. Dozens of bamboo, as thick as grinding wheels and dozens of meters tall, had been broken with a single strike. This power is undeniably fierce. However, for Suze, it still fell slightly short. Roar. The tree person roared again, taking heavy steps towards Suze. Chapter 60. The mutation of the bamboo forest. Is Suze doomed? Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed. The Qing bamboo tree person stood about 10 meters tall, and with its long legs, it quickly rushed to Suze's front in just a few steps. Its egg-sized eyes were blood red, filled with rage and fury. Roar. It let out a roar, raising its hand high and smashing down toward the tiny ant below. Whoosh. The red bamboo pole moved at great speed, creating a sharp whistling sound as it violently rubbed against the air. Suze maintained a calm expression, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This tree person's strength was significantly stronger than the level he had encountered in the wild forest, especially in terms of power. It was astonishingly great. He swiftly dodged a few meters to the side, avoiding the tree person's heavy strike. Boom. A dull rumble echoed. A large pit appeared on the ground, with dust rising and fragments flying everywhere. Suze's body erupted with a faint golden light, forming a golden shield on its surface. Crack, crack. The fragments struck the golden light and were all blocked, shattering into a rain of stone debris that fell to the ground. Xiaoqing was quite excited, eager to make a move, but was stopped by Suze. You've worked hard all the way here, better take a break first. Xiaoqing rolled its eyes. Now you realize I've worked hard? You didn't say a word on the way here. Now that you see a powerful opponent, you're itching to join in and steal the show? However, Xiaoqing merely grumbled silently, still absolutely obeying Suze's orders. It obediently retreated to a distance, eyes fixed on the battle without blinking. The tree person, enraged after missing its strike, let out a furious roar. Its voice was hoarse and indistinct, filled with confusion and killing intent. Suze frowned slightly. The state of the tree person before him seemed off. The system indicated it seemed to be infected by something. What could that be? He glanced into the depths of the bamboo forest. Something must be lurking there. Just then, the tree person launched another attack, raising its foot to stomp down on Suze. Suze's lips curled into a smile, revealing an excited grin. The dragon-elephant cultivation technique began to operate. One by one, the activated dragon-elephant seeds erupted with a dazzling golden light. Bursting power surged within Suze's body. An astonishing aura emanated, and an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly spread out. In the next moment, he lifted his head, his eyes transforming into a golden hue, resembling a pair of golden pupils. At this moment, the tree person's large foot was already above Suze's head. This time, he did not evade. Instead, he chose to confront it head-on. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted. A violent collision occurred, and an invisible shockwave quickly spread out. Crack, crack, crack. Where the shockwave passed, the sturdy bamboo snapped in two. A large amount of red liquid gushed out, and it seemed as if a rain of blood was falling from the sky, dyeing the ground red. Under the tree person, Suze raised both hands, forcefully blocking the strike. The golden light on his body flickered, and his right fist suddenly clenched, striking towards the tree person's foot. Boom. The tree person shook violently. It felt a terrifying force beneath its feet, followed by a surge of intense pain. Crack. Cracks appeared on the tree person's leg, like a fragile porcelain, rapidly spreading up its calf. The tree person stumbled, retreating several steps. A glimmer of clarity appeared in its murky blood-red eyes as it stared intently at Suze, a look of confusion flashing by. This little brat can't be at the foundation stage, right? I'm at the level equivalent to a golden core powerhouse of the human race. How could I have missed 3 times in a row? However, the excruciating pain spread throughout its body, and the uncontrollable rage surged. That brief moment of clarity was quickly buried by madness. Damn it! The tree person's low, hoarse voice echoed through the bamboo forest. The crimson in its eyes deepened, and the red patterns on its body suddenly brightened. Immediately, a brilliant blood-red light illuminated the surrounding bamboo. In an instant, a mutation occurred. The sound of rustling echoed in the bamboo forest as all the red patterns on the bamboo glowed, responding to the tree person. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, it reached the peak of the low-level stage, faintly on the verge of breaking through to the mid-level tier. Suze's golden pupils sparkled with golden light, and his figure flickered, suddenly disappearing from his original position. He certainly wouldn't just stand by and watch the tree person cast its spell. A dazzling golden light shone in the bamboo forest. Suze's speed reached its peak, facing a golden core that was a whole realm above him. He felt no fear and even took the initiative to attack. If this scene were to be witnessed by others, they would undoubtedly be left speechless in shock. It's worth noting that even He Shuer, who was granted the title of the Chosen One, only managed to slay a low-level beast when she was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. And what about Suze? His current strength is only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. Suze's speed reached its peak, and in an instant, he was about to rush in front of the treeman. However, at that moment, the surrounding bamboo seemed to come alive, their tall bodies bending sharply like a taut bow. Crack! A series of explosive sounds echoed in the air. Dozens of red shadows smashed towards Suze. Suze frowned, twisting his body continuously to evade that powerful strike. But there were too many bamboos. The entire bamboo forest bamboos seemed to be like tentacles, waving and slapping at Suze. Boom! The ground was in disarray. Deep ravines appeared, dirt flew everywhere, and several large stones were shattered. Just as Suze dodged the previous attack, the treeman let out another low roar, waving its hands to control more thick bamboos to strike at Suze. Seeing this, Xiaoqing's eyes filled with intense anxiety. It transformed into a streak of green light, activating its innate escape technique, moving like a ghost, dodging the attacks, and appearing beside Suze. Suze looked at Xiaoqing, who had appeared beside him, and smiled slightly, but still signaled for Xiaoqing not to take action. Without giving them a chance to communicate, a sharp whistling sound erupted. Dozens of red lights appeared around Suze, weaving together to form a large net that enveloped him. This strike left almost no room for evasion. He could only take it head-on. Not only that, the treeman pointed a finger, and instantly, two bamboos drilled up from under Suze's feet, wrapping around his legs and imprisoning him in place. Roar! It let out a low roar filled with delight. No matter who it was, anyone who intruded into this bamboo forest would be doomed to die. This little human would be no exception. Chapter 61. In the depths of the bamboo forest, the level beast fire flood dragon's skeleton whoosh. Dozens of red bamboos smashed down towards Suze with terrifying force. Meanwhile, the two resilient bamboo strips firmly restrained Suze. The treeman looked at Suze and let out a low roar of satisfaction. This human was finally going to die. However, just as the bamboo strips were about to hit Suze, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted. Suze was enveloped in golden light, appearing as dazzling as a sun. In the bamboo forest, the red light was completely dispelled by the golden light. In an instant, the entire bamboo forest was filled with golden light. The sky was illuminated with golden brilliance, and amidst the golden light, a massive body quietly emerged. Roar! A giant elephant appeared. It stood on the endless underworld, with countless gods and demons imprisoned within, struggling and roaring, but unable to break free from the giant elephant's suppression. Above its head was a vast starry sky, the river of stars swirling around its body, while the giant sun in front of it appeared as insignificant as dust. What a terrifying sight! A fear stemming from the depths of the soul emerged, and the treeman shuddered, the madness in its eyes fading, replaced by overwhelming fear. What is that thing? The treeman's eyes widened, staring intently at the giant elephant. At that moment, the giant elephant's phantom moved. Its long trunk lifted high, and then, seemingly slow but in fact incredibly swift, it struck forward. Boom! The red light shattered, and the thick bamboos exploded like fragile porcelain. The golden light on Suze intensified, and with a gentle shake, the resilient bamboos around him broke apart. With a whoosh, a burst of golden light shot up. The treeman only saw a small figure soaring into the air, then appearing right in front of it. A surge of power gathered in that fist, golden light flickering, exuding a destructive aura. The treeman was startled, instinctively raising its hand to defend. Boom! The treeman's massive body was sent flying, crashing down into a large area of bamboo forest. Terrifying cracks appeared. With this strike, the treeman was nearly killed on the spot. It was horrified, its egg-sized eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. What is happening in this world? Have I fallen behind? How can a Foundation establishment cultivator be so fierce? How could he knock me down with such overwhelming power? It staggered to its feet, but immediately fell to sharp pain. Looking down, it discovered that its two arms had been broken, twisted at a very strange angle. At that moment, the golden light appeared again. Suze took a step forward, leaving a faint golden footprint on the ground. Take advantage of the illness to take your life. He was filled with fighting spirit, his golden eyes shining brightly, and surging power flooded through his veins. The treeman saw the golden light appear again and was suddenly alarmed. If that previous strike happened again, it would be killed on the spot. Instinctively, the treeman turned around and ran away. Its long legs moved frantically, sprinting rapidly deeper into the bamboo forest. "Want to run?" Suze smirked and said. He lightly tapped his toes and immediately chased after the fleeing treeman. Xiaoqing followed closely, operating the four symbols escape technique at full power, barely keeping up with Suze's pace. The treeman could no longer care about anything else, crashing through the dense bamboo forest ahead, creating a bloody path. The red liquid sprayed from the bamboos stained it red, and combined with its frantic escape, it looked particularly disheveled. It must be said that in desperate situations, one can squeeze out the strongest potential of life. The treeman's speed increased continuously, while it constantly urged the red bamboos on both sides to obstruct Suze behind. However, the effect was not very good. Suze didn't even bother to dodge, directly crashing into them. Crack! The red bamboos snapped, failing to slow Suze down at all. However, as they went deeper, the bamboos no longer had the swirling red patterns, but had completely turned blood red. Their resilience had greatly increased, comparable to metal. Seeing this, Suze no longer resisted but began to evade. He could break them, but it would slow down his pursuit speed. Suze's eyes flickered as he looked at the tall figure ahead, and he couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the Treeman race. If it were a beast from the savage forest, that previous strike would have likely broken its bones and killed it on the spot. However, even so, it could only slightly delay Suze's pursuit speed. The distance between them continued to shorten. The Treeman became increasingly horrified, its eyes completely filled with fear, crazily fleeing forward. Faster, even faster. Once I reach the front, I'll be safe. Finally, the Treeman crashed through 2 red bamboos, and suddenly the area in front opened up. Ahead, a small basin appeared, bare and desolate, with bloodlight filling the air, obscuring the view below. The Treeman's eyes lit up with joy, and it lifted its foot to step inside. But a howling sound representing death came from behind. The golden light suddenly appeared. Boom! A shocking hole appeared in its chest. A golden figure burst out from within. The Treeman's movements suddenly froze, its body stiffened, and the foot it had just raised fell weakly back down. The madness and frenzy in its eyes vanished, replaced by bewilderment. The power within its body rapidly dissipated. It could no longer hold on, and its body fell to the side. Boom! The Treeman crashed to the ground, its gaze gradually becoming hollow. Was the Treeman's destination for escape exactly here? A flash of green light, and Xiaoqing appeared beside Suze. It looked at the basin ahead with a serious expression, conveying a thought to Suze. Suze nodded and said, "Be careful later. I suspect that the tramp became like this because of this basin." Then he lifted his foot and walked in. As soon as he entered, a strong smell of blood rushed toward him, overwhelmingly intense. Suze frowned and looked down. He saw that the soil was blood red and somewhat damp, as if soaked in fresh blood. Suze felt a sense of vigilance rise in his heart, and his eyes turned golden again. A person and a snake cautiously explored. Along the way, the color of the soil became increasingly blood red, and there were even faint white stone fragments scattered about. They gradually delved deeper, reaching the bottom of the basin. Splash! A small pool of water appeared beneath his feet. However, this water was not transparent, but blood red. Suze raised his eyebrows and looked ahead, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Blood-red pools of water appeared one after another. Moreover, next to the pools, there were huge white stones scattered about. This time, Suze saw clearly. Those white stones were actually huge fragments of bones. And in the area with the densest blood light, a massive body emerged. Name: Fire Flood Dragon, deceased. Level: Superior Tier. Chapter 62, Great Harvest. Recovering the remains of a high-level beast, Suze's footsteps paused, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Xiaoqing sensed the aura coming from ahead and instinctively tightened her body. A high-level beast, and it was a superior tier beast, equivalent to a divine transformation expert among humans. Such a level of existence is an absolute powerhouse no matter where it is. Generally speaking, for humans with decent talent, being able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage above the golden core is already quite good, and beyond the nascent soul, the divine transformation is almost an unattainable goal. Without great opportunities or absolute talent, it is impossible to become a divine transformation expert. Divine transformation experts are already part of the upper echelon of a race. As for the realms beyond divine transformation, Suze had only heard of the harmony stage, and beyond that, it was legendary. Basically, a harmony cultivator is already at the pinnacle of their race. Under normal circumstances, they would never take action. And now, before Suze was a terrifying beast comparable to a divine transformation stage. Its name, Fire Flood Dragon, probably had some connection to the dragon race. Perhaps it also contained the bloodline of dragons within. Such a beast, compared to ordinary beasts of the same level, would have its strength increased by a factor. However, it was already dead. The heavy smell of blood filled his nostrils, making him feel nauseous. Suze frowned. A thought flashed through his mind. He endured the stench and squatted down, looking at the pool of blood before him. Seeing this information, Suze raised his eyebrows, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. Every liter of blood equals 5 years of cultivation. There was at least over a liter in this small pool. He stood up and looked around. The number of similar blood pools was in the thousands. Heaven knows how much blood that Fire Flood Dragon shed back in the day. The entire bottom of the basin was a deep red, all the soil stained blood red. Suze estimated that he would at least gain over 10,000 years of cultivation. He then stepped deeper into the basin, moving towards the fire flood dragon's remains shrouded in bloodlight. Compared to the severely diluted blood, the body of the fire flood dragon was obviously the most valuable, but he wasn't idle. Along the way, he collected all the blood he encountered. The remaining cultivation in the system panel began to rise rapidly. Soon, the remaining cultivation reached 1,100 years. He nodded in satisfaction. Ahead, the blood light became even denser, and the massive skeleton intermittently revealed itself, occasionally showing a glimpse of its true form. Suze quickened his pace. As he delved deeper, the blood pools he encountered became more frequent and larger in quantity. The remaining cultivation was increasing rapidly. Before long, it directly broke through the 5,000 mark. Suze brushed his hand over the white bone fragments, and they instantly vanished without a trace. Remaining cultivation, 1,110 years. He continued moving forward. Soon, he arrived at the area with the densest bloodlight. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Suddenly, a wave of frantic killing intent invaded Suze and Xiaoqing's minds. In an instant, emotions of rage, anxiety, despair, hatred, and other negative feelings surged forth. All the dark sides of Suze's heart were instantly exposed and magnified infinitely. A trace of scarlet appeared in the depths of his eyes, and a strong killing intent suddenly erupted from within him. His expression began to twist, the blood light reflecting on him, making his face look particularly ferocious. Xiaoqing was similarly affected, her eyes quickly turning blood red, emitting a hoarse roar. Suze was startled and finally understood what had infected the treant. The spiritual power of a high-level beast was too strong. Even before its death, its mind was filled with frenzied killing intent. This killing intent lingered within its body, and, as the body broke apart, it flowed out, infecting the treant. And now, if Suze did not suppress the killing intent in his mind, he would end up like the treant, becoming a monster that only knows how to kill. From then on, losing his autonomous consciousness. At this moment, in his dantian, the golden pond suddenly boiled, and golden light illuminated. In the next second, golden light burst forth from his body. His eyes transformed into golden pupils, shining with brilliant light. The dazzling golden light spread and quickly dispelled the blood light enveloping Suze. In that instant, all negative emotions receded like a tide. Suze's eyes regained clarity, and he exhaled a breath. His entire body was enveloped in a faint golden light, protecting him from the blood light's invasion. He didn't expect the dragon-elephant cultivation technique to have such an effect. Suze sighed. Xiaoqing also regained her composure, shrinking back in fear, looking uncertainly at the massive skeleton that was faintly visible in the distance. With the golden light protecting him, Suze became slightly bolder but still adjusted to his best state. If the situation was not right, he would flee. As long as there were still green mountains, he wouldn't worry about firewood. However, it seemed that Suze was being overly cautious. The fire flood dragon had been dead for a long time. The only threat left was that frenzied killing intent. 10 minutes later, remaining cultivation, 5,600 years. At the same time, the massive body of the fire flood dragon was fully revealed before Suze and Xiaoqing. The dragon bloodline within the fire flood dragon had clearly been elevated to a certain degree. It already possessed many forms of true dragons. With a body close to 20 meters long, it was majestic and imposing. Even though it had been dead for many years, it still exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Fiery red scales covered its body, though most were shattered, and only a few remained intact, emitting a faint shimmering light. Suze examined the remains of the fire flood dragon, raising an eyebrow. The state of the fire flood dragon's death was too tragic. Its body was riddled with blood holes and gruesome wounds, flesh turned inside out, and its internal blood completely drained. Its foreclaws were all twisted, dragon whiskers curled back, and the long horns on its head were even broken off. On its massive head, its two large eyes were wide open, filled with madness and unwillingness. Xiaoqing's body trembled slightly, sensing a shudder from the depths of her soul. Among beasts, the suppression of bloodlines and levels was particularly obvious. However, as a human, Suze did not feel it was as pronounced. He merely thought that this fire flood dragon was quite formidable and imposing. But now, in this state of death, it really has nothing to do with the domineering aura. Chapter 63, Inheritance Crystal, Fire Flood Dragon Secret Technique, 5 Forms of the Flood Dragon, High-Level Demon Beast. Aside from the fangs that are relatively intact, most of the other parts have lost a lot of essence, significantly reducing their value. However, the quantity is overwhelming. And now, with just a wave of his hand, he could obtain the cultivation. He lightly tapped his toes and leaped onto the broken body of the fire flood dragon. Lines of prompts appeared. The remaining cultivation began to surge. Starting from the initial 5,600 years, it quickly broke through the 10,000-year mark and rapidly approached 20,000 years. As the years of cultivation increased, the remains of the fire flood dragon shrank rapidly. Starting from the tail, its body continuously shortened, from over 20 meters to just over 10 meters in just a few minutes. Soon, the entire body of the fire flood dragon nearly vanished, leaving only a huge head. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Suze's eyes. He wondered if the inner core of the fire flood dragon still existed. If it did, it would be a huge gain. The previous body had no inner core, so it could only exist in the head. Remaining cultivation, 29,000 years. Next, the skull. As the skull that encased the brain disappeared, a mass of rotten, white, sticky substance scattered everywhere. A foul odor immediately wafted out. Clearly, this was the most direct reason for the fire flood dragon's death. Holding back the stench, Suze casually picked up a long, thin piece of bone from the side. He rummaged through the goo, but found nothing. After all, with such an attack, even if there was something, it would have been shattered long ago. Suddenly, Suze felt a hard object in the goo. His brows furrowed, and he immediately pulled it out. A gentle red light flickered. It turned out to be a red, transparent crystal. What is this? Suze curiously picked up the red crystal and examined it for a long time, finding nothing unusual. However, Xiaoqing suddenly became excited and transmitted a thought. Use mental energy? Suze wondered. He then extended his mental energy. With the system's contract in place, Xiaoqing and Xiaohe would never do anything detrimental to him. The moment his mental energy touched the red crystal, the scene in front of him blurred, and Suze found a fragment of his consciousness appearing in a strange space. Just as he was puzzled, a fierce roar erupted. A completely crimson flood dragon appeared in the sky. Its whiskers fluttered, claws bared, and its body shook, creating ripples in the void. Suze's heart raced. How did this guy come back to life? He instinctively took a few steps back. After all, he had just low-priced the remains to the system. And now he encountered the real thing, which made him feel a bit apprehensive. Suze focused and immediately noticed something strange. The flood dragon in the air had eyes devoid of any emotion, as if it didn't see Suze below at all, moving its body on its own. Its movements were fluid, as if it were performing some kind of technique. Suze watched intently, not blinking. After a long time, a cool sensation on his cheek startled Suze awake. He abruptly opened his eyes and looked at his hand, only to find that the red crystal had already vanished. The 5 forms of the flood dragon. Suze murmured to himself, the image of a flood dragon twisting and turning continuously appearing in his mind. He realized what the red crystal was. It was the inheritance crystal of the fire flood dragon. It contained the most powerful martial arts techniques of the fire flood dragon. According to the classification of martial arts by humans, this belonged to the top-tier martial arts. Above it, there were only legendary-level techniques. If such martial arts were to spread, it would surely cause a bloody storm, with countless powerful beings vying for it. Even those of the same level as transformation stage would be tempted. After all, it was just too rare. However, a bitter smile appeared on Suze's face. This damn flood dragon clan's martial arts. All the moves and steps are tailored to the shape of the flood dragon. How can a human like me learn it? The differences in body structure meant that Suze couldn't perform many of the movements. If he couldn't do them, naturally, he wouldn't be able to continue his cultivation. Suze felt a pang of frustration. He had finally encountered such a top-tier martial art, but he couldn't cultivate it. Suddenly, he thought of something and reopened the system store. Flood Dragon Clan's top-tier martial art 5 forms of the Flood Dragon can be repaired for the human version, requiring 15,000 years of cultivation. 15,000 years of cultivation? Seeing this number, Suze grinned. However, obtaining a top-tier martial art is worth it. With this martial art, his strength would at least rise to a new level. Without hesitation, Suze immediately chose to repair it. The next moment, his remaining cultivation dropped sharply. Soon, a brand new martial art appeared in Suze's mind. All the moves were modified to fit human cultivation, with power that hadn't diminished at all, and even seemed to be slightly stronger. At this time, the system panel also changed. Name: Suze. Age: 16. Cultivation method: Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique Martial Art. 5 forms of the Flood Dragon. In the lines of information, a martial art option appeared. Chapter 64. 3 Dragon Elephant Seeds. Foundation Building Midstage. Remaining cultivation, 14,000 years. If luck is not on his side, it could equal to several days of hard training for Suze. With so much cultivation at his disposal, Suze naturally wouldn't be idle. Without hesitation, he directly began to increase his martial arts cultivation in units of 1,000 years. The next moment, remaining cultivation, 13,000 years. Martial arts cultivation, 1,000 years. A warm current appeared in Suze's body, pure energy flowing and nourishing his meridians. The Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique operated, guiding this energy to circulate within his body for a full cycle, then directly infusing it into the 13th Dragon Elephant Seed. As expected, after infusing 1,000 000 years of cultivation. This seed showed no reaction. Suze's expression remained unchanged, and he infused another one, 000 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation, 12,000 years. The 13th dragon elephant seed remained quiet. Remaining cultivation, 11,000 years. Finally, after a total of 4,000 years of cultivation was infused, crack. A familiar cracking sound resounded in the void. Golden light shone, and the 13th dragon elephant seed was activated. A surge of power immediately emerged, flooding into every corner of Suze's body, further strengthening his physical form. However, Suze did not stop. Remaining cultivation, 9,000 years. He continued to infuse cultivation. Next, another 4,000 years of cultivation was infused into the 14th dragon elephant seed. Crack. Golden light appeared again. The 14th dragon elephant seed was activated. Just as one wave settled, another rose. An astonishing power emerged, stacking with the effect of the previous dragon elephant seed. Only 6,000 years of remaining cultivation left. But Suze did not stop, starting again to infuse cultivation into the 15th dragon elephant seed. This time he directly infused 4,000 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation, 2,000 years. Crack. The 15th dragon elephant seed was activated. Boom. After consecutively activating 3 dragon elephant seeds, a sound like muffled thunder echoed within Suze. 3 dragon elephant seeds simultaneously shot out dazzling golden light. In his dantian, golden true energy continuously emerged. That golden pond began to rapidly expand. Gradually, a small lake appeared. The golden light rippled, with waves appearing on the surface of the lake as pure true energy rolled over it. Suze sat cross-legged on the ground, his breath rapidly increasing. After a moment, his aura suddenly changed. Mid-stage foundation establishment. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light burst forth in the basin. Streams of brilliant golden light illuminated from Suze's body. The resplendent golden light quickly spread out, completely dispelling the blood light that enveloped the entire basin. The golden light was splendid and incredibly dazzling. Behind Suze, a giant elephant slowly took shape. A roar seemed to echo through time and space. In the bamboo forest, countless red bamboos trembled, and bamboo leaves fell, as if a rain of blood was pouring down. Suze slowly opened his eyes, his pupils golden like golden eyes. Exuding an inexplicable pressure, he let out a breath. His gaze flickered as he fell into contemplation. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, each increase in strength required activating many more dragon elephant seeds. It was foreseeable that at higher levels of cultivation, even more cultivation and dragon elephant seeds would be needed. Suze stood up, stretching his muscles and bones. He clenched his fists, feeling the astonishing power within his arms. Then, he summoned the system panel to check his attributes. Suddenly, Suze noticed a line of small text below the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. The meaning was simple, like cultivation methods. The practice of martial skills also required the consumption of corresponding years of cultivation. This was not surprising. The training of martial skills was similar to that of cultivation methods. Mastering a martial skill required time for honing. This was especially true for high-level martial skills like the improved 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. In fact, because its level was too high, far exceeding Suze's current cultivation, the time required for training would be even greater. Suze pondered for a moment and tentatively added 10 years of cultivation to the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. Instantly, like at that time with alchemy, streams of knowledge and insights appeared in Suze's mind, revealing various mysteries and changes. Martial skill, 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, beginner. The gap between the transformation stage and the foundation establishment stage was indeed too great. It was separated by 2 major realms, Golden Core and Nascent Soul. The difference could no longer be described as worlds apart. Therefore, 10 years of cultivation for the beginner stage was not a big deal. This time, Suze no longer merely knew the moves, he had mastered them. After comprehending them, he could better understand the terrifying aspects of this martial skill. Suze was eager to try out the power of this martial skill. His figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot, next to the basin. In the bamboo forest, Suze's figure appeared. He raised his hand slightly, making a strange starting gesture. First style? He saw the golden light flickering in Suze's eyes, and a streak of golden light quickly spread to his arm, finally wrapping around his fingers. He pointed toward the dense bamboo forest. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light flashed. A powerful force shot out. Crack! 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 In an instant, the golden light easily pierced through the blood bamboo, which had a hardness comparable to steel, penetrating dozens of blood bamboos as thick as grinding wheels. The immense impact spread out, and menacing cracks appeared on the surface of the blood bamboos. Boom! A series of loud thuds erupted. One by one, the blood bamboos crashed to the ground. Before Suze, a small path appeared in the bamboo forest. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The 5 styles of the Flood Dragon was indeed a top-tier martial skill. He hadn't even used his full strength, yet it had such power. Immediately after, he shaped his fingers like claws and gently waved toward the bamboo forest. Second style of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. Again, a large swath of blood bamboos fell. Suze changed his hand position, clenched his fist, and struck again. Moments later, Suze slowly withdrew his hand, revealing a large open space before him. Countless blood bamboos lay on the ground, many of which were even completely shattered, with only a few retaining their trunks. Looking at the scene before him, Suze sighed in admiration. The attack methods of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon were very simple and unadorned. They included fingers, claws, fists, legs, and body. The 5 moves were entirely the simplest, most direct, and most primal fighting techniques. In the original 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, they had no names. However, after the system's improvement, they were given simple names: Dragon Finger, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fist, Dragon Whip Leg, and Giant Dragon Impact. The corner of Suze's mouth twitched as he made a decision. From now on, when using the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, he must never utter the move names. Chapter 65. Is Suze unrelated to rankings? In the distance, a few red bamboos affected by the residual waves were covered in cracks. With a crack, they ultimately could not withstand it and crashed to the ground. Suze nodded in satisfaction. His current strength should be comparable to that of a mid-stage Golden Core expert. Of course, the specific combat power could only be understood after a battle. Little Qing, who was watching the scene, was filled with shock. She secretly observed Suze, internally mocking him. The master's power was simply that of a humanoid monster. Noticing Little Qing's gaze, Suze suddenly thought of something. He couldn't cultivate the original 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, but Little Qing surely could. She already had a trace of the Azure Dragon bloodline in her body, and her form resembled that of the Fire Flood Dragon. Moreover, as the concentration of the Azure Dragon bloodline increased, Little Qing's body would gradually transform toward that of a Flood Dragon. Therefore, theoretically, the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon was the most suitable for Little Qing. Suze looked at Little Qing and smiled. Little Qing, I have a good thing for you. Close your eyes. Little Qing was puzzled but obediently complied. Suze extended a finger and gently tapped her head. His consciousness surged, and the original 5 styles of the Flood Dragon appeared in Little Qing's mind. Little Qing was initially startled, but upon seeing the slowly dancing Flood Dragon, a surge of delight filled her heart. As a monster, she could better comprehend the power of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. However, the martial skill of a top-tier monster was too profound for Little Qing, who was only a low-tier monster. Little Qing opened her eyes and affectionately rubbed her head against Suze's palm, feeling exceptionally happy. Indeed, the master still loved her. He entrusted such a precious thing to her. What does this signify? It signifies that her position was unshakable. The more Little Qing thought about it, the happier she became. Transforming into a streak of azure light and racing around the bamboo forest several times before calming down a bit, Suze smiled and let Little Qing play by herself. The strength of the tree people was decent, but due to their race, their meat yield was extremely low. In the end, Suze gained a total of 910 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation, 2,900 years. This amount of cultivation was simply insufficient to activate the next dragon elephant seed. Suze sighed, a chicken rib, a chicken rib. Little Qing, it's time to go. However, an hour later, Suze's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Given such a long time, he should have already exited the bamboo forest. Yet, the lush bamboo forest was still before him. He extended his consciousness, but found that the range he could probe had become even smaller. That strange suppression seemed to have grown stronger. Even the connection between the rescued Jade Talisman and the spirit of the world had weakened. Originally, Suze thought that the reason this bamboo forest was so strange was due to the corpse of the Fire Flood Dragon. The power of a transformation stage expert could influence the world to a certain extent. And now, he had sold all the remains of the Fire Flood Dragon to the system. Why had that suppression not only not disappeared, but instead increased significantly? What was going on? Suze was quite confused and couldn't help but grow vigilant. Was there something else existing within the bamboo forest? He awakened Little Qing, who was engrossed in the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. Be careful, there might still be dangers lurking. Xiao Qing was taken aback, then her expression turned serious. Her body tensed slightly, ready for battle at any moment. Meanwhile, outside the bamboo forest, on the vast grassland, Tong Lan carefully took out healing medicine from her spatial ring and applied it to her wounds. A cool sensation spread through her, and the intense pain was significantly alleviated. Tong Lan let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She glanced at the group of wolf corpses around her, each as strong as an ox, feeling a lingering fear. This group of wolf demons acted collectively. They were powerful and skilled in group attacks. Their cunning on par with humans. Tong Lan had exerted all her strength and used her best skills to defeat the pack, but she still got bitten, leaving a deep wound on her thigh that exposed bone. However, all this was worth it. These wolf demons could provide her with 3,200 points. She looked up at the leaderboard. First place, Tong Lan, 15,200 points. First on the leaderboard. At the same time, in the main world, people from various cultivation associations saw the changes in the leaderboard. The first place had changed again. It was the genius sorceress Tong Lan. But I estimate she won't hold on for long, as the second place, Sun Xiao, already has 14,200 points. Well, that's not surprising, after all. He is the genius second only to He Shuer, able to fight to a standstill with golden core demon beasts, so his strength must be formidable. What about He Shuer? Why isn't her name in the top 10? Not sure. Our prodigy seems to be strolling around. All her points are earned from casually killing demon beasts, with no special effort to find them. Not a big deal. With her strength, she could easily catch up if she puts in a little effort. By the way, what about Suze? He is still trapped, probably can't get out, and I don't know when he will use the distressed jade talisman. Even if he can hold on and escape, he will have no chance at the leaderboard. This would be a huge loss. Wang Lin sighed and turned to say, when Xiao Su comes out, don't ask questions, because this reason means he has no chance at the leaderboard. Xiao Su must feel bad about it too, so we want T-Pry. Lin Fan and Tang Yi nodded in agreement. They then looked at the projection map, focusing on the mist in the desert, worry and regret appearing in their eyes. In the Demon Suppression Tower world, many challengers looked at the leaderboard and noticed these changes as well. It was certain that Suze hadn't been eliminated, as his name still shone brightly, not dimming at all. So what could be the reason? These challengers shook their heads. Regardless of the reason, with such a significant gap, Suze was definitely out of the running for the leaderboard. Chapter 66, Sun Xiao, Trash doesn't he deserve to participate in the trial in the bamboo forest? Suze and Xiao Qin cautiously advanced. Ahead, the bamboo forest gradually thinned, and a faint golden light came from a great distance. The invisible pressure was gradually increasing. Now, the probing distance of his divine sense had shrunk to a radius of 30 meters, even less than his visible range. Suze felt increasingly vigilant. A guess appeared in his mind. The tragic death of the fire flood dragon indicated it had gone through a fierce battle, and its opponent was at least its equal or even stronger. Judging by the wounds, its opponent should also be a demon beast. If that is the case, where did that demon beast go? Is it possible that it was also severely wounded and ultimately perished somewhere? The light in Suze's eyes flickered as he looked ahead, feeling a hint of excitement. Outside, in the Demon Suppression Tower world, in the sky, the transparent leaderboard began to change rapidly. Names were rising and falling, with many names dimming. Occasionally, dazzling light beams descended from the dome, rescuing those challengers in peril from this world. In the top 10 of the leaderboard, changes were smaller, mostly featuring those well-known genius cultivators. At that moment, a change occurred in the first place on the leaderboard. Right below Tong Lan, Sun Xiao's points surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing 17,200 points, directly taking the top spot. No one was surprised by this result. After all, he was widely recognized as a martial arts genius. Many people in various cultivation associations were paying attention to Sun Xiao, expressing their admiration. Wow, Sun Xiao's combat power is truly remarkable. Indeed, facing a group of 5 high-level demon beasts, he was able to slay them all. Although he used the power of weapons, it was still impressive. Such a talent. If he grows smoothly, our human race will gain an extraordinary figure. Others are no less, all rare geniuses. In these past 2 years, how could there be so many exceptionally gifted young people? I don't know. But what I do know is that our human race is about to welcome a brilliant era. With them around, our human race will surely achieve a good ranking in this upcoming 10,000 Races conference. ISNT, they're also a peerless genius born from the Star Spirit clan? I wonder how he compares to our He Shuer. In the Human Alliance, any human powerhouse with time was focused on the trial in the Demon Suppression Tower. They all wanted to see the strength of the newly emerged human geniuses. Did Sun Xiao seem to have a conflict with another cultivator? Suddenly, a voice caught everyone's attention. They all looked at the holographic projection, curious about what was happening. In the Demon Suppression Tower world, in the lush jungle, Sun Xiao stood coldly in front of 2 challengers. The 2 challengers opposite him looked very grim, unsure of why this guy suddenly blocked their way. They forced themselves to remain calm, wanting to bypass Sun Xiao and leave quickly. However, Sun Xiao locked onto them with a strand of divine sense. Their faces changed dramatically, and they said in a deep voice, "Sun Xiao, what do you want?" Sun Xiao looked at them coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he mockingly said, "Teaming up? There are no rules against teaming up in the Demon Suppression Tower trial." One of them was quite nervous, his voice trembling slightly. Sun Xiu smiled, as if looking at two lowly beings. There are no rules, but I have my own rules. Having trash like you join me in the trial is a bit embarrassing for me. Anger flashed in the eyes of the two challengers. But they didn't dare to retort. Fine, we just 1T team up, but what do you really want? Sun Xiu shook his head, his expression indifferent. Don't make me take action. Use your distressed jade talisman to leave here on your own, lest I find you bothersome. You. What if we don't leave? Upon hearing this, the two challengers could no longer maintain their composure. Then I'll have to take action personally and clear away you trash. In the next moment, Sun Xiu's gaze turned cold, and he struck fiercely. He flickered and appeared right in front of the two challengers, his hands clawing toward their faces like a beast. This strike was extremely vicious and powerful. If it hit, it would likely result in instant death. The team of trialists clearly did not expect that this Sun Xiu would be so domineering and ruthless, directly aiming to cripple them. Bang! Bang! Two dull sounds echoed. They barely managed to block the strike, but their bodies were sent flying back, their arms slightly twisted. A wave of intense pain instantly swept through their bodies. Ah! A scream rang out. Sun Xiu looked at the two fallen individuals, his disdain growing stronger. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. Truly the trash of the trash. I think you might as well just die. Saying this, a murderous intent spread in his eyes, the aura of ferocity permeating the air. The two on the ground were filled with horror, their eyes full of fear. They sensed that Sun Xiu seemed truly ready to kill them. This time, they no longer hesitated. Enduring the excruciating pain, they took out a distressed jade talisman with their already fractured hands and activated it. In an instant, two beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping them within. Sun Xiu frowned slightly, looking up at the sky, muttering to himself. Really troublesome. Does the value of such trash to the human race surpass mine? Killing them is just killing them, so what? There are still too many useless beings in this trial. Only true strong ones deserve to compete on the same stage. As for those useless ones, let me clean them up effortlessly. In the distance, the sound of battle faintly echoed. A cold smile crept onto Sun Xiu's lips. The next moment, his figure vanished, heading towards the location of the battle. In the main world, many human powerhouses exchanged glances, looking at each other in confusion. Is it okay for Sun Xiu to act like this? It seems there are no such regulations in the rules of the Demon Suppression Tower trial. For a moment, many fell into silence. Then, they looked at those trialists. If Sun Xiu really intends to do that, the impact of this Demon Suppression Tower trial will be significant. And those families will definitely not let it go easily. Jiangnan City Cultivator Association. Wang Lin and others also noticed Sun Xiu's behavior, their expressions instantly changing. Not good. It seems Miao Yi is near Sun Xiu's location. Wang Lin and Lin Fan's faces looked very grim as they nervously stared at the holographic projection. Chapter 67. Another head-level demon beast. 30,000 years of cultivation. The outside world was in an uproar. Every trialist was diligently searching for demon beasts to increase their scores. Meanwhile, in the bamboo forest, Su Zhe was advancing slowly. The bamboo forest had completely disappeared, replaced by a cliff. Strange peaks stood tall, with not a blade of grass in sight, utterly barren. Su Zhe kept moving, climbing over one peak after another, advancing forward. Gradually, as he delved deeper, specks of golden light appeared on the ground. Su Zhe crouched down to take a closer look and discovered what seemed to be remnants of some kind of fur. It was all golden, resembling gold itself. In the far-off sky, dark clouds gathered, with flashes of lightning flickering intermittently, and thick bolts of thunder materialized. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder reached his ears. Xiaoqing became tense. It could sense that there seemed to be a presence ahead that was even more powerful than the fire dragon. Su Zhe touched the distressed jade talisman, confirming that there was still a faint connection with the spirit of the world above the sky, and only then did he feel at ease. As long as the distressed jade talisman could still be used, it was fine. If he encountered deadly danger later, he could just run away. Soon, the figure of one person and one snake delved deeper into the peaks. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a faint sense of oppression emanated from above. The clouds had completely blocked out the sunlight. The surroundings grew dim, visibility dropping sharply. Only the flickering lightning could illuminate everything around. Finally, when Su Zhe climbed over one peak, a massive mountain suddenly appeared before him. The dark clouds swirled around it. The entire peak was pitch black, standing like a stabilizing needle among the mountains. Suddenly, boom! A tremendous thunderclap rang out again. Within the dark clouds, a bolt of lightning appeared, rapidly spreading like branches. The next moment, the wind and rain erupted, thunder and lightning clashed together. Following that, an astonishing scene unfolded. A vivid image suddenly appeared. Su Zhe was startled. Gripping the distressed jade talisman tightly, he saw a streak of golden light in the sky. A colossal creature quietly emerged, soaring with its wings spread. Suze's pupils constricted at the sight. It was actually a giant rock. Its entire body was golden, as if cast from gold. With a flap of its wings, it transformed into a beam of golden light soaring high into the sky. At that moment, a burst of fire appeared, and a dragon suddenly emerged from the clouds, baring its fangs and claws as it launched an attack on the giant rock. A bloody battle was about to break out. However, the terrifying fluctuations of the battle did not affect the peaks below at all. Suze breathed a sigh of relief, watching the battle between the head-level demon beasts, a hint of awe appearing in his eyes. This is the power of a transformation god. With a single strike, it could easily smash a mountain, and every movement held the might to change the heavens and the earth. However, these were merely scenes from past battles. The terrain between these peaks was special, recording the battle images between the fire dragon and the giant rock from back then, which were now being reproduced. After a long time, large amounts of blood rained down from the sky. The fire dragon, covered in injuries, staggered away into the distance. The giant rock did not pursue. It too was severely wounded, engulfed in flames, with one of its wings nearly broken. Golden feathers drifted down from the sky, turning into fragments scattered among the peaks. The golden-winged rock let out a silent roar, its body slowly descending, ultimately disappearing atop the massive mountain. The wind and rain gradually subsided, and the thunderous sounds faded away. Suze looked at the towering mountain before him, excitement surging in his eyes. Just a single fire dragon allowed him to gain nearly 30,000 years of cultivation and acquire a head-level martial skill. And the golden-winged rock, being of the same level as the fire dragon, would surely not be much worse. He called out to Xiaoqing, quickening his pace towards the giant mountain ahead. Moments later, Suze's figure appeared at the mountain's summit. The mountaintop suddenly flattened, revealing a massive platform, very strange. It looked as if it had been sliced off by something. Upon reaching the summit, Suze was greeted with a broad view. Ahead, golden light flickered. The ground was a dazzling golden expanse. In the center, a massive skeleton appeared. Name, Golden Sky Rock, deceased, level, head level upper tier. A thick joy appeared on Suze's face. His initial guess was correct. He hurried forward, inspecting the body of the Golden Sky Rock from top to bottom. Like the fire dragon, its body had not decayed. However, many areas were charred by flames, and comparatively, the preservation of its body was a bit worse than that of the fire dragon, but it could still provide Suze with a significant amount of cultivation. This time, Suze's actions were very skilled. The head-level upper-tier demon beast system panel showed the remaining cultivation years rapidly increasing. The body of the Golden Sky Rock was slightly larger than that of the fire dragon. Finally, Suze's remaining cultivation years reached exactly 30,000. Not only that, a shimmering golden feather appeared in Suze's hand. This time, without Xiaoqing's reminder, Suze extended his consciousness and made contact with the golden feather. The next moment, a sharp cry echoed in Suze's mind. Dazzling golden light lit up, and a giant rock appeared, soaring high into the sky. It flew rapidly in the air, its speed astonishing, making it impossible to see its figure. This is the signature martial skill of the Golden Tianpeng, a body technique. Tianpeng 9 steps. Although it is not as legendary as the golden-winged Great Pong, it is still quite astonishing. Likewise, this is also a high-level martial skill. On the mountaintop, Suze curved his lips into a satisfied smile. This trip to the bamboo forest has been incredibly rewarding. Not only did he gain nearly 60,000 years of cultivation, activate 3 dragon elephant seeds, and raise his strength to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, but he also acquired 2 even more precious high-level techniques. He skillfully opened the system store and used the repair function. The Tianpeng clan's high-level martial skill Tianpeng 9 steps can be repaired into a human version, requiring 15,000 years of cultivation. Without hesitation, Suze directly chose to repair it. In the next moment, the human version of the high-level technique Tianpeng 9 steps appeared in his mind. Chapter 68. Activating 3 dragon elephant seeds. The limit of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Suze's remaining cultivation was only 15,000 years. Name, Suze. Age, 16. Technique, Dragon Elephant Cultivation Technique. Incomplete version, Martial Skills, Jiao Long 5 Styles, Beginner. Tianpeng 9 steps, not yet mastered. He directly infused 10 years of cultivation into Tianpeng 9 steps. Instantly, various insights and knowledge appeared in Suze's mind. A golden-feathered Tianpeng burst forth from the golden light, continuously soaring with wings spread wide, its speed reaching the extreme. Martial skill, Tianpeng 9 steps, Beginner. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 points of gold burst forth from the depths of his gaze. 1 step forward. His figure instantly left a golden afterimage 50 meters away. Xiaoqing didn't even react before she found the scenery in front of her changed. and a large stone appeared before her. Suze's lips curved up, revealing a satisfied smile. Unlike before, his speed was purely supported by physical strength, utilizing strong explosive power for rapid movement. But now, it relied on exquisite body technique. Not only was it more energy efficient, but it also made less noise, almost silently covering such a distance. This was still the result of Suze not using all his strength. The dragon elephant cultivation technique began to operate. In his dantian, a small golden lake rippled, then suddenly boiled over. The entire lake seemed to boil. Countless pure golden true chi surged into Suze's meridians. In an instant, Suze was enveloped in dazzling golden light, his momentum soaring. He executed Tianpeng 9 steps, then took a step forward. His figure flickered, and Suze suddenly vanished from his original position. On the mountain top, a brilliant golden light appeared, circling the peak in an instant. Whoosh! Now his speed had increased at least 5-fold compared to before. After a moment, the golden light flickered, and Suze's figure reappeared at the mountaintop. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, calming the restlessness within his body. The consumption of high-level martial skills was still quite significant. Even though Suze's true chi was abundant and his recovery ability was extremely strong, he still couldn't maintain such a rapid state for long. Otherwise, it would affect part of his combat power. His consciousness extended into the beast control space. Screech. Xiaohua, I also have a good thing for you. Suze smiled and pointed his finger at Xiaohua's head. Tianpeng 9 steps is a technique for birds, naturally unsuitable for Shaoqing. Moreover, Shaoqing itself has the 4 symbols Azure Dragon's signature escape technique. That is something significantly stronger than high-level martial skills. It's just that it's not the complete version yet. However, as Shaoqing's bloodline concentration increases, this escape technique will gradually improve. Xiaohua felt the technique that appeared in its mind and was immediately overjoyed. Although it didn't know the value of this body technique, it could sense its power. The master truly values me the most. Such an important technique has been passed on to me. Xiaohua was filled with surprise and excitement, vigorously rubbing its head against Suze's face. It glanced at Shaoqing, and its heart suddenly tightened. I must work twice as hard. I cannot disappoint the master's expectations. Otherwise, that green snake is a cautionary tale. Didn't I see that the master didn't give it any technique? Suze smiled and patted Xiaohua's soft feathers. Xiaohua nodded vigorously, then dove into the beast control space. Shaoqing's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. Look at how proud it is. After confirming that there was nothing left behind on the mountaintop, Suze sat cross-legged. Remaining cultivation, 990 years. Crack. The 16th dragon elephant seed opened with a sound. Golden light burst forth, dazzling and brilliant. Suze didn't hesitate. He infused another 4,000 years of cultivation into the 17th dragon elephant seed. Crack. The golden light became even more intense. Remaining cultivation, 990 years. Crack. The 18th dragon elephant seed opened. Just like last time, 4,000 years of cultivation activated a dragon elephant seed. All 3 dragon elephant seeds were activated. A vigorous energy suddenly surged within Suze, washing through his limbs and refining his meridians. In his dantian, the small lake began to boil and rapidly expand. After a long time, all the strange phenomena slowly calmed down. Suze opened his eyes, feeling the further enhanced strength within him, nodding in satisfaction. 18 dragon elephant seeds. The power of 18 giant elephants. With just physical strength, his power had reached a terrifying level. However, Suze faintly felt that this was not the limit of foundation establishment. According to records of past cultivators, there had been martial artists with innate divine strength whose physical power during the foundation establishment stage could reach astonishing hundreds of thousands of pounds. Of course, such individuals were rarely seen in a century. More often, similar figures appeared among other races. Suze's eyes flickered as he quietly made a resolution. Only in this way would he have the capital and qualifications to explore those secrets in the future. Only then could he make all those who obstruct him submit. He stood up and slightly moved his muscles and bones. Crack! A series of explosive sounds echoed from within him, deep and full of power. Then, Suze's consciousness extended out, indeed feeling the suppression in the air lessen slightly. The distance his consciousness could probe was slowly increasing. However, the influence of the transformation god-level experts in this place was truly immense. Not to mention, there were 2 powerful demon beasts nearing the peak of transformation god. To verify his speculation, Suze operated Tianpeng 9 steps, taking Shaoqing with him, transforming into golden light and rushing towards the distance. After a long time, Suze looked at the faint barrier in front of him, shaking his head helplessly. As expected, it would take some time before he could leave this place. However, Suze wasn't in a hurry. Meanwhile, outside, Sunxiao, do you think you can do whatever you want here just because of your family's power? On the Gobi Desert, A bloodied trial participant shouted sternly. Sun Xiao showed a cold smile. Then his smile widened, becoming extremely exaggerated. Sorry. Having a strong background allows you to do whatever you want. Do you believe that if I killed you, the people outside wouldn't say much? Chapter 69. He Shuer reaches the top first. Sun Xiao, filled with jealousy. In the main world, the Human Alliance, various cultivation associations were all paying attention to Sun Xiao due to his earlier actions. When they saw this scene, some who were not very familiar with Sun Xiao's background inquired, is Sun Xiao's family power very strong? Of course. The Sun family, as one of the 8 great families, naturally possesses terrifying influence. Their family is involved in almost every industry in the human race, especially in the energy sector, where they are a giant, controlling over 60% of the market. Not to mention, the head of the Sun family is a permanent member of the current Human Alliance Elder Council. They are powerful, and the family boasts countless strong individuals. Sun Xiao, as the sole heir of the Sun family, can be considered a child of destiny, a person who was born at the finish line. Moreover, he has shown exceptional talent since childhood. He could summon the wind and rain at will, which has fostered his current domineering and arrogant temperament. However, he does have the capital to be arrogant. Although he hasn't slain golden core level demon beasts like he Shuer, he has fought to a standstill against them, so his strength is formidable. And there is nothing wrong with a bit of arrogance. It's just that he has indeed gone a bit overboard now. The crowd fell silent, lamenting the disparities of the world. Some people are fortunate, they are born in Rome. Yet, in this world, there are still many ordinary families. No matter how hard they work throughout their lives, they might never even catch a glimpse of Sun Xiao's back. In Jiangnan City, Wang Lin and Lin Fan's expressions grew even darker. Even though Wang Lin is a professor of alchemy at Tianyuan Academy, respected and revered by countless people, he felt a deep sense of helplessness when facing a behemoth like the Sun family. Only someone like the Dean could stand on equal footing with the Sun family, right? He silently prayed for Miao Yi to stay away from that guy. At the same time, their gazes were fixed on the mist in the desert, anxious in their hearts. What was happening with Suze? They had no way of knowing. They could only judge from the leaderboard that Suze had probably not encountered any fatal threats yet. Though they were extremely anxious, there was nothing they could do. At the same time, in Kyoto, in a vast estate, an old man was watching a holographic projection of the Demon Suppression Tower world. Old master, is it okay for the young master to do this? The old man had a grim appearance with inverted triangle eyes. Hearing this, he laughed and said, my grandson Sun Ho is right in everything he does. Even if he is wrong, that is still right. He stroked his mustache, his gaze cold. Besides, what is wrong with what Xiao is doing? He is just eliminating some useless people in advance. This is for their protection. They should be thanking Xiao. The person beside him nodded and respectfully stepped back. In the Demon Suppression Tower world, Sun Xiao looked at the light column in front of him, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. These useless people can't even withstand a single move. It's truly disappointing. Just then, on the leaderboard, a name suddenly shone with blinding brilliance, and the points behind the name began to soar. Immediately after, her name flickered and instantly rose to the top position. Sun Xiao's ranking automatically dropped to second place. Sun Xiao raised his head, his expression turning cold. The first place on the leaderboard was He Shuer, with 23,500 points. Then, the voice of the world spirit appeared again. Number 2, He Shuer slayed a lower-tier demon beast, the golden-eyed demon bat, earning 10,000 points. In an instant, the remaining 5,029 testers all looked up at the transparent leaderboard in the sky. He Shuer's name was radiating with splendid light. The more than 20,000 points behind her reflected in everyone's eyes. She was too powerful. He Shuer had once again slain a golden core demon beast. Her earlier calm demeanor was actually for this. Indeed, a lower-tier demon beast was only worth 700 points, while a golden core level demon beast was worth 10,000 points. Killing one is equivalent to the hard work of those talents for a long time. There is simply no comparison, even if others slay many lower-tier demon beasts. How could it compare to slaying a golden core demon beast? They are simply not in the same league. On the Gobi Desert, Sun Xiao's expression was not good. His already gloomy features became even darker. Damn it. He felt an endless resentment in his heart. He could also kill golden core demon beasts. Last time, it was just that his mastery over that treasure wasn't enough. Now that he could use it proficiently, he could definitely kill golden core demon beasts. But why was everyone focused on He Shuer? I am the only heir of the Sun family, one of the future members of the Human Elder Council. Why are you paying so much attention to a woman? Sun Xiao's expression grew somewhat ferocious, his murderous intent surging. With a thought, a lower-tier demon beast appeared in the distance. His figure suddenly disappeared. Boom. The demon beast's body exploded, blood splattering, turning Sun Xiao into a blood-soaked figure. On the leaderboard, his points increased by 300, but there was still a gap of over 5,000 points. Sun Xiao gritted his teeth, and his figure disappeared again. In the Cultivators Association, the crowd watching was in heated discussion. No doubt, our human race has pride. She was quiet before, but it turns out she was just biding her time. Once again slaying a golden core demon beast, and it looks like this time it was much easier. Her strength has increased again. This is how the pride of the human race should be. But others are not bad either. Although they can't compare with Yixue, they are still quite excellent. Indeed, but if we're talking about strength, it's still Yixue. This time, I believe our human race's performance in the 10,000 Races Conference won to be poor. If we can have one or two more prodigies, I don't think it's impossible to take first place. What are you thinking? Are prodigies so easy to come by? True. Wang Lin looked at that graceful figure and couldn't help but sigh. Yixue has indeed grown a lot. She will definitely become a top combat force for our human race in the future, and perhaps reach the transformation stage, or even higher realms. Tang's gaze flickered as he suddenly thought of Su Zhe. As a martial cultivator with strong strength, he could naturally see Su Zhe's potential better than Wang Lin. If that kid can grow smoothly, perhaps. However, he shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Su Zhe's luck is too bad. He ended up trapped in that kind of place right from the start. It seems this time he is destined to be out of the running for the leaderboard. Chapter 70. Has Su Zhe's points increased? Time flew by. 5 days later. In the Human Alliance. Although there wasn't as much attention as in the previous days, during their free time, people still paid attention to the situation of the Demon Suppression Tower trial. Over these days, the testers seemed to have been stimulated and started working even harder. Many people hunted demon beasts day and night. On the transparent leaderboard, many names were constantly changing. Numerous promising testers emerged, their points rapidly increasing as they surged forward. However, at the same time, many testers were also eliminated. Although the fluctuations on the leaderboard were significant, the top 10 remained stable. Even if there were changes, it was only 1 or 2 names shifting. It could be said that the top 10 were basically rotating among these few individuals. Yixue firmly held the first place. Below her name, Sun Xiao's name shone brightly, solidly occupying the long-standing second place. In the Demon Suppression Tower world, the voice of the world's spirit echoed throughout the land once more. Number 2, Yixue slayed a lower-tier demon beast, the two-headed demon wolf, earning 10,000 points. All the testers looked up, only to see Yixue's points skyrocketing again by 10,000, reaching an astonishing 43,000 points. Their eyes slightly dulled. This was already the third golden core demon beast Yixue had slain. Compared to their initial shock, they had somewhat gotten used to it. In the wilderness, Sun Xiao severed the head of a giant python and crushed it underfoot. His score on the leaderboard increased by 500 points, bringing his total to 28,000 points. However, the gap between him and Yixue was growing larger. A fierce look emerged deep in his eyes. Sun Xiao snorted coldly, his gaze filled with venom. He took out a map from his pocket, which clearly detailed the terrain of the Demon Suppression Tower world. On a certain part of the map, a triangle symbol was drawn in bright red paint. It was about time. Let her be arrogant for a little longer, and then she'll see. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he began to move towards the location marked on the map. Meanwhile, Lin Miaoi wiped the sweat from her forehead and took out a recovery pill to swallow. She looked up at the leaderboard in the sky and found Su Zhe's name. 200 points. Still no change. Logically, with Su Zhe's strength, he should have more points than this. Could it be that something happened to him? Lin Miaoi frowned with some worry. Amidst the bizarre peaks, Su Zhe looked at the dim light before him, a hint of joy appearing on his face. The influence of the two powerful transformation beasts in this area was finally dissipating. Moments later, a muffled bang echoed in the distance. Su Zhe instantly felt the invisible pressure vanish completely. A mysterious sensation washed over him as the scene before him slightly distorted. A continuous range of mountains appeared, lush and vibrant. Birds flitted between the trees, and rustling sounds came from the bushes. Su Zhe glanced around and saw several beasts running through the forest. Looking up at the transparent leaderboard that covered the entire sky again, he whispered to himself, finally out. A smile spread across his face. Yixue in first place already had over 40,000 points. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. It seemed that everyone had been working hard during the days he was stuck inside. Searching the leaderboard, he noticed that Lin Miaoi's name hadn't dimmed, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. If Lin Miaoi had been eliminated, it would be hard to explain to Wang Lao and Lin Shu after he got out. Xiao Qing raised its head, excitedly gazing at the vast forest before them. It had been nearly suffocated after being cooped up for 5 days without being able to act, and it was itching for a fight. Flames flickered. Xiaohua let out a cry and burst out of the beast control space. Seeing the vibrant forest ahead, it became excited, flames swirling around its wings. Eager to find a beast to battle, Suze smiled slightly, patted Xiaoqing, and said softly, "We've wasted 5 days. We need to be diligent now." Xiaoqing nodded excitedly, transforming into a streak of green light and dashing into the forest. After being trapped for 5 days, the three of them, a person, a snake, and a bird, began to take action. A faint golden light flickered in Suze's eyes as he stepped forward, his figure suddenly vanishing. At the same time, in the main world, Wang Lin and the others had already lost hope. However, at that moment, Lin Fan habitually glanced at the spot where Suze had disappeared. The next moment, he was stunned. "What's wrong?" Wang Lin noticed his unusual behavior and asked. Lin Fan's eyes widened as he pointed at the holographic projection, exclaiming, "The mist has disappeared." "What?" They all turned to look at the leaderboard. The mist had vanished, revealing the bamboo forest inside and the strange peaks further back. "Where's Suze?" They all looked at the leaderboard. Suze's name had not dimmed, indicating that he was still in the Demon Suppression Tower world. Just then, after 5 days of silence, the points finally moved. Suze's name flashed, and his score changed from 7,200 to 7,700. Soon after, the points began to change rapidly. 8,200, 8,800, 9,300, 10,300. In no time, Suze's score broke through 10,000. His name shone brightly, quickly climbing upward. From a position of over 4,000, he shot up to 280th place. Such a significant change naturally drew the attention of many people. "Suze? I remember he was trapped, right? How did his score change so much? He escaped?" "No way. Once you enter that place, it's generally impossible to escape relying on Foundation establishment strength. Moreover, even if he did manage to escape, how did he gain so many points at once? Quick, see where he is." In an instant, many people began searching for Suze's figure. Finally, amidst a lush forest, Suze, along with Xiaoqing and Xiaohua, appeared in their line of sight. Boom! A blazing fireball shot out from Xiaohua's mouth, accurately hitting a mid-level beast below. There was no room for resistance. The beast let out a scream, engulfed in flames, and was reduced to ashes in an instant. In the human alliance, many people's pupils constricted sharply. "If I'm not mistaken, that little bird should still be at the mid-level, right? It looks like it's a firebird. If it's lucky, it could grow into a high-level beast." Suze is indeed fortunate to have contracted such a beast. But that's not the point. Someone pointed at the pile of ashes, exclaiming, "The key is that the beast killed by that fireball was a mid-level beast." Chapter 71. Xiaohua with the aura of a beast king? Crazy recovery of cultivation. This reminder made many people suddenly realize this issue. The gap between mid-level and high-level beasts is significant. Even the difference between body refining and Foundation establishment is not as great as that between Foundation establishment and Golden Core. However, not everyone can easily break through this power gap. Being able to defeat a Golden Core beast at the Foundation establishment stage would earn one the title of human prodigy. Similarly, among beasts, if one could slay a mid-level beast at the high level, they would also gain a special title, Beast King. Although Xiaohua was only at the mid-level, the human powerhouses all saw this potential in it. After all, from the way Xiaohua killed that mid-level beast, it was too easy. This guy actually contracted a beast with the aura of a Beast King. In an instant, many people's eyes were filled with surprise. But it was just surprise. Just having the aura of a Beast King doesn't guarantee that it can still defeat mid-level beasts once it reaches the high level. After all, such feats are not easily accomplished. Haven't we seen that over the years, the number of human prodigies has only been a few dozen? Wang Lin and the others looked at Suze's figure, their eyes filled with excitement, their faces glowing red, repeatedly praising him. "Good kid, you really have hidden talents." As far as I know, Suze's initial contracted beast was that snake. It should be the strongest. In an instant, the three exchanged silent glances, all seeing the expectation in each other's eyes. Just how far can Suze reach? In the Demon Suppression Tower world, Lin Miaoi looked at the flickering name, her big eyes turning into crescent moons, revealing a happy smile as she murmured to herself, "I knew it. Suze can definitely do it." In the distance, by a small stream, a graceful silhouette appeared, quietly stopping by the crystal-clear stream. She glanced at the leaderboard, and a hint of expectation appeared on her cold face. "This guy who ranked above me in the initial standings better not let me down. Otherwise, this trial will be too dull." On the other side, Sunshio stopped, looking at Suze's name, a coldness spreading in his eyes. This guy who popped up from some remote place, why does his name look so annoying? He snorted coldly and glanced at the towering mountains ahead. In a daze, he could see a dark hole at the foot of the mountain, not knowing where it led. Sunshio smiled, a cruel and cold smile. Immediately, he rushed towards the big hole ahead. In the forest, Suze looked at the ashes in front of him, then glanced at the little fire in the sky, shaking his head and sighing. This wasteful little fire, with one fireball spell, burned that mid-tier monster to ashes. not leaving a single hair behind. That was all cultivation, although a first-tier monster could only give him a maximum of a few hundred years of cultivation. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Little by little, with many, it adds up to a significant amount of cultivation years. Next time, be more careful and try not to use fireball spells. It's too wasteful, he said to the little fire. The little fire nodded aggrievedly. It felt wrong, clearly. Those big guys were too weak, and they were burned to ashes in one go. How could it be blamed for being too strong? At that moment, a flash of green light flickered in the jungle. Xiao Qing appeared, dragging a corpse of a high-tier monster, proudly throwing the corpse on the ground and casting a provocative glance at the little fire. Suze patted its head, smiling. Well done, Xiao Qing, keep it up. Xiao Qing was in high spirits, nodding vigorously. It then energetically dove back into the forest to continue its hunting. Seeing this scene, the little fire's heart tightened, and a sense of crisis arose. High-tier monsters yield a total of 730 years of cultivation for Suze, added to the cultivation he just gained, and the cultivation returned from the previous day's enlightening. Suze's remaining cultivation had already reached 500 years. However, he did not rush to activate the dragon elephant seed again. Instead, he aimed to accumulate more cultivation. The last experience told him that activating multiple dragon elephant seeds in succession seemed to yield better results. After finishing all this, Suze looked at the leaderboard and found that he had moved up a rank. But the higher he got on the leaderboard, the harder it became to advance. Firstly, the challengers at the top of the leaderboard were mostly very strong, and they were quick to earn points. Secondly, the reason Suze was able to earn so many points in such a short time was mainly that this forest had not yet been visited by too many challengers. Therefore, there were many monsters here. In other places, after being swept by numerous challengers, the number of monsters had greatly decreased, especially the high-tier monsters. Naturally, it was not so easy to earn points. Thus, many challengers began to gradually delve deeper into the Demon Suppression Tower world, moving towards deeper areas. However, this also meant that the monsters they encountered would be much stronger. They might even encounter high-tier monsters. The danger increased significantly, but there was no other choice. If they wanted more points, this was the only path to take. Suze climbed a mountain peak, gazing into the distance. Far away, shrouded in mist, it was hard to see clearly. The little fire landed on his shoulder, and Xiao Qing came to his feet. Suze's mind expanded, covering a range of 6 kilometers. After probing, there were hardly any monsters left. There were many low-tier monsters, but the points in cultivation they provided were too little. Hunting them would be a waste of time, not worth the effort. The best method now was to keep moving forward. We need to go deeper. Don't let our guard down. His eyes shone with golden light as he activated the sky Pung 9 steps, and his figure instantly vanished. A golden light appeared among the mountains. Suze moved quickly, only stopping when encountering monsters of level above. However, it was all Xiao Qing making the moves, while Suze watched from the side. As they gradually delved deeper, his points and remaining cultivation years were slowly increasing. Chapter 72. The Conspiracy of the Sun Family. Appearance of high-tier monsters on the vast grassland. A group of rodent-type monsters was foraging, with holes dotting the ground. In the sky, a sharp-eyed eagle circled, powerful, focusing on a huge rat king below, quietly gathering its demonic power, preparing to deliver a lethal strike. However, a figure appeared on the horizon, instantly arriving among the rat swarm. Bang! A muffled sound erupted. The rat king's body exploded, turning into a pile of flesh. The surrounding rats were startled and hurriedly scrambled into the holes in the ground. Sun Xiu's gaze was cold, purple light swirling in his hand as he waved and unleashed a gust of wind. Uft, uft, uft. On the grassland, clouds of blood mist erupted. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere, the stench of blood quickly spreading. The rat swarm suffered heavy casualties, with the remaining rats frantically fleeing underground. Sun Xiu snorted coldly, stomping his foot on the ground, purple energy flowing, and a powerful force suddenly erupted. Boom! A rumble echoed from beneath the ground. The pitiful cries of the rat swarm faintly came through, the ground shook, and the holes collapsed, burying all the monsters. The eagle in the sky was horrified, hurriedly stopping its dive and turning to fly away into the distance. Sun Xiu looked up at the black dot in the sky, a cold smile on his face. The slaughter lasted less than 5 seconds, and a group of rodent monsters was wiped out. This also brought Sun Xiu a whopping 3,000 points. However, the gap between him and He Shuer was still too great. Sun Xiu's eyes darkened as he shifted his figure towards the large mountain that had appeared not far away. Moments later, a pitch-black cave emerged before him. He took out a map, compared it, confirmed the location, and stepped inside. Suddenly, his connection with the spirit of the world was completely severed. The spirit of the world immediately detected the anomaly and sent an alert to the main world. However, in the main world, the Research Institute of Extraterrestrial Space, a researcher in work attire quietly tapped the control interface, temporarily intercepting the message. In the capital, Sun's family estate. An elderly man with graying facial hair and a grim appearance nodded. Let them prepare. Yes. On the other side, on a vast lake, Suze stood on a thick log, his chi surging, the log moving swiftly like a motorboat. The little fire flew above, constantly observing the surroundings. Below the water, a flash of green light shimmered. Suze frowned, looking around, his mind extending to survey the area. Strange. In such a large lake, there were hardly any monsters. Even if challengers had come before, it was still a bit unusual. Under Suze's mental probing, there were only low-tier monsters present in the lake, and there weren't many of them. As for high-tier monsters, he hadn't seen a single one. This lake seemed endless, yet not even one high-tier monster was present. Suze felt puzzled, gathering his chi and speeding up again. Since there were few monsters here, he would delve a bit deeper. After all, he had no fear of monsters below high tier. In various corners of the Demon Suppression Tower world, many challengers had discovered the same thing. The number of monsters was decreasing. Many of them had actually delved quite a bit deeper, yet they had not encountered as many monsters as they did in the outskirts. Someone directly broke into the lair of the demon beasts, only to find the nest empty. It seemed that those demon beasts had withdrawn from this place with great tacit understanding. What exactly happened? At the top of the mountain, a graceful figure appeared, standing at the highest point, gazing at the distant haze. A hint of doubt emerged in her phoenix eyes. Something seemed to have occurred deep within. From afar, powerful demon beasts could be seen moving about in the jungle. They came from all directions, yet all had a common goal. In the dark cave, a shadow flashed. Sun Xiu moved quickly, his divine sense extending, revealing a clear path ahead. If one could see his figure on a map, they would find him continuously advancing deeper into the Demon Suppression Tower world, and he was delving further underground. After an unknown period, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. He did not pause and charged into that unknown world. In the next moment, a vast underground world unfolded before him. Countless sparkling crystals were embedded in the rock walls of the top layer, illuminating this underground world as bright as day. Surrounded by mountains, a faint mist lingered between the peaks, with powerful demon beasts appearing in the jungle. In the distance, a giant snake coiled around a mountain peak, its massive body terrifyingly intimidating, with an overwhelming aura spreading. In a deep pool, a large shadow occasionally surfaced, part of it protruding from the water like a small island. Judging from the aura they emitted, they were all high-level demon beasts. Even though Sun Xiu had been pampered since childhood and had seen countless grand scenes, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes upon seeing this underground world. At that moment, a stern shout echoed. Who goes there? In the next instant, a fierce wind howled. A blue bull stepped through the air, appearing before Sun Xiu in the blink of an eye. A human? Its expression changed dramatically. Sun Xiu remained calm and took out a token, on which was engraved a delicate character, Sunday. I have come to fulfill the promise of the past, and to collect what belongs to me, he said coldly. The blue bull scanned the token with its divine sense, confirming its authenticity, and its furious expression instantly transformed into ecstasy. After so many years, can we finally be free? It glanced at Sun Xiu and asked, Who are you? Sun Xiu frowned, finding the bull's questions excessive. Impatiently, he replied, Sun Xiu, the future head of the Sun family. He held his head high, as if the blue bull before him were not a golden core demon beast. The blue bull trembled and turned around. Get on. I will take you to meet the demon god. Sun Xiu did not hesitate and firmly landed on the blue bull's back. Hold steady, the blue bull said in a deep voice. Then its demonic power surged, transforming into a blue light as it galloped away into the distance. Splash! The surface of the calm lake suddenly began to boil. Ripples spread out in circles, and the water rolled as if something were emerging from the lake's depths. Suze extended his divine sense, delving deep into the water. Suddenly, a colossal entity appeared. The rich demonic energy and the overwhelming aura radiated from its terrifying body. A smile crept onto his lips. Little Qing, a big guy has shown up. Chapter 73, The Azure Dragon vs. the Xuanwu. Is Suze ultimately going to be eliminated? Beneath the deep lake, a shadow appeared, rapidly expanding. Boom. The water's surface exploded, showering the area with lake water as if it were raining heavily. Roar. An angry roar followed, and an invisible sound wave instantly spread out. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the entire lake was engulfed in mist, creating a white expanse that blurred his vision. Within this whiteness, a giant beast suddenly appeared. Its massive body emerged, creating a gigantic wave on the lake's surface. Yet, Suze and the log beneath him remained motionless, as if they were an unshakable anchor amidst the surging tides. As he looked at the giant beast before him, information appeared in his mind. Name, Xianming, turtle level, low-tier special bloodline. A trace of extremely weak Xuanwu bloodline. Skills, water manipulation, Heavy strike, ice breath. Remarks, a powerful turtle-type demon beast, large in size, a great tonic. Can be braised, stir-fried, or made into soup. Delicious. And the turtle shell can be simmered into a cooling and refreshing delicacy. A high-level demon beast. It has finally appeared. Suze faced this colossal creature that was so close, without a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he was curiously assessing it. He was estimating how much profit such a giant would bring him. The Xianming turtle's gaze was icy as it stared at the tiny ant before it. Its murderous intent radiating. It sensed Suze's gaze and felt a surge of anger. This little ant dared to look at it with such eyes. Suze chuckled. There was no need for him to intervene against a low-tier demon beast. It was better to let Little Qing practice. So he turned his head and said, "Little Qing, this big guy is up to you." Little Qing emerged from the water, nodding excitedly. It had long been itching for a fight. Especially after obtaining the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, it was eager for a battle. Those low-level demon beasts posed no threat to it. Fighting a high-level demon beast was far more exhilarating. It slowly swam to the space between Suze and the Xianming turtle, exuding its aura. Low-level demon beast. The Xianming turtle was taken aback, then became even angrier. Despicable human. Do you think you can buy time for your escape using the spirit beast you contracted with me? Splash. Suddenly, a giant claw over a meter in diameter shot out of the water, fiercely slapping towards Suze on the water's surface. At the same time, in the main world, the Cultivator Association, someone exclaimed, noticing Suze's situation. A high-level demon beast. Suze has encountered a high-level demon beast. What? It really is a high-level demon beast, and it seems to be the defensively renowned Xianming turtle. Suze's luck was truly against the heavens, just days after escaping. He encountered a high-level demon beast. Why is he still standing there? Quickly use the distress talisman. He can't possibly want to fight the high-level demon beast, can he? How is that possible? Does he really think human geniuses are everywhere? Wang Lin and the others fixed their gaze on Suze's image. Suze hesitated. Wang Lin glanced at Suze, asserting, Suze is not someone who shows off. He knows how to act prudently. Tang Yi remained silent, staring intently at the projection. A hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. On the lake, the giant claw came crashing down, moving at incredible speed with immense force. The Xianming turtle wanted to slap this human to death first. However, just then, a thick water column suddenly surged up, violently colliding with the giant claw descending from the sky. Boom. Water splashed, and the roar was deafening. Suze quietly controlled the log to retreat. Little Fire landed on his shoulder, watching the battle intently. The Xianming turtle felt a jolt in its claw, a faint pain radiating. At such high speed, the surface of the water was no different from solid ground. The Xianming turtle's gaze sharpened as it locked onto Little Qing on the water's surface. Its face filled with disbelief. A mere low-tier demon beast had managed to block a high-level demon beast? A wave of humiliation surged over it, which quickly transformed into raging anger. Water manipulation? Ridiculous. It snorted coldly. In the next moment, with a loud rumble, dozens of thick water columns shot up into the sky. Like steel whips, accompanied by a howling wind, smashing towards Little Qing. Originally, it had thought to spare this little bug, but now it seemed unnecessary. The water columns moved as fast as lightning, with formidable momentum. At the same time, ripples spread across the water surface, and thin water columns twisted towards the little green like chains. A hint of disdain flashed in the little green's eyes, and it suddenly transformed into a green light and disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying roar echoed. Giant waves appeared, shattering the water surface. The little green, with its pair of vertical pupils shining with green light, moved at an incredible speed, weaving between the water columns with agility. It resembled a sprite dancing in the waves, with not a single drop of water touching it. In the next moment, it leapt into the air and appeared on the head of the Xianming turtle. Its body twisted into a strange pose. The green light surged, dazzling and blinding. Uft! A gruesome wound appeared in the eye socket of the Xianming turtle. Blood sprayed out. This strike directly blinded one of the Xianming turtle's eyes. The Xianming turtle hadn't even had time to react before it saw a flash of green light in front of it. Immediately, a piercing pain shot from its eye, and its field of vision shrank by half. Roar! It let out a heart-wrenching scream, the agony driving it into madness. It was actually injured by such a small creature. This was an utter humiliation. A cold, frenzied killing intent filled its eye. The remaining eye locked onto the little green. Damn it! Die for me! On its shell, mysterious blue patterns suddenly lit up, and a surge of energy rapidly coalesced. The Xianming turtle opened its massive mouth, revealing a dazzling blue glow. Boom! A blinding beam of light shot out from its mouth. In an instant, the temperature plummeted. The lake's surface froze instantly, with a thick layer of ice rapidly spreading out. Ice breath. The beam's speed was astonishing, vanishing in a flash. Boom. The newly formed ice surface shattered violently, countless ice shards flying out. The sharp ice debris was incredibly powerful. Agony continued to stimulate the Xianming turtle's nerves. Its mouth gathered blue light once again, furiously bombarding the lake surface. In the main world, the crowd's expressions changed drastically. Oh no, the Xianming turtle has gone mad. Why hasn't Suze used the distress talisman yet? Is he trying to get himself killed? No need to look. It seems the Xianming turtle has a special bloodline within it, its strength surpassing that of ordinary demon beasts. Suze is truly going to be eliminated this time. If he doesn't use the distress talisman, he might just die. Chapter 74, Demon King Xiaohua. A new human prodigy? In the Demon Suppression Tower world, over the vast lake, a dazzling blue light shot out from the mouth of the Xianming turtle. The temperature suddenly dropped, and a thick layer of ice quickly formed, only to be shattered into pieces by the violent energy. The Xianming turtle was surrounded by mysterious patterns, a surge of energy continuously gathering in its mouth. The intense pain from its eye was constantly stimulating its nerves. How could a dignified high-level demon beast be blinded by a mere low-level demon beast? If this got out, how could it survive in this world? Other high-level demon beasts might treat it as a joke. Thus, the Xianming turtle was completely consumed by rage. Its massive body stood atop a large ice block, wildly releasing icy energy from its mouth. However, amidst such attacks that even high-level demon beasts would fear, a blue beam of light leisurely glided through, easily dodging the lethal attack, enveloped in a layer of green light that resisted the surrounding raging energy. As for Suze, he had long since retreated to a distance. The little green's vertical pupils fixed intently on the Xianming turtle, its figure flickering, constantly dodging and advancing. The four symbols Azure Dragon escape technique, even though incomplete, was not inferior to the Heavenly Ping's 9 steps. It transformed into a beam of green light, and in the blink of an eye, reappeared in front of the Xianming turtle. Its body arched like a taut bowstring. A hint of shock flashed in the Xianming turtle's eyes as it turned to evade. But the little green was faster. Uffed. Blood sprayed out. At the same time, a crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. The Xianming turtle's movements froze. Its massive head drenched in blood, half of its face caved in. The power of that strike was too great. The little green's body, like a steel whip, directly shattered its facial bones. Roar! A deafening roar erupted. The Xianming turtle's eyes instantly turned blood red, the pain driving it to lose its sanity. The demon power surged, and the wound on its face began to heal rapidly. A giant claw rushed towards it. Boom! Ice shards exploded everywhere, as if hail was falling on the lake. In the main world, the crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the little green's figure as if they had seen a ghost. This low-level contracted beast could actually fight against a high-level demon beast and hold the upper hand? For a moment, the Cultivator Association fell into silence. Finally, a voice broke the stillness. The Demon King. This green serpent is a Demon King. Instantly, pairs of eyes lit up. Some were shocked, some puzzled, some greedy. They looked at Suze, realizing the truth. No wonder Suze was able to earn so many points so quickly. His contracted beast is a Demon King with strength comparable to the Golden Core stage. He has hidden it well. No wonder his initial ranking was so high. So that's how it is. Wang Lin finally smiled. Good, good, good. This kid truly has a trump card. Lin Fan nodded. I said, how could he escape from the unknown land? Turns out he has such a powerful demon beast as a companion. That is not necessarily true, Tang Yi muttered softly. He glanced at Suze, his expectations undiminished. He suddenly felt that the Xianming turtle was really underperforming. Why didn't he just rush up and slap Suze? It would let him see just how much the little rascal had hidden. However, in the holographic image, the wounds on the Xianming turtle continued to increase. The little green transformed into a beam of blue light, continuously circling around it. Every time it struck, it left a wound on the Xianming turtle. The little green also knew that the Xianming turtle's shell had astonishing defensive power, so it focused on attacking its exposed head and limbs. Uffed. A beam of blue light pierced through one of the Xianming turtle's front legs. Crack! Crack! Instantly, the thick leg bone was covered with cracks. The Xianming turtle's leg buckled, kneeling on the ground. A hint of madness faded from its eyes, replaced by shock and fear. A demon king? It exclaimed, its voice hoarse and deep. However, the little green did not stop its assault. The green light suddenly brightened. It charged towards the Xianming turtle like an arrow released from a bow. Uffed. The Xianming turtle didn't even have time to react before its vision was filled with green light, and it became dazed. A blood hole appeared in the center of its forehead. Blood mixed with white brain matter flowed out. The little green whirled in its brain, turning it into a mushy mess. Then, it didn't stop, drilling down through the neck and into the body of the Xianming turtle. Along the way, it crashed through various organs. Soon, A blue inner core, the size of an adult's fist, appeared. The inner core slowly spun, covered in intricate patterns. It resembled a massive black tortoise. A surge of demon power radiated from it. A hint of desire flashed in the little green's eyes. This inner core, also containing the bloodline of a divine beast, would greatly benefit it. Through their contract, it transmitted a thought to Suze. In the distance, Suze paused slightly. Then his mind moved. Inside the Xianming turtle, a hint of surprise appeared in the little green's eyes, and it suddenly opened its mouth to swallow the inner core. As soon as the inner core entered, it transformed into an extremely vigorous demon power, flooding into the little green's body. Its breath was rapidly strengthening, and some strange changes were happening within its body. In the outside world, the eyes of the Xianming turtle gradually dimmed, its movements halted. The dazzling patterns on its shell quickly extinguished, and the energy that had condensed in its mouth dissipated once again. With a loud crash, it died completely, its massive body slamming onto the ice surface. In the moment of its death, the rescue talisman in Suze's arms glowed slightly, stirring the spirit of the world above the sky. The next moment, the voice of the world spirit in the demon suppression tower echoed once again. Number 1. Beastmaster Suze has slain the lower-tier demon beast, Xianming Turtle. Reward, 10,000 points. The ethereal voice reached the ears of every trial taker. Their actions froze, doubting whether they had just experienced an auditory hallucination. But immediately, in the sky, within the transparent leaderboard, Suze's name suddenly burst forth with an exceedingly brilliant light. The points behind his name soared by 10,000, instantly breaking through the 20,000 barrier, reaching 21,700 points. His name transformed into a stream of light, ascending towards the top of the leaderboard. Soon, Suze's name settled at the 10th position. Almost all trial takers looked up at the sky, incredulously gazing at the shining name. Their eyes filled with shock. Suze killed a golden core demon beast. Isn't that something only the pride of the human race can achieve? Chapter 75. The Pride of Suze. The Alliance is aflame. In every corner of the small world, trial takers maintained a fixed posture. That is, looking up at that shining name. Suze, the Suze who killed the golden core demon beast. Anyone who could achieve this feat in the Foundation establishment stage had earned the highest honor title, the pride of the human race. He Shuer, not long ago, obtained this title by slaying a golden core demon beast. The human alliance was in an uproar. After more than 30 years, the human race produced another pride. A powerful figure from the transformation stage personally conferred this supreme honor to He Shuer, and all young trial takers in the human alliance took He Shuer as their goal to strive for. And now, another young cultivator, with a Foundation establishment body, slayed a golden core demon beast. This was a major event, absolutely a major event. In just over a month, the human race produced 2 pride figures. Many could hardly believe this news, but the spirit of the world would not be wrong. That shining name would not be wrong. Those soaring 10,000 points would not be wrong. Suze, once a nameless individual, had truly accomplished this astonishing feat. Lin Miaoi was extremely excited, staring at Suze's name, clenching her fists, constantly murmuring to herself, I knew it. I knew Suze could do it. Her gaze suddenly became firm. She had to work hard too. Although she knew she couldn't shine as brightly as Suze, at least she couldn't fall too far behind. On the other side, Qin Feng, covering his injured leg, stared blankly at Suze's name. Suze killed a golden core demon beast? For a moment, shock filled his eyes. A sense of defeat surged within him. Looking back, this thought was indeed laughable. Deep within the demon suppression tower world, on a mountain peak, a graceful figure stared at Suze's name, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Then she relaxed, her eyes filled with strong anticipation and battle intent. This was getting more and more interesting, she murmured softly. Looking down at the distant place shrouded in mist, trees in the mountains fell down. One after another, large demon beasts, diverse in form but all exuding an exceptionally strong aura, appeared, marching forward. In the main world, within various cultivator associations, what? Beastmaster Suze killed a golden core demon beast? How is this possible? Another pride of the human race has emerged? This is simply unbelievable. Could the human race really have 2 prides at once? If this is true, a wave of exclamations arose. Except for the Cultivator Association in Jiangnan City, hardly anyone had been paying attention to Suze. Now, upon hearing the voice of the world spirit, they were instantly plunged into immense shock. At the same time, across the human alliance, in high-level academies, various research institutes, long-established families, and many powerful human figures received this news. Hurry, hurry. Bring up the footage of Suze's recent battle. Confirm this news as quickly as possible. Countless people sprang into action. Soon, the battle scene on the lake appeared before countless eyes. When they saw Xiaoqing effortlessly handling the Xianming turtle's furious attacks, surprise surfaced in their eyes. Finally, when Xiaoqing burrowed into the Xianming turtle's head and killed it, the faces of many human leaders showed expressions of delight. Confirmed. It was indeed a golden core demon beast slain entirely by strength. Unexpectedly, this new pride is actually a beast master. Did you notice? That contracted demon beast seems to be a Qingjiao snake? The limit of such a demon beast is only at the golden core level, right? If it were just an ordinary Qingjiao snake, it would be impossible to possess such combat power. If I'm not mistaken, this Qingjiao snake must contain a special bloodline. Therefore, its upper limit is far beyond this. It is a demon king, comparable to the existence of our human pride. But if this is the case, Suze completely relied on his contracted beast to kill the Xianming turtle. His own strength remains unknown. This pride title, nonsense. The main combat power of a beastmaster comes from their contracted spirit beasts, right? Are you suggesting that a beastmaster should give up their strengths and kill a golden core demon beast in close combat? Suze is undoubtedly the pride of the human race. After confirming this matter, the news quickly spread on various social media and cultivator forums. A message instantly topped the trending list. A new pride of the human race has emerged. From Jiangnan City, Beastmaster Suze, with a foundation establishment body, killed a golden core demon beast. In this era of advanced internet, it didn't take long for almost everyone in the Human Alliance to learn about this news. Notifications about Suze kept popping up in their communicators. The new pride of the human race, Suze. For a time, almost everyone knew this name. Suze's name echoed in every corner of the Human Alliance. Even elementary school students just out of class were discussing it. Young cultivators looked at the flickering name on the screen, their eyes filled with admiration and longing. Among the powerful figures of the human race, many wore expressions of excitement and exhilaration. In the capital, at the Zhenlong Academy, the academy's president, a transformation stage expert, Zhang Muji, wore a smile. Such a genius should enter our Zhenlong Academy. In the west, at the border of the Human Alliance, fierce gales howled in the sky, each capable of obliterating the souls of Yuaniing experts. A massive body suddenly burst forth from the clouds, nearly 100 feet long, with pitch-black scales, for pairs of sharp claws glinting coldly, and two horns resembling branches atop its head. Two long whiskers fluttered in the wind, and its gigantic eyes bore cold, sharp vertical pupils. It was actually a flood dragon, and atop the flood dragon's head, an old man sat cross-legged. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. A beastmaster. His voice carried a hint of surprise. The next moment, the black flood dragon let out a low roar, and its massive body suddenly vanished. At the Sun family manor, Sun Ho had a cold expression, frowning as he watched the battle scene of Xiaoqing. Such a demon beast. Isn't it a waste to give it to this poor kid from a remote place? If only he could find a way for Shoer to check if there is any method to allow a contracted spirit beast to change masters. In the office of the Research Institute of Alternate Dimensions, after a long while, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes as he muttered to himself. A genius like this, born once every 3 days. What kind of talent is this? The old man sighed deeply and leaned back in his chair. Changqing, you really have a good son. Chapter 76, Xiaoqing Advances. Initial form of the flood dragon Jiangnan City. Practitioner Association. Lin Fan's face turned red, and he shouted. Good kid. Principal Tang was also very excited, watching Suze's figure and muttering something under his breath. Wang Lin stroked his beard and smiled. I said long ago that little Su wouldn't let us down. Although he appeared calm on the surface, the excitement in his eyes betrayed him. Human race genius. Even within the entire Human Alliance, there are only 2 like him now. The principals of the other schools looked at Tang Yi with envy. If only Suze were a student at our school. In the Demon Suppression Tower world, on the cold, steaming surface of the lake, with Xiaohua, the fire furnace, by his side, Suze felt no chill at all. He walked slowly forward. From the corpse of the Xianming turtle, a strong wave of energy was emanating. Spiritual power gathered above the lake, forming a massive spiritual vortex, which finally poured into the body of the Xianming turtle. Boom. A dull heartbeat sounded. Inside the corpse of the Xianming turtle, a powerful life was making a leap in its life level. Boom. The sound like a war drum echoed again. Boom. 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 Gradually, the heartbeat began to accelerate, steady yet full of vigorous power. A hint of surprise appeared in Suze's eyes. From the looks of it, Xiaoqing was about to advance. Inside the Xianming turtle's body, Xiaoqing was surrounded by green light, undergoing earth-shattering changes. The demon power contained in the Xianming turtle's inner core was exceptionally vast. More importantly, after years of cultivation, a trace of Xuanwu power had already condensed within the inner core. This was the power of the supreme 4 divine beast. 4 demon beasts other than divine beasts. This was the highest sacred power. Obtaining even a trace could change their lives. For Xiaoqing, the effect was equally obvious. Rolling demon power surged, constantly strengthening its body. With its blood seeming to boil. Deep within its bloodline, some mysterious symbols were activated. A wave of knowledge appeared in Xiaoqing's mind, completing the incomplete Qinglong escape technique. Crack, crack, crack. From deep within Xiaoqing's body, a series of sounds like bones cracking echoed. The blue scales quietly faded, turning a withered yellow, gradually shrinking. Following that, a new layer of scales grew on its skin. Crack. Its body quietly grew, continuously becoming larger, longer, and thicker. Suze stood beside the Xianming turtle, carefully examining this massive body. At this moment, a low roar erupted from within the Xianming turtle. The next moment, brilliant green light burst forth from the wounds on the Xianming turtle's body. Its belly suddenly began to swell, as if some colossal creature was about to emerge. Boom. Suddenly, the Xianming turtle's belly exploded, chunks of flesh mixed with blood spraying out. It was as if a rain of blood was falling from the sky. Various organ fragments scattered across the ground, and a strong smell of blood instantly filled the air. However, Suze's gaze was drawn to a green figure. Looking at the green snake over 10 feet long, Suze couldn't help but be taken aback. Brilliant green light shot out from Xiaoqing's body. Xiaoqing seemed to be in great pain, letting out a roar, and its body suddenly soared into the air, resembling a flood dragon. It kept rolling in the air, as if enduring some kind of intense pain. In the distance, it seemed a distant and long dragon's roar echoed from the void. Suze almost moved to help. However, Xiaoqing sent a thought that stopped Suze's action. Suze halted, focusing intently on Xiaoqing. At the same time, he pulled up the system panel, frantically searching in the shop for life-saving pills that would be effective for demon beasts. Xiaohua became anxious as well. It could see that Xiaoqing had reached a critical moment. If successful, its strength would surely increase significantly. Meanwhile, in the main world, almost everyone was focused on this new human genius, and upon seeing this scene, they were even more shocked. Was Suze's contracted spirit beast in trouble? They all stared at Xiaoqing, who was rolling in the air, their eyes shining with unprecedented light. No, Suze's contracted demon beast wasn't in trouble. On the contrary, it was evolving. Some were confused and asked, shouldn't it be leveling up? Where does evolution come into play? The beast tamers were extremely excited, their voices trembling. The divine beast's green snake has the bloodline of a divine beast. So it is not just leveling up. It is also undergoing a deep evolution, and the concentration of its bloodline is increasing. In an instant, shock appeared on everyone's faces. Divine beast bloodline? Many people suddenly turned to stare at Xiaoqing, their eyes filled with shock, envy, confusion, and other emotions. Of course, beneath these emotions, there was also a hint of fervor. However, most quickly dismissed that thought. Now that Suze's identity as a human genius had spread throughout the human alliance, countless powerful individuals were watching. If they did something, they would likely be immediately sanctioned and suppressed by the Human Elders Association. In Kyoto, Sun Family Manor. Oh, divine beast bloodline? How could such a lowly person from this small place possess such a powerful demon beast? The old man sat in his armchair, a cold smile playing on his lips. Just as Suze was searching for pills, Xiaoqing let out another resounding roar. The green light surged, dazzling beyond measure. A hazy glow enveloped Xiaoqing. With a pop, Xiaoqing's abdomen split open, but no blood flowed out. For sharp claws emerged from within. At the same time, two bulges appeared on its head, as if something was about to break through the skin. Its tail also changed, transforming from a slender snake tail into a fish tail. The blue scales were neatly arranged on its body, densely packed, shimmering with a faint light, full of a steel-like texture. Compared to the fire flood dragon in the bamboo forest, now Xiaoqing's head had not changed much. Suze breathed a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face. In his eyes, a series of information appeared. Name, Blue Flood Dragon, not fully evolved. Level, low tier. Special bloodline, 3 Qinglong bloodlines. Skills, 4 Qinglong escape technique. Incomplete version, water control technique. Wood elemental spells, flood dragon 5 styles. Chapter 77, Mysterious Passage at the Bottom of the Lake. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds came from within Xiaoqing. It now seemed to have transformed into a black hole of spiritual energy, emitting a terrifying attraction that drew in all the surrounding spiritual energy. Brilliant green light swirled around its body. Beneath the light blue scales, its muscles bulged slightly, filled with explosive power. Its body length was slowly increasing, eventually stabilizing at about 5 zhang. Xiaoqing raised its head, its form suddenly shooting towards the heavens, letting out a resounding roar. In the mist, a green flood dragon kept tumbling, exceptionally majestic. Suze Xiaohua and countless human strongmen in the main world silently watched Xiaoqing. Witnessing a demon king with a divine beast bloodline leveling up was, in some ways, even rarer than a heavenly tribulation. Xiaohua looked at Xiao Qing's figure, filled with envy. When would it be so impressive? Its strength was still too weak. Zhu Zhe realized that Xiaohua was behaving unusually and gently stroked its smooth feathers. Don't be discouraged, Xiaohua. You have great talent too. Keep it up. The future is yours. Xiao Qing and Xiaohua seemed to have been secretly competing with each other. Zhu Zhe hadn't noticed this before, but he thought it was a good thing. Only with pressure can there be motivation, and with motivation, strength grows quickly. The stronger Xiao Qing and Xiaohua are, the stronger he becomes, right? Zhu Zhe smiled slightly, encouraging Xiaohua. Moments later, two bulges appeared on either side of a head that was half a meter wide. In a pair of large, bell-like eyes, light blue vertical pupils were captivating, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, in the next moment, all the tension dissipated. Xiao Qing nudged closer, its large head burrowing into Zhu Zhe's arms, rubbing against him. Zhu Zhe chuckled and patted it, saying softly, all right, Xiao Qing. You are now a proper high-level demon beast, so mind your image. After breaking through to a high level, Xiao Qing could already speak human words. Its voice was crisp and melodious, like a wind chime. What's wrong with being high level? How long have I been born? Theoretically, I'm still a little baby. However, Xiao Qing's size was now too big, and it was quite strange to see it acting cute in Zhu Zhe's arms. Seemingly aware of Zhu Zhe's thoughts, Xiao Qing lifted its head and said, I get it, master. You like small and cute ones. With that, a flash of green light appeared. Instantly, Xiao Qing's body shrank, returning to its original snake form. Wow, you can be big or small, thick or thin. How come you're like a golden hoop stick? Zhu Zhe remarked enviously. Xiao Qing blinked, clearly not understanding what Zhu Zhe was talking about. Zhu Zhe didn't explain and stepped forward to start cleaning up the corpse of the Xianming turtle. The turtle's belly had been burst open by Xiao Qing, leaving bits of flesh scattered everywhere. Collecting these pieces took quite some time. After a series of operations, Zhu Zhe obtained a total of 3,600 years of cultivation from the low-level Xianming turtle. His remaining cultivation years also reached 17,100 years. If nothing changed, he could almost activate 4 dragon elephant seeds. Zhu Zhe nodded, quite satisfied. Xiao Qing resumed its form and walked on the ice, looking down at the deep lake bottom. Seemingly lost in thought, Zhu Zhe also pondered. How did this Xianming turtle appear? Earlier, his divine sense had already scanned this area, and the lake bottom was clear. He hadn't found any trace of the Xianming turtle. Yet this creature suddenly appeared. There might be something down at the bottom of the lake. A guess floated in Zhu Ze's mind. Should we go down and take a look? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing immediately became excited and nodded vigorously. Before leaving, it took a deep look at Xiao Qing's imposing figure. It wanted to remember this scene deeply in its mind to motivate itself. Xiao Qing lightly tapped its claws on the ice. Boom. The thick ice, over half a meter thick, exploded, revealing a large hole. It let out a low growl and dove into the lake. Zhu Ze followed closely behind, surrounding himself with a faint golden light. The speed of the duo was fast as they swiftly moved towards the lake bottom. Soon, the surroundings turned dark. As they delved deeper, the water pressure gradually increased. However, for Zhu Ze and Xiao Qing, it had no effect. In a moment, the pair reached the bottom of the lake. At this point, there were no demon beasts present. Only a few invertebrates emitting a faint glow swimming around. Zhu Ze expanded his divine sense to explore the situation at the lake bottom. In the next moment, a huge crack appeared before Zhu Ze. He flashed his figure, the golden light flickering, and in an instant, he appeared outside the crack. The crack was over 30 meters wide and stretched for over 100 meters, appearing dark and bottomless. Even more strangely, his divine sense was blocked by this crack. Unable to probe into the depths, Xiao Qing appeared behind Zhu Ze, extending its divine sense, which was also blocked. Zhu Ze's eyes flickered. The Xianming turtle must have come out from this crack. It was precisely because of the crack's peculiar nature that Zhu Ze hadn't noticed its existence at first. He just didn't know what was deep inside the crack. Xiao Qing's body swam slowly in the water, saying nothing, waiting for Zhu Ze's decision. Zhu Ze pondered for a moment and decided to go in and take a look. After all, both he and Xiao Qing were quite strong now. As long as they didn't encounter high-level demon beasts, or even stronger ones, they should be fine. Besides, if things got too dangerous, he could always use the rescue jade talisman to escape. He hesitated no longer. His body began to dive, entering the crack. Xiao Qing swam behind Zhu Ze, following him into the crack. At the same time, in the main world, on the holographic projection map, Zhu Ze's figure disappeared once again. Had he ventured into an unknown area again? It should be so. The level of danger in the unknown depths is completely different from that outside. Zhu Ze was being a bit reckless. I think it should be fine. There's a demon king-level demon beast around. What danger could he encounter? Hopefully, he won't be trapped for too long this time. Also, Have you noticed that the demon beasts in the Demon Suppression Tower world seem to be migrating? However, it seems Sun Xiu has also entered a similar unknown area. His influence has also vanished. He should be fine. I heard that the Sun family's treasured inheritance is with him. Chapter 78. Half-Step Transformation Demon Beast. The conspiracy between the Sun family and the demon beasts. At the same time, deep underground in the Demon Suppression Tower world, in the vast underground world, a streak of flowing light cut through the sky, moving rapidly forward. It was the previously mentioned green bull. On its back, Sun Xiu sat quietly, a flash of light appearing in his hand, and a long sword suddenly appeared. This long sword had not yet been completed. It was just a sword blank. Yet even so, there was an incredibly fierce, killing intent emanating from the sword body. As soon as it appeared, the sword body trembled. Then, a sharp and frenzied, killing intent suddenly erupted. The green bull's body stiffened, feeling an icy chill on its back. The terrifying killing intent filling it with intense fear. Fortunately, a jade pendant on Sun Xiu's body emitted a faint light, descending upon the sword blank and suppressing the killing intent within. The green bull let out a sigh of relief, quietly glancing at the sword blank, its body shivering again. In the next moment, it accelerated. It needed to hurry and deliver this thing to its destination. For a brief moment, it almost doubted whether the sharp sword would unsheath and kill it. Sun Xiu examined the long sword in his hand, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Once he completed the key part of the sword blank, this long sword would become a true Dao soldier. At that time, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Killing golden core demon beasts? The title of a human genius would be within easy reach. The green bull, as a golden core demon beast, was very fast. However, it still took a long time to reach the destination. Sun Xiu strapped the long sword to his back, raised his head to look ahead, and his pupils suddenly contracted. In the distance on the horizon, the two poles were inverted, and an empty large mountain stood upside down in the sky. From the mountain mouth, a white mist could be seen spraying out. At the foot of the mountain, powerful demon beasts appeared, standing beneath the mountain. Sun Xiu raised his eyebrows. They were all golden core demon beasts. Just a quick glance revealed nearly 100 golden core demon beasts. An overwhelming demonic aura surged into the sky, and a suffocating presence quietly spread. Noticing the appearance of the green bull, those golden core demon beasts turned their heads to look over. A pair of cold eyes focused on Sun Xiu. An intense hostility immediately emerged. Sun Xiu remained motionless, letting out a cold laugh. Clang! The long sword on his back trembled, producing a clear sword sound. In an instant, all gazes were severed. Nearly 100 golden core demon beasts felt a sharp pain in their eyes as the piercing sword intent surged towards them. They were shocked, a hint of surprise flickering deep in their eyes. The long sword on the human's back made these golden core demon beasts feel a slight threat of death. The blue bull's legs went soft, crying out in distress. Its speed increased again, turning into a streak of light as it appeared outside the mountain. In the next moment, the world turned upside down. Huge demon beasts appeared beside them, their fierce presence overwhelming. Sun Xiu's expression remained unchanged as he walked towards the mountain. Although the nearby golden core demon beasts were indignant, they did not dare to stop him. This was related to whether they could regain their freedom. Just endure it, they thought to themselves. Sun Xiu continued his steps, heading deeper into the mountain. Gradually, the number of demon beasts around him decreased, but their aura grew stronger. Not long after, a cave appeared on the mountain wall ahead. Without hesitation, he quickly walked in. Inside the cave, mysterious patterns shimmered, silver light flowed, and scattered stones emitted a faint glow, illuminating the cave. The long sword on his back trembled continuously, as if it sensed something it craved ahead. Moments later, Sun Xiu's vision suddenly cleared. The entire mountain belly was hollow, with a deep pool in the middle. Thick white mist emanated from the surface of the water. Surprisingly, it seemed to be two completely different types of mist. One was hot air generated by high temperatures, and the other was cold air produced by extremely low temperatures. These two distinctly different attributes were peacefully coexisting in the same pool of water. By the edge of the deep pool, two peaked golden core demon beasts knelt on the ground, incredibly respectful. Splash! Ripples appeared on the calm surface of the deep pool. Soon after, a tall white figure gradually emerged from within. It was a monkey covered in white fur. Its eyes were as red as fire, and although it had just surfaced from the pool, its body was not stained by a drop of water. As soon as the white-furred monkey appeared, a fierce and terrifying aura erupted. Sun Xiu's cold and rebellious expression finally changed slightly. A transformation god-demon beast? However, he quickly dismissed this guess. The rules of the Demon Suppression Tower world had been modified. No matter how talented a demon beast was, it could not surpass the nascent soul limit, and could at most reach the peak of the nascent soul stage. The white monkey before him was a peak nascent soul demon beast, infinitely close to the transformation god stage. This should be the demon god that the blue bull spoke of. At this moment, the white monkey's calm eyes fixed on Sun Xiao as it spoke lightly. Descendant of the Sun family? Do you still remember the promise your family made back then? Sun Xiao replied indifferently. In exchange for the blood god pearl, hand it over to me. Help me refine it successfully, and naturally, you will regain your freedom. Of course, my Sun family, as one of the 8 great families, would not deceive you. The white monkey's gaze flickered, and it ultimately made a firm decision. If you do not keep your promise, do not blame me for taking action against the juniors. Sun Xiao smiled, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This dead monkey dared to threaten him. However, he was quite anxious and tossed a stone slab covered with intricate patterns from his spatial ring. Hurry up. Activate this formation diagram. The white monkey took the formation diagram, scanned it with its divine sense, confirmed there were no issues, and then asked in a deep voice, the blood god pearl is still lacking a bit to be complete, and at least 3,000 foundation establishment bloodlines are needed for success. My demon race will not provide a single drop more. A cold smile appeared on Sun Xiao's face as he pointed to the ground and said indifferently, isn't there quite a few foundation establishment cultivators in the outside world? The white monkey raised an eyebrow, clearly shocked by Sun Xiao's ruthlessness. But they are all humans. The more that die, the better. It smiled cruelly. Those are all your kin. Among them are quite a few talented individuals. After you blood sacrifice them, won't there be trouble? Are you trying to make us scapegoats? The white monkey frowned, a murderous aura emerging. Chapter 79, Contact Interruption. Level 2 Abnormal Situation. Sun Xiao snorted coldly and said indifferently, so what? Hearing this, even the white monkey was taken aback. Those families, even if they aren't as strong as your Sun family, aren't weak, right? If you blood sacrifice them all, won't their families come looking for you? Sun Xiao smiled. A cruel, cold smile filled with indifference to life. He was initially too lazy to explain to this dead monkey, but seeing that it seemed unwilling to act without a reasonable explanation, Sun Xiao patiently spoke. Do you think my Sun family's formation masters are just for show? That formation diagram can not only gather blood essence, but also isolate the troublesome world spirit, severing the connection between this other dimensional space and the outside world. At that time, the outside people will become blind. No one will know what happens here. When the time comes, who will know what I have done? Living geniuses are their primary cultivation targets, but if they die, they are just names. For a few dead people, would they completely tear their faces with my Sun family? That's not worth it. As long as my Sun family offers appropriate benefits in exchange, this matter will settle. The white monkey frowned, and after a long while, said, what about that human genius? That is a top genius who has only recently emerged from your ranks. Upon hearing this name, a fierce look suddenly filled Sun Xiao's eyes. That wretch. She just got a step ahead, killing golden cores? I can do that too. Why does all the glory have to be on her? Not to mention, with the completed sword embryo, I will be a far superior human genius to that wretch. When the time comes, even if I kill her, so what? As the last remaining human genius, what can they do to me? Over the years, the human race has not achieved good results in the Human Race Conference. Those old folks are all looking forward to this time. If I can't participate in the 10,000 Races Conference, their loss will be even greater. Sun Xiao took off the long sword on his back, gently stroked the sheath, and his killing intent filled his eyes. He had grown up under the jealousy and indulgence of Sun Ho, and the Sun family had always been extremely compliant with his demands. Thus, he developed such an extreme character. The white monkey looked at Sun Xiao, and a chill ran through its heart. Being hated by such a person was indeed a bit frightening. It did not ask further and solemnly ordered, quickly form the 100 Beasts Great Formation, and after the formation is activated, kill all those humans. The 2 golden core demon beasts that had been waiting by the deep pool took their orders and left. Soon, outside the mountain, the demon beasts united, each standing in their position to serve as the formation eyes. Roar. In an instant, low and hoarse roars filled the air. Vigorous demon power surged forth, condensing into a dazzling beam of light through the 100 Beasts Great Formation, pouring into the mountain. At the same time, the white monkey placed its palm on the formation diagram. The terrifying aura of half-step transformation god erupted, and silver-white light illuminated. The patterns on the formation diagram suddenly lit up, and a large formation quietly took shape. In the next moment, the demon power of 100 golden core demon beasts appeared, transforming into a torrent that flowed into the formation diagram. Boom! A loud noise erupted. In an instant, an invisible wave spread from the mountain, then transmitted to every corner of the demon suppression tower world. In the sky above, in the void, a hazy light group trembled violently. A wave of shock, fear, and horror emanated from within. I lost contact with the dimensional space. At this moment, all around the demon suppression tower world, the testers felt something amiss and took out their emergency talismans. When they discovered that the connection with the spirit of the world had been completely severed, their faces changed drastically. What happened? It seemed that the spirit of the world was having issues. Exclamations echoed everywhere. In the sky, the transparent leaderboard suddenly flickered and then completely vanished. In the main world, before the strong who were qualified to watch the trials of the demon suppression tower, the glowing holographic projection suddenly disappeared. What is the Dimensional Research Institute doing? Why did they suddenly cut off the projection? Damn it, I was just watching my disciple fight. Why did they suddenly cut off the feed? What is wrong with those guys in the Research Institute? Why is there a problem at such a time? Quick, go ask what is going on. So many people are watching. Most people were still unclear about the situation, thinking that something had gone wrong with the Dimensional Research Institute. In Kyoto, at the Sun family estate. Sir, it seems the young master has already started to act. Sun Ho nodded, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That sword embryo was obtained by the Sun family from a certain other dimensional space. If it were refined into a true sword, it would grow into a peerless divine weapon surpassing the god transformation stage in the future. By then, the strength of the Sun family would rise to another level. At the Dimensional Research Institute, chaos had already ensued. Countless researchers suddenly stood up, staring at the massive screen in the center of the hall. On the screen, the rapid flow of information came to a halt, and a line of red text appeared. Secondary abnormal situation. Number 1098 other dimensional space has lost contact. The people in the institute naturally knew the situation. The projection interruption was not something they intentionally cut off, nor was it a problem with the monitoring equipment. Rather, the number 1098 space itself had encountered a major issue. A mysterious force had isolated the spirit of the world, leading them to lose control over this other dimensional space. This was definitely a significant event. Since the establishment of the Dimensional Research Institute, secondary abnormal situations had only occurred 59 times. The last time was a decade ago. However, it was said that the incident 10 years ago later escalated into a primary abnormal situation. Nearly 1,000 young cultivators from the Human Alliance, all talented individuals from various places, included many key training targets from prominent families. There were even 2 human prodigies. If anything happened to them, the researchers couldn't help but shiver. If that were the case, the Human Alliance would experience an unprecedented upheaval. In the dean's office, the old man sat up straight, his gaze turning cold. Investigate. Restore contact with the number 1098 space immediately. Instantly, the entire Dimensional Research Institute sprang into action. Almost all personnel were mobilized, except for those necessary to monitor certain other dimensional spaces. Soon after, the figure of the old man quietly disappeared from the office. Chapter 80. The Beast Tide Gathers. Golden core beasts emerge in the Demon Suppression Tower world. Deep underground for an unknown distance, a group of golden core beasts formed a great formation, channeling their demonic power into each formation eye. At the same time, a top-tier beast emerged from the mountains, leading the golden core beasts not within the formation away from this place. A loud roar echoed. Soon, top-tier beasts appeared, beginning to gather. They were all the beasts that had gone missing on the surface earlier. They converged into a black ocean. Gradually, the number of beasts increased. Dozens of golden core beasts each led a portion of the beast horde, splitting into black torrents and rushing towards the ground. The atmosphere in the beast tide was brewing with a bloodthirsty, violent, and frenzied aura. A low, rumbling roar sounded among the beasts. Pairs of blood-red eyes lit up. Freedom. The sound reverberated throughout the underground world. The black torrents surged forth. Among the mountains, a graceful figure paused, looking up at the sky. Was the spirit of the world isolated by the formation? A serious look finally appeared in her phoenix eyes. Every trial of the Demon Suppression Tower attracted countless human powerhouses. Those who dared to stir up trouble at such a time were either madmen or had plotted for a long time. Clearly, the latter possibility was more likely. She leaped, her figure flickering through the forest, reaching a mountain peak, gazing towards the distant place shrouded in white mist. Suddenly, in the sky, a blood-red-eyed eagle swooped down towards her. He Schwerer frowned. Boom. The eagle instantly shattered. Strange, a low-tier beast dared to attack me? At the same time, in various parts of the small world, these creatures seemed to be reckless, charging forward regardless of the power disparity. Some easily slaughtered the beasts, while others were injured under the frenzied attacks. A few particularly unlucky ones died under the claws of the beasts. Blood splattered. The stench of blood permeated, further inciting these crazed beasts. As they perished, wisps of blood energy quietly seeped underground, crossing a long distance to reach the underground mountains. Testers looked up at the sky, their expressions anxious. If the spirit of the world did not appear soon, it would be very difficult for them to survive here for long. More and more abnormal situations arose. After a while, rumbles echoed throughout the Demon Suppression Tower world. The ground shattered, dust and debris flew, and huge cracks appeared, revealing a pitch-black abyss beneath. Roar! Kill all these humans! An angry roar sounded from deep within the crack. The next moment, countless beasts surged out from the fissures. The black torrents appeared on the ground, leaving nothing in their wake. Following that, massive golden core beasts stepped out, exuding overwhelming demonic energy, their consciousness extending, instantly locking onto many testers' positions. A massacre began. When the torrent of beasts appeared before the testers, their expressions changed. First shock, then fear. Yet, there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They were all outstanding individuals from various cities, equipped with their own trump cards. If they fought desperately, perhaps there would be a chance of survival. But when they saw the super-large beasts emerging from the horde, all hope shattered, turning into deep despair. Golden core beasts. Only human prodigies could contend against golden core beasts. Their current situation could be described as having no chance of survival. Splurt. Blood splattered on the ground. The black torrent surged past. And those testers who were discovered hardly had time to scream before disappearing into the horde. Wisps of blood energy floated on the ground, quickly rushing underground, absorbed by the formation within the mountains. The beast tide had just appeared, and nearly 100 testers had already perished beneath the hooves of the beasts. On the grassland, a handsome and tall young man was surrounded by the beast tide. The golden core beasts eyed him covetously but did not attack immediately. The reason was simple. Beneath this young man's feet, a grand formation suddenly unfolded. Intricate formation patterns lit up, dazzling light converged, and blasted towards the beast tide. Boom! The air exploded with a loud bang, shaking the grassland. The intense energy turned those beasts to ashes. The terrifying power forced the golden core demon beast to retreat a few steps. In an instant, a passage appeared in the beast horde. The formation master, Xiao Ding, renowned as a rare genius in formations over the past century, had a somewhat pale face. He dared not waste time and escaped through the newly opened passage. A great problem had arisen in the demon-suppressing tower world. This thought flashed through his mind. The golden core demon beasts had consciously gathered the demon beasts to launch a siege against the challengers. This was absolutely not allowed in the past. If such a situation occurred, the human warriors would arrive immediately to slaughter all the demon beasts in the area. Yet now, this situation had unexpectedly occurred. The demon beasts were not fools. Although they did not know what was happening, with the world spirit missing, the best strategy was to unite with other challengers. By gathering everyone's strength, they could better cope with various situations. Xiao Ding took out a formation diagram and exerted all his energy, causing the space in front of him to twist and a spatial gate to appear. He stepped inside, escaping the pursuit behind him. At the same time, those exceptionally talented individuals also realized this problem and began to seek out nearby challengers to jointly resist the beast tide. Survival was the only goal. Survive until the world's spirit reappeared. Given the situation in the demon-suppressing tower world, those outside must have already noticed. As long as they could hold on until the human warriors arrived, victory would be theirs. Therefore, they had to survive. At this moment, beneath the earth, in a passage where one couldn't see their own hand, Su Zhe was moving rapidly. He extended his consciousness, guarding against all sudden occurrences. The connection to the rescue Jade Talisman had been severed. He had long realized that he must be extremely cautious. It was unclear how far he and the dragon had advanced. In this passage, he couldn't determine their exact location. Su Zhe only knew that he was roughly heading deeper into the demon-suppressing tower world. Ahead, the path suddenly began to slope downwards, extending deeper into the ground. However, at the end of the passage, there seemed to be a faint light, shrouded in dense white mist, making it hard to see clearly. Su Zhe slowed his pace, quietly restraining his aura to avoid startling anything that might be ahead. Little Qing did the same, shrinking in size even further. They proceeded cautiously, being exceptionally careful. Little Qing was always ready to flee. Su Zhe communicated through his consciousness. Little Qing nodded. The four symbols Azure Dragon escape technique had been partially completed due to its enhanced bloodline concentration. Hence, its speed was now no less than Su Zhe's. As long as the Green Mountains remained, there was no fear of running out of firewood. Little Qing understood this principle well. After a moment, a thick white mist appeared before Su Zhe and Little Qing. He extended his consciousness to scan, his brows slightly furrowed. It wasn't because the white mist had any strange effects, but rather that it contained two completely different properties. One part was scorching hot, while the other was frigid cold. The simultaneous appearance of these two entirely different natures was quite strange. Be careful, I suspect there's something extraordinary ahead, Su Zhe whispered to Little Qing. Then, he took a step forward, entering the white mist. Little Qing followed closely behind. Soon, the figures of the human and the dragon were gradually engulfed by the mist. This passage was long, continuously delving deeper underground. The mist became increasingly dense. Suze felt one side of his body burning hot while the other side was icy cold, which felt quite peculiar. However, they did not encounter any demon beasts along the way. After a long time, at the end of the passage, there was a faint shimmer of water. As they approached, they discovered that the end was a deep pool. The water was bottomless, and thick mist was emanating from it, pouring into the passage. The water was peculiar, containing both ice and fire attributes. The two forces formed a special cycle within the pool, constantly circulating. Upon seeing this scene, a term suddenly flashed through Suze's mind. Tai Chi Yin and Yang arise from the Tai Chi Yin and Yang are the two forms. Wasn't that exactly the same as the two attributes in the pool before him? In his dantian, the golden lake began to boil, and pure golden true energy surged into Suze's meridians. A faint golden light enveloped his body. Let's go down and take a look. Suze then jumped into the deep pool. The water was much deeper than Suze had anticipated. Fortunately, with true energy protecting his body, he could stay underwater for a long time. Little Qing naturally did not need to be mentioned. It could breathe underwater as well. The surrounding water currents alternated between hot and cold, giving a somewhat ice and fire duality feeling. The golden light on Suze's body slightly intensified, and his speed increased significantly. They continued to dive deeper and deeper, with the water currents becoming increasingly turbulent. At that moment, suddenly, a feeling of inversion struck. A powerful tearing force emerged. This yin-yang reversal power was terrifying. If a cultivator below the golden core stage encountered such a situation, they would likely be torn apart and die on the spot. Even golden core cultivators could be injured if they were unprepared. However, Suze's physical body was extraordinarily strong, comparable to a humanoid beast, so he was not affected. He only felt a momentary dizziness before returning to normal. He looked down. No, it should be up. Suze's gaze flickered. Faint golden light swirling around him as he looked toward the top. In the distance, a faint light began to appear. It seemed they were about to reach their true destination. The golden light flowed, and Suze swam toward the light above. Finally, the shimmering surface of the water appeared. However, Suze suddenly stopped 15 meters deep underwater. The golden light around him abruptly extinguished, and all his aura was retracted into his body. They each operated their true energy and demonic power, lowering their life activities to the minimum level. At that moment, the human and the dragon seemed to turn into two lifeless stones. Suze looked up, his pupils constricting as he tightly focused on the white figure standing above the water. Lines of information appeared before his eyes. Name, Fire-Eyed Water Monkey, extremely dangerous. Level, upper stage, half-step level. Special bloodline, none skills. Unknown, level difference too great to detect. Remarks. When encountering such a creature, it's recommended that the host run away quickly. Otherwise, this system may consider choosing a new master. However, it's worth mentioning that if you can accept it, monkey brain is indeed a delicacy worth trying. Suze's expression turned serious, and he became tense. Upper stage, half-step level. Equivalent to the pinnacle of the nascent soul among humans, and on the verge of breaking through to a transformation god-level existence. Such cultivation, even among humans, counted as a powerful being capable of guarding a region. Yet now, it appeared in this demon-suppressing tower world. Such a powerhouse would not be interested in eating monkey brains. Rather, the opposite might happen, with them tasting his brain. A chill rose from his tailbone and quickly spread throughout his body. The next moment, a talisman appeared in Suze's hand. Great Teleportation Talisman, worth 5,000 years of cultivation. Long before the Rescue Jade Talisman lost its effectiveness, Suze had already been searching for teleportation items in the system shop. After searching for a long time, he finally found this one item he could afford. This Great Teleportation Talisman could instantly teleport the user to a location 1,000 miles away. This distance was not too exaggerated, but it has two extremely perverse characteristics. First, this talisman can be activated instantly, and second, it does not consume any energy from the user. This is also the main reason for its value equivalent to 5,000 years of cultivation. Suze grabbed Xiaoqing and was ready to activate the Great Teleportation Talisman to flee. Just as the golden energy appeared at his fingertips, and he was about to activate the talisman, his movement suddenly halted. The fire-eyed water ape seemed not to have noticed him. Instead, it was fully focused on activating a stone slab in front of it. Even though there was over 10 meters of deep water in between, Suze could still see the intricate patterns on that stone slab. An array? And it seemed to belong to the human race. There are quite a few differences between the arrays of the human race and those of the beast race, and a teacher had once explained these differences in school. Therefore, Suze immediately recognized the distinction. He hadn't noticed it before, but upon closer inspection, his brows immediately furrowed. Waves of invisible fluctuations emanated from the array diagram. Suze had a vague feeling that it was these fluctuations that caused the distressed talisman to lose its effectiveness. The reason behind this was related to the beast race. His gaze shifted, and he suddenly saw a human sitting cross-legged at the edge of the deep pool. Instantly, countless thoughts flooded his mind, and various guesses emerged. Having lived alone for 10 years, Suze was always inclined to assume the worst of others. When the human race occupied this alternate dimension, they slaughtered countless beasts in this area. Logically speaking, the beasts living here should have a blood feud with humans and would never coexist peacefully like this. Therefore, there could only be one possibility. This person was colluding with the beasts, severing the connection between the spirit of the world and the challengers. Regardless of his motives, this was absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 82. Such a precious treasure naturally belongs to the virtuous. The reason the Human Alliance dared to summon outstanding cultivators from various places to enter the Demon Suppression Tower for trials is that the trials are very safe. And the premise of this safety is that the spirit of the world is constantly observing the challenger's situations. But now, the spirit of the world is cut off, and the distress talisman has become ineffective. The necessary premise for safety has vanished. The Demon Suppression Tower world has suddenly become fraught with danger. Especially now, most challengers are encountering quite formidable beasts. If they are defeated by the beasts and the distress talisman cannot be used, the outcome is self-evident. To dare to do such a thing, this person must have grand ambitions. Suze calmed down, with the great teleportation talisman in hand. He could escape from this place at any time, but he could also observe the situation. He wanted to see what could compel that person to commit such a heinous act. He and Xiaoqing quietly lurked at the bottom of the water, observing the situation outside. Above the water's surface, the fire-eyed water ape concentrated all its spirit on the array diagram in front of it. Bursts of demonic energy erupted, maintaining the operation of the array while pouring the energy transmitted from the 100 beasts array into the diagram. Even though it was a half-step transformation god, it found the task quite challenging and had to concentrate 200 of its spirit, not daring to relax for a moment. This operation was a matter of life and death. If successful, it would regain freedom. If it failed, it would naturally perish. There was no second possibility. The water ape gritted its teeth, its eyes glowing like two fireballs. At that moment, a wisp of blood energy suddenly appeared above the array diagram. The seated Sun Xiao revealed a smile. Has it begun? What a pity. If it weren't for needing to guard this place, I would really like to test the level of those so-called geniuses. The image of a graceful silhouette flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. Soon, more and more blood energy quietly appeared. On the array diagram, the blood light gradually thickened. A flash of heartache crossed the fire-eyed water ape's eyes. It could sense that among that blood energy, there was not only human blood, but also beast blood. Time was of the essence. Those human powerhouses outside must have already sensed the abnormalities here. The water ape let out a low growl and exerted all its strength. Soon, the blood light became dense as if it were substantial. Sweat beads trickled down the water ape's forehead as it struggled to control the blood light and send it into the deep pool. Suze hid in the shadows. Watching this scene, the blood light spread across the pool, turning the clear water into a blood-red color. As soon as that blood energy entered the deep pool, the water seemed to boil, and large amounts of mist rose, turning the inside of the mountain into a white haze. Suze sensed something and turned to look. Then he saw, in the depths of the pool, a blood-red orb quietly floating. As soon as the blood energy appeared, the orb immediately brightened, greedily devouring the blood energy like a ravenous beast. As it consumed more and more blood energy, the only flaw on the orb slowly began to transform into blood red. What is this thing? Suze was somewhat puzzled, but judging by the situation, it was definitely not an ordinary object. At the edge of the deep pool, Sun Xiao stood up, holding the sword embryo with both hands, and his expression became serious. Feeling the surging blood energy around him, the long sword instantly became restless. The sword body trembled continuously, a sharp killing intent spreading, and eager sword cries emanated from the sheath. Don't worry, you will soon grow into a true divine sword. Sun Xiao smiled, taking out talismans from his spatial ring and sticking them onto the sword body. Then, he raised his hand and threw the long sword along with the sheath into the deep pool. Splash! The sound drew Suze's attention. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a long sword sinking into the deep pool. The long sword seemed to possess a kind of spirituality. As soon as it left Sun Xiao's control, it surged through the blood energy toward the blood-red orb. The blood-red orb shuddered slightly, seemingly afraid. But at that moment, the long sword had already pressed against it. The surface of the blood-red orb actually melted apart, merging with the long sword, making it impossible to separate. Buzz! The long sword trembled, reaching a peak of excitement. Suze watched this miraculous scene, his eyes brightening. Clearly, the reason this person colluded with the beast race was for this long sword. Suze examined the long sword carefully. Although the long sword had not been drawn, he could still feel its sharpness. The sword intent was fierce, and the killing aura was violent. Although he did not know the specifics of this long sword, Suze could be sure that it was definitely a good item. For a half-step transformation god beast to take it so seriously, it must at least be a treasured item. However, this long sword seemed to be a half-finished product. Therefore, he still had the most basic discernment. Suze's eyes grew even brighter. If it was a half-finished product, it meant that this long sword had not yet recognized its master. In other words, this long sword was an unclaimed item right now. Suze glanced at the water ape above the surface, then at the young man standing by the deep pool. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, feeling somewhat excited. Such a precious treasure naturally belongs to the virtuous. Even if he was not a saint, he was certainly better than this bastard who colluded with the beast race to harm his own kind, right? Presumably, the long sword itself would also prefer not to fall into that bastard's hands. Moreover, the treasure was right in front of him, and it was an unclaimed item. He was merely picking it up casually. What does it have to do with that young man? Furthermore, this long sword was actively discarded by that guy. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. At that moment, the long sword, having devoured a small portion of the blood-red orb, trembled slightly. A wave of energy emanated from the long sword. Suze raised his eyebrows in surprise. A sword spirit. A weapon that can nurture a spirit has a unified name. Spiritual weapon. In this world, items are divided into 6 levels. Magical tools, treasures, spiritual weapons, spiritual treasures, immortal weapons, and immortal treasures. The first 4 types indeed exist among today's cultivators, while immortal weapons and treasures are legendary items. As for spiritual weapons, even yuaning experts rarely possess them. Generally, one must have extraordinary luck to obtain one. The higher-level spiritual treasures are exclusive weapons for transformation experts. As for even higher levels, those are all legends. The long sword before Suze is indeed a spiritual weapon that has just given birth to a weapon spirit. No, not necessarily. The aura of the weapon spirit within the sword is continuously strengthening. If it continues to develop at this pace, this long sword will become a spiritual treasure. Suze was overjoyed. It was as if a pie fell from the sky. Chapter 83. A sword shatters heaven and earth. The long sword was once an immortal weapon. As the malevolent aura surged over the cold pond, more and more blood energy appeared. The water ape felt increasingly strained. Sweat beading on his forehead as heat radiated from his body. As a large amount of blood energy surged into the deep pond, the water suddenly began to boil. Thick mist rising and reducing visibility in the mountains significantly. Sunshio stood by the pond, his gaze intense, filled with anticipation. He looked into the depths of the pond, but his view was obstructed by the white mist, making it impossible to see what was happening underwater. Should I probe with my spiritual sense? The thought just crossed his mind when he immediately dismissed it. Others might not know, but he had personally witnessed the long sword's violent and bloodthirsty nature. Before it completely absorbed the blood god pearl, if he rashly probed with his spiritual sense, he would definitely be harmed by that fierce malevolent aura. For cultivators, spiritual sense is the most vulnerable. It's important to know that injuries to the soul are the hardest to heal. Once spiritual sense is harmed by the sword's malevolent energy, if not handled properly, it could leave a lasting effect and even impact the cultivator's future achievements. Therefore, although Sun Shio was arrogant, he did not dare to act recklessly. He honestly stayed by the pond, quietly waiting, his heart ablaze with excitement. Under the pond, Suze held a great teleportation talisman, his mouth curling into a smile as he excitedly looked at the long sword within reach. The blood-red pearl was continuously melting, being devoured by the long sword. The soul waves within the long sword were gradually strengthening. Now was the best time. Suze quietly extended his spiritual sense, slowly approaching the long sword, and finally surged directly into it. As long as he tamed the weapon spirit within, the long sword would naturally belong to him. Although Suze did not know sword techniques, it didn't mean he could just ignore this unowned treasure, right? However, as soon as Suze's spiritual sense entered the long sword, violent, frenzied, furious, and anxious negative emotions immediately surged forth. An extremely fierce malevolent aura erupted. A chilling, killing intent enveloped him. Clang! The long sword trembled lightly, emitting a clear sword cry. A dazzling bloodlight appeared. The long sword was drawn from its sheath. 3 feet long, its body blood-red, the blade shimmering with a sharp, cold light. The only oddity was a 2-millimeter wide crack in the middle of the sword. Next to this crack, there were dozens of tiny fissures present, as if it had once been broken. As soon as the long sword broke free from its sheath's restraints, an even more ferocious aura burst forth. In the deep pond, the surging blood energy immediately became agitated, coalescing into a massive torrent of blood energy, pouring into the long sword. In an instant, a vortex of blood energy appeared in the pond, with the long sword at its center, frantically devouring the blood energy. The speed at which the blood-red pearl melted began to accelerate, and countless pure blood energies emerged, all absorbed by the long sword. As the long sword devoured wildly, the tiny fissures on the sword body gradually healed. The widest crack in the middle was also slowly mending. Beside the pond, Sun Xiu heard the sword cry coming from underwater and saw the sudden formation of the blood energy vortex, a look of delight appearing on his face. The decades of planning by the Sun family were not in vain. The blood god pearl could indeed help the divine sword repair itself. Thinking about the surge in his strength once the long sword recovered, Sun Xiu's heart burned with excitement. When the time came for him to wield the long sword, any golden core monster below the mid-tier could be easily slain. As for the title of genius, that would be within easy reach. Sun Xiu's eyes were filled with anticipation as he eagerly awaited the long sword's recovery. At this moment, 15 meters underwater, Suze felt a flash before his eyes, and his consciousness was suddenly pulled into a mysterious space. It was a brutal battlefield. What met his eyes were corpses, severed limbs, and scattered flesh. Blood gathering into rivers flowing freely, staining the earth red. Bloodlight filled the entire battlefield, and the aura of malevolence was palpable. Suze was startled, his gaze flickering as he scanned with his spiritual sense, quickly realizing that everything before him was an illusion, not real. He breathed a sigh of relief, scanning the battlefield, but was suddenly drawn to a figure in the center. It was a tall man, heroic and majestic, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, his armor shattered, and his body covered in wounds. He held a snow-white longsword. Although the color was different, Suze recognized it through the unique patterns on the hilt and blade. It was indeed the blood-colored long sword he had just attempted to claim. Before Suze could react, the man moved. A surge of blood energy erupted, creating a sea of blood that filled the heavens and earth. He leaped up and slashed out with his sword. In an instant, boundless brilliance coalesced on the long sword, and the destructive power erupted. Crack, crack, crack. The space shattered, the heavens trembled, and the laws wailed. The world before him was like a fragile porcelain, unable to withstand this strike. With countless massive cracks appearing, the earth collapsing, and the sky split in two. Countless living beings were silently obliterated, torn to pieces by the raging spatial cracks. Before these beings died, they generated endless malevolent energy, which now surged toward the long sword and the sword-wielding man. In an instant, the already fissured long sword could no longer withstand it and broke with a sound. The man spat blood, splattering it onto the long sword. Immediately after, his body exploded. Flesh and blood stained the long sword red, and the rampant malevolent energy surged into it. The snow-white long sword instantly transformed into a blood-red long sword, filled with a fierce aura. A look of shock appeared in Suze's eyes. This power was definitely beyond that of a transformation expert. One sword shattered a realm. That man must be an existence that surpassed transformation, and the weapon spirit within the long sword was not newly born. This long sword had already possessed a weapon spirit. Moreover, judging by the recent scene, it was definitely a weapon that surpassed spiritual treasures. Surpassing spiritual treasures means it's an immortal weapon. This long sword was once an immortal weapon. However, it had been broken before and was tainted by malevolent energy, causing its rank to regress. Suze looked at the broken long sword lying on the ground, his gaze flickering, thoughts racing. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Although the previous scene was an illusion, that overwhelming malevolent energy was real. They quickly discovered Suze's presence and surged toward him rapidly. Suze felt anxious in his heart. He was currently a manifestation formed by divine thought, and if he were to die, it would surely cause damage to his main body spirit. This would be very difficult to heal. However, the ocean of blood-colored evil energy had now arrived in front of Suze, with giant waves rising up, ready to crush him directly. At this critical moment, a roar erupted from within Suze. In an instant, brilliant golden light burst forth, forming a golden ocean. Amidst the golden light, a giant elephant suddenly appeared. Its massive body towered above, with two eyes resembling two great suns, bathed in the golden ocean. The giant elephant looked coldly at the blood-colored sea of evil energy before it, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. Its long trunk lifted, swirling countless golden rays, carrying immense power, and struck fiercely at the nearby blood sea. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The blood sea that covered the entire land immediately shattered, and the blood light scattered, transforming the solidified evil energy back into wisps that drifted across the broken ground. The giant elephant did not stop, raising its mountain-like sturdy leg and stomping forward. Boom, boom, boom. The long sword trembled slightly, seemingly very fearful. However, at this moment, Suze hurriedly intervened. Although he didn't know if it would work, he transmitted a thought. The spirit of the sword let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the scene before him began to recede like a tide. The brutal battlefield vanished, and the familiar pool of water reappeared before him. Little Qing looked at him with a worried expression and transmitted a thought. Master, what happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly go blank? It had just seen Su Zhe's eyes suddenly turn blood red, exuding terrifying evil energy, and immediately realized it was due to the long sword. If Su Zhe hadn't quickly returned to normal, it was ready to strike at that long sword. I'm fine, I just saw something. Su Zhe smiled and gently patted Little Qing's head. He turned to look at the long sword, a hint of surprise emerging in his eyes. A weapon of celestial artifact level. A legendary weapon. An unparalleled divine object that even transformation realm powerhouses were not qualified to touch. And now it was truly before him. Although the long sword had been broken before, causing its level to drop significantly, its preciousness still far surpassed that of spiritual treasures. This might be the greatest benefit he gained from this trial in the Demon Suppression Tower. Su Zhe's gaze flickered as his divine thought extended once more. With the previous lesson in mind, the spirit of the sword should not be so arrogant this time. Sure enough, when his divine thought touched the long sword again, the scene before him did not change. Who are you? A clear and pleasant voice rang out. Immediately after, a blood light lit up on the long sword, transforming into a girl dressed in red, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old. She had an oval face, exquisite features, flawless white skin, slightly furrowed brows, and a pair of cold, piercing phoenix eyes. Below her prominent nose were thin red lips. At this moment, she was looking at Su Zhe with a vigilant expression. She was the spirit of the blood-colored long sword. Originally, during that great battle years ago, the sword body had shattered, suffered heavy damage, and was stained by evil energy, almost leading to her immediate demise. Fortunately, that man had used the last bit of his strength to save her before his body exploded. Although she survived, she could no longer maintain clarity, her thoughts became chaotic, and she lost all contact with the outside world. It wasn't until later that the long sword was found by the Sun family. After expending countless divine materials, they finally repaired most of the long sword, giving her a chance to regain some awareness. Finally, Sun Xiu threw the long sword into the deep pool, and the power of the blood god pearl, along with the vast blood energy, gradually repaired the sword body, allowing the sword spirit to regain a trace of consciousness. But as soon as she woke up, she found that a kid had probed out his divine thought, seemingly wanting to take her as his own. A Foundation establishment kid actually dared to have designs on her. The sword spirit immediately decided to make this arrogant kid pay a price. However, this guy was not simple. The feeling she got was something she had never sensed even from her deceased master. Her master was a super powerhouse in the Tribulation Transcendent stage, just one step away from becoming a transcendent figure of the six realms. Therefore, although the sword spirit's expression was calm, her heart was extremely heavy. Su Zhe looked at the suddenly appearing young woman and was not surprised. After all, as a former celestial artifact, it was not unusual for the sword spirit to manifest in human form. He couldn't exactly say he was trying to peep at her body and take her for himself, right? Although she was just the spirit of a weapon, saying so would still feel a bit like harassment. The sword spirit suddenly spoke. You don't want to take the Zhanxian sword, do you? Su Zhe's eyes narrowed. The Zhanxian sword. What a domineering name. He awkwardly rubbed his nose and nodded. The sword spirit looked deeply at Su Zhe, falling into contemplation. Her master had already perished, and as a weapon, she certainly had little self-preservation ability. It was indeed time to find a new master. Moreover, this guy before her was unfathomable, with terrifyingly deep cultivation and a strong aura, practicing an incredibly mysterious technique. Such a person was indeed qualified to become her master. Hey, how long have you been cultivating? She asked gently, her tone and expression softening significantly. 3 months. The sword spirit's eyes widened in shock, staring fixedly at Su Zhe, doubting her hearing. 3 months of cultivation to reach this level? Had he been gnawing on heavenly materials and earthly treasures for 3 months? However, looking at Su Zhe, he didn't seem to be lying. Moreover, someone who could practice such a technique had no need to deceive her. If such a person continued to grow smoothly, their future achievements would not be inferior to her master. They might even surpass her significantly. Good birds choose good trees to rest on, and good ministers choose strong masters to serve. Finding a powerful and highly potential new master for herself was a basic requirement for a celestial artifact. Therefore, the sword spirit gritted her silver teeth and made a decision. You should hurry, drop your blood to recognize your master, and make it quick. Don't waste time. Su Zhe and Little Qing were both stunned. They originally thought it would take some effort, even possibly requiring force, but they didn't expect it to be so easy. Seeing that the sword spirit didn't seem to be faking, Su Zhe naturally didn't want to waste time. There was still a time bomb above. He cut his fingertip, squeezing out a drop of fresh blood, and used his true energy to send it onto the surface of the Zhanxian sword. At the same time, his divine thought extended to the Zhanxian sword. In the next moment, a mysterious feeling emerged. Suze felt a connection being established between him and the sword spirit. The evil energy on the long sword immediately vanished, emitting a light ringing sound and trembling slightly. At the same time, a new piece of information appeared on the system panel. Weapon, Zhanxian sword, spirit artifact level, awaiting repair. Can be upgraded. Suze glanced at the crack on the long sword, a smile appearing on his face. As long as it could be repaired, everything would be manageable. Others might need to gather countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, hire the best artifact masters, and expend countless resources to succeed in repairing the Zhanxian sword. But he didn't need to go through such trouble. With the auxiliary system, he just needed to directly use the repair function in the shop to complete it. At most, the cost would be a bit expensive. Thinking of the hard-earned cultivation, Suze felt a pang in his heart. It's not easy. The years of cultivation gained are increasing, yet they are becoming less and less sufficient. The immortal slaying sword trembled lightly, and the voice of the sword spirit girl came from within. Her tone had calmed down significantly, losing the initial confrontational feeling. Master, I still need to devour this blood god pearl. The blood chi inside will help with the repair of my body. Suze nodded and asked, how much longer will it take? Suze frowned slightly and pondered for a moment, saying, 3 days seems a bit too long. Can you speed it up? The fastest will still take 2 days. Suze nodded. 2 days is not unacceptable. Above the deep pool, when Sun Xiu heard the sound of the sword cry, a look of delight could no longer be concealed on his face. He stood up and leaned forward to look into the water. However, the thick mist above the water and the swirling blood light in the pool blocked his view, preventing him from seeing what was happening below. Naturally, he was unaware that at the moment the sword cry sounded, someone was preparing to intercept the treasure that the Sun family had prepared for him halfway. Almost there, he murmured to himself, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the formation map in the hands of the water monkey flickered with a faint light. Seeing this, Sun Xiu became even more excited. The formation map was no longer absorbing blood chi, which indicated that the blood god pearl was complete. What he needed to do now was to quietly wait for the long sword to devour the blood god pearl and repair the cracks in his body. At this time, a golden core monster walked in from outside the mountain. Lord Yaoshun, the formation is no longer absorbing blood chi. Should we continue the encirclement of the humans? A fierce look flashed in the water monkey's eyes as he coldly replied, since it has been done, then do it thoroughly. The golden core monster nodded and turned to leave. At this very moment, in the ground world, a violent roar echoed through the mountains and forests. Boom, boom, boom. Giant trees broke, clouds of dust rose, and debris flew everywhere like bullets, displaying immense power. A lizard-like monster, measuring at least 20 meters in length, burst out from the dust. Its condition was terrible, covered in blood, with 2 gaping wounds on its head. This was a low-tier monster, its eyes wide with fear. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of colorful light appeared, piercing through its body. Destructive energy rampaged within it, completely obliterating all vitality. The lizard monster stiffened, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop after toppling a large area of giant trees. A graceful figure stepped out from behind. Hishwera looked at the massive corpse before her, a hint of worry flashing deep in her eyes. This was already the 5th one. Even she felt somewhat powerless. The consumption was enormous. She suddenly coughed, a trace of fresh blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. However, she immediately wiped the blood clean, sighing inwardly. She could still handle low-tier monsters, but facing mid-tier monsters would make it quite difficult to even hold her ground. If this continued, "Hey, sister, are you okay? Schwer, how are you?" From the distance, several people hurriedly approached, concerned about Hishwer's condition. Their own conditions were not good either, with injuries to varying degrees. Their clothes dirty and looking quite disheveled. It was actually Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and other talented individuals. They had united to fight against the monsters. Behind them, more and more people appeared, nearly 1,000 in total. They were all trial participants who had joined the team along the way. Witnessing Hishweder slay a golden core monster, the shock they felt was far beyond what the spirit of the world could report. Each of them looked at Hishweder's back with respect, quietly celebrating that they had avoided another calamity. Just now, if it weren't for Hishweder, that golden core monster alone could have caused heavy casualties. Thinking of the golden core monster, a thick gloom hung over everyone's faces. In fact, they had already suffered heavy losses. The frenzied beast tide had just emerged, and under the leadership of the golden core monster, countless trial participants had died in an instant. The remaining people joined forces, along with a few trial participants scattered in other areas. It was estimated that only a little over 1,000 trial participants were still alive. Many among them had never experienced such brutality, Thus their hearts were greatly impacted. Meanwhile, Hishwera shook her head. I'm fine. We can't waste time here. We must evacuate immediately, or the next wave of beasts will arrive soon. Tonglan's face darkened, murmuring in despair. If this continues. What are you saying? Xiao Ding frowned, taking out formation materials, his hands glowing as he began to inscribe formation patterns. His complexion was somewhat pale, with bandages wrapped around his arm, making movement somewhat inconvenient. Soon, a formation took shape. A white light shone from the patterns, enveloping the many trial participants within. Everyone adapted to this scene. This was a special formation that could greatly enhance their speed. It was precisely because of this formation that they could keep up with the main force's evacuation speed. Roar. Just then, from the distance, a low, deep roar echoed. Everyone's expressions changed as they turned to look in the direction of the sound. On the horizon, a black beast tide appeared, and among them, a giant beast, over 30 meters long, stood out prominently. A mid-tier monster? Someone exclaimed in shock, despair instantly washing over their faces. Tonglan, Xiao Ding, and the other talented individuals looked very grim. Has a monster beyond the low tier finally appeared? Let's work together to drive it back. Xiao Ding gritted his teeth. However, Hishwera shook her head and softly said, You all go first, I'll catch up later. That's a mid-tier monster, Tonglan said, her face full of worry. Hishwera's expression grew serious as she stared at the beast. Don't worry, I'm not a saint. But only by preserving more living forces do we have a greater hope of survival, and we can hold out longer. A sturdy martial artist with considerable strength beside her said solemnly. Hishwera gently nodded, and her figure then vanished. Boom. A deafening sound erupted. The battle began. Chapter 86. Director of the Anomalous Space Research Institute, Zhong Shouhu. At the same time, in the main world, a piece of information from the Anomalous Space Research Institute was transmitted. Upon seeing this news, many human powerhouses changed their expressions drastically. The spirit of the world has lost contact, cut off by a strange force. Does that rescue jade talisman become ineffective? If danger arises, how can we retreat? Many people's faces changed. Their disciples and children were all in the Demon Suppression Tower world, and they were all carefully cultivated talents. If an accident occurred during this trial in the Demon Suppression Tower, many people's faces became anxious. The longer time drags on, the more dangerous the trial participants inside will be. What is the Anomalous Space Research Institute doing? Why haven't they resolved the issue yet? If my disciple encounters an accident, I will definitely kill all the monsters in the Demon Suppression Tower. Some people made harsh remarks, extremely anxious. At the same time, in various places of the Human Alliance, terrifying auras erupted. In the boundless sky, a middle-aged man in white suddenly appeared, surrounded by colorful, brilliant light. Staring intently at the space before him, his brow furrowed. Following that, a second and third figure appeared. Soon, dozens of figures in different attire emerged. They stood in the sky, stepping on the void, with terrifying auras quietly flowing. It was a group of transformation god powerhouses. Tong brother, you're here. A powerful transformation deity spoke to the first white-clad middle-aged man who appeared. The white-clad middle-aged man responded with a sound, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Brother Xiao, is Xiao Ding trapped inside as well? The transformation deities exchanged a few simple words, then immediately focused their attention on the space before them. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance erupted with a destructive force. With a loud bang, the space slightly twisted, and a huge spatial crack appeared. It was the entrance to the Demon Suppression Tower world. However, at this moment, a layer of white mist blocked the entrance, temporarily severing the connection between the otherworldly space and the main world. The dazzling light in the hands of Tong Wei, the head of the Tong family, gradually dissipated as he lowered his hand, frowning at the hazy white mist. Is it not possible? He muttered softly. The other transformation deities, seeing this, all took action, trying to break through the white mist to ensure their children's safety. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying attacks erupted, as fast as lightning, with the power to collapse a mountain crashing into the spatial crack. However, when the loud noises subsided, the white mist remained unchanged. The transformation deity's attacks fell into the white mist, only to be dissolved by a strange energy, which was then absorbed by the mist, making it even denser. Seeing this, the transformation deity's expressions changed. Formation? Xiao Tianrong stared at the white mist, suddenly frowning and speaking. The Xiao family was best at formations, otherwise they wouldn't have produced a formation genius like Xiao Ding. Now, he sensed that the power emanating from the white mist was from a formation. If this were the case, the reason for the appearance of the white mist was due to external forces? Someone deliberately isolated the Demon Suppression Tower world from the outside? One of the transformation deities, with a grim expression, said coldly, No matter who it is, if anything happens to my son, I will make that person pay in blood. In an instant, a stifling atmosphere quietly spread. The transformation deity's brows furrowed, and a faint killing intent emerged. At that moment, two figures appeared. One of them was tall and upright, with sharp eyes that seemed capable of piercing through anything. Just standing there exuded an aura strong enough to withstand thousands of troops. The other was an elderly man, dressed plainly, with graying hair, who remained silent, tightly staring at the spatial crack. It was Zhang Muji, the dean of the True Dragon Academy, and Zhong Shouhu, the dean of the Otherworldly Space Research Institute. Upon seeing the arrival of these two, the transformation deities present all nodded in acknowledgement. However, when facing Zhong Shouhu, they all bowed respectfully. Dean Zhong, you have arrived. Old Zhong, you finally made it. What should we do, old Zhong? You must provide a solution. My closed-door disciple is inside. They gathered around Zhong Shouhu like they had found a savior, their eyes filled with hope. Zhong Shouhu, the peak transformation deity, was well-versed in the way of space and had entered countless otherworldly spaces, making him the most knowledgeable about such emergencies. Dean Zhong waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, then approached the white mist. Everyone closed their mouths, waiting for Dean Zhong's actions. He stared at the white mist, a hint of anger suddenly appearing in his eyes. A formation of this level cannot possibly be possessed by the demon beasts of the Demon Suppression Tower world. He knew that there was a half-step transformation deity monkey in the underground world, but it did not have the ability to create formations. The only human race capable of possessing such formations was the 8 great families. He subtly glanced at the transformation deities from the 8 great families, a flash of killing intent appearing in his eyes. If anything happens to Chongqing and Linger's child, then the 8 great families have no reason to exist. They are nothing but a scourge. For their own selfish interests, they dare to do such things. This behavior is no different from shitting on their own necks. Just then, a piece of information appeared on his communicator. In a heavily guarded secret chamber, a soul lamp was burning brightly, indicating that its owner was in good condition. He let out a breath of relief. It's good if nothing is wrong. However, he immediately frowned, looking at the white mist, as a dazzling light began to glow in his hand. I must break this white mist as soon as possible. Otherwise, Xiao Su could be in danger at any moment. The nearby transformation deities, seeing the effect of the soul lamp, had their pupils constrict. Whose soul lamp is that? So, Dean Zhong came here for the owner of the soul lamp? Could there be someone in the Demon Suppression Tower world who has a connection with Dean Zhong? Xiao Tianrong and Tong Wei exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This is big news. Everyone, come help and try to break this formation as soon as possible, Dean Zhong said solemnly. He then waved his hand sharply, causing countless intricate formation patterns to suddenly appear, covering the sky. Upon seeing those formation patterns, Xiao Tianrong's pupils constricted. As a transformation formation master, there were many patterns among them that he couldn't even comprehend. But there was no time to dwell on that now. Nearly 10 transformation deities shouted in unison, and like a vast ocean, their spiritual power surged forth, pouring into the formation patterns. A dazzling light shot up into the sky. Dean Zhong's expression was serious as he stood at the main formation eye, channeling the terrifying power to begin bombarding the white mist, to deal with the white mist that possessed the power of Tai Chi's yin and yang reversal. Only a force far beyond its limits could directly shatter it. Chapter 87. The Desperate Tester. Where is Su Zhe? Xiao Ding's trump card. The transformation deities' plan to rescue their disciples began. Brilliant light filled the sky, dyeing the entire expanse with rainbow colors. Boom. The white mist began to churn violently. In the Demon Suppression Tower world, the underground world, the deep pool in the mountains suddenly boiled. A large amount of white mist surged out, flooding into that formation diagram. The water ape's body trembled, and immense pressure descended instantaneously, causing its demon power to surge wildly. Outside the mountain, 100 golden core demon beasts roared, their bodies trembling as their demon power rapidly drained, a sense of weakness immediately appearing. The water ape turned to look at Sun Xiao, speaking sharply. Sun Xiao, we need to act quickly. Sun Xiao frowned, clearly displeased with the water ape's tone. However, he understood the seriousness of the situation and activated the ring in his hand. Instantly, 5 figures appeared by the deep pool. Transformation puppets? The water ape's pupils constricted, shocked. Such puppets were extremely difficult to create. Just one condition, the physical body of a transformation deity, was enough to make countless families daunted. Yet the Sun family brought out 5 at once. This demonstrated their immense strength and terrifying financial resources. The Sun family dares to do this. Of course, we've considered everything. We won't act until everything is prepared. Sun Xiao sneered, immediately activating the puppets. The 5 transformation puppets opened their eyes wide, a terrifying aura spreading forth, creating a suffocating pressure. They flashed and appeared around the formation diagram, raising their hands in unison, and an ocean-like spiritual power surged forth. With the help of the 5 transformation puppets, the formation diagram was stabilized in an instant. The water ape's pressure was greatly reduced, and it finally let out a sigh of relief. It quietly glanced at the pool water, looking at the blood-red vortex. What kind of thing could possibly be worth the Sun family's great cost? Below the water's surface, Suze looked at the 5 terrifying puppets, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. That kid's identity seems quite extraordinary. He was actually able to produce 5 transformation-level puppets. However, it wouldn't matter what he brought out. The immortal slaying sword has already acknowledged its master. That kid has unwittingly made a wedding dress for me, and I must thank him properly in the future. Time flew by. A day later, in the high sky, the faces of the transformation deities were all grim. Dean Zhong looked at the white mist in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of anxiety gradually appeared in his eyes. The longer the delay, the more dangerous the trial takers would become. It couldn't be delayed any longer. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, his momentum surged, his body straightened, and the light in his hand suddenly soared. At this moment, in the world of the demon suppression tower, on the vast grassland, booming sounds echoed continuously. A dense mass of demon beasts formed a black ocean, launching attacks toward the trial takers encircled in the center. The roar filled with murderous intent resonated as countless demon beasts charged with bloodshot eyes. The trial takers all turned pale, their hands trembling slightly. Their eyes firm, yet mixed with fear and despair. They were already surrounded. There was no way to retreat, only to fight to the death. They all looked into the distance, where their only hope lay. In the distance, a golden core demon beast was battling against a frail and graceful figure. Hishwera's face was pale, her speed significantly reduced from before. After continuous battles, her energy consumption was enormous. Not to mention, the demon beast in front of her was of mid-level strength. She could only struggle to resist, let alone kill it. At that moment, a loud roar echoed from afar, reaching the ears of the many trial takers, followed by a fierce aura. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. They turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a giant serpent rushing towards them. A golden core demon beast. Its target was clear. It aimed to kill the troublesome woman, Hishwera, who was entangled. It's over. They're going to swarm Sister Schwer. Tonglan's face turned pale, exclaiming. Many trial takers felt the same. A deep despair surged in their hearts. If the strongest, most capable Hishwera were to fall, their only hope would be shattered. At this moment, a name flashed in everyone's mind simultaneously. Suze. Where is that new genius who can kill golden core beasts? Where is he? If only he were here, perhaps the situation wouldn't be so dire. Suze, where are you? In an instant, everyone silently shouted in their hearts. Could it be that he has already fallen? Suddenly, in the crowd, one person trembled, a trace of sorrow appearing in their big eyes. I will set up the formation. You all help me. At that moment, Xiao Ding gritted his teeth, a frenzied look on his handsome face, and spoke in a deep voice. The few talented individuals beside him were taken aback. Although they didn't know what Xiao Ding was planning to do, they still moved to his side. Xiao Ding's hands flew, and one formation material after another appeared, scattering on the ground. Lines of formation patterns were etched out. His face turned red, sweat seeping from his forehead. In a moment, a large formation appeared. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the formation eye, and his face turned as pale as paper. The next moment, dazzling light burst forth. The formation was activated, and upon seeing this, everyone quickly infused their spiritual power into it. Massive spiritual energy gathered, energy crazily converging. Xiao Ding's body trembled violently, veins bulging, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. This formation placed a heavy burden on the caster. If he was not careful, it could even harm his foundation, affecting his future cultivation path. But Xiao Ding could no longer care about that. He gritted his teeth, staring intensely at the giant serpent, desperately controlling the formation. Boom. A streak of golden light suddenly brightened, entwined with electric arcs, and slammed towards the giant serpent. The giant serpent's vertical pupils flashed with horror, hurriedly trying to defend itself. But the golden light was too fast, instantly striking its body. With a loud bang, the giant serpent's entire body turned charred, electric sparks flickering, and it was sent flying. Its body rolled continuously, blood splattering everywhere. Finally, the giant serpent's body came to a halt, a gaping hole appearing in the middle of its body, almost severing it in half. It let out a mournful cry, its breath weak, clearly on the brink of death. Xiao Ding let out a sigh of relief. The formation patterns dimmed, and the materials on the formation eye exploded. His vision darkened, and his body went limp, collapsing. Tong Lan and the others did not have time to celebrate. Gasping, they hurriedly supported him. Meanwhile, in the distance, the mid-level demon beast flashed with a hint of shock. Retreating. After a low growl, the beast tide suddenly halted. Seeing the crisis temporarily averted, relief appeared on their faces, followed by joy at having survived. It turned out that those geniuses had a trump card. Perhaps this time, they could still escape. Chapter 88. For Golden Core Demon Beasts. Sword Repair of the Immortal Slayer. Excited Sunshio. Sister Schwer, how are you? Are you okay? The trial takers rushed to her. Tong Lan took out a pill and handed it over, while a few trial takers took out gauze to change her bandages. He Schwer took the pill, swallowed it, recovering the spiritual power consumed in her body. Shaking her head to indicate that she was fine, she looked at Xiao Ding and gently asked, "Are you okay? Don't do that again. That last attack has already shaken your foundation." Xiao Ding's face was pale, his lips devoid of blood, adding a sense of melancholy to his handsome features. He shook his head and said, "If we don't fight desperately now, when will we?" Everyone fell silent, suddenly quiet. On the horizon, more demon beasts appeared, joining the ocean of beasts. Their numbers were increasing, the roars merging into one, continuously coming from all directions. Breaking through had already become very difficult. No, to be precise, breaking through had become impossible. Hurry up and recover. Later we will attempt to break through, he Schwerer said softly, then sat down on the ground, operating her technique to heal and replenish her internal deficits. The expressions of the trial takers turned serious, and they all began to heal and recover. Among the beast tide, a giant wolf, gray and white all over, looked at the distant crowd, its gaze locking onto he Schwerer and the others. A hint of wariness flashed in its eyes. This woman had killed 6 golden core demon beasts in just 2 days. It should be noted that only 11 had come out from the underground world this time. That little brat had just used a formation to kill another one. Now on the ground, counting itself, there were only 4 golden core demon beasts left. Is this the so-called human genius? The giant wolf's gaze turned cold, filled with killing intent. The human race has imprisoned us for many years. It's time to collect some interest. Once the remaining 3 golden cores arrive, we will slaughter all of your precious geniuses. Time slowly passed. Day and night alternated swiftly. The next day, at noon, he Schwerer, Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and other human geniuses opened their eyes, letting out a sigh, their eyes shining with brilliance. After a night of rest, they had done their best to adjust their state to the limit they could reach. Xiao Ding's complexion was slightly rosy again. Staring at the giant wolf in the beast tide, calculating the angle of attack for later. The trial takers beside him also stood up, seeing he Schwerer and the others. A glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes again. Yesterday, they had all handed over their remaining pills to the few of them. Now it seemed that the recovery of the geniuses was quite good. It looked like the hope of escaping was greater. However, at that moment, a low, hoarse roar came from afar. Following that were the second and third roars. On the horizon, 3 demon beasts appeared. The aura of golden core demon beasts immediately followed. 3 golden core demon beasts. Gasps erupted among the crowd. Everyone's faces turned pale. The glimmer of hope that had just emerged was extinguished in an instant, leaving only darkness. Despair surged up, and their gazes dimmed considerably. If it were just one more golden core demon beast, it would be manageable. But now, 3 golden core demon beasts have appeared. How can they defend against this? Even he Schwerer's gaze was fixed, and a sense of helplessness welled up inside her. Indeed, if they were unable to fight back, she could force her way out at the cost of injury. But what would happen after escaping? How long could she hide? And would she be able to hold on until the powerful beings from the outside world come to rescue her? She was certain that the dean was definitely thinking of a solution right now, but she was afraid that she wouldn't last until that moment. He Schwerer felt very unwilling. Her goal was not just to pass the trial of the demon suppressing tower. Her goal was to make a stunning impression at the 10,000 Races Conference, to earn a reputation for the human race. Similarly, the eyes of talents like Tong Lan and Xiao Ding were also somewhat unfocused. Unwillingness, anxiety, anger, despair, and other emotions appeared in their hearts. Were they really going to die in this tiny alternate dimension? At this moment, in the underground world, beneath the deep pool in the mountain, the blood god Pearl had disappeared, leaving only the immortal slaying sword quietly floating in the water. The long sword was absorbing the last of the blood energy, and the crack in the middle had almost disappeared, though a faint trace remained. Suze looked up at the surface of the pool. The water monkey and the 5 transformation puppets were still desperately maintaining the heavenly deception great formation, completely oblivious to what was happening below. The man at the edge of the pool couldn't see the situation clearly due to the mist over the deep pool. He planned to take the opportunity to give them a surprise. Although Suze did not know what was happening outside, he could guess some things. From the words of the water monkey and the golden core demon beasts, it seemed they were launching a siege against the testers. How was Lin Miaoi doing? Before entering, Wang Lao and Uncle Lin had both entrusted him with this task. If anything happened to their only descendant, Suze wouldn't know how to explain it. But even so, he couldn't leave this place first. If he didn't destroy that formation, the spirit of the world would remain cut off. The distress signal Jade Talisman would remain unusable. By then, if he and the others couldn't get out, wouldn't they just be at the mercy of others? Even if the people outside were trying to rescue them and thinking of solutions, it would still take time. The key to everything lay in that floating heavenly deception formation diagram. Only by destroying it could the distress signal Jade Talisman be reactivated. But relying solely on Suze's own strength, he had no confidence. Therefore, Suze had to stay. He needed to wait for the immortal slaying sword to repair itself. Only then could he use the immortal slaying sword to destroy that formation diagram. Finally, the last trace of blood energy was absorbed by the immortal slaying sword, and the crack in the middle had almost vanished, leaving only a faint white mark. At the same time, the immortal slaying sword suddenly erupted with an extremely sharp sword energy. A fierce, bloodthirsty aura immediately spread out. The pool water began to churn, a large amount of white mist rising up, obscuring Sunshio's vision. He was first stunned, then overjoyed. It worked. He felt the intense sword energy from the long sword, incredibly powerful, and even through dozens of meters of water, it made his skin ache. It was too powerful. The swords might exceeded his expectations, but that was even better. The stronger the sword's power, the stronger he would be as its master. Just thinking about wielding the long sword, slaughtering all the talents from the 10,000 Races Conference, defeating all those prodigies, and gaining the admiration of the entire human alliance made him tremble with excitement. Chapter 89. A sword shatters the heavenly deception formation diagram. The spirit of the world descends meanwhile, beneath the deep pool. Master, I have absorbed the blood god pearl completely, and my injuries have mostly healed. The only thing left is the loss of essence, but that will take time to recover. Suze's eyes displayed information about the immortal slaying sword. Weapon, immortal slaying sword, low-grade spirit treasure. Can repair and upgrade. The damage from that battle years ago was too severe for the immortal slaying sword. If it weren't for the protection from the previous owner's vital essence, it might have turned into mundane iron by now. Thus, after the Sun family's full restoration efforts and the power of the blood god pearl, it had only recovered to the level of a low-grade spirit treasure. But even so, the current immortal slaying sword could definitely be considered a precious treasure. Spirit treasure. Many transformation realm experts have never possessed such a thing. It was something Sunshio longed for, hoping to rely on the immortal slaying sword to make a stunning impression and become a peerless prodigy at the 10,000 Races Conference. And now, such a precious treasure had fallen into Suze's hands. Buzz. The immortal slaying sword trembled, and the sound of the sword echoed. It was fully prepared. Little Qing came to Suze's wrist, also ready. Suze looked up at the formation diagram, his eyes flickering, thoughts racing in his mind. The system panel appeared. Remaining cultivation, 14,000 years. Without any hesitation, Suze directly added 12,000 years of cultivation to his martial arts. Boom. A massive and pure energy appeared within him. The rich energy surged through his meridians, enhancing his physical strength and nourishing his meridians, ultimately flowing into the dragon elephant seed under Suze's guidance. Crack, crack, crack. 3 crisp cracking sounds rang out, and dazzling golden light shot out. The surging energy erupted from the dragon elephant seed. In his dantian, that golden lake began to boil. The gold surging and shining brilliantly. Amidst the haze, a giant elephant manifested, letting out a mighty roar. Roar. Countless spiritual powers appeared in the dantian, causing the golden small lake to expand rapidly. Boom. In the pool, a muffled heartbeat echoed, shaking the surrounding waters. Suze's eyes sparkled with golden light, resembling golden pupils. Streams of golden light suddenly burst forth from his body, illuminating the entire deep pool in gold. The blinding golden light dispelled the white mist, revealing the true appearance of the deep pool. Sunshio squinted, leaning forward to look beneath the water, only to see a figure. Sword spirit? He was filled with surprise. Weapons with a spirit can be called spirit weapons, while weapons with a spirit that can take form and possess a high degree of consciousness are spirit treasures. Seeing that figure beneath the water, his first reaction was that it was the manifestation of the sword spirit. At this moment, the sword spirit and Suze were in sync, naturally knowing what he wanted to do. The immortal slaying sword began to tremble. The sword spirit was very excited. After so many years, she could finally fight again. She hadn't battled in so long that she felt her body was rusting. The blinding golden light shone, and Suze's figure flickered, appearing before the immortal slaying sword. He reached out, grasping the immortal slaying sword. It felt cold to the touch, and a chill immediately spread. The sharp sword energy radiated outward, stirring the surrounding pool water. The sword spirit sensed the aura emanating from Suze, and the image of the giant elephant immediately appeared in her mind, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. The golden light enveloping Suze gave her an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was an absolute level suppression, unrelated to strength. It was like a wild rabbit seeing a fierce tiger. The fear was instinctive and impossible to suppress. However, the sword spirit had managed to hold back now. The pressure from the golden light had weakened significantly, and she no longer felt that she was about to be crushed. Within Suze, the 3 dragon elephant seeds activated simultaneously, their energies merging together and triggering a chain reaction, significantly enhancing the strengthening effect on his body. The surging energy roared through the meridians and Dantian. He held the immortal slaying sword in one hand and the great teleportation talisman in the other, stepping forward. With the celestial pang's 9 steps, combined with the explosive power within him, Suze's speed reached its limit, breaking through all constraints. A dazzling golden light erupted from the depths of the pool. Boom! The water shattered, and the brilliant golden light illuminated the interior of the mountain. Suze, with lightning speed, instantly arrived beside the formation diagram. The water ape's expression changed drastically as it realized Suze was not a sword spirit, but a real, living person. This is bad. Its eyes flared with anger, but it couldn't spare a hand. The powerful transformation cultivators outside had already fallen into madness, relentlessly bombarding the white mist day and night. If it let up, the great formation would likely be directly shattered. A deep sense of urgency appeared in its eyes. Sun Xiao was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. However, before they could react, Suze raised his long sword high, and an immense surge of spiritual power poured into the sword of slaying immortals. In an instant, bloodlight flashed. A beam of sword light suddenly appeared. Like a river of blood falling, the sword light cascaded like a waterfall, descending onto the formation diagram in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions erupted. The furious energy flickered, and a shockwave sent the weakest Sun Xiao flying. The patterns of the Qi Tian Great Formation began to flicker violently, with sword energy crisscrossing, resulting in a fierce clash with the energy within. Soon after, crack, a fissure appeared on the stone slab formation. The water ape's face turned pale, devoid of blood, terror filling its eyes. Crack, crack. The fissures rapidly spread, quickly covering the entire formation. With a bang, stone chips flew, and the formation shattered. That mysterious energy instantly vanished. In an instant, within the Demon Suppression Tower world, a massive wave of divine consciousness spread across the entire realm. An ancient and powerful will descended into the underground world. Arriving within the mountain. Number 1, Trial Taker Suze, thank you. At this moment, the terror in the water ape's eyes had completely transformed into fury. Staring fiercely at Suze, its body glowing, ready to strike him down. However, Suze's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared from this underground world. Suze felt a flash before his eyes, and his heart jolted. He hadn't even used the great teleportation talisman yet. How did he get teleported away? But he quickly realized it must have been the world spirit that acted, escorting him away. Before him appeared towering mountains, thick white mist shrouding the peaks. Suze took a breath of long-lost fresh air and nervously attempted to ask, World Spirit, can you teleport me to Trial Taker Lin Miaoi's side? He was a bit anxious, unsure if this method would work. The response was very simple, just 2 words. Yes. Chapter 90. Everyone shocked. Top of the leaderboard. Suze arrives. On the vast grassland. The beast herds surged like the sea. Roars shook the heavens as 4 golden core demon beasts gathered, their gazes cold and fixed on He Shuer and the other geniuses. That woman will be held off by me. You 3 kill those little brats first, then we will join forces to slay that woman. The giant wolf spoke in a deep voice. The other 3 golden core demon beasts, all lower level, naturally obeyed and nodded silently. Be careful of that man who looks like a pretty boy. His formation is terrifying. The black snake was killed in 1 blow by him. So don't let it backfire on us. It cautioned, ensuring nothing went wrong and trying to minimize the damage to their kind. Got it. That kid probably only has 1 strike of power. As long as we dodge it, we can instantly wipe them out. At that time, surrounding that one will be an easy task for the 4 of us. After discussing, the 4 golden core demon beasts sent their commands into the minds of every beast. Kill all these humans. Leave not one behind. Roar. The earth-shattering roar resounded as the vast beast herd let out a brutal howl. The monstrous demonic aura surged skyward, scattering the clouds in the sky. Among the crowd, the trial takers turned ashen. Despair, terror, anxiety, and unwillingness spread quietly among them. It's over. This time, it's really over. There is no hope of escaping. For golden core demon beasts, how can they resist this? He Shuer blocked one, while Xiao Ding and the other geniuses worked together to hold off another. But what about the remaining 2? Despite nearly 1,000 people being present, facing 2 powerful golden core demon beasts, they were still utterly helpless. He Shuer's expression grew serious as she spoke. Everyone, do your best. Xiao Ding, Tong Lan, and the others silently nodded, gradually adjusting their mindset. He Shuer stepped forward, taking the initiative to attack, locking onto the intermediate-level giant wolf. The giant wolf did the same. Stepping out, the two moved in sync, heading far away to avoid collateral damage to their companions. He didn't want her allies to get hurt, and the giant wolf also wished to minimize losses to its kind. Boom. The battle was about to commence. Dazzling light erupted. At the same time, the three golden core demon beasts turned their gazes toward Tong Lan and Xiao Ding. Assist me. Xiao Ding's expression was serious as he spoke. The remaining materials in his spatial ring appeared as he began to construct the Great Formation. This time, he truly intended to give it his all. However, the three golden core demon beasts would naturally not just stand by and watch them set up the formation. Kill them all. A low growl resonated. The beast herd surged, and bloodthirsty roars erupted. The black tide of beasts began to rush toward the trial takers. Many trial takers turned pale, their hands and feet trembling slightly as they gazed at the overwhelming demon beasts, their eyes filled with despair. Among the crowd, Lin Miaoi clenched her fists, her heart filled with regret. However, her gaze quickly firmed. Even if she were to die, she would take a few demon beasts with her. Patterns of formation appeared. Xiao Ding coughed up blood, the flush on his face fading once more. Behind him, Tong Lan and the other geniuses also turned pale. Their internal spiritual power rapidly drained, pouring into the Great Formation. A glimmer of determination flickered in their eyes. This could very well be their last battle. Just then, when all the trial takers had resigned themselves to dying and were ready to burn their lives for one last battle, a vast wave of divine consciousness spread across the heavens and the earth. Immediately, all the emergency jade talismans lit up with a dim glow, establishing a connection with the heavens above. In the sky, a white point of light appeared. Then it suddenly exploded. A familiar transparent light curtain unfurled, covering the entire sky. Names lined up on it, shimmering with brilliant light. However, many names had already dimmed. Originally over 5,000 trial takers, now fewer than 1,000 remained. Excluding those eliminated by the world spirit and sent out of the demon suppression tower world, over 3,000 had perished at the hands of demon beasts. In an instant, everyone stared blankly at the sky, their expressions frozen in shock. The world spirit has reappeared. The emergency jade talismans can be used. They can live and walk out, no longer needing to die in this damned alternate dimension. Boom. The crowd erupted. Faces that had once darkened by despair and terror suddenly burst into light, their once dull eyes shining brightly. The joy of surviving was overwhelming. Trial takers cheered with excitement, embracing each other, tears streaming down their faces. At the same time, number 1, trial taker Su Zhe single-handedly resolved the crisis, helping the world spirit of the 1098th alternate dimension regain control of the world, earning 1,000,000 points. A dazzling light burst forth from Su Zhe's name, almost overshadowing the sun's brilliance. His points instantly skyrocketed by 1,000,000, directly ascending to the top position on the leaderboard. He pulled away from the second place, He Shuer, by more than 900,000 points. In the distance, He Shuer, who was battling a giant wolf, stopped and suddenly looked up at the sky. Su Zhe. It was him. He helped the world spirit re-establish contact with the demon suppression tower world. A hint of shock quietly appeared in her phoenix eyes. Known for her calmness, she was also taken aback by this news. The trial takers felt the same. They all raised their heads, staring intently at Su Zhe's name. Their eyes filled with astonishment, mouths agape, frozen in shock as if they were made of clay. The giant wolves and other demon beasts also looked up. But in their eyes, there was only fear and despair. The human trial takers had not yet dealt with the situation, and the world spirit had reappeared. They all knew what this meant. It was a failure. The demon lord had failed. They couldn't understand how a mere human kid, at the foundation establishment stage, could cause the half-step divine transformation demon lord to fail. Despair, confusion, and fear surged within them. In an instant, the mental states of the trial takers and demon beasts exchanged. Among the crowd, Lin Miaoi looked at that dazzling name like the sun, tears quietly slipping down the corners of her eyes. She covered her mouth, her hands trembling, filled with excitement. Su Zhe had not fallen. Not only that, but he also helped the world spirit regain control of the demon suppression tower world, earning 1,000,000 points in one fell swoop, becoming the undisputed first place on the leaderboard, a feat that had never been accomplished before and likely would not be again. At this moment, under the gaze of tens of thousands of trial takers and demon beasts, above the sky, the space slightly twisted. A space portal appeared. A tall young man, holding a blood-red long sword, surrounded by dazzling golden light, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, stepped out with a hint of a smile. Yet his gaze was incredibly cold. Chapter 91. Tier Contract Beast? Xiao Qing strikes. One hit kills whether it was the trial takers or the demon beasts. They all stared intently at the space portal, staring at the handsome young man who emerged from it. At this moment, even a fool could guess that this was the top scorer, Suze, the second human prodigy after Hishwer, Beastmaster Suze. He helped the world spirit regain control over the small world, saving nearly 1,000 trial takers. In the high sky, a hint of green light appeared. Xiaoqing's body transformed, returning to its original form. In the next moment, a body nearly 15 meters long appeared, four clawed limbs shimmering with cold light. Deep green scales gleaming tightly arranged on its body, its fish-like tail swaying with explosive power. Xiaoqing slightly raised its head, carrying Suze on its body. Two long dragon whiskers waving, eyes flashing with cold light, locking onto the strongest mid-tier demon beast, the giant wolf. Shock filled the eyes of the trial takers, while the demon beasts trembled, fear rising within them. Years later, these trial takers would still remember the scene of the young man holding a long sword, surrounded by golden light, descending from the sky on a majestic dragon at noon that day. Roar! Xiaoqing let out a loud roar, the dragon's roar instantly spreading out. The unique pressure of a mid-tier demon beast overwhelming the surroundings. The beast herd whimpered and moaned, their limbs softening, fearfully crawling on the ground, unable to even escape. The three low-tier demon beasts were the same, filled with immense dread. Even though they were also low-tier, the green dragon gave them an irresistible feeling. Mid-tier demon beast. Suze's contracted spirit beast is a mid-tier demon beast. Among the trial takers, exclamations erupted, staring in shock at Xiaoqing, hardly believing their eyes. No wonder Suze could kill golden core demon beasts. His contracted spirit beast turned out to be a mid-tier dragon. Some trial takers who were beastmasters looked at Xiaoqing and Suze with envious expressions, marveling at Xiaoqing's power. Standing on Xiaoqing, Suze looked down at the crowd below, his spiritual sense sweeping across, quickly spotting Lin Miaoi's figure. Fortunately, she only suffered significant losses and consumed a lot of stamina. There were no injuries otherwise. Suze waved at her, smiling. Lin Miaoi wiped the tears from her eyes, finally showing a heartfelt smile on her face. Xiaoqing swayed its body, transforming into a green light, bringing Suze down to the ground. Suze jumped off the dragon and gently patted its head, softly saying, "Go, kill them all." His voice was calm, yet it carried a chilling, killing intent. This was similar to what the golden core demon beast had said earlier. Only now, the roles of hunter and prey had been reversed. By the way, try to keep their bodies intact. I have great use for them. Suze added. This vast herd of beasts, along with those 4 golden core demon beasts, were all cultivation years that he could easily collect. Xiaoqing nodded lightly, excitement appearing in its vertical pupils. Since she had advanced to mid-tier, she had not truly engaged in battle. Now was the perfect time to test her skills against those few guys. Roar! It let out a low growl, instantly transforming into a streak of green light charging towards the 3 golden core demon beasts. The trial takers were all startled, exclaiming, "What? It's going in directly? Too hasty. It should wait and team up. This is too dangerous." In their eyes, Xiaoqing's behavior was undoubtedly reckless. Xiao Ding and others changed their expressions, hurriedly controlling the formation to target a golden core demon beast to assist Xiaoqing, lest it be surrounded and attacked. However, to their surprise, Suze actually stopped them. "What are you joking about? If you blast the demon beast's body apart with your attack, how much cultivation will you lose? Don't intervene. Xiaoqing hasn't fought in a long time. Don't disturb it." Xiao Ding frowned, his hands trembling as he struggled to maintain the formation, asking with difficulty, "Are you sure? Aren't you afraid of the worst-case scenario? What if your contracted spirit beast gets injured?" Suze shook his head. "That's impossible. Xiaoqing could slay mid-tier beasts at the mid-tier level. She was comparable to a human prodigy. Now that she had advanced to mid-tier, dealing with 3 same-level demon beasts without special bloodlines was nothing. As long as you all don't intervene, that's fine." Suze left this remark and turned to walk towards the mid-tier giant wolf. Xiao Ding, Tong Lan, and other geniuses looked at Suze's back and ultimately chose to trust him. The formation dimmed, the dazzling light disappeared. What did Suze want to do? Moreover, aren't beastmasters supposed to fight alongside their spirit beasts? Only in this way can the spirit beast's maximum power be unleashed, right? A genius questioned in confusion. Generally, beastmasters are weaker than their spirit beasts. The spirit beasts are the main combat power, and since this is a battle between golden cores, it is indeed normal for Suze, as a beastmaster, not to participate directly. Xiao Ding's face turned pale as he explained. Everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, the beastmaster is the weak point. In battles at this level, it is indeed the best choice for Suze, at the foundation establishment stage, not to directly participate. Look, the battle has started over there. In an instant, almost everyone's attention was focused on Xiaoqing and the 3 golden core demon beasts. They saw Xiaoqing transform into a streak of green light, instantly arriving before them, coldly examining them with its erect ears and vertical pupils. It was as if it was looking at lifeless objects. The three golden core demon beasts' mentality also changed at this moment. They knew that their final outcome would definitely be death. Once the human powerhouses from outside entered, their fate was inevitable. Therefore, after reaching the peak of fear, it transformed into hysterical madness. Together, they would slay this dragon and then kill as many humans as possible. Roar. The roar echoed. Their eyes were blood red, and they charged into attack. However, a trace of disdain flashed in Xiaoqing's eyes. Her figure swayed and suddenly disappeared before them. The next moment, her figure appeared in front of a large black bull, and her sharp claws raised, striking fiercely towards the bull's head. The black bull was horrified. The speed was too fast. It hurriedly summoned its demonic power, and the horns on its head flickered with dark light, charging towards Xiaoqing's claws. This was the strongest and most solid part of its body. However, with a crack, the two long horns over a meter in length broke apart. Xiaoqing's claws met no resistance and then struck the bull's head. Crack! The crisp sound of bones shattering rang out. The black bull's head was smashed like a watermelon by the claws. Blood splattered, and white brain matter flowed out. The black bull's body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. One strike, instantly killing a gold core demon beast. Chapter 92. 3 gold cores slain in 10 seconds. Xiaoqing devours the master. The giant wolf attacks. The discussions among the trial takers came to an abrupt halt as they all looked towards the green dragon. Was it really that simple to slay a demon beast of the same level? Or was it a one-hit kill? They had originally expected a tough battle, but it turned out to be so simple. So simple it was shocking. Xiao Ding and other talents widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "So strong? This is too abnormal." Right? One slap killed a gold core demon beast? They all knew Xiaoqing was strong. Looking at the dragon's form, it must have a special bloodline within, but they never expected it to be this powerful, far beyond their expectations. In the distance, He Shui's pupils slightly constricted as she looked at Xiaoqing, her mind racing. If she were at the early gold core stage, could she easily slay a lower-tier demon beast like that? She was a bit uncertain. Perhaps she could, but at least she would need to use over 60% of her strength, while that spirit beast seemed to kill it as easily as swatting a fly. Just then, they hadn't even had time to react. One of their companions was directly slapped to death. The heavy smell of blood came, stimulating their nerves. Attack together. One of the demon beasts growled softly, then spewed out a flame. The intense heat erupted, and many demon beasts in the tide were burned to ashes before they could dodge. The 2 gold cores no longer cared about these things, their violent energy bursting forth, sending countless demon beasts flying, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. At the same time, they began to retreat rapidly, trying to distance themselves from Xiaoqing. A green light shone on Xiaoqing, her body nimbly dodging. Her speed was too fast, and a layer of faint mist enveloped her. In her vertical pupils, green light flickered. Boom! From the ground, several thick and tough vines shot out instantly, tightly wrapping around the 2 gold core demon beasts. One of the innate talents of the 4-symbol green dragon, wood-based magic. The vines were covered in sharp barbs, as hard as steel needles. In an instant, the barbs pierced through the flesh of the 2 gold core demon beasts, causing blood to flow and their bodies to be covered in wounds. The 2 gold cores were alarmed, their bodies shuddered, and enduring the intense pain, they finally broke free from the vine's grip. On the barbs, chunks of flesh hung, looking like pork hanging in a market. And because of the vine's obstruction, Xiaoqing instantly closed in. Her body spiraled in the air, suddenly striking out like a steel whip. Dragon Style 5. A level martial skill. Crack! Crack! 2 explosive sounds echoed in the air, and a layer of white mist enveloped Xiaoqing. This was a manifestation of breaking the sound barrier, her speed astonishing. The 2 gold core demon beasts were filled with intense fear and despair in their eyes. The speed was too fast to evade. They could only brace themselves. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds rang out. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. The massive bodies of the 2 gold core demon beasts flew back like cannonballs, a terrifying dent appearing in their bodies, blood spewing from their mouths. Boom, boom, boom. Their bodies rolled on the ground for several rounds, crushing hundreds of demon beasts before finally coming to a stop. Their originally fierce eyes dimmed, gasping more than breathing, clearly unable to survive. And from Xiaoqing's strike to the time they fell, only a mere 10 seconds had passed. 10 seconds, slaying 3 gold core demon beasts. The tide of beasts, the trial takers, fell silent. In the far distance, the mid-level giant wolf watched in shock as 3 companions were killed in an instant, not even having time to react. Looking at the green dragon swirling in the air, a wave of fear and horror surged in its heart. It had a feeling that even it would not be a match for that dragon. Escape. Immediately run away from here. even if it meant living a little longer. It was better than dying here now. However, just then, a figure appeared before it, holding a long sword, hair swirling with golden light, smiling gently, with calm eyes, showing no signs of panic. Wasn't he this the master of that dragon? The giant wolf suddenly felt joy in its heart. The strength of beast tamers is generally weaker than that of their contracted spirit beasts. For many beast tamers, 70% of their combat power comes from their contracted spirit beasts. Moreover, this kid in front of him was only at the mid-level. The martial talent and beast tamer talent were completely different. Without a contracted spirit beast, they might not be as strong as ordinary geniuses. This fool dared to come here. An opportunity had come. Originally, it was worried that he Schwer and that dragon would team up to attack it. But now it seemed that as long as it killed this foolish kid, the contracted spirit beast would undoubtedly be severely injured. Naturally, it wouldn't have the ability to attack itself. At that time, it would be the perfect opportunity for it to escape. A gleam of light shone in the giant wolf's eyes, and it was filled with delight. He Schwer was also taken aback. She had just felt a flash in front of her, and Suze appeared before her, blocking her. But what was Suze trying to do? Was he going to fight against this mid-level demon beast that even she was helpless against? At that moment, he Schwer suddenly noticed the giant wolf's gaze, her heart sinking. Not good. That giant wolf was going to attack Suze, although Suze also possessed the strength of a genius. Most of it must come from his contracted spirit beast. His own strength, he Schwer's expression changed dramatically, her previously calm face suddenly filled with urgency. Humanity had finally produced two geniuses, and one could not fall here. She had finally found a rival. She couldn't lose him because of this reason. But the giant wolf had already moved. It shone with white light, its gray-white fur danced, and its speed suddenly increased. Only in this way could there be a glimmer of hope. The giant wolf seemed to transform into a massive white light ball, dragging a dazzling white light. Charging towards Suze? Not good. He Schwer felt a heavy pressure from that white light, and the giant wolf's speed was too fast. Even she didn't have time to react. It was already too late to strike. It was over. Her heart sank, but she still rushed towards Suze, her hazy radiance lighting up, wanting to block this blow for him. In the crowd, Lin Miaoi's eyes suddenly widened, looking terrified at this side, urgency flooding her face. Xiao Ding, Tong Lan, and other talents were also greatly alarmed, hurriedly turning to Xiao Qing, shouting for her to help. To their surprise, Xiao Qing stood on the ground, boredly pawing at a broken horn of the big black cow. She glanced over at the white wolf, but then immediately lowered her head as if she hadn't seen anything. Spirit beasts devouring their masters? For a moment, this thought appeared in the minds of Xiao Ding and the others. At that moment, the giant wolf had already reached Suze, revealing a ferocious smile with sharp teeth close at hand, and a foul smell wafted toward him. Chapter 93. A sword to slay the intermediate-level giant wolf. Are you sure you are a beast master? He Schwer had already appeared 3 steps behind Suze, enveloped in a hazy light, intending to protect Suze. However, she was ultimately a step too slow. It was too late. A sense of helplessness appeared in her eyes. What on earth was Suze thinking, daring to appear in front of the giant wolf? And what about his contracted spirit beast? Why wasn't he coming to protect its master? The spirit beast was incredibly fast. It should have been able to make it in time. He Schwer turned to look and saw Xiao Qing idly fiddling with the cow's horn, not glancing this way at all. Similarly, a thought appeared in He Schwer's mind. Had Suze's spirit beast turned against him? It wasn't impossible. Such things could happen when the spirit beast's strength far exceeded that of its master. Over time, similar incidents had occurred. The distant trial takers watched in horror as the giant wolf charged fiercely towards Suze, while Xiao Qing remained indifferent, naturally making them anxious. After all, it was Suze who had helped the spirit of the world regain control over this realm. Strictly speaking, Suze was everyone's savior. They certainly did not want to see him fall because of this. However, it was already too late. Many people closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the cruel scene of Suze being torn apart. At this moment, Suze held his breath, finding it hard to endure the foul smell from the giant wolf's mouth. He squinted slightly, a glimmer of cold light flickering. Suddenly, a flash of blood light ignited on the sword of slaying immortals, and a shadow of a girl gradually emerged. Suze raised the sword of slaying immortals and swung it toward the giant wolf in front of him. The shadow of the sword's spirit moved in unison with Suze, also slashing toward the giant wolf in midair. Whoosh! A brilliant and dazzling blood-colored sword light suddenly erupted. The crimson glow instantly illuminated the faces of every trial taker and beast. The sharp sword aura radiated outward, shredding the grass on the ground into pieces. A terrifying aura of ferocity surged forth, the blood light roaring like a raging sea. Upon seeing this sword light, the giant wolf's copper bell-like eyes widened in shock. Its pupils constricting as a hint of horror emerged. It sensed a strong aura of death from that sword light. If it were struck by this sword, it would die? Beasts are extremely sensitive to danger. Instinctively, the giant wolf began to twist its body, trying to turn and flee. However, it was already too late. The giant wolf realized this and braced itself to withstand the blow. Its gray-white fur flared up, glowing brightly, enveloping its whole body and forming a solid defense. Just as this defense appeared, the blood-colored sword light reached its eyes. Flash! The blood-colored sword light struck the giant wolf's protective shield, sending sparks flying. It blocked it. Joy surged in the giant wolf's eyes, and a cruel coldness returned. Such a terrifying strike. This Foundation establishment human kid couldn't possibly have the ability to swing a second time. Next would be its moment of slaughter. However, just then, a crisp cracking sound reached its ears. Crack! The giant wolf's body stiffened, staring in disbelief at the crack before it, horrified. Immediately after, the crack rapidly spread. Boom! The gray-white light exploded, and the blood-colored sword light suddenly accelerated, vanishing in an instant. The giant wolf didn't even have time to react before it felt a chill in its body, its consciousness gradually growing hazy. A bloodline suddenly appeared on its head, dividing its massive skull into symmetrical halves from top to bottom. The bloodline continued to extend, quickly spreading throughout the giant wolf's body, from head to tail, from spine to lower abdomen. The giant wolf's eyes gradually lost their sparkle, leaving behind only a trace of fear. Its body fell apart, crashing to the ground. With a crash, its shattered innards spilled out, but strangely, not a drop of blood flowed from the giant wolf's body. Suze furrowed his brows slightly. His strike was intended for the giant wolf's body. If he Schwerer killed it, then the corpse would naturally be their loot. He couldn't just snatch it, could he? To Suze, a giant wolf over 10 meters long represented thousands of years of cultivation. It could at least activate a dragon elephant seed. That's why he chose to strike. But now, with not a drop of blood, he had lost a significant amount of cultivation. Suze looked down at the Sword of Slaying Immortals and saw a new line of information. Weapon, Sword of Slaying Immortals, lower grade spirit treasure. Can be repaired 100, 100, 0000 blood chi value. Note: when enough blood chi value is obtained, the Sword of Slaying Immortals can be restored to mid-grade spirit treasure. Suze raised his eyebrows. A level intermediate giant wolf only had 100 points of blood chi, meaning he would need to slay at least 10,000 level intermediate beasts to restore the Sword of Slaying Immortals to mid-grade spirit treasure. What about restoring it to upper-grade spirit treasure? How many beasts' blood chi would be needed for a top-grade spirit treasure or even an immortal artifact? But then he thought again. The Sword of Slaying Immortals, currently a spirit treasure and once an immortal artifact, had incredible potential. Just a single level golden core beast could restore a bit of power to such a precious item. It was a huge profit. A lower grade spirit treasure is the exclusive weapon of transformation stage experts. And level beasts? What were they? The only difficulty was finding so many level beasts. However, slaying higher level beasts would definitely speed things up. With this in mind, Suze didn't worry too much. He suddenly felt an eerie silence around him. Turning around, he saw Schwerer behind him, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with shock. Behind Schwerer, the trial takers were silent. Almost everyone stared blankly at the figure holding the long sword, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief as they looked at the wolf corpse split in two. Suze had slain a level intermediate wolf king with a single sword? Xiao Ding, Tong Lan, and other geniuses stood frozen, like statues. Their gazes were all focused on Suze, surrounded by golden light, the long sword in his hand emanating a blood glow. His posture tall, he turned to face them, instilling a sense of fear in everyone's hearts. As geniuses from various places, they felt a deep sense of helplessness when facing Suze. At this moment, a question surfaced in everyone's minds. Wasn't Suze a beastmaster? A beastmaster had slain a level intermediate beast with a single sword? Wasn't it said that beastmasters were usually weaker than their contracted spirit beasts? How could he slay a golden core beast by himself? This didn't make sense. Are you sure you are a beastmaster? Chapter 94. Schwerer. It was Suze who killed the giant wolf. Schwerer's phoenix eyes were filled with shock as she stared at Suze, then at the massive wolf carcass behind him. She could hardly believe what had just happened. The giant wolf that had left her helpless, one she could only hold off but not deal with, had simply died at Suze's hands. She looked up and down at Suze. Suddenly, her gaze stopped, focusing on the long sword in Suze's hand. Even though she was a few steps away from Suze, she could still feel the sharp sword intent emanating from the sword. Just moments ago, it had absorbed the vitality of a mid-level demon beast, and the murderous aura of the Sword of Slaying Immortals was overwhelming, a bloodthirsty aura quietly spreading out. This sword was unusual. Schwerer immediately realized the extraordinary nature of the Sword of Slaying Immortals. She had seen many treasures before and had a lot of knowledge in this area. Being the closest to Suze, she felt it most clearly. The terrifying fluctuations gave her the impression that the weapon before her was a living creature. So far, only one weapon had given her the same feeling. The innate magic weapon of Zhang Muji, the director of the True Dragon Academy and a transformation god powerhouse. The shock in He Schwerer's eyes deepened. The long sword in Suze's hand was a spiritual treasure? This speculation was too astonishing. It should be known that the director's magic weapon was indeed a spiritual treasure. Even among transformation god powerhouses, very few could possess such a precious treasure. But this was the only explanation that could clarify why Suze could slay a mid-level demon beast with a single sword strike. She could sense Suze's realm, which was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, on the verge of breaking through. But, ultimately, it was just mid-stage foundation establishment. She was at the peak of foundation establishment, barely able to contend with a mid-level demon beast. And what about Suze? He defeated that giant wolf with his own strength? Impossible. He Schwerer shook her head. This guess was even more implausible than the sword being a spiritual treasure. If that was the case, there was only one possibility left. She looked at the blood-colored long sword, feeling inexplicably shocked. Meanwhile, in the distance, the other trial takers, after a few seconds of silence, erupted into a commotion. Suze killed that mid-level demon beast with a single sword? This was simply unbelievable. How did he do it? Isn't he a beastmaster? Why is his combat power so strong? This is completely unscientific. I can't understand. Xiao Ding and the other geniuses also fell into silence. Finally, someone spoke up. I also want to know how Suze did all this. That giant wolf was beyond even Sister Schwerer's capability. How did he? Xiao Ding took a deep breath, shook his head, and was completely clueless about the situation. At that moment, boom. A thunderous explosion echoed in the sky. A massive spatial rift suddenly appeared in the sky, like a hideous scar. The next moment, vast waves of divine consciousness emanated from the rift, sweeping across the entire Demon Suppression Tower world in an instant. Following that, terrifying figures, exuding a strong, murderous aura, emerged from the rift. They were the transformation god powerhouses gathering outside the Demon Suppression Tower world. Each of them wore grim expressions, their eyes filled with killing intent, standing in midair, their divine consciousness sweeping out, taking in the situation on the ground. The trial takers on the grassland appeared in their perceptions. The transformation god powerhouses showed a hint of urgency in their brows, their figures flickering, instantly appearing in the sky above the grassland. Many trial takers sensed it, raised their heads to look at the sky, and then saw one powerful figure after another standing high above, looking down. The transformation god powerhouses have arrived. Exclamations arose. However, because the crisis had long been resolved, the surprise in these voices was not as intense. Zhong Shouhu and the other transformation gods swept their divine consciousness across the area, instantly understanding the number of people present and locating their disciples or inheritors. Most of their disciples had life-saving items and generally strong abilities. Therefore, they basically had not encountered any problems. Zhong Shouhu quickly spotted Su Zhe standing next to the giant wolf's corpse, his eyes suddenly brightening. It's so similar. Too similar. It's almost identical. Zhang Muji noticed He Schwerer's pale face and flashed to her side. Schwerer, are you all right? As he spoke, he extended a thread of spiritual energy to check, finding that she had exhausted too much energy, slightly damaged her mental power, and had some minor injuries, but nothing serious. After letting out a long sigh of relief, he pointed at the gray-white giant wolf, astonished. Schwerer, have you broken through? You can now slay mid-level demon beasts? Upon hearing this, the transformation god powerhouses turned their heads in unison, looking at He Schwerer in surprise. This human genius was advancing at an alarming rate. However, to everyone's surprise, He Schwerer gently shook her head, pointing at Su Zhe beside her, her voice returning to its usual coldness. It wasn't me. Su Zhe killed that giant wolf. Zhang Muji doubted he had heard wrong, somewhat confused. He Schwerer's following words left him stunned. It was Su Zhe who killed that giant wolf with a single sword strike. He also helped the spirit of the world regain control over the Demon Suppression Tower, allowing the rescue Jade Talisman to work again. It was also his contracted spirit beast that killed 3 other golden core demon beasts, allowing us to hold on until now. Otherwise, the many transformation gods were momentarily taken aback. Did they hear wrong? Was what He Schwerer said true? They suddenly turned their heads to look at Su Zhe standing next to the giant wolf's corpse, shock appearing in their eyes. Helping the spirit of the world regain control over the Demon Suppression Tower? Contracted spirit beast slaying 3 golden core demon beasts in one go. Slaying a mid-level demon beast that even He Schwerer couldn't defeat with one sword? No way. This thought first flashed through their minds. It wasn't that they were narrow-minded. It was just that what He Schwerer said was too unbelievable. However, it seemed that He Schwerer had no reason to lie. They all turned to look at their disciples or family inheritors, asking in unison, is what Schwerer said true? The reactions of those disciples were identical. They all nodded, confirming Schwerer's statement. Yes, Sister Schwerer is telling the truth. Suze indeed killed that giant wolf with one sword. Even now, they still felt as if they were in a dream, as if everything was unreal. Suze's achievements were simply too outrageous. Not only that, but his contracted spirit beast was also outrageous, instantly killing 3 golden cores. One must ask, how many people or demon beasts could achieve such power? Everyone, including the transformation god powerhouses, focused their gaze on Suze. What on earth has this guy been eating to grow up? Chapter 95, The Spiritual Treasure. The Sword of Slaying Immortals. The Sun Family's transformation god makes a move? Even Zhong Shouhu flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. The son of Chongqing and Linger, his talent must be extraordinary. He is undoubtedly a remarkable existence among people. Therefore, he was not too surprised at Suze slaying a golden core demon beast at first. After all, as the son of 2 human geniuses, becoming a prodigy didn't seem too unusual. However, to personally slay a mid-level demon beast as a beastmaster, that was a bit astonishing. He lightly flicked his finger, and suddenly a transparent, glowing crystal flew out from the ground, containing numerous intricate mechanical structures. A light beam projected out, showing the earlier battle scene between Suze and the giant wolf. All the transformation gods looked over when they saw that brilliant sword light. A glimmer of excitement erupted deep in their eyes, and they abruptly turned to look at Suze. To be precise, it was the blood-red long sword in his hand. This sword has a problem. At that moment, the surging golden energy within Suze had calmed down, the golden light on his body receded. And the sword of slaying immortals was the same. The blood light disappeared, the killing aura dissipated, making it appear just like an ordinary long sword. However, in the eyes of the many transformation god powerhouses, it was a completely different scene. As soon as the divine sense extended out, a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood suddenly appeared before their eyes. The shattered ground, the scattered limbs and remains, the surging river of blood, the blood light filling the sky, and the tall figure standing at the center of the battlefield flashed by in numerous images. The blood light of the immortal slaying sword flickered, and a wave of sword energy surged, clearly dissatisfied with the actions of the many transformation gods. A spiritual treasure? These transformation god experts were naturally different from those trial takers, and immediately recognized the preciousness of the immortal slaying sword. A dazzling light suddenly erupted in their eyes as they fixed their gaze tightly on the immortal slaying sword in Suze's hand. This kid actually possesses a spiritual treasure. How many transformation god experts dream of such a treasure? Yet, it now appeared in the hands of a Foundation establishment kid. It should be noted that among the nearly 10 transformation gods present, few had spiritual treasures as weapons. They widened their eyes, staring incredulously at the long sword in Suze's hand. When Suze previously killed the golden core beast, many had investigated him. And he was completely just an ordinary person, with no remarkable traits before the age of 16. And now, he had a long sword of spiritual treasure level in his hand. One of the transformation gods even widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the immortal slaying sword. He was from the Sun family. Looking at the long sword in Suze's hand, he felt it increasingly familiar. Wasn't this the divine object that the family had painstakingly tried to repair? Wasn't it supposed to be in Schwerer's hands? How did it end up in the hands of this kid named Suze? What happened? The failed plan had already caused significant losses for the Sun family. If they lost this long sword as well, it would be a huge blow. Decades of planning, countless rare materials and treasures, the hard work of many people. All would be for others to benefit. The exclamations of the transformation gods reached the ears of the trial takers, instantly causing an uproar. Some, not understanding these matters, asked in confusion, "Spiritual treasure? What is that?" Someone immediately explained to them. A spiritual treasure. That is a treasure second only to immortal artifacts. Weapons of this level are such that even many transformation god experts do not possess them and can only use spiritual artifacts as weapons. The long sword in Suze's hand is a spiritual treasure? No wonder he was able to kill that giant wolf with a single sword strike. It turned out that sword was a spiritual treasure. But even so, Suze's strength is still astonishing. Do you think a spiritual treasure can be wielded by an ordinary person? Indeed, if the spiritual power is insufficient, one cannot fully unleash the power of a spiritual treasure. If that's the case, it wouldn't be so outrageous. I almost doubted whether he was a beast master. The trial takers discussed animatedly. Upon hearing that Suze's long sword was a spiritual treasure, Xiao Ding and others finally felt relieved. So that's how it is. The blood-red long sword is a spiritual treasure that explains the previous events to some extent. At this moment, the eyes of the transformation gods flickered, their minds racing as if considering something. Is it a bit of a waste for a foundation establishment to wield a spiritual treasure? They were calculating the gains and losses. However, a cold snort came. Suze is a genius of our human race. It is rare for our race to have two geniuses, and I do not wish for him to encounter any accidents. The hearts of the transformation gods tightened, and they immediately dismissed some inappropriate thoughts. Zhong Shouhu, as the head of the Otherworldly Research Institute, held significant sway in the human alliance, not weaker than the 8 great families. Furthermore, he was powerful and had profound cultivation. Even transformation gods had to weigh their words in front of him. However, at this time, the transformation god from the Sun family could not hold back anymore. He flashed in front of Suze, staring at the immortal slaying sword, and asked in a deep voice, "Where did you get this sword?" At the same time, a trace of pressure descended upon Suze, locking him in place to assess the truth of his words. The blood light of the immortal slaying sword flickered, dissipating that sense of oppression. Suze looked at the transformation god before him and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, pondering for a moment before saying, "This?" He raised the immortal slaying sword in his hand and smiled. "I picked it up by the roadside." As soon as these words came out, nearly everyone rolled their eyes. What a joke. Just casually picking up a spiritual treasure by the roadside? Why didn't I find one too? This guy is truly being extravagant. In the crowd, Lin Miaoi covered her mouth and chuckled, her big eyes curving into crescent moons. Even Zhang Muji and Zhong Shouhu smiled, thinking Suze was joking. The transformation god from the Sun family, however, turned dark in expression, a flash of anger and gloom appearing in his eyes as he sternly said, "Speak. Where did you get this long sword? This is clearly a treasure of the Sun family. How did it end up in your hands?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he stepped forward, reaching out to grab the immortal slaying sword. A unique aura of the transformation god suddenly erupted, overwhelming and imprisoning Suze in place. The blood light of the immortal slaying sword surged, and the sword spirit awakened autonomously to protect Suze. But the sword spirit was ultimately just an instrument spirit and had unhealed hidden injuries. In the face of the pressure from a transformation god, it was still somewhat strained. The sword body trembled, and the sword spirit struggled to support itself. Suze's gaze turned cold as he stared at the transformation god from the Sun family. The clues in his mind connecting. A treasure of the Sun family? If that's the case, then the man by the deep pool was from the Sun family? That was Sun Xiao? Suze had heard this name before, the direct descendant of the Sun family, a genius martial artist second only to He Shuer, the precious darling of the current head of the Sun family. The Sun family is colluding with the demon race. Chapter 96. A thought slaughters the beast horde. How terrifying is the sword you picked up? Zhang Muji frowned beside him. In his eyes, Suze was already his student. This transformation god from the Sun family didn't ask for the situation and directly attempted to seize his student's spiritual treasure? That was a bit too audacious. He snorted coldly, his figure shifting. The next moment, Zhang Muji stood in front of Suze, his gaze icy, and slapped out. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The Sun family transformation god's face turned red, feeling a tremendous force coming from in front of him, and he was immediately pushed back uncontrollably, stumbling back several steps. He barely steadied himself. What are you doing? He glared at Zhang Muji, his eyes filled with apprehension. Zhang Muji's strength was too formidable. He was no match for him. "I'd like to ask, what do you want?" A cold voice came from the side, and Zhong Shouhu's figure also appeared in front of Suze, quietly shielding him behind. The face of the Sun family transformation god darkened, suppressing his fury, and explained, "That long sword is a treasure obtained by my Sun family in an other-dimensional space 100 years ago, and now it appears in Suze's hand. So I naturally have to ask." He felt quite helpless. It would be troublesome otherwise. Zhong Shouhu sneered upon hearing this, a hint of disgust appearing on his aged face. "Just because you say it's your Sun family's, it's yours? I think your Sun family has been a bit excessive in recent years. Truly thinking that this human race is your world?" The Sun family transformation god's face turned crimson, but he did not know how to explain. Over the years, the Sun family had acted very arrogantly, offending many people. The other transformation gods nearby had long seen the Sun family unfavorably. Now seeing the Sun family transformation god in a difficult position, they naturally took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "Exactly. Just because you say it's your family's treasure, it's yours? Why don't you say that Dean Zhang's yin-yang mirror is also your family's? Is it because you think Suze has no background and want to seize it? No way. Would the esteemed Sun family do something so disgraceful? I think that is not necessarily the case. It really is a possibility." The transformation gods not only had strong power, but their skills in verbal sparring were equally impressive. They spoke without a single foul word, yet they thoroughly ridiculed the Sun family. Sun Jiawashan listened to their words, feeling blood rushing to his head, filled with rage, wishing he could rush forward and tear their mouths apart. But he could only think about it. At this moment, Tong Wei, the head of the Tong family, smiled at Su Zhe and said, Su Zhe, don't be afraid. If the Sun family troubles you, just come to our Tong family. We will protect you. The other Huashan experts secretly cursed. This guy is already trying to recruit him? Soon, the Huashan powers began to speak up. They all had their own family forces, naturally wanting Su Zhe, this human talent, to join their camp. Zhang Muji smiled and turned to Su Zhe, saying, Su Zhe, you should understand the difference between joining those families and joining an academy, right? In their family, you will always be an outsider, but our academy is different. Hearing this, the faces of the Huashan around darkened. What he said left them somewhat speechless. There is indeed an essential difference between family and academy. The sense of belonging is a huge issue. Unless cultivated from a young age, there will always be a gap. Zhang Muji was very confident and continued. You must know the strength of Jinlong Academy. It ranks first in the entire human alliance. Moreover, if you join our Jinlong Academy, you will often be able to spar with Shuai. Being able to spar with someone of the same level is a rare opportunity for you. He paused and added, of course, when sparring, it's best not to use your spiritual treasure. In an instant, many Huashan focused their gaze on Su Zhe, eagerly anticipating his choice. In the distance, countless trial takers looked at Su Zhe with envy. Those are all Huashan experts. Usually, they exist at the top of the human alliance, and one might not see them even once in a lifetime. Yet now, such a group is scrambling to recruit Su Zhe. This treatment is enviable. However, they also felt it was well-deserved. A human talent is worth such treatment. However, Zhong Shouhu frowned and said, is this the time for you to be fighting over people? Let's resolve the matter first. The other Huashan immediately nodded. The expression of the Sun family Huashan was gloomy, eyes flickering. He hoped that Shuai had already evacuated from there. He then glanced at Su Zhe, a murderous intent spreading in his eyes. At this moment, boom, a vast wave of energy swept through. The figures of the Huashan suddenly appeared high in the sky. They did not make any unnecessary movements, and their divine senses swept out, locking onto countless demon beasts. The beast tide began to stir, and the threat of death descended. However, the Jindan demon beasts that died were only at the upper tier. How could they be the opponents of Huashan? Bang bang bang. A series of explosions erupted, like the sound of firecrackers. One by one, the bodies of the demon beasts shattered, turning into minced meat and broken bones flowing all over the ground. Su Zhe looked at this scene, a hint of shock appearing. Is this what Huashan is like? But after the shock, it was a deep heartache. Those are all cultivation levels. Pure cultivation levels. The strong smell of blood permeated the air, incredibly foul. The Zhanxian sword trembled, somewhat eager. Su Zhe looked at the Huashan in the sky, then at the Zhanxian sword, and immediately agreed to the sword spirit's request. He loosened his grip, and a beam of blood light instantly lit up. The Zhanxian sword flew out rapidly, charging into the sea of corpses and blood, madly devouring the pervasive blood energy. The thick blood energy spread, almost becoming substantial. The Zhanxian sword's body trembled, emitting a terrifying pulling force, swallowing all the surrounding blood energy. At the same time, a fierce killing aura also spread from the sword body. Many Huashan looked at the Zhanxian sword below. Even they couldn't help but feel a chill. The trial takers were even more unbearable, with some even softening their legs, nearly kneeling on the ground. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhang Muji waved his hand, scattering a burst of colorful light, enveloping everyone, blocking the killing aura. The trial takers' faces turned pale, filled with fear, staring in horror at the Zhanxian sword. Is this a spiritual treasure? Just a trace of killing aura directly rendered everyone incapable of resisting. Such a fierce sword. Su Zhe says he picked it up by the roadside. Thinking of this, they looked at Su Zhe in unison, eyes filled with confusion and shock. Not to mention whether he really picked it up, just this killing aura. How did Su Zhe make the spiritual treasure sword acknowledge him as its master? Chapter 97, 250. 000 Blood Chi Value. Recovering the Water Ape. After a moment. Weapon, Zhanxian sword, lower tier spiritual treasure, can be repaired, 250, 0001, 000. The total blood chi from the entire beast tide adds up to a full 250, 000 blood chi value. That's not bad, getting closer to the 1 million mark. At this moment, the Huashan experts in the sky did not stop. Suddenly, a copper mirror appeared above Zhang Muji's head. The copper mirror rotated, pointing at the ground. Buzz. The copper mirror trembled lightly. Immediately after, a blazing, dazzling white light exploded from the mirror's surface. Boom. The light beam slammed into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. Countless dirt and stones vaporizing, disappearing silently. The deafening sound swept through instantly, and the terrifying air wave began to spread as if it were substantial. The Huashan were already prepared, releasing spiritual power to protect the trial takers. Otherwise, just this residual wave could have killed those Foundation establishment trial takers. After a moment, the light beam disappeared, and on the ground, a huge passage leading straight to the underground appeared. Layers of white mist emerged, revealing the high mountains of the underground world before everyone. Zhang Muji and the other Huashan experts looked coldly, locking onto the fire-eyed water ape in that mountain from a distance. At this moment, in the underground world, in the mist-covered mountain, the water ape's face turned pale, with two hideous wounds on its legs, blood flowing from them, dyeing its entire thigh red. As for Sun Xiao and the 5 Huashan puppets, they had long since vanished. Clearly, they had already evacuated. The water ape sensed the divine senses locking onto it, feeling completely hopeless, its heart like ashes, eyes filled with despair. Ever since that human kid suddenly jumped out and shattered the Chitian formation diagram, it knew everything was over. Its fate was sealed. And the demon race in the demon suppression tower world was doomed. The angry human experts would surely wash this place in blood, making all demon beasts pay for the dead trial takers. And the source of all this? The water ape suddenly thought of Sun Xiao. A raging anger surged in its heart. Damn humans. After the formation diagram was destroyed, they chose to flee directly. They even crippled their own legs just to leave it here as a scapegoat. A sharp pain came from beneath. The energy of the Huashan expert lingered in the wound, preventing it from healing, constantly eroding its meridians, forcing it to use its demon power desperately to resolve it. However, when it thought of the formation diagram being shattered and the long sword being seized, and Sun Xiao's frantic appearance, a sense of pleasure surged in its heart. Roar! Outside the mountain, the Jin Dan demon beasts, already exhausted from the 100 beasts formation, could only lie on the ground trembling in fear upon seeing many Huashan descend. Bang bang bang. These Jin Dan demon beasts did not escape, being completely wiped out. The next moment, the water ape was grabbed out by a pair of hands formed from spiritual power. It was already powerless to struggle, its body drooping as if it were dead. A Huashan snorted coldly, reached out, and without a word, directly extracted the water ape's primordial spirit. A powerful divine sense surged out, stripping the water ape's memories away. The soul-searching technique is a form of torture for the victim, and a slight mistake could lead to their soul scattering. The water ape's eyes were filled with intense fear, yet it was helpless. With nearly 10 transformation gods present, even with wings, escape was impossible. It was just like the scene earlier when the water ape activated the deceiving heaven formation, and beside the deep pool, the figure of Sun Xiao also appeared. However, it seemed that he was protected by something special, making his appearance unclear. 5 transformation god puppets? What an audacious move. Tong Wei snorted coldly. The transformation gods from the Sun family secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this situation. It seemed that Xiao had a secret treasure granted by the family head, which was why his identity remained concealed. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianrong furrowed his brows, his hands glowing as he directly inscribed formation patterns in the air without using any formation materials. In a moment, he derived a coordinate. Then, the space began to distort, and a spatial gate appeared out of nowhere. The faces of the Sun family's transformation gods changed, their anxiety flashing away. But at that moment, the other transformation gods were overjoyed and, without hesitation, stepped into the spatial gate following Xiao Tianrong. Seeing this, the Sun family's transformation god hurriedly followed suit. The spatial gate closed, and the outside of the mountain returned to tranquility. Only the rich smell of blood lingered. A green light shone from afar. Suze arrived at the scene, looking at the ground covered in shredded meat, sighing in pain. The sword of slaying immortals became excited again, flying out of its sheath, and starting to devour the blood energy of those golden core demon beasts. In a short while, the sword of slaying immortals had completely absorbed the blood energy of 100 golden core demon beasts. It floated in midair, looking at the fire-eyed water ape lying on the ground, eager to try. Suze quickly stopped it. This was something he had his eyes on. The sword of slaying immortals had already reached the level of a lower-tier spiritual treasure, and he still needed to improve his own strength. He leaped down, landing in front of the water ape, examining its body from top to bottom. That transformation god, after using the soul-searching technique, subsequently crushed the water ape's primordial spirit. Therefore, theoretically, the water ape was already dead. However, due to its half-step transformation god strength, its body was still alive. To put it in human terms, it had now become a plant monkey. How much cultivation could a peak-level demon beast like this yield? A hint of expectation appeared in Suze's eyes. Don't absorb this monkey's blood energy. He reminded the sword spirit. I'm watching, don't think about stealing a bite. The sword spirit appeared, frowning. I feel like you are insulting my character. Suze was taken aback and blurted out. Shouldn't it be sword character? Suze touched his nose, controlling the sword of slaying immortals, and with a single strike, ended the life of the fire-eyed water ape. Fortunately, The sword of slaying immortals was a spiritual treasure and incredibly sharp. Otherwise, it would have been a problem for Suze to break through the defenses of the now plant monkey water ape. With a splat, a spray of blood erupted from the water ape's crown. Its head tilted, a hint of relief flashing in its eyes as life faded away. He wasn't worried that the transformation god strongman would have any objections. He had rescued their descendant. Asking for this little interest from the water ape wasn't excessive, right? Moreover, they didn't even care for the body of this water ape. Lines of text appeared before Suze's eyes. Chapter 98, 23,000 Years of Cultivation. A Furious Sunshio. Peak-level demon beast. Fire-eyed water ape. Rows of information appeared before Suze's eyes. With a wave of his hands, the fire-eyed water ape's body gradually disappeared. First, the white fur, then the flesh, bones, and so on. Now, Suze's remaining cultivation years had also reached 24,000 years. He was quite satisfied with this result. After all, it was essentially free cultivation. He had obtained so much cultivation with almost no effort at all. In the distant jungle, figures flickered. He, Schwerer, and others had also entered this underground world, marveling at the towering mountain, their eyes filled with shock. When they saw Suze, they finally had the chance to greet him. Hello, I'm Xiao Ding, a formation master. I'm Tong Lan, a sorceress. I am. One by one, the geniuses from various places stepped forward to greet Suze. Curiosity shone in their eyes as they looked at this newly risen human prodigy, eager to learn about everything regarding Suze. After all, Suze was different from other geniuses. Before this trial at the Demon Suppression Tower, he could be said to be obscure. Apart from a few people in Jiangnan City, hardly any cultivators knew of the name Suze. But now the situation was completely different. Suze first became a new human prodigy by slaying a golden core demon beast with Foundation Establishment Cultivation. Then, when almost all the trial participants were wiped out, he turned the tide, helping the spirit of the world regain control over the small world and saving everyone. He descended from the skies riding his contracted spirit beast, instantly killing 3 demon beasts of the same level. Next, as the beast master himself, he also slashed down a demon beast comparable to the mid-golden core stage with a single sword. And most astonishingly, he obtained a spiritual treasure long sword in the Demon Suppression Tower world. A treasure that many transformation gods dream of was acquired by Suze. Such feats happened to appear on the same person in an incredibly short time. It was legendary. No, just the score exceeding 1 million was enough to make future trial participants remember it for a lifetime. Looking at the many geniuses before him, Suze did not put on airs, smiling slightly as he greeted them. Nice to meet you. I am Suze. Seeing that Suze was so approachable, everyone naturally relaxed a bit more. Tong Lan, being the most familiar, squatted down and stared intently at the sword of slaying immortals. Suze, is this sword really a spiritual treasure? Did you really find it? Suze felt a bit helpless and nodded. I really found it. I was just wandering around in a cave, and who knew I would suddenly discover this sword? Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and the others all looked skeptical. In their view, a treasure of the spiritual weapon level must be buried in a dangerous place, surrounded by powerful demon beasts for protection. Or it would be in a life or death situation that made it hard to come out. Suze must have gone through hardships to obtain this treasure. However, he Schwerer's phoenix eyes flickered. She could vaguely guess a possibility related to someone. Sunshio. Why had he not appeared? And that transformation god from the Sun family had previously said that this long sword was a treasure of the Sun family. Additionally, the long sword absorbing blood energy, the sudden alliance with demon beasts to slaughter trial participants, and the missing Sunshio. These various factors appeared in her mind, forming a clue that led her to deduce a possibility. However, it was too shocking. Even if it were true, this was not something she could handle. It could only be dealt with by someone of Zhang Muji's level. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the dim corridor, Sunshio was fleeing wildly under the escort of 5 transformation god puppets. To be precise, he was on the back of one of the puppets. His face changed colors. Red one moment, green the next, looking extremely ugly. The deceiving heaven formation shattered, the Sun family's decades of planning failed, and the sword of slaying immortals, which had consumed countless resources to repair, was taken away. Just thinking about the figure bursting out from the depths of the pool, shining with golden light, made Sunshio grit his teeth, his eyes seemingly igniting with tangible flames, furious to the extreme. In his mind, a handsome face emerged, a slight smile playing at the corner of its mouth, carrying a hint of an almost imperceptible smirk. That damn guy, Sunshio growled, his forehead veins bulging, his face flushed, his brows twisted, his expression hideous. He wished he could rip that face apart and stomp it underfoot. He wanted to tear apart the person who took away the divine sword that rightfully belonged to him, to relieve the hatred in his heart. After he got out, he must immediately use the power of his family to find that person. At that time, he would not let him die easily. Sun Xiu's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, looking almost like a demonic beast. However, at that moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the passage ahead. But it was not an exit. It was a teleportation portal. Sun Xiu's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly wanted to have the transformation puppet take him away. However, as soon as the spatial door appeared, terrifying divine thoughts had already reached out from within, firmly locking onto him and the 5 transformation puppets. Immediately after, a force descended, imprisoning them in place. The next moment, figures emerged from the spatial door. The leader was none other than Xiao Tianrong, the head of the Xiao family. Following him were several transformation experts. As soon as the Sun family's transformation expert appeared, his figure flickered and he directly arrived in front of Sun Xiu. Shielding him behind him, Sun Xiu felt a flash in front of him, and a person appeared before him, startling him momentarily. However, he soon recognized this was his uncle, which calmed him down. Second uncle? The expression of the Sun family's transformation expert was serious as he slightly tilted his head, signaling Sun Xiu to remain silent. In front of them, 10 transformation powerhouses from various forces quietly blocked their way, each with different expressions as they looked at them. Some had cold gazes, some looked amused. Some were filled with killing intent, and others burned with rage. Sun Dequan, I hope you can give us an explanation, Zhang Muji said coldly, a copper mirror flashing in his hand as he spoke lightly. Chapter 99, the Sun family's great bloodletting. The celestial holy fruit. The radical and crazy Sun Xiu. Beside Zhang Muji, other transformation experts stared at Sun Dequan and the Sun Xiu behind him, coldly laughing. I was wondering who was so wealthy to suddenly produce 5 transformation puppets. It turns out to be the Sun family, one of our 8 great families. It seems that the Sun family's business has been thriving these years, to be able to casually bring out 5 transformation puppets. Our Tong family has had a very hard time these years. The Sun family is so wealthy, yet you don't think to support us a bit, do you? The transformation experts present all nodded in agreement, voicing their approval. Zhong Shouhu looked at Sun Dequan and Sun Xiu, his disgust growing stronger. He had never cared for the 8 great families, and now with such actions, his disdain for these families deepened even more. Sun Dequan's expression darkened, his eyes serious as he silently gathered his spiritual power. The copper mirror in Zhang Muji's hand flashed, brilliant light swirling on its surface, ready to erupt at any moment. A terrifying aura locked on Sun Dequan. If he dared to make any move, the copper mirror would immediately attack. Sun Dequan's eyes flickered rapidly as he contemplated his strategy. Finally, he managed a difficult smile, but this smile was uglier than crying. This matter, we of the Sun family were in the wrong, and we will give you an explanation. 1 celestial holy fruit for each family. Is that acceptable? As soon as Zhang Muji and the other transformation experts heard this, their brows raised in surprise. The celestial holy fruit. This was the family divine tree of the Sun family, the divine fruit born by the celestial holy tree. The celestial holy tree was a high-level divine tree obtained by the first-generation head of the Sun family from an otherworldly space. It bore fruit once every 30 years, and each time there were only 7 or 8 fruits. Over the years, only the top geniuses and direct descendants of the Sun family had the opportunity to consume it. Once, a celestial holy fruit flowed out to the outside world and appeared at an auction, fetching a terrifying price. Its value could even buy an entire otherworldly space. The reason the celestial holy fruit was so precious was that within the fruit, there existed a trace of extremely weak fragments of the laws of the great Tao. Above the transformation stage was the harmonization stage. To break through to this realm from transformation, the most important thing was to reach a certain understanding of one's own Tao, to merge with the Tao, to transform into the great Tao, thus achieving the position of harmonization. For transformation experts, this was the top-tier treasure. Upon hearing this term, many transformation experts' eyes brightened, excitement flashing within them. Empty promises won't do, one transformation expert said with some excitement, staring intently at him. Xiao Tianrong nodded, sneering, you'd better make a vow first. What's the use of just talking? Sun Dequan felt extremely stifled, but could not take any practical action. So many celestial holy fruits would deplete the Sun family stock. Even he himself did not have the qualification to obtain a celestial holy fruit. However, if he did not pay such a high price, it would be difficult for him and Sun Xiu to leave here safely. Not to mention the 10 transformation experts working together. Just Zhang Muji alone could kill him in an instant. At that time, if they all spoke in unison, who could do anything against a group of transformation powerhouses? In desperation, Sun Dequan could only point to the sky and solemnly speak. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious wave descended from nowhere. Once one reaches a certain cultivation level, the vows made will be imprinted by the laws of heaven and earth. If one violates their vow, the lightest consequence is a regression in cultivation, with no further progress in this lifetime. The more severe punishment would be heavenly retribution, leading to the destruction of the soul. For Sun Dequan, the consequences of violating his vow would be even more serious. Behind Sun Dequan, Sun Xiu lowered his head, his expression twisted in rage, teeth clenched. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins. His second uncle's voice was particularly grating, like two steel needles piercing into his ears. Shame. Sun Xiu had never bowed his head in his life, yet now he was forced to lower it. His inner fury surged. A group of old fools, relying on their years of cultivation, dared to humiliate him like this, forcing his second uncle to make a vow. They even wanted to use 10 celestial holy fruits to ensure their safety. This was simply a great humiliation. Sun Xiu could not understand. He didn't comprehend. He was the direct descendant of the Sun family. He was someone who was born standing at the top of the mountain. He was countless times more noble than those who lived in the mud. Throughout his life, nothing had ever gone against his will. Everything going his way was his privilege. Everyone should clear the way for him. But now, wrong. Everything was wrong. He swear was wrong. She should have actively ceded the title of the human race's genius to him. The spirit of the world was wrong. It should have actively brought the blood god Pearl to him. The transformation experts in front of him were wrong. They should not block his path. He was destined to be an unparalleled genius who could achieve harmonization. The spirit of the divine sword was wrong. He should be its master. Sun Xiu's breathing grew heavy. His fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, blood flowing from his skin and staining his palms red. Why? Was it just because a few thousand useless people died? What does it matter? The Yuan and even the Golden Core were their limits. And what about him? A future harmonization powerhouse, a leader of the human race. Why did they oppose him? At this moment, Sun Dequan sensed his change, and his face immediately shifted. If any action was taken now, it would be troublesome. He focused his divine sense, causing Sun Xiu to fall into a coma. But it was still a step too late. The 5 transformation puppets nearby suddenly erupted with dazzling beams of light, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. Destructive waves surged from them, and violent energy poured out from their bodies. The expressions of the transformation experts changed. They were about to self-destruct. In an instant, their expressions turned exceptionally grim, their gazes cold as they fixated on the unconscious Sun Xiu. This little brat. The combined self-detonation of 5 transformation puppets was a force even they could not underestimate. If they were careless, they might even die here. Sun Dequan's complexion also changed. He had not expected Sun Xiu to be so reckless. Blinding rays of light burst forth from the 5 transformation puppets. At that moment, Zhong Shouhu finally made his move. He casually raised his aged hand and waved it beside him. In the next instant, a spatial rift appeared, revealing a void filled with a raging energy storm. Terrifying beyond measure, a force of attraction erupted, instantly pulling the 5 transformation puppets into it. The spatial rift quickly healed. Boom, boom, boom. In the final moment of its healing, the puppets exploded, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that produced a deafening roar. Chapter 100, Annihilation Plan? The frenzied pursuit of transformation. Seeing this situation, the many transformation experts nearby finally let out a sigh of relief. They glanced at Zhong Shouhu, a hint of wariness flashing in their eyes. That earlier display of power was far beyond what they could accomplish. The strength of Director Zhong was unfathomable. Subsequently, they turned their attention to Sun Dequan and Sun Xiu, their gazes turning cold as they said indifferently, "Sun Dequan, your child. Don't say it." Sun Dequan interrupted, a fierce look flashing across his face as he wielded a glinting blade. With a hiss, blood gushed forth, and a severed hand dropped to the ground. Sun Dequan's complexion turned somewhat pale as he said in a deep voice, "Xiu'er is young and reckless. I will take the blame for him. I ask you all, as seniors, to let him off this time." The transformation experts, seeing Sun Dequan's ruthlessness, could not help but raise their eyebrows. They exchanged silent glances. What the Sun family had done this time was indeed outrageous, but it seemed they had also paid a significant price. Moreover, none of their descendants or disciples had been harmed. Most of the dead were ordinary families or mid-level families without transformation guardians. Those people were dead. So what did it matter? In any case, it had nothing to do with them. Now that the Sun family was willing to compensate them with the heavenly holy fruit, they could temporarily let them off the hook. As for other troubles, they could settle them slowly later. Using this incident as a pretext, their family could leverage the Sun family's various holdings, and they wouldn't dare to resist much. There were immense benefits to be gained from this. It could even reduce the Sun family's seats in the Elder Council. Zhang Muji looked at Zhong Shouhu and secretly communicated through his spiritual sense, "Director Zhong, what do you think?" Zhong Shouhu's gaze was icy as he scanned Sun Xiu, who was leaning against Sun Dequan. The Sun family has become increasingly arrogant. I think it's time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Muji's eyes sharpened and his body trembled. Is it about to begin? Zhong Shouhu nodded faintly. His eyes coldly glanced at a few transformation experts from the 8 great families beside him, who always exhibited a sense of superiority in their words. Zhang Muji nodded, his eyes filled with fervor. What else do you want? At this moment, all the transformation experts simultaneously turned their gazes toward Zhong Shouhu. Get lost. Zhong Shouhu did not hide the disdain in his eyes, waving his hand to urge Sun Dequan to leave quickly. Sun Dequan's face flushed, enduring the excruciating pain in his wrist, and he instantly vanished from the spot. The transformation experts saw that the matter was resolved and began to leave the cave. In the underground world, many trial participants had entered here. They looked at Su Zhe, surrounded by a crowd, with eyes full of envy. In this world, only the strong received such treatment. Lin Miaoyi stood beside Su Zhe, recounting her experiences. After confirming that she was fine, Su Zhe let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, space suddenly twisted, and a spatial door appeared. Many transformation experts returned. As soon as they appeared, they saw Su Zhe surrounded by stars, their eyes brightening as they swiftly moved to stand before him. Su Zhe was talking to someone else when he felt a blur in front of him, with several figures suddenly appearing. He looked up and saw faces full of authority. However, the icy demeanor on the faces of these transformation experts melted away in an instant, revealing warm smiles as they spoke to Su Zhe. Su Zhe, how familiar are you with our Zhuge family? Su Zhe, our Zhang family is the best at beast taming. Our family head is also a beast tamer. Would you be interested in coming to our Zhang family for some? Su Zhe, I am Li Jinbong from the Li family. I would like to know what your plans are for the future. One transformation expert glanced at them sideways and laughed. If you want to recruit him, just do it directly. Why beat around the bush? Saying this, he turned to Su Zhe and smiled. Su Zhe, as long as you are willing to join my Qin family, you will become our key training target. If you wish, you can even become a direct disciple of my Qin family and be included in the family tree. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shouhu's brows furrowed. Included in the family tree? Wouldn't that mean changing your Qin family's surname? At that moment, other transformation experts, seeing his directness, began to change their tune. Su Zhe, we are the same. As long as you join our family, you will definitely become a key training target. And all the family's resources will be directed towards you. The conditions offered by these transformation experts became increasingly enticing, leaving the surrounding trial participants dumbfounded. It was mainly because the offers were simply too tempting. They began to ponder if they would agree if it were them. Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and others peeked in, relieved to find their fathers were not present. These talented individuals from prominent families knew some insider information and could roughly guess why the transformation experts were so frantic. One of the main reasons was the upcoming 10,000 Races Conference. As long as they could make Su Zhe part of their family, represent the human race in battle, and achieve a good result in the conference, their family's voice in the human race alliance would naturally rise, gaining countless benefits and profits. Not only that, a talent like Su Zhe, if carefully nurtured, would surely achieve great heights in the future. Most importantly, Su Zhe was a beast tamer. His contracted spirit beast was extraordinarily powerful, and he possessed a spiritual treasure. Pulling him into their family was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Zhong Shouhu listened to the increasingly outrageous words of the transformation experts, his brow furrowing. As the sole heir of Chongqing, how could he allow him to change his surname and join one of the 8 great families? Zhang Muji beside him felt the same way. In his view, Su Zhe should enter the True Dragon Academy for proper training, rather than getting involved in a family full of intrigue and schemes. Zhong Shouhu said solemnly, enough. Su Zhe will not join your families. The expressions of the other transformation experts changed, and they turned to him. Director Zhong, does your research institute of alternate dimensions control everything, including this matter? In an instant, all the transformation experts turned their gazes toward Zhong Shouhu. Even though Zhong Shouhu was powerful, they were naturally unwilling to back down in the face of profit. Chapter 101, Nightmarish Lu Zhong. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Apart from Zhong Shouhu, Zhang Muji, and Xiao Tianrong and Tong Wei, 5 transformation experts turned to Zhong Shouhu. Faint waves of spiritual energy subtly descended upon Zhong Shouhu. Zhong Shouhu snorted coldly, his body radiating light. All the spiritual senses of the transformation experts were instantly severed. The brows of those few transformation experts furrowed, and they grunted, a hint of shock appearing in their eyes. This old man's strength is so terrifying. Faced with the mental pressure of 5 transformation stage experts, they could still easily counterattack. But even so, they would never give up the opportunity to win over Su Zhe. After all, it ultimately depends on Su Zhe's own will. Can you really influence Su Zhe's own will? Zhong Shouhu's brows furrowed, almost wanting to curse. However, just as tensions rose, rumbling thunder echoed from the ground world. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and the clear sky suddenly turned overcast. With thick lightning flickering in the clouds, a deep roar accompanied the thunder. The faces of many transformation stage experts changed, and they suddenly looked up. Through the huge hole connecting to the underground world, they vaguely saw something appear in the dark clouds. At that moment, a low roar clearly reached everyone's ears. Including Zhong Shouhu, all transformation stage experts were filled with intense shock. A wave that made their souls tremble came from the sky. This feeling was something they could sense. But the Foundation Establishment stage trial takers had no reaction. Suze frowned slightly and looked up at the clouds. Xiaoqing, who was beside him, was the most sensitive. It sensed an absolute suppression from its bloodline. That was a life suppression from a higher level, with a higher bloodline concentration. This kind of suppression came from the instinct of life and was utterly unresistible. The trial takers saw the transformation stage experts with serious expressions and immediately looked up at the clouds. Another roar echoed. This time, the roar clearly reached everyone's ears. Then boom. The dense clouds were suddenly torn apart. A pitch-black creature, surrounded by electric light, emerged from the sea of clouds. Its sturdy body, densely covered in black scales, resembled a tree branch-like set of antlers, and two long antennae hung from the corners of its mouth, gently swaying in the air. The powerful body was filled with explosive strength, nearly 100 meters long, with half of it concealed in the clouds. On its massive head, an old man in black quietly sat cross-legged. Boom. A thick flash of lightning appeared beside this gigantic creature, illuminating its body and revealing its true form. Instantly, everyone present saw clearly. It was actually a giant dragon. A dragon? Is that really a dragon? No way. Didn't the dragon clan disappear long ago? How did it appear here? Look, there's an old man sitting on the dragon's head. Who is he? The trial takers fell into heated discussions, whispering to each other. Meanwhile, the transformation stage experts were frozen in place, their eyes wide open, staring in shock at the black dragon emerging from the dark clouds. Their mouths agape and unable to close for a long time. The black dragon let out a low growl, its round moon-like eyes fixed on the people in the underground world. At the same time, the old man in black atop the dragon opened his eyes, which were as deep as the vast starry sky, containing scenes of stars falling and all things being born. A suffocating sense of oppression descended, making everyone feel alarmed, with an overwhelming sense of crisis arising in their hearts, as if their very control over life had been stripped away. Some could not bear it and fainted on the spot. The black dragon shook its body, flying out of the clouds and slowly descending into the underground world. Its massive form loomed in the air like a black mountain. Its terrifying aura diminished, yet it still caused fear. Zhang Muji and other transformation stage experts looked incredulously at the black dragon and the old man in black. A figure that only existed in legends appeared in their minds. Elzhengdao, the legendary beast master with a black dragon as a contract spirit, one of the strongest in the human race. A man standing at the top of the human alliance. Most importantly, he possessed strength that transcended the transformation stage. A harmonization expert. The black dragon coiled in front of them, and the old man in black, Elzhengdao, surveyed the crowd with his profound gaze. Even if Elzhengdao did not specifically target them, just the faintest hint of his overwhelming aura made their souls tremble. At that moment, Elzhengdao spoke. His voice was slightly aged and hoarse. Is that Suze? The crowd was instantly awakened, stunned for a moment. And then a hint of shock rapidly spread in their eyes. The 5 transformation stage experts surrounding Suze felt a jolt in their hearts and instinctively stepped aside, revealing Suze, who had been blocked behind them. Suze looked at the old man in black with some confusion. What could such a significant figure want with him? He took a step forward, neither servile nor overbearing, and said, I am Suze. Elzhengdao gazed at the handsome young man, who showed no fear in the face of him, a faint smile appearing on his usually serious face. The transformation stage experts noticed this, and their eyes twitched. This beastmaster was known for his decisive and iron-fisted style. He had once led dragons to invade an alien kingdom, bloodily cleansing the alien capital overnight, earning the title of Nightmare. This battle not only made a name for the human race, but also elevated Elzhengdao's status among them. At that time, he was still a transformation stage expert. Now, no one knew how strong he was as a harmonization expert. In this era where harmonization was rarely seen, Elzhengdao was undoubtedly one of the strongest in the human race. Such a significant figure came specifically to find Suze. Suddenly, they thought of Suze's identity as a beastmaster, and a guess appeared in their minds. The expressions of the transformation stage experts changed dramatically. If that were the case, Suze's status would be entirely different. Elzhengdao looked at Suze, then at Xiaoqing behind him, becoming increasingly satisfied. The smile on his face widened, revealing a kind and gentle expression. Young man, would you be willing to take me as your master? His voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. They were stunned, shocked into silence. A harmonization expert personally came to accept a disciple. Chapter 102. Taking El Jingdao as a master. The reward from the spirit of the world. Would you be willing to take me as your master? El Jingdao's seemingly casual words nearly dropped the jaws of the many transformation stage experts present. Even Su Zhe, as a human prodigy, should not warrant a harmonization expert coming to accept him as a disciple, right? Generally speaking, it was already impressive for a human prodigy to reach the transformation stage. Becoming a harmonization expert not only depended on talent, but also on opportunity. Su Zhe was momentarily taken aback by these words, nearly unable to react. He definitely could not agree to the invitations from the 8 major families just now. After all, he had no interest in entering someone else's family tree. In his heart, he was more interested in the True Dragon Academy. However, the Tianyuan Academy, where Elder Wang was also not bad. The key was that the academies and families could offer him nothing he truly needed. Su Zhe's cultivation path basically did not require any cultivation resources. Just giving insights to Shaoqing and Xiaohua every day was enough. However, now that this powerful and mysterious old man had arrived, it changed some of Su Zhe's thoughts. What did he need the most right now? A background and support. Although Su Zhe did not intend to use his identity to bully others, sometimes having an additional layer of identity made things much easier. Moreover, this old man was feared by those transformation stage experts, definitely a strong figure beyond the transformation stage. Having such a person as his master would allow him to walk confidently within the human alliance. He did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Disciple Su Zhe pays respects to master. Without any further ado, Su Zhe stepped forward to bow. The nearby transformation gods did not dare to obstruct him and hurriedly made way. El Jingdao laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the heavens and earth, repeatedly praising Su Zhe. However, at that moment, an unusual flush suddenly appeared on his face, and he coughed twice. The transformation gods raised their eyebrows in response, as if realizing something. But El Jingdao quickly regained his composure, in a good mood. And with a wave of his hand, a bottle of elixir appeared. This is a little gift from the master to you. Keep it for now. The master has some matters to attend to. We will meet again in the capital in a month. The jade bottle floated into Su Zhe's hand. Afterwards, El Jingdao did not glance at the transformation gods at all. The black dragon raised its head, twisted its body, and instantly disappeared before everyone. Su Zhe looked at the elixir in his hand, not expecting the process of becoming a disciple to be so hasty. He originally thought it would involve 3 bows and 9 kowtows, serving tea, and other formalities. The transformation gods present felt the pressure dissipate from their bodies and let out a sigh of relief. Then, they turned to look at Su Zhe with complex expressions. Who would have thought that in just a moment, Su Zhe would become a disciple of a harmony-level powerhouse? With such an identity, even the 8 great families would have to think twice before facing Su Zhe. Meanwhile, He Xuer and other geniuses looked at Su Zhe with envy in their eyes. He Xuer had a complex expression, and deep in her eyes, a strong fighting spirit emerged. Among peers, a dazzling genius had finally appeared. She was very curious to know how she compared to him without using spiritual treasures. The key was that pressure had emerged. Su Zhe's performance was too astonishing, giving her a lot of pressure. Only with pressure can there be motivation. Transforming this pressure into drive is the only way to progress faster. Xiao Ding, Tong Lan, and other geniuses felt the same. From today onwards, there was a new figure ahead of them. Su Zhe and He Xuer stood like 2 mountains in front of them, giving them even more motivation to catch up. This was the only goal of these geniuses. Of course, this was merely a goal, just a hope. Among the trial takers, discussions suddenly erupted. Su Zhe became a disciple of a harmony-level powerhouse. Usually, transformation gods are elusive figures that many people may never meet in their lifetime, let alone a higher-level harmony powerhouse. Such a figure now appeared before them, taking Su Zhe as his disciple in front of everyone. A harmony-level powerhouse personally came to take on a disciple. Almost everyone focused their gaze on Su Zhe. Emotions like envy, jealousy, shock, and astonishment clearly emerged. Unlike the transformation gods from the 8 great families, Zhang Muji's eyes were filled with joy. The academy is not a family. Even if Su Zhe became El Jingdao's disciple, it wouldn't prevent him from joining the academy. Now, I want to see who can compete with me. He walked forward with a smile, looking at Su Zhe, and said, Su Zhe, although you have taken El Jingdao as your master, it doesn't prevent you from joining the academy. How about it? Are you interested in our True Dragon Academy? Zhong Shouhu smiled and said, Director Zhong, why are you in such a hurry? Can't we wait until the trial is over to talk? Tong Lan instinctively responded. Now that there are no demon beasts in the Demon Suppression Tower world, how can the trial continue? At this time, due to the extremely low number of demon beasts in this world, the trial could not continue, and this trial officially ended. The leaderboard points are locked. The first place in this trial is Su Zhe. Points 1, 0, 20, 0, 0, 0. The second place is He Xuer. points. The names of the top 10 in the leaderboard were announced. However, among them, Sun Xiu's name was erased by the spirit of the world. Some trial takers were confused, unaware of the true situation. If they knew that it was Sun Xiu who collaborated with the demon beasts to launch the beast tide, they might even want to eat him alive. Soon after, gentle white lights descended from the sky, enveloping the top 10, including Su Zhe. Su Zhe felt a warmth throughout his body, followed by a surge of pure energy. Su Zhe focused his mind and immediately immersed himself in it. He Shuer and others did the same, closing their eyes and beginning to comprehend those fragments of symbols. The spirit of the world was quite generous this time, bringing out its original principles. Zhang Mu's brow raised. Zhang Shouhu looked up at the sky, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. Generous? Not at all. It has no insight. Above the sky, in the boundless void, that hazy light seemed to have heard Zhang Shouhu's voice, its light flickering as if it had made a significant decision. The next moment, an even more dazzling light separated from it, instantly descending to the underground world. Landing on Su Zhe,